For Raymond, life started with a label, one that was spat at him like a curse. Dirty trash. He grew up in the kind of filth where even the rats seemed to look down on him, his only companions in the grime and shadows. But here's the thing, he wasn't just some nobody. His bloodline secretly traced back to a powerful noble. We see a glimpse of this father, a silhouette of power on a throne so far above Raymond's world he might as well be on a different planet. But to everyone else, he was just an illegitimate child, a stain on a powerful family name. Even as a small boy, huddled on the cold floor, he told himself that despite the scorn, he had one thing, a single talent that could be his way out. That one talent was the power to heal. For a moment, you can see the hope on his face, a faint green energy swirling between his hands, the promise of a life that wasn't this. In his world, healing is a sacred gift from the heavens, a power that earns respect and admiration. Healers, no matter where they come from, are meant to live lives of honor and wealth, a world away from the dirt floor Raymond calls home. For him, this dirty, unwanted child, there was only one path to being seen as human, and that was to become a healer. So he buried himself in books, studying by candlelight, pouring everything he had into this one single chance. He gave it his all, sacrificing sleep, food, everything, for that single flicker of hope. But all that work, all that desperation led to this. A single blood-red letter stamped on his evaluation. F. A healer ranked below even the lowest grade. He was, by all accounts, pathetic. In this world, talent is a cruel ladder, and Raymond was stuck on the very bottom rung, unable to climb no matter how hard he tried. So he found himself back on that same cracked stone floor, hand outstretched to a heaven that never answered, with only the rats for company. 5 years. For 5 long years, he never made it past the rank of apprentice. Now, his days are spent cleaning up after the other healers. A smug, bald man orders him to wipe the windows, treating him like a servant. The whispers follow him everywhere, sharp and cruel. Pathetic bastard. They don't even bother to hide their contempt, their faces twisted in sneers as the insults rain down on him. All he can do is lower his head and take it. His own peers toss trash his way, laughing at his misery. This is his daily reality. He collapses in a dark corner, the weight of it all finally crushing him. A single, agonizing question haunts his mind. Why? Why was he born only to be treated like this? But then, one day, the day everything changed, we find him where he always is, doing menial chores in a dusty storeroom, surrounded by buckets and brooms. Suddenly, a blue, glowing window flashes into existence right in front of his eyes. He cries out, dropping the heavy bucket with a loud splash as he stumbles back in shock. The light resolves into text, shining in the dim room. "You have awakened as a player. See Las Sergi." Raymond just stares, his mind reeling. A miracle, he thinks. A miracle has happened to me. The message hangs in the air, undeniable. This is real. He rubs his eyes, completely bewildered. What is this? He must be hallucinating from exhaustion. Surgeon? He's never even heard the word before. What could it possibly mean? He glances at the Heal textbook in his hand. If he was going to hallucinate, why couldn't it be about something useful, like making money? Then, a vision floods his senses. A man in strange blue clothes appears, hands held up, ready. Raymond is now seeing through the man's eyes, totally confused as a voice cuts through the air, sharp and urgent. How are the vitals? The scene is chaotic. A brightly lit room, someone on a table, and urgent voices yelling about blood loss and transfusions. Still trapped in the vision, his mind spins. What's happening? Another voice commands someone to double the amount of something called Levifed. More alien words in this strange, intense world. The focus in the room is absolute, as one of the figures calls for a Kelly. A gloved hand passes a strange, scissor-like tool. The teamwork is precise, professional, and completely foreign to him. But the most astonishing part, even though he's never heard these words before, vitals, Kelly, levafed, he understands. He knows exactly what they mean. The knowledge is just there, flooding his mind as if it had belonged to him all along. He even understands why his hands in this vision must be held up like this, a concept of sterile procedure he's never imagined. The question bursts in his mind, full of shock. How in the world do I know this? He's a healer. No, that's not right. The realization dawns on him. This is medicine, and the man in the vision is a doctor. He understands the entire situation, a surgery on a ruptured spleen, a procedure called a splenectomy. And a sobering thought hits him. With his own heal magic, the patient on this table would die. He would be powerless to save them. But with these medical procedures, these complex, invasive techniques looking at the patient, a single, powerful realization cuts through the chaos. I can save them. With a flash, the vision shatters, and Raymond is thrown back into his own body, his eyes wide with shock. He's back in the dusty room, a puddle of spilled water spreading across the floor, his drenched textbook lying beside it. He sits there, trembling. What was that? His mind tries to make sense of it. A surgery? Cutting open a person's stomach? It sounds like some kind of barbaric, savage ritual. He tries to laugh it off, a shaky, nervous sound. Just a stupid dream from overwork, he tells himself. Anything to deny what he just saw. But as his hand hovers over the soaked book, he knows. No, it wasn't a dream. It was too real. He doesn't know how, but every part of him understood what he saw in that vision. The knowledge felt like an instinct. A new idea begins to form. This surgery, this medicine, it was more incredible, more reliable than any heal he had ever seen. He thinks of all the patients who die because healing magic isn't enough, and he realizes, with the medicine he just saw, he can save them all. He sits there as fragments of blue light swirl around him. Just what on earth happened to me? The blue lights solidify once more. A crisp chime, and a message appears. Congratulations on awakening as a player. Another flash. Your player class is Surgeon, Job rank, SSS, an unheard of SSS rank, the highest possible potential. The system prompts him, please check your status. Window. Status window? Raymond murmurs, the strange new words feeling odd on his tongue. And then it appears, a full breakdown of his new reality. Class Surgeon, rank Rookie Resident. And there, a painful reminder of his old life. Title, Dirty, Illegitimate Child. More windows detail his new skills. An entire library of surgical knowledge, high-rank medical botany, and an attribute called Iron Heart. It's an overwhelming amount of power given to him in an instant. His eyes are wide, just trying to take it all in. The path forward is clear. He needs to level up. And to do that, the system tells him, treat, patience, and gain experience points, and with it, a promise of a future he never could have dreamed of. You can experience unlimited growth. He sits on the floor, dazed. I don't know what's happening, he admits to himself. But as he looks up, a new light in his eyes, one thing cuts through all the confusion. An unbelievable miracle has happened to me. Just as this new hope sinks in, the sound of angry footsteps shatters the moment. A furious shout rips through the air. It's the bald healer, his face twisted in rage. You pathetic bastard. The man stands in the doorway, glaring down at Raymond. How long are you going to crawl around in there? He barks. Raymond scrambles to his feet, his voice trembling with old fear. I'm sorry. I was just about to leave. No need, the bully sneers, before dumping a sack of filthy, sludgy water all over Raymond's head. You suit being in here with the rest of the trash. The man's face is alight with smug satisfaction. With talent below F rank, this is all you're good for in the great Bellant Clinic. Cleaning up filth? He even makes a show of sniffing the air in disgust. Ugh, it smells rotten. Other apprentices gather, their whispers like poison. They wonder why he hasn't left yet, why he continues to shame their clinic with his presence. They mock his parentage, sneering that even his powerful father doesn't care about him. They all believe the only reason he's here is because of his bloodline, a favor that has clearly run out. Raymond just endures it, their cruel words and quiet snickers washing over him like the filthy water. Water, or maybe tears, drip from his chin. The pain of their words is a familiar ache. Each drop is a testament to the humiliation he suffered for years. Suddenly, a new voice calls out a demeaning nickname. "Hey, Lemon, Chief Healer Langs is looking for you." Raymond looks up, dread washing over him. The Chief Healer? This can't be good. The scene shifts to the Chief Healer's room, a place of clear authority and status. Chief Healer Langs, a young man with an air of arrogance, greets him with a polite smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Raymond bows low. "I greet the Chief Healer," he murmurs, as Langs takes a casual sip of tea. The power dynamic is painfully clear. Langs begins, his voice smooth. "It's been 5 years since you became an apprentice." Most take 2. Each word is a subtle jab. He continues, a smug little smirk on his face. "And I, who came a year after you, am now a B-rank healer and the chief." He's twisting the knife, reminding Raymond of his own failure. Raymond starts to sweat, feeling small under the man's gaze. "That's because you have great talent, unlike me," he stammers. "That's right," Langs agrees, his expression cold. "And we've all decided. With your pathetic talent, you will never become a healer." Langs leans forward slightly, delivering the final blow. "From today onwards, we revoke your qualification as an apprentice." He takes another sip of tea, calm and unbothered. "Please leave the clinic." Dismissed, just like that. Raymond's eyes widen in shock as the words hit him like a physical blow. In a final, desperate move, he throws himself to the floor. "Please, just one more chance," he begs, his voice cracking. Lang sets his cup down calmly. "We've thought about it enough. Honestly, if not for your family, you would have been kicked out years ago." Panic floods Raymond's mind. What can I do? Being a healer is my only chance. If I get kicked out, it's over. Just as despair consumes him, the blue system window flares to life again, right in front of his face. A new message chimes from the system. You can treat patients through surgery." A flicker of hope ignites in Raymond's eyes. Surgery. He thinks, I can treat patients with that? Could this be an answer? For the first time, something shifts in his expression. It's not a smile, but it's the start of one. A single thought, a spark of resolve, forms in his mind. Yes, it's possible. With a surge of new energy, Raymond pushes himself up from the floor. He's not staying down. He stands and looks Chief Healer Langs directly in the eye, his voice ringing with desperate conviction. "I will prove that I can treat patients." Langs just raises an eyebrow, a condescending smirk on his face. "How?" he asks, clearly amused by this pathetic display. Raymond stands his ground. "Assign me a patient. I will treat them. Please, just give me one chance." He knows his healing is worthless, that he's the least talented person in the entire clinic. But now, something has changed. A new fire burns behind his eyes. He thinks, with the knowledge of medicine in my head, I can become a healer too. Raymond stands his ground, hand over his heart, betting everything he has on this one last plea. "Give me one patient, one chance." Chief Healer Langs just leans back, that cruel smirk never leaving his face. He finds this all so amusing, as if treating the sick is just a child's game. "All right," he agrees, a little too easily. Tapping a file on his desk, he says he has the perfect patient in mind. The look in his eye says it all. This is a setup. Langs hands him the details. The deal is simple: treat this patient, and he can stay. For a fleeting moment, Raymond is flooded with hope, a genuine thank you escaping his lips. As Raymond leaves, Langs watches him go, that same smug look on his face. He's absolutely certain he just sent Raymond to his doom. Raymond makes his way down Rankin Street. It's the kind of place where the buildings sag and the air itself feels heavy with struggle. He clutches the paper to his chest so tightly his knuckles turn white, the weight of this single task pressing down on him. A single thought screams in his mind, sharp with anxiety. Can I really do this? He stands alone in the street, breaking out in a nervous sweat. The pressure is immense, the world around him blurring into the background. His fists clench. This is it. His first time ever treating a patient on his own. The fear begins to spiral. If he fails, he's out. His apprenticeship, his one chance at a real life, will be over. He'll never get his certification. He'll be an unauthorized healer, a criminal for life. Worse, if he gets reported, he'll be thrown in prison. His freedom, his entire future, is on the line. The future he imagines is bleak. Him being dragged away in chains, a pariah. The shame would be unbearable. He can already hear the whispers, how the illegitimate child became a criminal, tarnishing his family's name even further. They'd say he should just hide somewhere and die quietly. They'd call him shameless for even trying. This is the reality he faces if he fails. But Raymond takes a breath, forcing the fear down. He has to. He arrives at a simple wooden door and steps onto the threshold. This is the place. Before he can knock, the door bursts open. A little girl comes running out, colliding right into him and sending them both tumbling. Raymond sits on the ground, papers scattered everywhere, as the little girl looks back at him, startled. "Hello," he begins. His hand rests on the patient's chart, a stark reminder of why he's here. Suddenly, the girl's eyes go wide with realization. Tears well up as she rushes to him, grabbing his arm. "Are you from the Bellant Clinic?" she cries, her voice trembling with hope. She turns and shouts into the house. "Mom! A doctor is here." A woman appears in the doorway, her tired face suddenly filled with disbelief. The scene is almost surreal. The mother at the door, the daughter at his side, and Raymond still sitting on the dusty ground as the sun begins to set. "My goodness," the mother whispers, a wave of relief washing over her. "He's really here." To them, his arrival is nothing short of a miracle. Raymond quickly gets to his feet, flustered by their intense welcome. He manages a small smile for the little girl, who is looking up at him like he's a savior. The mother rushes forward, grabbing his hands. "Thank you for coming, healer. Please, come in." He tries to explain he's just an apprentice, but his words are lost in her joy. She clings to his hands, her voice thick with emotion. "I don't care what you are. Please, just save my husband." She tells him the clinic turned them away. They couldn't afford the fees for a proper healer, so they were left with no options. The little girl clutches her mother's dress, her face a mirror of their shared despair. They were being forced to just watch him die. Raymond glances at the notes. Gluteal infection. His new knowledge instantly tells him this is serious, something that requires at least a B-rank healer. Langs sent him here to fail. He understands the grim reality. A poor family like this would never have the money for that kind of treatment. Looking at their desperate, hopeful faces, he realizes they were meant to watch their loved one fade away without any help, and a memory hits him, sharp and painful. It feels just like when he was young. He sees himself as a child, small and helpless, begging at a clinic door that wouldn't open. He remembers promising to do anything, to work forever, just to pay for treatment. He remembers clutching a single coin, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded for someone, anyone, to save his mother. Their desperate plea to save their father echoes his own forgotten pain. He understands completely. The little girl looks up at him, as if sensing his shared sorrow. Raymond snaps back to the present, his own pain hardening into resolve. "Where is the patient?" he asks, his voice now steady. "This way," the mother says, leading him into the small, dark home. As he steps inside, the blue system window flashes to life. "Yue Job have volunteered to treat the patient." Another message appears, a special bonus, 5 skill points. Raymond is surprised. Skill points? The system explains he can use them to purchase new skills. Another tool in his arsenal. Then, a quest pops up, bright and impossible to ignore. A sudden quest: treat your first patient. The reward? A bonus level up and 10 more skill points. "Treat my first patient," he murmurs. Suddenly, this is about more than just saving himself. His fist clenches. Yes, this is his first patient, ever. He admits to himself that he only came here to avoid being kicked out of the clinic. But, as the little girl rushes to her father's side, telling him a healer is here to make him better, something shifts inside Raymond. Looking at the suffering man and his family, a deeper desire takes root. He has to save him, at any cost. "I can do this," he thinks, a spark of confidence growing. He doesn't just have his pathetic heal skill anymore. He has the knowledge of a surgeon. He knows his level is low and his skills are restricted, but treating patients is how he gains experience. It's how he gets stronger, and if he can treat patients, he can become a true healer. Standing by the bedside, he sees the path forward. He can finally earn the recognition he's craved his entire life. He turns to the patient, trying to sound professional. But as he gets closer, the foul stench of infection hits him like a physical blow. The man is pale, sweating, and struggling for every breath. The air around him feels thick with sickness. Raymond recoils instinctively, the smell overwhelming him for a moment. The wife looks at him, confused by his reaction. He quickly composes himself. But the panic is setting in. His mind goes blank. He can't remember what he's supposed to do first. He closes his eyes, trying to force the panic down. "Pull yourself together," he thinks, his body trembling. Suddenly, a flash of light. A passive skill activates, Heart of Steel. The system explains the legendary skill will grant him a sturdy will and help him optimize his choices. His proficiency is low, but it's a start. A calming blue energy washes over him. The panic evaporates, replaced by a cold, steady focus. His heart is calm. He turns back to the wife, his voice now professional and even. "Show me where the problem is." She explains that an abscess on his hip has swollen badly. She adds that he has a high fever and is now too weak to even get out of bed. Raymond's medical knowledge kicks in. Vitals. He needs to check his vital signs first. He gently takes the patient's wrist. After a moment, a wave of relief. He's not septic, not yet. If he acts fast, he can be saved. He informs the wife he needs to examine the abscess. She nods, helping to adjust her husband. Raymond takes one look at the angry, inflamed swelling and knows exactly what it is. A hip abscess. To a healer, this is a dangerous infection. But to a surgeon, it's one of the most basic procedures there is. He stands up, a newfound confidence settling over him. The wife's voice trembles. Can he be treated? The clinic said only a high-rank heal could save him. Raymond looks them in the eye, his expression serious but sure. Yes, he can be treated. The mother and daughter gasp, their faces lighting up with pure, unadulterated hope. "But," he adds, his tone firm, "I will need your help." They don't hesitate. "Anything. We'll do anything you need." His first instruction is simple. Boil water as much as you can, for as long as you can. Then let it cool. The wife nods and rushes to do it. "Also," Raymond continues, "I need a clean, sharp knife." The woman freezes, her eyes widening in confusion and shock. "A knife?" she stammers. He nods calmly. "Yes. And heat the tip in a fire until it glows." The little girl is terrified. "What kind of treatment is this?" she whispers, tugging on her mother's dress. Raymond turns to them, his face partially lit by the window. "I'm going to perform surgery." The word means nothing to them. They can only huddle together, whispering in fear. They've never heard of such a thing. The preparations are made. Boiled water, clean cloths, and Raymond, a piece of cloth tied around his face, holding the heated knife. He leans over the patient. With a steady hand, he brings the glowing tip of the knife to the infected flesh and makes the first cut. The mother lets out a choked gasp, her eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. She recoils, hand clamped over her mouth as she sees the blade sink into her husband's skin. "Healer!" she cries out in horror. "What are you doing?" The woman is frantic, her hands grabbing at the hot knife, her voice choked with terror. "What are you doing?" she cries, unable to comprehend the sight of a blade cutting into her husband. Raymond's voice is steady, filtered through the cloth mask. "I'm curing him." She can't accept it. "You should be using heal," she pleads, pulling at his arm, trying to stop this madness. He looks her directly in the eyes, his own gaze sharp and clear. "Madam, I will save him," he says, with a conviction he's never felt before. "Trust me. I'll make sure he can laugh with your daughter again." His promise hangs in the air, stunning her into silence. The little girl stands beside her, tears in her eyes, caught between fear and a sliver of hope. Raymond gently pulls his arm free. His focus returns to the patient. He has a job to do. The mother and daughter can only watch, hands clasped together, as Raymond continues his strange, violent work. His focus is absolute, every thought centered on one goal. I must not make any mistakes. I must succeed. His mind flashes back to the vision, to the urgent, controlled chaos of that other world. He remembers the warnings about cardiac arrest, the need to stop bleeding, the frantic pace. He remembers their motto, "A cool head, but a passionate heart." And he understands. That's what it means to be a true healer, a doctor. He looks at the abscess. With his newfound surgical knowledge, he realizes that to a real surgeon, this is such a simple procedure, it's almost embarrassing to call it a surgery. With a steady hand, he drains the infection. A thick, dark stream of pus oozes out, a grotesque but necessary sight. He remains completely focused, the calm from his heart of steel, skill pushing aside any lingering fear. The little girl whispers a worried, "Dad?" as her mother holds her close, their terror slowly giving way to a fragile trust in Raymond's calm confidence. He coaches himself, following the steps ingrained in his mind. "Pull yourself together, Raymond. Just follow the knowledge. First, use a clean cloth to wipe away the pus. Then, use the sterile, boiled water to clean the inside of the wound until nothing but healthy tissue remains. And finally, use the knife to carefully cut away all the dead, rotting flesh." The mother and daughter watch, mesmerized and horrified all at once. His concentration is absolute, a bead of sweat the only sign of the intense pressure he's under. He places a clean cloth over the wound. It's done. The source of the infection has been removed. For the final step, he'll apply a potion made from herbs with natural antibiotic properties, a perfect blend of his new knowledge and the resources of his world. He straightens up, exhausted. It's over. The mother and daughter look on, stunned, before a wave of joyous relief washes over them. Wiping his brow, Raymond is met with a trembling question from the wife. "Did it go well?" He manages a tired smile. "Just look after him now." A peaceful quiet settles over the room. The immediate crisis has passed. Time passes. The patient's eyes flutter open. "Darling," he murmurs weakly. His wife rushes to his side, tears of joy streaming down her face. "You're awake!" she cries as their daughter shouts, "Dad!" It's a moment of pure, beautiful relief. Raymond steps forward. "I'll check for a fever." After a moment, he delivers the good news. The fever is completely gone. He'll make a full recovery. The wife bows deeply, overcome with emotion. Thank you. Thank you so much. Raymond, unused to this, just murmurs that he only did what he should. But the patient, now more alert, knows better. No, he says, his voice raspy. You did what no one else would. His wife explains how every other clinic had turned them away, refusing to even look at her husband because they had no money. The family stands together whole again. You saved our family, the wife says, her voice thick with gratitude. You're our savior. Raymond is speechless, a blush creeping up his neck. He's never experienced gratitude like this before. Suddenly, the little girl throws her arms around him in a tight hug. He's taken aback. He thinks, thanks to me. No one has ever said that to me before. He gently returns the hug, a strange, unfamiliar warmth spreading through his chest. This must be it, he realizes. The joy of healing someone. He holds the little girl, a soft smile on his face. This one moment has changed something deep inside him. Raymond returns to the chief healer's office. Langs is by the fire, looking as smug as ever. You cured him? He asks, his voice dripping with disbelief. He scoffs. Don't be ridiculous. How could you possibly do that with your pathetic powers? Raymond stays calm. He knows it's unbelievable. An F-rank apprentice could never cure an infection like that, with traditional healing anyway. He understands now that heal isn't all-powerful. It can't fix everything. Heal works by boosting a person's life force, helping the body fight off illness. But there are some things it's completely useless against. And for an infection like this, full of pus, boosting vitality does nothing. The pus itself has to be removed. It's that simple. He realizes his world has become too reliant on heal and has forgotten how to actually treat many illnesses. Lang suddenly stands up, his patience gone. I'll see for myself, he declares. He glares at Raymond as he storms past. If you lied to me, you'll pay the price. Be prepared. The door slams shut, leaving Raymond alone in the quiet room. He takes a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. Don't be scared. You did nothing wrong. The system flares to life, confirming his success. Quest complete. Rewards gained. Level up. He sees his rank has even changed from rookie to trained resident. The path forward flashes in his mind, from resident to specialist to professor. A ladder he can actually climb. A hopeful thought takes root. Maybe he really can do this. His status window updates. Level 2, job rank, trained resident. He's already making progress. He notices he has stat points to spend. He's still learning how all this works, but it's another piece of the puzzle. He reads the descriptions. Stamina, intelligence, and senses for delicate movements. This, he thinks, this will help with surgery. There's one stat that's still locked, but he'll figure that out later. He puts his new points into senses. He remembers his hands shaking during the procedure. This will help. A warm, hopeful feeling spreads through him. If he just keeps leveling up, he can become a truly exceptional healer. He, the pathetic F-rank failure, can finally climb higher than anyone ever thought possible. For the first time, he allows himself to dream. One day, he could become the best healer in the world. He's lost in this happy daydream when the door creaks open again. It's Lang's. Raymond snaps back to reality, trying to look composed. Lang strides in, his face a mask of bitter disbelief. You're lucky, he spits out. The patient must have recovered on his own. He refuses to give Raymond an ounce of credit. But a promise is a promise. I'll give you a chance, he says, his voice tight. The scene shifts to a large, chaotic hall, the medical relief station. Langs announces to the others that Raymond has 15 days to prove himself here. Don't count on luck this time, he warns. Raymond is actually hopeful. This place is basically an emergency room. It's the perfect place to find patients and level up. But there's a problem. He approaches a group of healers, bowing respectfully to introduce himself. One of them shoves him hard without even a glance. You're in the way. Go over there. And just like that, he's back on the floor, the object of scorn once again. The whispers start immediately. They all know his reputation. They can't believe he's even allowed in here. The one who shoved him points to a pile of dirty rags. Stop lurking around the patients and do this instead. Raymond's hope begins to fade. They're never going to let him near a patient. He clenches his fist. He only has 15 days. If he can't treat anyone in that time, he's out for good. A wave of desperation hits him. He has to do something. He looks around the chaotic station, his eyes filled with a new, frantic determination. He will find a way. He has to. Raymond stands in the chaotic first aid station, Chief Healer Lang's ultimatum echoing in his mind, 2 weeks to prove himself, with no luck to save him this time. But as he's stuck doing menial chores, kept far away from any patients, a frustrating thought solidifies. At this rate, 2 weeks isn't enough. It'll be over a year before he gets another chance to treat someone. His opportunity is slipping away. A determined glint appears in his eye. He realizes he can't just wait for an opportunity to fall into his lap. He has to make his own. His gaze lands on a C-rank student named Hansen. He's not outstanding, but he's not terrible either. And most importantly, he doesn't seem as hostile as the others. Raymond has his target. He walks over and smoothly takes the broom right out of Hansen's hands. Putting on his friendliest smile, he asks, "Hansen, aren't you tired?" Hansen looks wary, clearly uncomfortable with the sudden attention. "Senior, what is it?" Raymond knows Hansen is uneasy, but he's also the kindest one here. He's the best shot Raymond has. "Let me take over the cleaning from now on," Raymond offers, laying it on thick. "I feel bad just standing around while you're so busy." Hansen is tempted. The cleaning duties are the worst part of the job. "I'd appreciate that, but..." And then Raymond makes his real offer. "In exchange, when no one's around, let me handle the small stuff. Applying herbs, wrapping bandages." Hansen panics. He imagines the senior healers furious that Raymond is treating patients. He knows he'll get in trouble if they're caught. "They're always in their offices," Raymond says, leaning in conspiratorially. "No one will ever know." He pretends to back off. "Well, if you're worried about it, forget I said anything. It's the perfect bait," and Hansen immediately takes it. "No!" The thought of getting out of the worst chore is too good to pass up. "You'll really do all the cleaning?" Hansen asks, his eyes wide. Raymond beams, his plan a success. Of course, now, he thinks, it's time to level up. And so, the deal begins. Raymond carefully bandages a patient's arm. The system chimes. His experience has increased. The patient thanks him, and he plays the part of the modest, diligent apprentice. He moves through the station, tending to one minor injury after another. Each small act earns him a trickle of experience points. It's only 1 point per task, but he knows every little bit counts. A penny saved is a penny earned. After 3 days of this grind, the system flashes. He's reached level 4. He smiles, immediately investing his new stat points into senses. The sharper his senses, the better a surgeon he'll be. He keeps working, dreaming of the future. If he just keeps stacking up experience like this, one day he'll be the best healer there is. And once he's the best, he'll live in absolute luxury. He daydreams of a mansion with marble floors, feasts of steak and wine, and a bathtub full of gold coins. The core of his dream is simple. He will never be powerless because of money again. His mind drifts back to his painful childhood, his sick mother, and the crushing weight of their poverty. He vows to never be treated like a servant again. He remembers crawling on the floor surrounded by sneering nobles while he clutched a single piece of bread. The injustice of it all fuels him. He was born a noble, but treated worse than dirt. He remembers that desolate feeling, living in a gilded cage, forced to watch from the sidelines, only able to envy others. That desperate longing of his younger self is what he's fighting for now. An elderly patient's voice cuts through his daydream. "You can do that standing up, you know." Raymond snaps back to reality, a little embarrassed. He smiles warmly at the old woman. "I'm fine." "You'll be better soon," she smiles back. "You're handsome and kind. I've met many healers, but you're the nicest." Raymond's smile is genuine. "Of course I should be nice. It's upsetting to be sick and treated coldly," he says, speaking from the heart. He knows that feeling all too well. The woman agrees, telling him how another, more skilled healer had been unkind and made her feel worse. His compassion is as healing as any medicine. Raymond laughs, genuinely happy to have helped. The system chimes again. His kindness has earned him an achievement, fame, and 5 more skill points. An unexpected bonus. As the woman leaves, he waves goodbye, surrounded by a sparkle of goodwill. He looks around at the messy station. "Phew, time to clean, I guess." He grabs a rag with a sigh. He doesn't enjoy it, but a promise is a promise. The floor is stained with blood and grime, and the smell is awful. He wonders how he'll ever get it all done. He's tempted to slack off. No one's looking, after all. No one in this world really cares about cleanliness. It would be so easy to cut corners. But he shakes his head. No, his surgeon's knowledge kicks in. A dirty environment is dangerous for patients. It's basic medical sense. He has to do it right. He motivates himself by picturing that luxurious future he's working towards. He imagines the grime transforming into piles of juicy steaks. It's a silly trick, but it works. After hours of work, the floor is finally sparkling clean. He wipes the sweat from his brow, exhausted but satisfied. He vows to hire cleaners when he's successful. Stretching his aching back, he wonders if putting points into stamina would make this easier. And then, the system explodes with notifications. An achievement for hygiene, a level up to 5, a huge bonus of skill points, and the ability to purchase new skills from a market. It's an incredible, unexpected windfall. He's ecstatic. A level up and a chance to buy skills? The system shows him the options. All of them are unique's rank. A special, one-time offer. He stares at the choices, deep in thought. They're all so powerful, but he can only pick one. Suddenly, chaos. An apprentice rushes in, shouting frantically. "Urgent! A patient is throwing up blood." The other apprentices are already trying to use heal, but their magic is weak, ineffective. Raymond freezes. He knows this is bad. A bleed like this requires at least an A-rank healer. Heal works by stimulating life force, but against a severe hemorrhage, it's almost useless. The clinic's only A-rank healer is gone. At this rate, the patient will die. But then, another thought flashes in his mind. No. With medical technique, his surgical knowledge shows him a different way. There is a procedure for this. But his current rank is too low. He's just a beginner. He's not skilled enough for a surgery this complex. A B-rank senior rushes past him, his face grim. Hansen confirms the worst. Director Bucks, their best healer, is away. The B-rank healer tries, but his magic is no match for the bleeding. He's splattered with blood, frustrated and helpless. He stares at his bloody hand in despair. It's hopeless. The other apprentices are already giving up, ready to send the patient away to die. But Raymond is the only one considering another option. He rushes forward, but the B-rank senior dismisses him. "Can't you see? A heal won't do much." Raymond persists, trying to appeal to the man's ego. "But with your B-rank power, senior." The senior glares at him, his face an ugly sneer. "Are you trying to teach me? You're just a failure who couldn't graduate for 5 years." He spits, his words sharp and cruel. He pokes Raymond in the chest, a sarcastic challenge. "If you're so worried, why don't you treat him?" But inside, the senior healer is terrified. He knows there's a high chance of failure, and he doesn't want to risk his own reputation. He'll be blamed if the patient dies on his watch. He's more worried about his own career than the dying man in front of him. Just then, a flash of gold, a sudden quest appears. The system lays out the challenge. Heal a patient whose condition is far above his skill level. The difficulty is high, but the rewards are massive. Raymond is stunned. A sudden quest? Right now? He looks at the quest, a pained smile on his face. Treat this patient? His mind screams no. He's been so careful. One wrong move and it's all over. The patient lets out another violent, bloody cough. He's running out of time. The dying man reaches out a bloodied hand. "Help me," he gurgles. "Please, help me." Raymond closes his eyes, overwhelmed. "There's nothing I can do. This is beyond me." But then a new thought cuts through the fear. But if no one steps up? He turns back to the dying man, a new resolve hardening his expression. He can't just stand by and watch this patient die. He can't. The patient's hand reaches out, a weak, desperate grasp for life. "Help me," he gurgles. "Please, help me, Sir Healer." Raymond looks away, his mind at war with itself. The rational part screams at him. This is impossible. The risks are too high. But another voice cuts through the fear, a sense of duty he can't shake. But if no one steps up, he turns back, his eyes blazing with a new, fierce determination. He will not let this man die. That patient? His fist clenches as he tries to fight the impulse. Be rational. I can't save him. Not with my skills. It's smarter to focus on the easy patients, he tells himself. Secure your apprenticeship. Don't throw it all away on an impossible case. But another gurgle of blood from the patient shatters his careful logic. The man is fading. Right here. Right now. Damn it, Raymond curses under his breath, watching the man suffer. His eyes snap open, a reckless decision made. Ah, screw it. He turns to face the arrogant senior healer. As he commits, his iron heart skill flares to life, flooding him with a cold, steady resolve. He remembers the healer's oath, to consecrate his life to the service of humanity, and his path becomes clear. It might be impossible, but he cannot walk away from a dying patient. Not anymore. He approaches the senior healer, his hand over his heart. "Can I treat him?" he asks, though it sounds more like a demand. The senior just stares at him, dumbfounded. "What did you just say?" Raymond meets his gaze. "Give me your permission, and I will treat this patient." The senior healer throws his head back and laughs, a cruel, mocking sound. "You've gone crazy. Do whatever you want." But his expression turns malicious. "Just know that you'll be responsible for the result. Let's see if your luck saves you this time." He's giving Raymond enough rope to hang himself. Raymond stands by the patient's bed, the skeptical eyes of every other healer burning into his back. For a moment, the doubt returns. Can I really do this? He's never performed a real surgery, and he's all alone. Just then, Hansen steps forward. "Is there anything I can do to help, Senior?" Hansen looks nervous, but his compassion is genuine. "I don't want to see this patient die either." Raymond feels a surge of relief. "An assistant!" He clasps Hansen's hands gratefully. "Thank you. I need all the help I can get." Hansen is still confused. "But how? Our heal magic is useless here." Raymond's eyes gleam with focus. "I'm not using heal. I'm using a different method." "No time to explain," he says, taking charge. "Just get me what I ask for." Later, Hansen returns with the requested supplies, a boiled knife, sterilized thread. He's bewildered. "What are you planning on doing with all this?" Raymond, now wearing a makeshift mask and gown, just says, "You'll see." He explains he used a hallucinogen to put the patient into a deep, anesthetized sleep. He lays out his tools, including catgut sutures he prepared in advance. He was more ready for this than even he knew. He begins by cleaning the patient's skin. Hansen looks on, completely lost. "Senior, what exactly are you doing?" Raymond looks down at the patient, his gaze intense. "Surgery." With a steady hand, he makes a long, clean incision down the patient's abdomen. Hansen recoils in pure terror. Senior? He's never seen anything so barbaric. Raymond looks into the open wound, and for a second, he's overwhelmed. The sight of blood and organs is more real, more visceral than he ever imagined. His mind goes blank. His hand starts to tremble. What do I do now? The system chimes. Ironheart is in action. Your mind is becoming stronger. The calm washes over him. I can do this. I'm going to be the best healer. He pictures his dream future, the wealth, the honor, the respect. He's not trash. He's not an insect. That vision of a better life steadies his hand. He refocuses. Median incision. Just follow the knowledge. Hansen is panicking, wondering if he should try to stop this madness. But Raymond is in the zone, his concentration absolute. I can do it, Raymond murmurs, sweat dripping from his brow. Hansen can only watch, a mixture of terror and awe on his face. Raymond's eyes are sharp with determination. No matter what, definitely. Hansen realizes this is a side of Raymond he's never seen before. The meek F-rank apprentice is gone. In his place is a healer of terrifying focus. Raymond identifies the problem. A perforated duodenal ulcer. I need to tie off the artery and patch the hole. The diagnosis is complex, far beyond the medical understanding of their world. Hansen, he commands, lift this organ. Hansen is startled, but he obeys. Hansen looks like he's about to faint from the stress of holding a living organ. The sight, the responsibility, it's all too much. Raymond, meanwhile, is preparing to make another delicate cut. But as he moves, his hand starts to shake. Damn it! His mind knows what to do, but his body can't keep up. His low senses stat is failing him. He struggles for control. Get it together. What should I do? And then a flash of insight. The skill he could buy. Surgeon's nimble hands. In the end, the most important thing is the ability to save the patient. He mentally purchases the skill. A surge of blue energy flows through him. His senses stat skyrockets. The system prompts him. Use skill. His stats flash, confirming the massive boost. He flexes his hand. The trembling is gone. The scalpel is perfectly still. Yes, he thinks. What I was lacking is now gone. He turns to Hansen, his voice sharp and commanding. Thread. Hansen, startled, quickly hands it over. Raymond works swiftly, tying off the artery to stop the bleeding. Now he just has to repair the hole. He follows the steps ingrained in his mind, using a Graham patch to seal the perforation. He severs the vagus nerve to prevent future ulcers, then rinses the abdominal cavity clean. And finally, with neat, precise stitches, he begins to close the long incision. The system explodes. His first open abdominal surgery is a success, the first in the history of the entire continent. A golden notification appears. He has earned the achievement, Father of Surgery. The reward is so great that his skill points are restricted, but he's still given a massive 100 points. And he's completed the Passionate Healer quest. More skill points and a bonus level up. He's also gained a new passive ability, a boost of courage when treating patients beyond his skill level. Raymond stands by the window, a shaky, disbelieving laugh escaping him. Ha ha. The immense physical and mental strain finally catches up to him, and he collapses. Hansen rushes to his side, panicked. Senior, are you okay? Tears of exhaustion and pure, unadulterated triumph stream down Raymond's face. I did it, he whispers. Hansen helps him sit up. Raymond repeats the words, the reality finally sinking in. I did it. The scene shifts. An apprentice bursts into Lang's office with the news. Raymond treated the patient who was vomiting blood. Langs slams his hand on the table. Impossible! The apprentice insists it's true. The patient is stable and recovering. Langs leaps to his feet, refusing to believe it. There's no way. I'll see for myself. He storms out, muttering that an F-rank heal could never cure such a thing, completely oblivious to the real reason for the miracle. He rushes towards the first aid station, determined to expose Raymond's luck. Back at the station, the patient is sitting up, smiling faintly. Raymond watches with quiet pride. Langs arrives and sees the impossible. The recovering patient, his face is a mask of pure, unfiltered shock. "What is this?" The patient looks up from his bed, his voice weak but full of a gratitude Raymond has never known. He tells him, "I survived thanks to you." Raymond, still absorbing victory, just tells him to be careful and not let his guard down. Just then, heavy footsteps echo down the hall, growing closer with an urgent, angry rhythm. The door bursts open. It's Chief Healer Langs, his eyes wide with shock as he stares at the recovering patient. He can't believe it, immediately assuming Director Bucks must have come back and worked a miracle. He spins on Raymond, his face twisted with disbelief. "Who treated him?" he demands. "It wasn't you." Raymond looks away, a little flustered, but quietly admits that he was, in fact, the one who did it. Langs completely loses it. "Liar!" he screams, his face turning red. He can't accept that the clinic's F-rank failure could possibly achieve this. Raymond finds a bit of courage. "I didn't use heal," he says simply, hinting at a method beyond Langs's understanding. Langs is thrown off. "What did you say?" he sputters, his fury momentarily replaced by confusion. Raymond knows he needs a cover story, and fast. He decides to lean into a classic tale. "I learned ancient medical techniques," he declares, looking Lang straight in the eye. He quickly spins a story about falling off a cliff during an errand, and coincidentally discovering some ancient ruins, where he learned this forgotten healing art. It's a ridiculous story, but it's all he has. The story of a chance encounter after falling off a cliff. A classic. Langs isn't buying it for a second. "You expect me to believe that nonsense?" he shouts. Raymond starts to sweat. Maybe that was a bad idea. But then a groan comes from the bed. The patient, annoyed by the shouting, starts to sit up. He rips his shirt open, revealing the freshly stitched incision across his abdomen. "This is your proof," he yells. "He saved me." Lang's jaw hits the floor. He stares at the neat line of stitches, completely speechless. The evidence is undeniable. The patient's eyes narrow. He recognizes Langs now. "You!" he shouts, pointing an accusing finger. "You're the one who told everyone to just let me die." He lunges forward, grabbing Langs by his pristine robes. "You call yourself a healer?" he roars, pulling the chief healer down. Before anyone can stop him, the patient grabs a nearby bedpan. With a furious cry, he hurls its contents right at the chief healer. Urine splashes everywhere. Langs just stands there, soaked and utterly humiliated. He trembles with disgust and disbelief. "You threw urine at me?" he stammers. The patient glares at him, completely unafraid. "Want me to throw something else? Get lost, you coward!" he screams. Langs flees in utter disgrace. Raymond watches him go, a mix of shock and maybe a little satisfaction on his face. He turns back to the patient, who looks a little sheepish now. The man apologizes for the mess, but Raymond just reassures him that it's okay. Raymond smiles, a genuine, warm expression. "Thanks to you," he says, "I feel a lot better." For the first time, someone has stood up for him. The two share a quiet moment of mutual respect and gratitude. Later, as he's cleaning up, Raymond knows this single victory hasn't changed a thing. Langs will never believe him, probably just writing it off as dumb luck. The fight for respect is far from over. He knows people's view of him won't change overnight. Just then, Hansen approaches. "Raymond," he says quietly. He hesitates for a moment, then looks away. Then he firmly takes the broom from Raymond's hands. "I'll do the cleaning from now on," he declares, his expression serious. "No," he insists, "this is my job." As Hansen starts sweeping, Raymond notices a shift. The way Hansen looks at him is different now. He glances over his shoulder and sees another apprentice peeking at him, their eyes wide with curiosity. The whispers are changing. Things are definitely shifting. But not all the attention is good. He knows Lang's look has changed from a sneer to a glare that could kill. But it doesn't matter. He's more determined than ever to become the best, to have the power to never be powerless again. Just then, Lang corners him, a sinister smile on his face. Raymond feels a cold chill. "What is it?" he asks. The smile on Lang's face is predatory. Whatever this is, it's not good. Lang offers him a dispatch position at the Imperial Palace Birthday Festival. It's framed as a great honor. Raymond is stunned into silence. Lang mocks him, enjoying his reaction. It's an offer he can't refuse. The Imperial Palace Festival is a huge deal, a place for healers to earn recognition and prestige. Lang tells him it's an honor for an apprentice like him to even be considered. He says Raymond has earned the right to go, but Raymond knows better. He glares, his anger simmering. This bastard. This isn't an opportunity. This is a trap. Lang just wants to screw him over. Because for Raymond, the Imperial Palace is hell. The memories come flooding back. Him, a small child on the cold palace floor, being kicked and beaten by other noble boys. Their sneering faces, their cruel words. Filthy bastard. Just die. The abuse was endless. It was a living nightmare. Compared to his time in the palace, his life at the clinic was heaven. He remembers being dragged down long stone staircases, his head bouncing off every step. It was all because of who he was, because his existence sullied his father's dignity. He was nothing, a mistake. The raw pain and desolation of that time is etched onto his soul. He remembers kneeling far behind the other nobles, a small, insignificant figure in the presence of the king. The Shadow Prince. That was his old nickname. He gasps, the memory still so vivid it feels like he's there again. He remembers always trailing behind his father, the king, forever kept in the shadows. In the Houston Kingdom, illegitimate children were not acknowledged. He was the king's only mistake. In that place, he was a filth that must not exist. The weight of his past crushes him. A horrid filth that sullies the king's majesty. He looks at Lang's triumphant, smug grin, and he understands the true cruelty of this order. Lang wants to send him right back into that hell. Raymond stands frozen before Lang, the weight of his past crushing him. He finally turns, his voice barely a whisper. "Do I really have to go?" Lang just chuckles, enjoying Raymond's misery. He waves a dismissive hand, saying it doesn't matter to him either way. The dispatch fees go straight into his pocket regardless. Raymond is trapped. There's no way out. A wave of pure rage surges through him. His fist clenches, trembling. He wants to hit him, to wipe that smug look off his face. Suddenly, a golden window flashes into existence. A new quest, the Guardian of the Banquet. The objective is to finish the banquet with no casualties. The difficulty is high, but the rewards are massive. Raymond's anger is replaced by surprise. Why is the reward so high? It's 3 times the reward of his first quest. The stakes must be huge. The high difficulty rating gives him a bad feeling. He gets a sinking feeling that some kind of major medical emergency is about to happen. As Lang taunts him, Raymond makes his decision. "I'll do it." He steps forward, a new resolve in his eyes. "But," he says, his voice firm, "in return you will let me take the official healer exam." The exam is his only way out of this clinic, his only escape from Lang's torment. He can't go to that place empty-handed. He has to get something out of this. Lang scoffs at the idea. But Raymond turns his own words against him, pointing out that Lang himself deemed him qualified enough for a royal dispatch. Lang is caught, and he knows it. He grunts in annoyance while Raymond sparkles with a newfound confidence. "Very well," Lang concedes, "but only if you succeed." Raymond pumps a fist. "Yes, this is it." He finally has permission to take the exam. As soon as he gets that qualification, he's quitting this place for good. He glares at Lang's back as the man walks away. He vows it'll be the last time he ever has to see that smug face. The scene shifts to the magnificent imperial palace, buzzing with the sounds of celebration. Raymond stands before the gates. It's been 5 years. The memories are still raw. He looks up at the towering spires, a deep dread coiling in his stomach. The old panic returns. He wants to turn and run. He tries to reason with himself, telling himself Lang's can't kick him out now. He knows Lang's bullying is nothing compared to the hell he endured inside these walls. He tries to convince himself he can just blend in, that he'll be useless in an emergency anyway. But what if a patient needs him? What if someone dies because he wasn't there? A surge of defiance cuts through the fear. He starts running towards the gates. He hates everyone in this palace, but he won't let his past stop him. He slows again, the inner conflict nearly overwhelming him. He almost turns back, but then he stops. A new determination settles on his face. Why should I run, he thinks. I did nothing wrong. I didn't ask to be born an illegitimate child. He remembers his father, the king. If anyone is at fault, it's him. Raymond was just a victim. He thinks of the family he saved, their grateful smiles. He used to run without a second thought, but now he can't forsake patients who need his help. He won't avoid it. He's not going to the kingdom. He's going to the patients. The system responds instantly. His heart of steel skill reacts to his courage. Its proficiency temporarily rises to A rank. The new rank will last until the end of the banquet. A wave of calming blue energy washes over him. He feels the change immediately. He's surprisingly calm. The fear is completely gone. His practical side kicks in. Maybe he can save a noble and get a huge reward out of this. Before he goes in, he decides to buy a skill from the system's market. His options are limited due to his low rank. He sees he can purchase basic flame magic. The list continues with other elements: water, wind, lightning, and earth. Magic? He can learn magic? The possibilities are endless. He grins. He could become more powerful than a regular mage. But he checks the other skills first. The passive skills are all about bedside manner, paperwork, and handling difficult people. The choices are practical, not flashy. He makes his choice. He's going to need the method to handle assholes. There are a lot of them amongst the nobility. The system confirms his purchase. Now, he thinks, he's ready. The banquet is in full swing, a sea of glittering nobles and lavish praise for the king. The adulation is suffocating, but amidst the chatter, a different kind of whisper begins. The Shadow Prince. It's been 5 years. They say it's a good thing he left. They're happy they don't have to see that trash in the palace anymore. The old rumors are still fresh, that his healing powers are useless, that he's still a lowly apprentice. A nobleman scans the crowd, his eyes landing on a familiar face. Raymond stands there perfectly composed, the insults washing over him. His A-rank heart of steel is working wonders. The noble points him out. Isn't that the Shadow Prince? His companion doesn't believe it at first, but then he sees the resemblance. It really is him. Raymond stands calmly, almost amused. The glances and whispers don't bother him at all. He even catches his reflection and thinks he looks pretty good today. He decides he needs to raise this skill's proficiency permanently. His quiet confidence draws a few curious looks. Then his eyes lock onto someone. Princess Sophia. She looks as elegant and distant as ever. He notes that the disdainful way she looks at him hasn't changed. He remembers she was never as cruel as the others. It wasn't that she approved of him, more that she just lacked the energy to join in the bullying. He notices how pale her complexion still is. Her health was never good. Suddenly, a sharp, mocking voice cuts through the crowd. Well, well, isn't this our rotten lemon? Raymond freezes. Ice shoots through his veins. That voice. He knows that voice. It's fourth Prince Saitiel, one of his worst tormentors. Raymond begins to tremble uncontrollably. The memories flood back, the taunts, the sneers, the pain. The old scars on his body seem to throb with phantom pain. He's paralyzed, a mouse caught in the gaze of a serpent. Saitiel steps closer, grabbing Raymond's chin and forcing his head up. Ignoring royalty now, are we? He leans in, his eyes gleaming with sadistic pleasure. Such dirty trash, he sneers, his face just inches from Raymond's. The past has just become his terrifying present. His entire demeanor shifts. The oppressive darkness is replaced by a soft, glowing light. He's at peace. Then, another skill activates. The system identifies Saitiel as a very high-level asshole, and the method to handle assholes is engaged. Raymond's eyes snap open. They're clear and focused, with no trace of fear. He smoothly pushes the prince's hand away and bows respectfully. "I greet the fourth prince." Saitiel is stunned. He was expecting fear, not this. The prince is at a complete loss. The cowering boy he remembered is gone. Saitiel stammers, trying to regain control of the situation. "You?" Raymond looks up with a bright, impossibly cheerful smile. "What brings you here?" he asks, his tone light and friendly. He gestures around them. "This is the healer's area. Are you feeling unwell?" Saitiel narrows his eyes. Something is very wrong. This isn't the boy he used to torture. "I'm not unwell," he snaps. "That's a relief," Raymond exclaims, his smile widening. Saitiel just stares, dumbfounded. Raymond continues smoothly. "Well, the main hall is that way. Please, go enjoy the banquet." He gestures expansively, as if he's the one in charge here. Saitiel is seething, rendered speechless by Raymond's bizarre confidence. Just then, Raymond spots a dizzy nobleman nearby. "Oh my, a patient!" he exclaims, his voice full of professional urgency. He rushes to the man's side, offering support. Saitiel is left standing there, looking awkward and irrelevant. Raymond reassures the nobleman. "You've come to the right place." "We're here to help." He glances back at Saitiel. "Your Highness, are you still here? Is something wrong?" Saitiel realizes what's happening. He's being politely dismissed. And he's furious. The power dynamic has completely flipped. Raymond is in control. Forced to save face, Saitiel declares, "Actually, I am feeling unwell." He's decided to play along, hoping to trap Raymond. "Oh," Raymond asks, all professional concern. "In what way?" Saitiel smirks, putting on a show. "I've been feeling tired lately. I have no energy." "Any other symptoms?" Raymond asks. Saitiel shakes his head. "No." Saitiel smirks to himself. He knows vague symptoms are the hardest for healers to diagnose. If Raymond messes this up, he'll have the perfect excuse to destroy him. But Raymond just smiles, completely unfazed. "It's alcohol poisoning," he announces cheerfully. Saitiel's jaw drops. "What?" Raymond calmly asks. "You still drink every day, don't you, Your Highness?" He explains that too much alcohol is the cause of his tiredness. "You should hold back on the alcohol," he advises, his tone direct and pointed. "Please take care of your precious body," he adds, his voice laced with mock sympathy. He even gives Saitiel a little sympathetic pat. Saitiel is fuming. This bastard, everything he's saying is right. He has no comeback. "Is there anything else?" Raymond asks innocently. Saitiel grits his teeth. "No. No." "Then enjoy your banquet." As Saitiel turns to leave, Raymond calls out one last piece of advice. And avoid the alcohol." Saitiel stalks away enraged. He can't understand it. How is this boy not scared of him anymore? The system chimes in, rewarding Raymond with skill points for getting rid of the asshole. He smiles, pleased with himself. He chuckles. His new skill worked perfectly. He wasn't scared at all. He scoffs at Saitiel's retreating back. That idiot is nothing to be afraid of. He even discreetly flips him off. a mischievous grin on his face. Suddenly, a voice asks, "What are you doing?" Raymond jumps, startled, quickly hiding his hand. He turns, his composure momentarily broken. "It's Princess Sophia," he quickly bows. "I greet the royal princess." She looks him up and down. "You've changed a lot," she observes. Then she adds, her tone cool and disdainful, "You used to be like a real ugly rat." Raymond recalls his hunched, fearful past. He just smiles charmingly. "You're the same as before." She raises an eyebrow. "My personality." He laughs lightly. "Of course not. I meant you're as beautiful as ever." Sophia turns away. "Whatever. I came to rest, but I guess I'll leave." "What ails you?" he asks, his professional instincts kicking in. She tells him it's nothing, that she has to give a speech. "You don't look well," he advises. "You should rest," she cuts him off. "It's none of your business. You're not even a proper healer." She glides away, leaving him alone. Raymond watches her go. She's as rude as ever, but he finds it tolerable. At least she's like that with everyone. She walks away. The scene shifts to the main hall, where a toast is being called for the princess. Sophia stands on a dais, ready to give her speech. "My deep gratitude to you all," she begins, her voice carrying through the hall. She smiles politely. She takes a breath. Raymond watches from the crowd. A sense of unease settles over him. Something feels wrong. Sophia continues, praying for the glory of the kingdom. Her smile falters. Her breathing becomes strained. Suddenly, she clutches her chest, a flash of pain on her face. She gasps, her body lurching forward as she sways. The nobles cry out in alarm. Her hand goes limp, dropping the scroll. Princess Sophia collapses to the floor. Panic erupts. Nobles rush forward, shouting her name. The other healers rush towards the fallen princess, their faces grim, and the realization hits Raymond like a punch to the gut. Princess Sophia, she's the main character of the quest. The high-difficulty quest finally makes terrifying sense. The realization hits Raymond like a bolt of lightning. Princess Sophia, she's the protagonist of the quest. She lies on the floor, pale and still, the festive banquet now a scene of impending tragedy. Nobles are shouting in panic, crying out for a healer to do something, anything. The dispatched healers rush forward, their faces grim with uncertainty. One of them, clearly a high-rank healer, steps up, unleashing a powerful torrent of green healing magic. But the magic does nothing. The princess's condition doesn't change. The healer stares in dismay. "There's no improvement!" Raymond freezes. Even an A-rank heal has no effect. A cold dread, worse than any fear he's felt before, grips him. His mind races. This isn't just any patient. This is the princess. Failure isn't an option. He imagines himself in chains, punished for failing to save royalty. The danger is very, very real. A part of him wants to just walk away. It's the smart move. He's not on good terms with her anyway. No one would blame an F-rank apprentice for staying out of it. It's the path of self-preservation. But he thinks of his new abilities, of the future he just started to dream about. He won't let his life end unfairly because he was too scared to act. He remembers her earlier insult, calling him a rat, and a strange, almost petty thought forms in his mind. She hasn't even apologized yet. It's a ridiculous reason, but it's enough. He can't let her die. Not yet. He'll save her, he decides. And then he'll make her apologize for everything. He shoves his way through the crowd. "I'll treat the princess," he declares, his voice ringing with a new authority. One of the senior healers whirls on him, furious. "How dare you? Get lost." "I'm sorry," he says, pushing past her, "but we're out of time." His heart of steel skill flares, strengthening his resolve. The system acknowledges his courage. The effect of his heart of steel grows stronger. The calming blue energy pulses, pushing away the chaos and fear. He shoves the healer aside and drops to his knees beside the princess. The other healers gasp, horrified by his audacity. Please trust me, he pleads, his voice intense. Otherwise she will die. He checks her neck for a pulse. His face falls. There's nothing. The diagnosis is immediate and dire. Sudden cardiac arrest. He knows he has to get her blood circulating. Now. He begins chest compressions, a technique no one here has ever seen before. The nobles cry out in outrage, thinking he's assaulting the princess, defiling her royal body. I'm trying to save her, he yells, not stopping for a second. Get that lunatic away from her, a noble bellows. The guards start to move in. Time is running out. Suddenly, a commanding voice cuts through the chaos. Wait. The crowd parts. It's the king, Raymond's father. He silences the protesting nobles with a single look. Raymond continues the compressions, his focus absolute. The king turns to the A-rank healer. Can you save her with heal? The healer looks down, ashamed. He can't. The king's gaze sweeps over the panicked crowd. In that case, he says, his voice low and grave, we wait. Raymond pours all his energy into the compressions. But it's not working. Her pulse isn't returning. At this rate, she's going to die. The nobles are still whispering in horror, completely misunderstanding what he's doing. She's going to die. The thought screams in his mind. He pushes harder. He's sweating, his jaw clenched with determination. And he knows that if she dies, the guards will come for him next. He tells himself to calm down. Panic won't help. He forces himself to think. If CPR isn't enough, what else can he do? An idea sparks. A defibrillator, a life-saving shock. But where can he get one here? He needs an alternative, something that can do the same job. And then he remembers the skills he saw in the market. He mentally pulls up his status window. He navigates to the skill purchase menu and buys basic lightning magic. The system confirms the purchase. He now wields the power of lightning. He looks down at the princess, a grim smile on his face. This is a massive gamble. He carefully positions his hands, recalling the correct placement for defibrillator paddles. Crackling blue lightning erupts from his hands, a terrifying and shocking sight. The force of the magic throws him back. A royal guard, seeing the flash of lightning, draws his sword and lunges. What did you just do? The cold steel presses against Raymond's throat. How dare you attack the princess? The guard glares down at him, ready to strike. Assailant of the imperial family, Raymond pleads, terrified but desperate. That's not it. I wasn't trying to harm her. I did that to save her, he insists. I'm speaking the truth. The king, who has been watching everything, speaks. Take a look at the princess. The A-rank healer cautiously approaches. He gently takes her wrist, searching for a pulse. His eyes widen in utter astonishment. Her heart. It's beating again! The hall is stunned into silence. They can't believe it. He saved her without using heal. Raymond looks up, relieved, the guard's sword still dangerously close. He lets out a shaky breath. The danger to Sophia has passed. His own danger is far from over. The king stares down at him, his expression intense and unreadable. Finally, he asks the question on everyone's mind. What did you just do? Raymond looks up at his father. He knows this is it. This is the moment that will decide his fate. He bows deeply. I knew heal would not be enough, so I tried a different method. The king remains silent, his piercing gaze never leaving Raymond's face. A flicker of unease runs through Raymond. Why is he looking at me like that? The king turns away. The banquet is over, he declares, his voice echoing through the hall. As he leaves, he calls over his shoulder. Raymond, be on standby until I summon you. Raymond looks up, surprised. He wants to speak with him again. Why? What could he possibly want to say? He watches his father walk away. 5 years, and this is how they meet again. The distance between them feels like a vast, empty ocean. The memory of their first meeting floods his mind. It was after his mother had died, leaving him alone. He was starving to death in the slums, weak, alone, and terrified. Then, two men in fine clothes appeared, and behind them, an imposing figure. It was the king. One of the men examined him. He remembers them talking about his mother. The other attendant looked down on him with a grim expression. He remembers asking who they were, his voice barely a whisper. The man checked his pulse and declared that without the highest level of healing, he would die. The king just stood there, looking down at the small, broken boy. Then he scooped him up into his arms. Raymond was taken to the palace and cared for. The attendants were shocked by the king's direct involvement. The king's command was simple: save him. And then he walked away. His final words echoed in the hall: "Make sure you save him." It was the first and last time Raymond ever heard his father's warm voice. After he recovered, he was never allowed to speak to him again. He was just the illegitimate child, a stain that had to be hidden. As he was abused in the palace, he always thought the same thing: he should have just let me die back then. The memories of the pain were still so clear. If he had died then, he wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Back in the present, the system notifications flash, pulling him from his dark thoughts. He's completed the quest. He'd almost forgotten about the rewards. He's leveled up 4 times and gained 60 skill points. He grins, dancing with joy in his mind. It was worth it. Any lingering sentimentality about his father vanishes. He doesn't care what the king thinks. He's the one who saved the princess, and he's going to get the best possible reward for it. He clenches his fists, a fire of determination in his eyes. He's going to get everything he can out of him. Soon he is standing before the throne. He bows deeply. "I am Raymond, a lowly servant." The king asks about the different treatment method. Raymond sticks to his lie. It is a mysterious art known as medical technique. An ancient secret, he adds, learned in some old ruins. He congratulates himself internally. The ancient ruins lie is perfect. There are plenty of those on this continent. People are always finding mysterious powers in them. So it's not too strange to think that a lost, advanced healing method could be discovered. The king murmurs thoughtfully. "Ancient ruins, you say?" An advisor asks for the name again. "Medical technique?" Raymond confirms. The king nods. Whatever it was, it saved the princess. "I will reward you," he declares. Raymond's eyes sparkle. Reward. The king offers him treasures, enough wealth to last a lifetime. But Raymond scoffs internally. Money? He knows he can earn plenty of money once he's a successful healer. He needs a reward only the king can provide. To get it, he has to play the part. "I am a healer," he says, his voice full of earnest nobility. "The only thing that matters to me is caring for my patients. I don't need treasures," he declares. The court murmurs in surprise. Even the A-rank healer is impressed. What an amazing young man! The other nobles agree, a true healer. They can't believe the illegitimate child has such noble thoughts. Raymond smirks to himself. It's all a load of bull, of course. Money is king. But this is the bait he needs to get what he really wants. "However," he says, his expression turning serious, "there is something I need. I wish to spend my life saving patients. And I need your Majesty's guarantee that I can continue to do so." The throne room is silent. The king leans forward. "You want my guarantee to use this medical technique?" "That's right," Raymond confirms. "Please," he says, bowing again, "recognize medical techniques as an official treatment method." He knows that if he keeps using these new methods, the old guard of healers will eventually turn on him. The Healing Tower, their governing body, might even ban his practices completely. To work freely, he needs the king's official recognition, and he's going to get it, right now. The king considers, then speaks. "Very well. In the name of Odin to Houston, I recognize medical techniques as an official treatment method." A triumphant grin spreads across Raymond's face. I did it, but he's not done yet. This is just the appetizer. He still has one more thing he wants. He smiles at the king, his expression charming and confident. I have one more request. Having just saved the princess, Raymond stands before his father, the king, with a new fire in his eyes. He says he doesn't want gold or silver. All he desires, he claims, is the honor of living as a healer. The king, a man used to demands for land and titles, leans forward, intrigued. The honor of a healer? He echoes, the words seeming small in the vast throne room. Raymond takes a slow, steadying breath, his expression the perfect mask of humility. Then, with a hand to his collar, he makes his true request. He asks the king to bestow upon him the medal of the bringer. The king's gloved hand rests on the arm of his throne. He gazes at his son, silently weighing the proposal. A ripple of confusion spreads through the court. The medal of the bringer? It's just an honorary title with no real reward. Why would he turn down a fortune for a seemingly worthless medal? The whispers shift from confusion to something else. Maybe this illegitimate child wasn't so dirty after all. Their confusion quickly turns to admiration. They see him not as a schemer, but as a truly selfless and innocent healer. His act is landing perfectly, and right on cue, a familiar blue window appears in his sight. Other people are touched by the player's heart towards the sick. Your fame has increased. But inwardly, Raymond is smirking. They're all falling for it. A reward with no value? As if. A worthless medal was the last thing on his mind, because the medal of the bringer comes with an honorary knighthood. It might be a title with no real authority, but it means one thing. He'll finally become a noble. To him, that single word, noble, is the sweetest sound in the world. It's the ultimate prize, the real reason for this entire performance. Back in the throne room, the king tests him one last time. Will the medal truly be enough? Raymond's answer is firm, yes. He bows his head, selling the part. I only did what any healer must. What other reward could I possibly need? He holds the pose, the very picture of humble dedication. The court is completely convinced. Murmurs of approval fill the air as they smile, awestruck by his virtue. The system chimes again. Your fame has increased? Raymond lifts his head, a serene smile playing on his lips. He's got them. The king gives a small, decisive nod. All right, I will grant you the medal of the bringer. With a deep, grateful bow, Raymond accepts his victory. Thank you. A moment later, he steps onto a sunlit balcony, a fresh breeze washing over him. He lets out a satisfied sigh, soaking in the feeling of a plan perfectly executed. Inside, the king and Marquis Allen watch him through the window, their reflections staring back. He's a different person, the Marquis says, his voice filled with wonder. I never knew he was a boy who could speak with such conviction. The change is so profound, it leaves the old advisor speechless for a moment. I still remember the day I found him, he recalls, a half-dead child on the brink of death. The scene shifts back in time. In a rundown shack, a younger Marquis finds Raymond's frail body on the floor, another child already gone beside him. Checking for a pulse, the Marquis knew instantly. Without the kingdom's highest-ranking heal, this boy would die. The flashback continues, showing a younger King Odin, an eye patch covering one eye, staring down at the child who was his son. In a surprising move, the king swept the boy up into his arms. Shocked, the Marquis asked what he was doing. The king's reply was simple and direct. He was taking him to the royal palace to be treated by the best. The Marquis desperately tried to warn him. Your Majesty, if you do this, everyone will know he's your son. The king looked down at the fragile boy, then back at his advisor. And what? I should just let him die here? The Marquis remembers Raymond's mother, a woman who left the moment she learned the king's true identity. She never once contacted the palace, not even as she lay dying. The Marquis had been furious, arguing that she'd rather her child starve to death than tarnish the king's reputation. But the king had already made his choice. He told the Marquis that he would decide what to do with his own son, and that was final. Back in the present, the king recalls the impossible choice he faced: how to save his son without letting personal feelings compromise his dignity as a ruler. He had to endure the judgment of the court, their whispers a constant shadow. Walking away from the window, he remembers his vow. He would save the boy, but he couldn't publicly protect him, not under any circumstances. The Marquis reflects that the king's decision was the right one. The court offered sympathy, not ridicule. Ironically, being the illegitimate son of the king gave Raymond a chance he never would have had as a common noble's child. And now, it seemed fate had given him a gift, a mysterious power the boy called a medical technique. The king agrees, noting its effects seem similar to a mid-grade heal. The Marquis adds that with such a skill, Raymond should have no problem surviving on his own. And for an illegitimate child who could never hope for a proper job, simply being able to sustain himself was a monumental achievement. As the king walks down the long corridor, his cape sweeping behind him, the Marquis watches him go. He stands alone, a hint of relief on his face. The fate of the boy he'd found near death had finally taken a turn for the better. The scene changes to the Bellin Clinic, where light gleams off the portrait of an esteemed healer. As Raymond walks through the halls, the other apprentices, once his tormentors, now part ways in silence. His status has completely changed. Hansen approaches, acknowledging the news from the palace. He even corrects himself from Lemon to Sir Raymond. Inwardly, Raymond relishes the moment. The very people who treated him like dirt are now walking on eggshells around him. His eyes land on Chief Healer Lance, who looks particularly tense. Even Lance is being careful. A thrill of satisfaction runs through him. Raymond walks right up to him, a challenging smirk on his face. "Chief Healer," he begins, "is there any reason I cannot take the healer qualification test?" Lance stammers, sweat beading on his brow as he forces out the honorific. "I don't think there is any, Sir Raymond." Raymond cups his ear with a sweet, innocent smile. "Pardon? I didn't quite hear you. Could you say that again?" Lance grits his teeth, his voice barely a whisper. "Sir Raymond." Raymond leans in, feigning deafness. "Sorry? What was that?" Finally, Lance snaps, his face flushed with rage as he shouts, "I said, Sir Raymond." Raymond leans back, his expression perfectly calm. My, is shouting part of royal etiquette now? Defeated, Lance can only mutter, "I'm sorry. I will rectify it." "I would appreciate that," Raymond says, his smile never faltering. "And please, remember to use my title next time." Forced to bow, Lance chokes out the words. That's the sound of victory, music to Raymond's ears. He'd love to make an example of everyone who tormented him. But he pulls himself back. He knows he's only a noble in name, with no real power. If he pushes his revenge too far, there could be consequences. For now, this small victory will have to be enough. Besides, he has more important things to do. He turns his attention to a patient, asking a junior healer if he can take a look. The healer hesitates, but Raymond is already filled with purpose. "I will take a look at this patient," he declares. "I think I'll be able to treat them." His plan is simple. While the other healers are forced to treat him with caution, he'll use the opportunity to treat as many patients as possible. And so Raymond gets to work. One patient after another, he applies his medical techniques, and with each success, a flash of blue light. Experience points rolling in, levels climbing higher. 2 healers watch from a distance, surprised that he received a medal instead of money. Another notes that he's working just as hard as ever. Hansen, overhearing them, thinks to himself that Raymond isn't arrogant at all. In fact, he seems more generous than before. Hansen watches Raymond, thoughtfully observing the man he is becoming. Raymond moves through the clinic with quiet focus, no longer the Shadow Prince or Lemon, but Sir Raymond the healer. The system rewards his hard work. Experience points, level-ups, and fame all increase. A quick check of his stats shows the progress. Level 15, skill points climbing to 85. And though the title Dirty Illegitimate Child still clings to him, it's clear he's rewriting his own destiny. He's pleased with the progress, but already aiming higher. He needs to reach level 40 to increase his class rank. Suddenly, a shout tears through the clinic. Emergency patient. A knife has penetrated their abdomen. Raymond's head whips around, his senses instantly on high alert. The clinic bursts into action as healers rush toward the crisis, but Lance just smirks. To him, a stab wound is just a B-rank heal. A few days of work, no big deal. He figures Lance will be tied up for a couple of days, taking his time with a conventional heal. While the patient bleeds out on the floor, Lance stands with his arms crossed, making no move to hurry. But Raymond can see the patient is critical. He watches Lance do nothing, and a question burns in his mind. Why is he just standing there? Down a dark stone corridor, a man stumbles, leaving a grim trail of blood behind him. Each heavy footstep echoes, a desperate fight to stay conscious. He clutches his bleeding stomach, gasping for air, his face pale with pain and terror. Panic flashes in his eyes. How? How did they know? This wasn't a random mugging. He was being hunted. The scene shifts back in time just a few days ago in the county of August. Here, the Grand Manor stands as a testament to the wealth and power of its owner. Inside a lavish office, a young nobleman named Viscount Ben speaks to the stern Count August. He mentions that the Shadow Prince did something incredible at the royal banquet, and even received a medal from the king. Count August just strokes his beard. Raymond, he scoffs. He might be a decent healer, but he doesn't deserve the title of prince. The Count explains that the Houston Kingdom already has 3 princes locked in a fierce battle for the throne. To him, this illegitimate 4th son is nothing more than a sideshow. Viscount Ben confirms their family is backing the 3rd prince. The Count agrees, adding that while the 2nd prince is the most likely to win, their own gambit is crucial. Leaning forward, the Count places a sealed envelope on the desk. He looks to the man we now know as the patient. "Clearin," he says, "this is why your mission is so important. You must deliver this to the 3rd prince." As Clearin takes the letter, the Count warns him that the 2nd prince has eyes everywhere. He must travel in disguise and get to the rendezvous point without being caught. Clearin nods, understanding the danger. He's a spy in a Game of Thrones. We snap back to the present. Clearin clutches his bleeding side, the terrible truth dawning on him. That wasn't a robber. It was an assassin sent by the 2nd prince. He barely managed to escape, but the wound is deep. He staggers through the streets, his only hope the Bellin Clinic nearby. He remembers their poster, boasting of an A-rank healer. Surely Director Bucks could save him. He finally reaches the door and kicks it open, collapsing just inside. "I made it," he gasps. "I'm alive." The door bursts open with a loud clatter, startling Lance, Raymond, and Hansen. Clearin stumbles forward, his hand outstretched. "Please," he begs, his voice a weak whisper, "help me." Then he collapses to the floor with a heavy thud. The clinic erupts in motion as an apprentice shouts for Chief Healer Lance. Lying on the cold floor, Clearin manages a shaky breath. It seems fate wasn't ready for him to die just yet. But Lance just stands there, arms crossed, looking down at the injured man with an arrogant smirk. His face twists in a frown of disgust. "Why is a beggar in my clinic?" he mutters. As junior healers begin a basic light-based heal, Lance callously remarks that a wound like this would take days of his personal attention to fix. Then, with a dismissive wave, he orders them to send the man away. We don't treat poor commoners for free, he says, turning his back. Send him to the White Clinic. The junior healers look on, shocked. Clearin tries to protest, to tell them who he is, but his voice is too weak. He erupts in a violent fit of coughing, pain tearing through his body. Gasping for air, he manages to force out a few words. I'm from the August family, but Lance is completely unmoved. He looks down his nose at Clearin with pure contempt. How dare a beggar like you even think of coming here? Wait a minute, Raymond finally steps in. He reminds Lance that there are no healers at the White Clinic capable of treating such a wound. If we send him away, Raymond insists, he'll die. Lance turns, a malicious smirk spreading across his face. If you're so worried, he sneers, why don't you treat him yourself? He claps Raymond on the shoulder, his grin widening. If you saved the princess, this should be a piece of cake for you. The other healers begin to whisper. Raymond stands silent, caught in the trap. One of the onlookers scoffs. After all that confidence from receiving a medal, why is he so quiet now? Lance sees his chance. See, he says triumphantly, he just got lucky. That medical techniques of his only works on easy cases. But Raymond knows the truth. His current rank isn't high enough to save this man. He needs specialty skills, the level of a chief resident at least. He wasn't skilled enough yet. He's trapped, sweat trickling down his temple as the patient's life hangs in the balance. Lance leans in, his voice a cruel whisper. If you can't do it, Sir Raymond, then you can be the one to send him away. He twists the knife, suggesting Raymond personally escort the man to the poor clinic so everyone can see how friendly he is. Raymond finally looks up, his voice filled with anger. Aren't you ashamed? You're the chief healer. You could save him. Lance just smirks back. So? He gestures to the dying man on the floor. This is a business, not a charity. Raymond clenches his jaw, fury rising in his chest. He knows his own goal is to become the best and enjoy a life of wealth. He, too, is materialistic. The smart play would be to back down now. Getting involved would be foolish. But then something inside him hardens. He places a hand on his chest, a new resolve in his eyes. A healer does not turn their back on a dying patient. I'll treat him. In that instant, a system notification appears. The Heart of Steel appeared. You have obtained a solid will. His determination has literally become a new skill. He clenches his fist, his decision made. Lance just scoffs. Fine, but if you fail, he sneers, we'll expose you for lying to the king, and you will be punished. He steps back, gesturing to the patient. You should brace yourself, Sir Raymond. And with that, he walks away. Raymond rushes to Clearin's side. The man is fading fast, gasping for air as he weakly grabs Raymond's arm. Doubt floods Raymond's mind. Can he really do this? If he fails now, he'll lose everything he's gained. Just then, a voice cuts through his thoughts. Can I help with anything? It's Hansen, his expression earnest. Raymond looks up, surprised. Hansen offers a nervous smile. I remember helping you before, he says. 2 is better than 1, right? Hansen starts to backpedal, but Raymond interrupts him. No, of course I need your help. He grabs Hansen's hands, his face filled with genuine relief. Thank you, Hansen, I need you. Filled with a new surge of courage, Hansen steels himself. We can do this. We did it once before. Raymond immediately starts giving orders. Sterilize the tools, clean the area. Hansen nods and rushes to get everything ready. The scene is set. Clearin lies on a makeshift operating table while Hansen prepares the instruments. Raymond, now masked and ready, knows that a blood transfusion would be best, but the technology simply doesn't exist in this world. He picks up a scalpel. First, he'll need to get fluids into the patient to keep him stable. Then, he has to stop the bleeding. He focuses his will. Activate surgeon's nimble hands. The system responds. A golden interface appears as the unique skill activates, temporarily boosting his sense stat and granting him surgical abilities far beyond his current level. His senses sharpened instantly, the world coming into hyper-focus as light streams around him. Behind the mask, his eyes are sharp, steady, and completely in the zone. Hansen stands ready with forceps, watching with a mix of awe and terror as Raymond prepares to make the first cut. With a steady hand, the scalpel slices cleanly into the skin. Raymond immediately feels the difference. With his sense stat nearly doubled, his movements are far smoother and more precise than his last surgery. Hansen watches, holding a retractor to keep the wound open. His eyes are wide with shock and fear. He's never seen anything like this in his life. As Raymond cuts deeper, blood suddenly gushes from the wound, startling Hansen. It pours out, far more than Raymond expected. The internal bleeding is severe. "Sir," Hansen stammers, his voice trembling, "there's so much blood. Is that okay?" The blood is blocking his view, pooling so fast he can't find the source of the hemorrhage. "What now?" Seeing Raymond hesitate, Hansen calls out his name again, his voice filled with worry. But Raymond doesn't answer. He's staring into the wound, desperately trying to find the source of the bleeding before his patient runs out of time. Raymond stares into the wound, the sound of surging blood filling his ears. It's blocking his view. He can't see the source of the bleeding. Panic begins to set in, a cold dread he has to fight back. Hansen's voice is small and trembling beside him. "Sir Raymond?" The pressure is immense. In the dim light of the clinic, with the patient's life literally in his hands, Raymond feels utterly stuck. Hansen, though visibly shaking, holds the retractor steady. He's terrified, but he's not backing down. "Raymond!" he suddenly shouts, the urgency of the moment breaking through formal titles. The single name cuts through the tension, and Raymond's head snaps up. Hansen stammers, "What should I do? Is there anything I can help with?" His desperate question jolts Raymond back to reality. Right, he wasn't alone. "The cloth," Raymond says quickly, "the one we disinfected. Use it to wipe away the blood." "Okay," Hansen responds, immediately grabbing the cloth and dabbing at the wound, trying to clear a path. It works. Yes, Raymond thinks, relief washing over him. It's temporary, but I can see again, and with a clear view he instantly spots the problem. The knife had torn through the mesentery, a delicate tissue filled with veins. That's where the bleeding was coming from. He knows he could tie off a single damaged vein, but there are far too many. A simple suture won't be enough to stop this. In his world, he would use a bovie, an electrosurgical unit, to cauterize all the vessels at once. But here, in this clinic, such a tool doesn't exist. He racks his brain for an alternative. As his mind races, Hansen's worried voice calls his name again. And then it hits him. An idea so crazy it just might work. He has magic. He pulls up the system interface, his mind racing. Market. Purchase skill. Basic flame magic. It's a D-rank spell, but it's his only shot. "You have purchased basic flame. Magic," the system confirms. 80 skill points used. It's a huge gamble. A small, flickering flame appears in his hand. He eyes it nervously. If he can't control it, if he burns the patient, it's over. But then, another notification appears. Your intellect is higher than the rank of magic. Your ability to control magic increases. He's surprised. He thought his stats only affected his medical skills. A grin spreads across his face. His high intelligence stat, something he'd been leveling up for surgery, was going to help him control magic too. All that grinding was about to pay off. He focuses, whispering to the flame in his mind, "Fire, as gentle as possible." He slowly brings his hand toward the wound. Hansen watches, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and amazement. As the gentle fire touches the bleeding tissue, cauterizing the tiny vessels, Hansen lets out a shocked gasp. He stares, completely stunned. Magic? Raymond knows how to use magic too? HH. 13024. Raymond watches intently as the flame works its magic. The bleeding hasn't stopped completely, but it has slowed to a trickle. The crisis is averted. Now he just needs to tie off the larger veins. "Hansen, thread!" he calls out. Snapping out of his shock, Hansen quickly hands him the suture. With steady hands, Raymond begins tying off the remaining bleeders. Hansen watches, mesmerized by the precision and speed of his work. Finally, it's done. "All the bleeding has stopped," Raymond announces, a triumphant finality in his voice. He lets out a long sigh of relief, a smile crinkling the corners of his eyes above his mask. "Raymond," Hansen asks, still processing what he just saw, "you used magic." Raymond freezes. In the heat of the moment, he'd completely forgotten Hansen was there. "Ah, that," Raymond says, trying to sound casual. "It's just a little hobby." Hansen just stares back, his face a mask of disbelief. Raymond quickly invents a story about finding the magic in some ancient ruins. When Hansen asks where these ruins are, Raymond has another quick answer. "Oh, it collapsed right after I got out," he says with a sheepish grin. "Terrible luck, I know." Hansen isn't buying it for a second. He can tell Raymond is just making things up to avoid telling him the truth. But he sighs and decides to let it go. He supposes if he had such an incredible power, he wouldn't want to share it either. They get back to finishing the treatment. All that's left is to clean the wound, repair the damaged tissue, and stitch him up. The worst is over. The knife, thankfully, hadn't gone any deeper. As he watches Raymond work, Hansen reflects on how peculiar he is. He once thought Raymond had no talent, yet here he was, saving lives with strange, miraculous abilities. No matter what his methods were, it was clear his medical techniques could save patients that traditional healing couldn't. He wonders what the secret is. Could it be some forgotten, ancient healing art? A part of him yearns to learn it. It seems so much more effective than the standard heal spells. But he pushes the thought away. If Raymond wouldn't even tell him about the fake ruins, he certainly wouldn't share the secret to his power. Raymond makes the final stitch, closing the wound. He looks down at his work, a quiet smile of satisfaction on his lips. The surgery is complete. Notifications begin to flood his vision. YOU have saved a DY-ing. Patient, Europeer sect, Redversetter. A patient above your rank. Additional experience is rewarded, and then the one he was waiting for. You are leveling up. You have acquired 30 skill points. He feels a surge of new power. He pulls off his cap, tired but triumphant, as the patient, Clearin, rests peacefully. Hansen, looking equally exhausted and relieved, asks, "Is it over?" Raymond turns to him with a bright, grateful smile, stretching his tired muscles. He grabs Hansen's hands warmly. "Thanks for your help," he beams, his joy genuine. "Because of you, we saved another life today." "I couldn't have done it without you," he adds sincerely. Hansen looks away, flustered but undeniably proud. Watching Raymond, Hansen thinks to himself, he really is a peculiar person, but a good one. Sometime later, a groan comes from the bed. Claren is waking up. He groans again, disoriented. He slowly opens his eyes. "Is this the White Clinic?" he asks, his last memory, Lance's cruel dismissal. Raymond smiles. "No. You're still at the Belland Clinic. Your wound was too severe to move you." Claren is confused, "But that healer told you to send me away." Suddenly, the door bursts open with a loud bang. An older nobleman storms in, his face a mask of fury and fear. "Claren!" he shouts. He rushes to the bedside, relief washing over him. "My son! You're alive!" Raymond recognizes him instantly. It's Count August. Hansen stares in shock. The great noble of the South, Count August, is here in their clinic. Raymond is just as surprised. This patient wasn't just some messenger. He was the Count's son. "Father," Claren whispers, looking up at him. The Count looks around, satisfied. It really is the Belland Clinic. Expensive, but their skills are second to none. He gently takes his son's hand, his expression softening with love. Clarin asks if it was Director Bucks or Chief Healer Lance who saved him, promising a handsome reward. But before the Count can answer, Hansen steps forward, pointing at Raymond. The one who saved the young master was him. "Sir Raymond," he declares proudly. Count August looks at Raymond, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Raymond?" Then recognition dawns. The Shadow Prince, the one who saved the princess. Hansen, making sure the truth comes out, explains everything. "Chief Healer Lance refused to treat him," he says. "He told us to send him to the poor clinic, but Sir Raymond took the risk and saved your son." The Count's face darkens, his hands clenching into tight fists. "He refused to treat him?" he says, his voice low and dangerous. "Why?" Clarin explains weakly. "He thought I was a homeless beggar. He assumed I couldn't pay." The Count's face contorts with rage. "How dare he?" he roars. Meanwhile, in another room, Lance is casually going through paperwork when an apprentice bursts in. "Count August is here!" the apprentice exclaims. Lance's eyes light up with a predatory grin. This is his chance. He jumps up, grabbing the apprentice. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" He quickly smooths his robes, preparing to greet the great noble. He preens, already imagining the praise and rewards. He has no idea why the Count is here, but he's determined to make a good impression. He hurries down the hall, his footsteps echoing with importance. He throws open the door with a flourish and a wide, practiced smile. "My apologies for the delay in greeting our most precious guest." He bows deeply. "My name is Lance, Chief Healer of the Belland Clinic." He looks up, expecting praise, but is met with an icy, silent stare from the Count. The room is freezing. Count August glares at him, his face a thundercloud of fury. "Oh ho," he says, his voice dripping with menace. "So you're the Lance who left my son to die?" Lance freezes, his smile vanishing, replaced by pure, dawning horror. "Pardon? He's just walked straight into the lion's den." Lance stands frozen, forcing a laugh. "The Count let his son die?" "Ha ha, what nonsense is this?" He's completely lost, trying to deflect, but the air in the room is thick with menace. A dark, oppressive aura radiates from Count August and his son. They stare at Lance, their eyes cold and unforgiving. The chilling atmosphere makes him break out in a cold sweat. His eyes dart to the bed, and the horrifying truth finally clicks. The beggar he'd callously dismissed was the Count's son. He immediately starts to backpedal, his voice trembling as he clasps his hands, pleading, "It's a misunderstanding. I didn't leave him to die." He desperately turns to Raymond, trying to shift the blame. I thought Sir Raymond, who saved the princess, should be the one to treat him. I was giving him an opportunity." Raymond just gives him a cold, unimpressed look. "Let him do it, my ass!" Clarin roars from the bed, pointing an accusing finger. "I was there. I heard everything. You called me a beggar," he shouts. "You said it was a waste of time to treat someone with no money." Lance freezes, completely exposed. Count August leans in close, his voice a low, threatening growl. "You not only left my son to die, but now you try to lie to a noble?" Lance drops to his knees with a thud, prostrating himself on the floor. "I'm sorry, Count, I made a terrible mistake. I didn't recognize him." "A mistake?" the Count repeats, his voice dripping with contempt. "So, if he wasn't a noble, you would have been right to let him die?" Lance stammers, trapped with no way out. The Count's disgust is palpable. To think someone like you deals with people's lives and dares to call himself a doctor. "Disgusting," he spits, his face a mask of pure revulsion. He turns to his guards. "Take him away. He will stand trial for scorning a noble." Lance's eyes widen in terror. "No, Count, Please, mercy, he begs. The Count looks down at him with icy disdain. Mercy! You offer no mercy to the poor. Why should you expect any? In the name of Count August, he declares, I will see to it that the Belland Clinic is blacklisted, not just in this kingdom, but across the entire Cross-Alliance Empire. As the guards drag him away, Lance's desperate cries for the Count echo down the hall. The door slams shut, sealing his fate. Hansen watches, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. He got what he deserved. Count August then turns to Raymond and Hansen, his fury replaced by sincere gratitude. He bows his head slightly, a gesture that surprises them both. My apologies, he says, his voice now calm. I was preoccupied. He bows deeply, his hands clasped before him. Thank you. Thank you so much. Raymond is stunned. A noble bowing to him? He quickly recovers. Please, raise your head, Count. I only did what any healer should. But inside, he's thrilled. This was a sight to behold. If not for you, the Count says, his eyes filled with gratitude, we would have lost the heir to our family. How can I possibly repay you? Raymond's eyes widen. Could this be it? Reward time. He can practically see the gold coins raining down. This is what he lives for. But then the Count continues. You are a man of integrity. I heard you refused any treasure from the kingdom. This makes things difficult. Raymond's heart sinks. His noble act is coming back to haunt him. No, he screams internally. That was a performance. Money is the best reward. The Count then makes an unexpected offer. How about this? The August family will consider you, Sir Raymond, a friend. Raymond is taken aback. A friend? What does that mean? The Count explains. The Medal of the Bringer is an honor, but it carries no real weight. So our family will support you, he declares. This is an alliance with one of the most powerful families in the South. Raymond is speechless, a wide, disbelieving smile spreading across his face. This was better than gold. With the support of the August family, no one would dare look down on him again. This was protection. This was status. He quickly grasps the Count's hand. I'm thankful for your generosity, he says, beaming. Of course, the Count says with a warm chuckle, and if there's anything else you want, you need only ask. Raymond, ever the opportunist, sees his opening. With a perfectly innocent smile, he says, well, even as friends, there is still the matter of the medical fee. He can't let that slide. He presents a handwritten bill. He'd been worried the beggar wouldn't have any money, but now the Count takes it with a smile. Nice. 2 birds, 1 stone. Raymond got his fee and a powerful ally. Later, as the Count sits by his son's bedside, the room is quiet. Claren asks his father why he offered Raymond such a grand reward. It wasn't too much, he says thoughtfully. He explains that if he had died, their political enemies, especially the second prince, would have gained a massive advantage. Raymond didn't just save a life, he saved their entire faction. Any reward was worth it, the Count agrees. However, he asks his son to consider what will happen now. The battle for the throne will only become more chaotic, and Raymond, whether he likes it or not, is now caught in the middle of it. Normally, an illegitimate son would be ignored, but Raymond saved the princess. He saved the Count's son. A sharp needle, the Count says, always pierces its way out of the pouch. Talent like Raymond's cannot be hidden. A talentless boy is no threat. But Raymond is no longer talentless. He's becoming a force to be reckoned with. And to the other princes fighting for power, a royal with noticeable talent is a threat. The more he grows, the more they will see him as a rival to be eliminated. He's now a player in their deadly game. The Count looks out the window. I just want to see him blossom as a doctor. I hope, he says quietly, that our family can be a shield for him. Meanwhile, in a lavish, sunlit room far away, an amused voice speaks. Oh-ho, It is the second prince, Chiron, lounging elegantly as an attendant whispers in his ear. So, Raymond saved Clearin? He remarks, a sly smile on his face. The failed assassin kneels before him, begging for his life. He explains that he was sure the boy would die. The Belland clinic was famous for turning away the poor. The attendant adds nervously that the clinic seems to be growing more skilled, having also cured the princess. Chiron just waves a dismissive hand. Oh well, cancel the plan. The failure doesn't seem to bother him at all. He rests his chin on his gloved hand, a predatory glint in his eyes. Raymond, he muses, that cute little puppy ruined my plans. His eyes narrow, sharp, and calculating. He stands and walks to a grand window, his reflection showing a prince who is always plotting his next move. I'll have to watch him from now on, Chiron decides. Raymond has just appeared on a very dangerous radar. Our boring little puppy, he says to himself, keeps trying to change. Unaware of this new, powerful scrutiny, Raymond is back at the clinic, going about his work. He clenches his fists, a look of pure joy on his face. Finally! He throws his head back in celebration. Finally, the day has come. This is it. The reason he endured 5 long years of torment at this miserable clinic. The healer, qualification, examination. Tears of joy stream down his face. Finally, he thinks, I can escape this apprenticeship and become a proper doctor. His dream is finally within his grasp. Whispers filled the halls of the Belland clinic. Word was spreading that chief healer Lance had been kicked out and that Raymond was the reason why. Some still couldn't believe it. Sure, he'd healed Count August's son and the princess before that, but they chalked it up to luck. But one apprentice, listening silently, pointed out that for it to be luck, it was happening an awful lot. 3 times now. He wondered aloud if Raymond's strange medical technique might actually be a real, working treatment, different from their heal's magic. The others recoiled in horror. The thought of cutting someone open to heal them was grotesque, barbaric. Even the apprentice who brought it up seemed disgusted by the idea, calling it savage. But he couldn't deny the most important fact: the king himself had officially recognized Raymond's methods. The skeptics just scoffed, claiming the king was only swayed because Raymond was his son. They refused to believe it was anything but nepotism. One of them mentioned that Raymond was applying for his healer's license. The others smirked, saying the exam would finally prove how worthless his techniques really were. Hansen, sweeping nearby, overheard them betting on Raymond to fail spectacularly. He stopped sweeping, a worried look on his face. Their casual cruelty clearly bothered him. The scene changes to a grand, imposing stone building, the place where healers' fates were decided. Inside, the air was thick with tension, as apprentices, including Raymond and Hansen, waited anxiously. Raymond, however, sat with a calm, confident smile. After 5 long years, this was his moment. He was ready. But his old reputation still followed him. Whispers of the Shadow Prince rippled through the crowd as people recognized him. One group gossiped about how someone with healing power below F rank could even apply, assuming he only got in because he saved the princess. They snickered at the thought of him failing after such a high-profile success. It would be an embarrassment not just for him, but for the king who had backed him. Raymond heard them, and their venomous words pierced through his confidence. He clenched his fists, the pressure suddenly immense. What if he failed? All their scornful voices echoed in his head. They would say they knew he was useless all along. Just then, Hansen leaned in with a cheerful grin, cutting through his dark thoughts. "Senior, what are you going to do when you pass?" Raymond looked up, surprised. Hansen's simple question was a reminder of why he'd endured 5 miserable years to get here. What was it he wanted to do? His first, unfiltered thought was surprisingly simple. Meat. A good steak. He was starving for it. He laughed it off, knowing he couldn't say that out loud, but Hansen seemed to understand. But thinking more seriously, he remembered something else he always wanted. He recalled peeking around corners during his apprenticeship. He would watch the other healers, showered with gifts and praise by grateful patients. It was a world away from his own lonely existence. He watched them from a distance, yearning for that connection. Back in the present, a new determination settled in his eyes. "I want to treat patients too," he said quietly. It was the simple, honest truth beneath all the ambition. He clenched his fist, his voice growing stronger. "I'm going to treat patients." He placed a hand over his heart, a genuine smile spreading across his face, confidently. The system acknowledged his renewed spirit. His determination to help the sick was a fire reigniting within him, and as it burned, his anxiety faded away. A calm smile settled on his face. He felt centered again. Hansen grinned, realizing Raymond's heart of steel skill had activated. It seemed just thinking about helping patients was enough to trigger it. He gave Raymond a thumbs up. "I really hope you pass," Raymond beamed back. "I'll pass for sure." An apprentice watching them just rolled his eyes, mistaking Raymond's renewed confidence for simple arrogance. Just then, a stern-looking examiner opened the door. "Application number 39, Sir Raymond." "Come in." Raymond stood up, his stride firm and decisive as he walked toward the examination room. He sat before a panel of 3 examiners in a grand, imposing room. An elderly healer sat in the center, flanked by a sharp-looking man with red hair and a stern woman with glasses. The elder began. "Raymond, healing power below F rank. Is this correct?" Raymond answered calmly. "Yes." The red-haired man, Marquis Cronia, leaned forward with a smirk. "Show us," he demanded. Raymond agreed, and a faint green glow began to form in his hands. It was a weak, pitiful aura, the very image of his low-rank healing ability. The examiners stared at the display, their expressions utterly unimpressed. Even Raymond knew how pathetic it looked by their standards. The glow flickered and died with a sad little poof. The female examiner burst out laughing. "You can't be serious. It's embarrassing to even watch." Marquis Cronia sighed with disdain. "This is a waste of time. What were you thinking applying for this test?" "I'm aware that I'm lacking," Raymond began, but the Marquis cut him off. "Then leave." "Wait," Raymond pleaded. "If you'll just give me a chance." The Marquis gave him a cold, hard stare. "Don't waste our time. Leave," he repeated. But Raymond stood his ground. "I expected this. That's why I came prepared." He activated a skill he'd bought from the market just for this moment, eloquence. The system confirmed. ACTivating. Skill. Eloquence. This was his trump card, a skill that would let him tell a better story, especially when arguing for a patient. Raymond stood tall, his voice suddenly clear and strong. "Is the healing tower planning to go against the word of the king?" The Marquis looked stunned. "What?" "I know my healing ability is weak," Raymond continued, "but my medical techniques is a method officially acknowledged by His Majesty, King Odin de Houston himself." He was using their reverence for authority against them. The examiners exchanged surprised looks. Raymond pressed on. "So is the healing tower publicly ignoring the will of the king?" The Marquis was flustered. Was he always this eloquent? The skill was working perfectly. He tried to recover, arguing that all healers in the Empire were under the authority of the healing towers. He explained that the tower only acknowledged their heal magic. To accept Raymond's methods would be to go against their most fundamental doctrine. Raymond smiled, a knowing look in his eyes. "That's only if you acknowledge it without testing me first." He leaned forward, placing a hand on their desk. "If you truly respect the Houston King, then you should at least give me a chance to prove my methods work." He had them cornered. The examiners whispered among themselves. They realized he was right. If word got out that they dismissed him without a test, it would look like they were disobeying the king. The Marquis finally relented, though he looked annoyed. "All right. "We'll give you a chance." He slid a patient file across the desk. "Heal this patient, and we'll acknowledge you." Raymond beamed, turning to an equally thrilled Hansen. "I got a chance." He took the file, his confidence restored. "Now I just have to heal this patient." He opened the folder, ready for the challenge. But as he read the notes, his eyes went wide with shock. He stared at the file, a single bead of sweat trickling down his face. The name, or the condition, written on that paper had completely blindsided him. H01 50777. The challenge had just begun. Before Raymond's exam, the examiners gathered in a private chamber within the healing tower. The stage for his test was being set. The female examiner looked concerned. "You want to assign this patient to Sir Raymond?" she asked the red-haired nobleman. He simply replied, "Indeed," she protested, reminding him that even a B+ rank healer had failed to cure this specific patient. The nobleman just leaned back with a smug look. "Isn't that perfect for an exam?" he said, his tone making it clear he was setting Raymond up to fail. He scoffed, describing Raymond's methods as barbaric, using lightning on the princess and cutting people open with knives. He tried to rally the others against Raymond, questioning how they could possibly allow someone who used such lowly, savage techniques to become a healer. Another examiner, a nervous man with brown hair, caught on. "So, you want to purposely make him fail?" The red-haired noble's answer was chillingly casual. "Exactly." The nervous examiner paled, worried about the political fallout. What would Count August do if he found out they'd sabotaged his new protégé? But the red-haired noble was confident. The healer's exam was the healing tower's domain. Count August had no power here. They were untouchable. The female examiner still seemed uneasy, but she didn't argue further. The nobleman's thoughts revealed his true motive, pure, unadulterated prejudice. How dare a filthy, illegitimate child even attempt to become a healer? But it was more than just prejudice. It was politics. The fourth prince's mother was his cousin. He couldn't let Raymond, another potential royal, gain any more power. He was determined to see him fail. The other examiners sighed, defeated. It was clear the nobleman, Count Garanson, had made up his mind. Raymond was walking into a trap. Back in the examination room, Raymond held the patient's file, his hand trembling slightly as he read. His eyes widened in shock. The patient had bed sores, a notoriously difficult condition that even high-ranking healers struggled with. But instead of despair, a wide, almost manic grin spread across Raymond's face. "So, if I cure this patient, I pass?" he asked eagerly. The examiners were baffled by his cheerful reaction. The nobleman, Count Garanson, confirmed that yes, this was an illness that even a B+ rank healer couldn't cure. He was handing Raymond an impossible task. "Thank you," Raymond said with a respectful bow, and then walked out, leaving the examiners completely perplexed by his confidence. Count Garanson muttered to the examiner next to him, completely confused. Does he not know how difficult this is? He wondered aloud. Or has the despair of it all simply driven him mad? The scene shifts to a modest but well-kept room in a private home. Raymond sat across from a middle-aged man, the patient's son, whose face was etched with worry. The man clasped his hands, his voice filled with desperate hope. Can my father... Can he really get better?" Raymond just calmly asked to see the patient first. The son eagerly led him to the bedroom. As Raymond entered, he was met with the anxious eyes of the son and the frail figure of an old man lying in the bed. A strange, smoky smell hung in the air. He'd never smelled anything quite like it. The son apologized, embarrassed by the odor, but Raymond just smiled gently. "It's okay," he said. "It's natural. It just shows how much he has suffered." The son was visibly moved, tears welling in his eyes. Every other healer had frowned with disgust. Raymond's simple act of compassion was a stark contrast. Raymond confirmed that the patient was completely bedridden, which was typical for developing bed sores. "I'll take a look at the wound," he said, and asked the son to help him turn his father over. What lay beneath the sheets was horrific, a large, inflamed and rotting sore on the old man's back. Raymond's expression turned serious. The wound was in a terrible state, but he felt a flicker of hope. The bone wasn't exposed. It was severe, but it was something he could treat. When the anxious son asked how it looked, Raymond explained his plan in simple terms. He would cut away the dead tissue and help new, healthy flesh to grow. The son explained that other healers had tried to promote new growth with heal magic, but the wound always came back worse. Raymond understood. The constant pressure on the same spot would always undo their work. Raymond smiled confidently. "That won't happen this time," he said, "because there's a simple way to solve it." The son looked at him, surprised. "Really? But first," Raymond explained, "I need to perform a surgery." The son flinched. The word surgeries was still a foreign and terrifying concept. Raymond looked at him with a kind, steady gaze. "Please, trust me." The tools of his trade were laid out, sterilized, and ready. He expertly tied on his mask, his demeanor shifting into that of a focused surgeon. His status screen flashed. He was now level 20. His sense stat was up to 18. He felt a surge of confidence. For a mere rookie resident, his stats were becoming quite impressive. And when he activated his surgeon's nimble hands skill, whoosh, he knew this procedure would be a piece of cake. He began the debridement, meticulously cleaning the wound, removing the dead and infected tissue. He then applied a dressing of sterilizing herbs. The first part of the treatment was done. The son, also masked, asked if it was over. Raymond explained that this was just the first step. Now, the aftercare was crucial. He showed the son the simple but vital next step, changing the patient's position regularly to relieve the pressure. The son stared, completely bewildered. This simple instruction was something no other healer had ever mentioned. "Really?" he stammered. "That's all it takes?" It seemed too simple a solution for a problem that had stumped even high-ranking healers. Raymond also promised to stay and help treat the infection until the patient was fully recovered. The son was overwhelmed with gratitude. Time passed. Raymond diligently cared for the old man, and soon he was sitting up in bed, looking healthier than he had in years. The son bowed deeply. "Thank you, our healer." He fell to his knees, explaining that he had nearly given up hope, unable to afford any healers more powerful than the B+ ranker who had failed them. "Thank you," he said, tears streaming down his face, "for treating my father so warmly." Raymond just smiled, saying he only did what any healer should. He reassured them that as long as they kept changing the old man's position, the bed sores would not return. Back at the healing tower, Count Garrison was furious. "How did this happen?" he roared. "How did he cure a bed sore?" The female examiner confirmed it. "I saw it myself. The patient is fully cured." Garrison leaned back, his mind racing. He had no justification to disqualify Raymond now. He had no idea what excuse he would give to the fourth prince's mother. The elderly examiner then brought up the next problem, one about his rank. He explained the dilemma. Raymond's innate healing was below F rank, but he had just cured a B+ level illness. What rank could they possibly give him? The debate raged. Should he get a B+, or even an A rank, based on his results? Garrison slammed his hand on the table, arguing it was ridiculous, but the female examiner countered that they couldn't possibly give him an F rank either. They were at a complete impasse. The elder turned to the fuming Count Garrison. "What do you think?" Garrison just stared at the papers, his face a mask of frustration. He was trapped by Raymond's success with no easy way out. A murmur of disbelief ripples through the room. Garrison sits there, defiant, but the other examiners are clearly taken aback. One of them can't hold back. D rank, isn't that far too low? He asks, his face a mask of shock. Garrison clenches his teeth, arguing that while Raymond cured a difficult disease, his innate healing power was still below F rank. He was sticking to the rules, ignoring the incredible results. But the others push back, reminding him that Raymond's new sponsor, Count August, would not be happy with such a low rank for the man who saved his son. Garrison snaps, trying to assert the healing tower's authority. But the other examiner plays an even stronger card. What about the princess? What about the king? He points out that Raymond saved the princess when no one else could. If the king finds out they gave him a D rank, what possible reason could they give? The question hangs in the air, and Garrison is completely cornered. His hands clench into fists on the table. This has become a political nightmare. He's trapped. He needs to please the fourth prince's family, but he can't afford to anger the king. His personal vendetta is clashing with political reality. Just then, the female examiner offers a way out. She suggests they contact the capital, the headquarters of the healing tower, and ask for their ruling. The others are surprised. Escalating this to the highest authority in the empire is a huge deal. The healing tower's headquarters is located in the capital of the Cross Alliance Empire, the ultimate authority on all matters of healing. Garrison smirks, a look of cunning relief on his face. This was perfect. If the decision came from the capital, not even the king could argue with it. He could pass the responsibility to someone else. The other examiners quickly agree. It was the safest option, and it got them all off the hook. The wheels of bureaucracy began to turn within the grand halls of the healing tower. Soon, a response arrived from the capital. A messenger delivered a sealed letter, and Garrison prepared to reveal the final decision. But as he read the contents, his eyes flew open in shock. Whatever the capital decided, it was not what he expected. On the letter was a prominent, stylized U. U rank? Garrison was completely bewildered. The other examiners crowded around, just as confused. None of them had ever seen or heard of such a rank before. They speculated it might mean undetermined, guessing that even the capital struggled with what to do. But Garrison saw the political genius in it. With a U rank, neither the king nor the fourth prince's family could complain. It meant that while Raymond passed as a doctor, the healing tower wasn't officially accepting his methods. It was a perfect political compromise. With his orders from on high, Garrison made the announcement. Raymond was to be an official U-rank healer. And just like that, the first U-rank in history was born. A unique rank for a truly unique healer. News of the strange new rank spread like wildfire among the other apprentices, leaving everyone confused. But for some, confusion quickly turned to mockery. They sneered that, "You must stand for unvalued." They laughed, saying it was a fitting rank for someone who only passed through tricks. For them, it was just more proof that Raymond's success wasn't real. But regardless of the mockery, from that day on, the letter U became Raymond's symbol, setting him apart for better or worse. Elsewhere, Raymond received his official certificate. His hands trembled as he held the paper that represented the end of all his struggles. Tears of pure, unadulterated joy streamed down his face as he read the confirmation. He had passed. He leaped into the air, certificate held high, shouting with triumph. He was finally, officially, a doctor. No more vegetable soup, he declared to the heavens, only steak from now on. He dropped to his knees, holding the certificate like a sacred treasure. This piece of paper was his freedom. But then a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. He pulled out a match, a manic grin on his face. After years of abuse, he had some pent-up frustration to release on the Belland clinic. Just as he was about to commit some light arson, Hansen walked in, startling him. Raymond quickly hid the match, looking incredibly guilty. When Hansen pointed out that it was summer, Raymond's weak excuse about being cold fell flat. Hansen, oblivious, congratulated Raymond, mentioning that he himself had passed with a C rank. He asked Raymond what his plans were. Raymond casually replied that he'd gotten an offer from the Maple Clinic. Hansen's eyes lit up. The Maple Clinic was one of the top 3 clinics in the capital. It was a huge honor. Raymond clapped him on the shoulder, genuinely happy for his friend's success. But he could see something was weighing on Hansen's mind. Hansen finally asked about Raymond's own mysterious U rank and his plans for the future. But Raymond, ever the deflector, just threw an arm around him and declared it was time to celebrate with some good food, his treat. Hansen was surprised, wondering where an unpaid apprentice would get money for a feast. Raymond just winked slyly, explaining he'd taken out a loan from a company called Healer Loan the moment he passed. Hansen's jaw dropped. A loan company just for healers? It was just another bizarre thing about his senior. But Raymond just grinned and dragged him off to eat. Later that night, surrounded by empty bottles and plates, it was clear they'd had a good time. Raymond was sitting on his bunk, thoroughly drunk. Hansen, watching his friend so happy and relaxed, decided it was the right time to ask. He took a breath, his expression soft and earnest. "Sunbei," he finally asked the question that had been burning in his mind for weeks. "The ruin, where you got your medical technique. Could you please tell me where it is?" Raymond sobered up a little, clearly flustered. He tried to dodge the question, mumbling something about how it had collapsed. Hansen begged, promising he wouldn't tell a soul. He just wanted to understand the friend he admired so much. Raymond put a finger to his lips, a strange, dazed look in his eyes. "That ruin," he said softly, "it doesn't exist." He continued with a cheerful smile, completely missing the look of shock on Hansen's face. He explained that the knowledge had just appeared in his head one day, like a miracle. Hansen was left speechless, stunned by the fantastical, unbelievable story. And then, his expression darkened. The playful atmosphere shattered as a deep sense of betrayal washed over him. The lie stung more than he could have imagined. He slowly got to his feet. "You could have just said you didn't want to tell me," he said, his voice quiet but laced with disappointment. He told Raymond he understood the need for secrecy, but not the need for such a ridiculous lie. "Did you have to lie to me?" he asked, his voice trembling. Raymond just looked away, guilt washing over him. Hansen turned and left, leaving Raymond alone with his thoughts. But the thing was, he wasn't lying. The truth was just too unbelievable to share. A few days later, life at the clinic moved on, and so did the gossip. Word had spread about Raymond's next big move. He'd received an offer from the Raoul Clinic, one of the most prestigious clinics in the entire capital, second only to the one that exclusively treated nobles. Hansen overheard the news, a hint of admiration mixing with his lingering disappointment. His friend was truly succeeding. It seemed Raymond was soaring to new heights, landing a job at a place far better than his own. But then, the gossip took a shocking turn. Raymond had declined the offer. Hansen stopped dead in his tracks. He turned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why? Why would anyone turn down the Raoul Clinic? Raymond's actions were, once again, completely baffling, leaving everyone wondering what on earth he was planning. Hansen bursts into their shared room, calling out Raymond's name, only to find him fast asleep on his bunk. He can't believe what he's heard. Is it true? Did Raymond really turn down the prestigious Raoul Clinic? Raymond groggily sits up as Hansen presses him, asking why he would turn down a place with better facilities and more opportunities. Then, with a calm, confident smile, Raymond drops another bombshell. "I'm going to set up my own clinic." He reminds Hansen about the loan he took out. That's what the money was for all along. Hansen is aghast. A rookie healer just barely qualified opening his own clinic. It sounds like pure nonsense to him. He tries to talk some sense into his friend, telling him he needs to gain experience first. He's genuinely worried about Raymond's recklessness, but Raymond's expression is serious. He knows it won't be easy, but this was his plan all along. He was always going to go independent. In his mind, the path forward is clear. To level up his skills, he needs to treat as many patients as possible. He explains that at a big clinic like Raoul, he'd just be pushed aside by senior healers, especially since the healing tower still looks down on his methods. He needs to be independent so he can treat patients his way without anyone judging him. Hansen falls silent, listening. Hansen, starting to understand, asks the practical question, where could he possibly set up a clinic? All the good spots are already taken by the big names. Raymond grins, pointing to a spot on an imaginary map. There's one location, he declares, the Bay region. Hansen throws his hands up in alarm. The Bay region is a poor, dangerous slum. Raymond confirms it, saying he's going to set up his clinic in that very slum. Hansen is utterly baffled. Why would he go there? He'll struggle just to survive, let alone make any money. Raymond just grins, a greedy, almost manic look in his eyes. He explains that in a poor region, he'll have an endless stream of patients. That's how he'll gain experience and eventually get filthy rich. Hansen is left completely speechless, his mind reeling from the sheer audacity of Raymond's plan. The scene shifts to an opulent, dimly lit room where news of Raymond's decision is making waves in high places. Third Prince Limerton holds a report, his expression thoughtful. Raymond turned down the Raoul clinic to set up his own? His aide comments on how unexpected it is, especially after the prince had paid so much attention to him. Limerton's thoughts reveal his true intentions. He had arranged the prestigious job offer as a gift, a way to cultivate Raymond and make him a useful asset. His plan was simple. Let Raymond hone his skills at the Raoul clinic, and then, when he was useful enough, bring him into his personal service. The aide asks if he acknowledges Raymond's strange techniques. Limerton's view is pragmatic. As long as it saves people, the method doesn't matter. But Raymond's independence has ruined his plans. He dismisses him as a fool who kicked away his own good fortune. Their relationship, in his mind, is over. Still, he asks his aide where exactly Raymond is setting up this new clinic. He wants to confirm the extent of this foolishness. The aide replies hesitantly that Raymond is going to the Bay region. Even Prince Limerton is surprised by the sheer audacity of that choice. The Bay region is a poor, lawless area on the outskirts of the kingdom. It's a place of run-down buildings and wary-looking people, a place no noble would ever dare to visit. It was formed 100 years ago, after a devastating war left countless refugees homeless. They were relocated to the outskirts and left to fend for themselves. Abandoned by the kingdom, which was struggling to recover from the war, the region festered. Over the next century, it became a malicious abscess on the kingdom, a wound that would not heal. King Odin, Raymond's father, had once tried to step in, offering any reward to whoever could stabilize the region, but not even his most powerful sons. Not the charismatic Cairn, the intelligent Limerton, or the gifted swordsman Satil could tame the lawless land. The task was deemed so impossible that some advisors suggested simply wiping the region off the map. But the king refused. They are also citizens of this kingdom, he had insisted. The princes, however, saw the people of the Bay region as nothing more than an irritable rash, a blight on their kingdom. Back in his study, Prince Limerton considers this. The forgotten Shadow Prince is now heading into the one place all his brothers had failed. A sly, amused smile plays on his lips. He wonders how this will play out. This could be very interesting indeed. Meanwhile, back in the dorms, the other apprentices gossip about Raymond's choice. They can't believe he'd go to such a place. They scoff, saying a messy, poor village is a fitting place for a dirty, illegitimate child. Their contempt for him hasn't changed one bit. As Raymond prepares to leave, he's surrounded by a group of common folk, likely former patients, who beg him not to go. An older woman grabs his hands, her face filled with worry. But Raymond just offers a reassuring smile. He promises to succeed and come back, but they continue to plead with him to be careful. These people genuinely care for him. Just then, Hansen approaches, looking a bit sheepish as he hands Raymond the letter that just arrived. Raymond continues to bid farewell to the concerned citizens as he turns to his friend. Carrying his suitcase, he tells Hansen he'll read the letter on the way. But as he takes the envelope, he sees the sender's name and his eyes widen. It's from Princess Sophia. He holds the letter, wondering what the princess could possibly want with him now. He opens it, and her words are as haughty as he remembers. She calls him a fool for going to the Bay region. He grits his teeth, annoyed by her spoiled attitude. Hansen notices his reaction and makes one last plea. He begs Raymond to reconsider, telling him he doesn't understand how dangerous the Bay region truly is. But Raymond cuts him short, a surprisingly firm look on his face. "No," he says quietly. "I know it well, because I lived there before." Hansen is stunned into silence. Raymond claps a hand on his shoulder, a nostalgic smile on his face. "You didn't know, did you? I'm from that poor village." The pieces click into place for Hansen. He remembers the rumors that the Shadow Prince grew up in poverty before coming to the palace. Raymond explains that it was his home before his mother died. "People think of it as some kind of hell," he says, "but it's just another place where people live." A soft memory appears in his mind, a younger version of himself walking hand in hand with his mother through the dusty streets of his childhood village. That poor village, he thinks, was a warmer place to me than the royal palace or the Belland Clinic. He looks at Hansen, his eyes filled with conviction. "It's been my dream since I was a child to open a clinic there. This wasn't a rash decision. It was a lifelong ambition." "So don't worry," he says with a kind, reassuring smile. "I'll be all right." Hansen looks at him, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He's processing this new, deeply personal side of his friend. He clenches his fist, his expression resolving into one of pure determination. "Then take me with you," he declares. Raymond is visibly startled. He tries to dissuade him, reminding Hansen of his own prestigious job offer from the Mabel Clinic. But Hansen cuts him off decisively. "That's okay." He tells Raymond that the big clinics are just full of money-grubbing healers, even worse than the ones they left behind. Raymond grins, trying to test his resolve by playing up his own desire for money and experience. But Hansen just smiles knowingly. He sees through the facade. He knows how much Raymond truly cares about his patients. "I would rather work with you," he declares passionately. But he has one condition. He looks Raymond straight in the eye, his expression serious. "Please," he says, "allow me to learn your medical techniques." Raymond is taken aback. After he lied about where his powers came from, he's surprised Hansen would still want to learn from him. He tries to backtrack, saying he's not at a level where he can teach anyone. He's just a beginner himself. Hansen's face falls. He thinks Raymond is refusing him again. Suddenly, a bright blue system window pops up in front of Raymond. "Hansen has requested to learn from you." Another notification follows, asking if he will accept Hansen as his apprentice. And then the clincher. Once you accept, apprentice training mode will be activated. Raymond stares at the floating words, completely bewildered. Apprentice training mode? What is this? This is a completely new development from the system. The prompt remains, demanding an answer. The system itself is pushing him to take Hansen under his wing. His eyes widened in disbelief. This was a game changer. He could get EXP from Hansen's work? Holy smokes! A sly, calculating smile spread across his face. He'd been worried about how much EXP he needed to level up. This was a jackpot. Of course, there were limitations. As a beginner resident, his teaching wouldn't be very efficient. But even with that drawback, the potential was massive. He looked back at Hansen, who was still waiting anxiously. Raymond knew he was still lacking in many ways himself, but putting on a serious face, he told Hansen that he would teach him and they would learn together. Hansen's face lit up with pure joy. Overcome with emotion, Hansen dropped into a deep, formal bow, thanking him profusely. As he did, a system window popped up, confirming it. Hansen was now officially his first pupil. More messages flashed. He'd accomplished first ever pupil, gained 5 skill points, and learned the skill clumsy teaching. The system wasn't pulling any punches. The skill description made it clear his teaching would be a bit iffy due to his own lack of knowledge. But Raymond was determined. He would take it step by step. With Hansen's help, his dream of becoming the best healer was now closer than ever. With a new sense of purpose, they were ready for their next adventure. Let's do this. And so, the first pupil of a medical school that would one day shock the continent was accepted. Their journey to the Bay Area began. Hansen, however, was dressed for a full-scale war, clad in a breastplate and shoulder armor, carrying a sword and shield. Raymond couldn't help but be surprised. Hansen insisted it was just a precaution, given the Bay Area's dangerous reputation. Raymond teased him, asking if he was secretly wearing chainmail under his clothes. Hansen's flustered reaction was all the answer he needed. Hansen insisted he was just protecting his precious body, but his nervous eyes told a different story. Raymond admitted he was nervous too. The Bay Area was known for its lawlessness, after all. Then Hansen shoved something into his hands. It was a sturdy, metal-ended stick, a weapon for self-defense, practical as ever. The moment Raymond took it, a system window appeared. He had equipped a weapon, and now he could learn self-defense skills. Self-defense skills? The system just kept getting more complex. It explained that doctors in dangerous areas needed to protect themselves. But there was a catch. Raymond's stamina stat was too low to learn any of them. He imagined himself as some legendary mage swordsman, then looked down at the simple stick in his hand. So much for that. He quickly composed himself and, trying to sound confident, declared it was time to go. But as they walked, their confident facades began to crack. They were both terrified. When they arrived, the atmosphere was grim. Run-down buildings, suspicious figures in the alleyways. The air was heavy with distrust. Hansen whispered nervously, but Raymond forced a shaky grin, trying to reassure them both. He glanced at a nearby window, hoping for some sign of recognition from the people he once lived among. But the faces staring back at him were wary and untrusting. There was no warmth here, only suspicion. Suddenly, a loud thud made them both jump. They stood back to back, scanning the empty streets. The feeling of being watched was intense. Spooked, they quickly made their way to the building they had prepared for their clinic. It was a modest but sturdy wooden building, a small beacon of order in the chaos. Inside, the clinic was simple and neat. They changed into their healer's coats and waited. But no patients came. They tried to be optimistic, thinking it was just the first day. But half a day later, the clinic was still empty. The next day, still nothing. Hansen looked dejected, while Raymond frowned with worry. 2 days later, the silence in the empty clinic was deafening. This was not how Raymond had imagined his grand opening. He paced in frustration. How could there be no patients? Hansen wondered if people even knew they were there. But with the giant healer's mark on their door, it should have been obvious. News travels fast in a place like this. By now, everyone should have known they were here. Something was wrong. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass tore through the silence. A rock lay on the floor among the broken shards. Someone had thrown it through their window. "Who is it?" Hansen shouted, rushing to the door. He peered outside, then froze, his eyes wide with alarm. "Senior, come look!" he called out, his voice trembling. Raymond hurried to the door to see what had frightened his friend. He looked out, and his own eyes widened in horror. The entire front of their clinic had been vandalized. Crude, threatening messages were scrawled in red paint. "This is no playground for kids. Get lost. Fuck off if you don't want to die." This was a terrifying warning. Back inside, the atmosphere was grim. "We have to leave," Hansen said, his voice pale with fear. "It's too dangerous here." Raymond admitted that the locals were far more hostile than he'd expected. "But," he said, his jaw set with a strange determination, "I can't leave." Tears of panic streamed down his face. "I borrowed too much money from Healer Loan," he wailed. "I'll be ruined if we leave now." He thought of all the money he'd spent on renovations and supplies, and the interest piling up with every passing second. He imagined the shadowy figures from the loan company coming to collect. They were known for doing whatever it took to get their money back. He had to succeed. Just then, a familiar blue window popped up. A quest had been issued due to the crisis. The quest was clear: change the minds of the people of the slum. The rewards were a bonus level up and 30 skill points. A new resolve hardened his expression. He looked at Hansen, his mind made up. "I'm staying," he declared firmly. "I can't back out now." He told Hansen that he could leave, offering him a way out of the danger. Hansen looked at him, terrified, but also deeply moved by his friend's apparent bravery. He saw Raymond's determination, not as financial panic, but as selfless dedication to the people of the slum. "I'll stay with you," he declared fiercely, grabbing Raymond's hands. "I can't shame myself in front of such noble goodness," he proclaimed dramatically. Hansen cut off Raymond's attempt to explain, insisting he understood completely, tears of admiration streaming down his face. Raymond was bewildered. "He seems to be misunderstanding something," he thought, as Hansen was now practically on fire with righteous determination. But either way, they had to do something before the situation got worse. A spark of an idea ignited in Raymond's mind. He grinned, a confident, almost cunning look on his face. "I have an idea. The tables might be about to turn." Raymond's plan began in the heart of the slums, the center plaza. It was a sprawling, dusty square, bustling with people, but the air was heavy with tension. Hansen whispered nervously about the danger of being in such a crowded place. Raymond, ever practical, pointed out it was safer than a dark alley. At least here there were witnesses. He spotted 2 rough-looking men nearby, clearly locals. With a bright, friendly smile, he approached them. "Hello, long time no see." The men turned, their expressions wary. They remembered him, the little kid who left and went to the Imperial Castle. Raymond was thrilled. His memory lane strategy was underway. He cheerfully said how much he liked being back, trying to sound like one of them. But then, his attempt at nostalgia took an awkward turn when he fondly recalled being beaten up by one of their relatives. The men just stared, their faces hardening. Raymond's nervous laugh trailed off. His grand strategy had just crashed and burned. One of the men stepped forward, his voice cold. "Why are you back here?" His voice was laced with bitterness. He told Raymond that as a noble, he had no reason to be in the slums anymore. The resentment was clear. The atmosphere grew thick with hostility. They saw him as an outsider now, a noble who had abandoned them. "This isn't a playground for someone like you," the man said firmly. "You don't belong here." Raymond realized they no longer saw him as the kid they grew up with, but as the king's son. With his first plan in ruins, he had to try a different tactic. A system window appeared, recognizing his effort to treat the people of the slums, and with it, his heart of steel skill activated, bolstering his resolve. His demeanor shifted. His gaze became steady, his voice firm. "I didn't come here to play." The men were surprised by his sudden change in tone. "I'm here to treat patients," he declared, his eyes blazing with conviction as his eloquence skill also activated. The 2 skills combined, amplifying his resolve and his ability to communicate his true intent. His voice now resonated with sincerity. He told them that if he wanted to, he could be treating patients in a much nicer place. The men exchanged a look, their hostility giving way to confusion. Raymond's sudden passion was having an effect. If he could be somewhere better, then why was he here? No other healer had ever wanted to come to the slums. "That's the reason," Raymond said, his voice ringing with emotion. The men looked at him, completely taken aback. Hansen, standing behind him, echoed the sentiment. Even poor people get sick, but no healers would ever come to a place like this. Raymond's voice softened, filled with a deep, personal pain. "That's why my mother," he said, a faint image of her appearing in his memory, "passed away without receiving any treatment." Hansen gasped, his eyes wide with shock. This was the root of Raymond's drive. He looked at his friend with a new level of respect and empathy. Raymond continued, his voice filled with determination. "I hope that will never happen to anyone ever again." He addressed the crowd that had gathered, his voice carrying across the plaza. "That's why I wanted to set up my clinic here," he finished, his sincerity undeniable. The two men were silent, their expressions unreadable. His heartfelt speech had struck a chord, but their distrust ran deep. Sensing their hesitation, Raymond made a bold proposal. "I'll be treating patients in Crescent Street," he declared, pointing to the darkest corner of the slums. The men were shocked. Crescent Street? Was he serious? Even Hansen panicked. That was a place that even the people of the slums avoided. It was an entertainment district, the most dangerous area in the entire region. It was home to women who were said to be cursed, and Raymond had just promised to treat all of them, even if they had the god's curse. He clutched the healer's emblem at his neck, his determination unwavering. He had made a bold, dangerous promise. They arrived at the entrance to Crescent Street, a dark, foreboding alley with a crude sign warning people not to enter. Hansen trembled with fear, worried the curse might spread to them. Raymond tried to reassure him, suggesting the women only lived in isolation because they were afraid of spreading the illness themselves. He offered to go in alone, but Hansen refused. He was terrified, but also deeply moved by Raymond's bravery. "No, I'll go with you," he declared, his loyalty overcoming his fear. He proclaimed that, since he was now Raymond's student, or master, he would follow him anywhere. Raymond, slightly embarrassed, just told him to get going. And so they walked into the dreaded street. A veiled woman sitting silently in their path stopped them. "I'm a healer," Raymond announced with a warm smile. "I've come to treat all of you." The woman's eye, sharp and appraising, watched him from behind the veil. Suddenly, she threw back her head and let out a harsh, mocking laugh. "You want to treat us? Then give it a try," she challenged, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Try treating this illness known as the god's curse." Hansen recoiled as he saw the red and black spots covering her skin. But Raymond remained calm, politely asking for a closer look. He stepped forward, pulling on a glove, undeterred by Hansen's worried call. The woman watched him, confused. How could he approach them so fearlessly? To her, and everyone else here, this was a cursed illness. Raymond gently took her arm, examining the spots. He saw the telltale signs of ulcers and spots. With his modern medical knowledge, he knew this wasn't a curse. It was just a type of skin disease. He asked to examine the other women as well. They were cynical, but agreed, warning him not to blame them if the curse spread. But Raymond just smiled reassuringly. "If I'm right," he said, "this illness won't spread just from contact." He then addressed them all, his voice clear and confident. "What you have isn't the god's curse." He recognized the symptoms, the spiral-shaped bacteria. "It's just a normal illness." The women looked at each other, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. They gathered around him as he sat down to explain. One of them asked hesitantly if it was true. Raymond confirmed it. They had an illness known as syphilis. They had never heard of it before. But the most important question was, could it be cured? Raymond knew this was a variant of the disease he knew from his world. Unlike normal people, these women couldn't be helped by heal's magic. And without any proper treatment, their symptoms had only gotten worse, leading them to believe they were cursed. SH2DO76. But Raymond was confident. The bacteria was the same, so the treatment method should be too. Hansen listened in awe, amazed by this ancient knowledge. When the women asked if there was a cure, Raymond replied that yes, there was a very simple one. He then noticed the baskets of moldy bread sitting nearby and asked if he could have them. The women were confused. The bread was inedible. What could he possibly want with it? Raymond just grinned, a spark of inspiration in his eyes. "I'm going to make a magic pill." He jotted down the simple, revolutionary formula in his notebook. Hansen looked up from his own notes, completely bewildered. What on earth was Raymond trying to do now? But Raymond just beamed, holding up a loaf of the moldy bread. His plan was now in motion. Raymond's mind was set on a single, legendary medicine. A medicine that had once changed the entire history of his world. Its name was penicillin, and he was going to make it here. As he prepared his tools, he knew he didn't strictly need it. Syphilis could be treated with local herbs, but the problem was money. The herbs were far too expensive for the people of the slums. It always came back to money. He needed to get successful and fast to escape the crushing weight of his debts. But then inspiration struck. The moldy bread the women had offered him. It was cheaper than any herb. In fact, it was free, a perfect solution. With a makeshift distiller, he began the careful process of extraction, drawing out the precious substance one drop at a time. He collected the greenish liquid, the key to a medical revolution in this world. The work was delicate, requiring a surgeon's steady hand and intense focus. Finally, the test. He introduced his new penicillin solution to a sample of the infection. The bacteria disappeared. It was a success. And just like that, the system lit up. He had developed the first antibiotic in this world. The rewards came flooding in. Praise, 100 skill points, and 2 level-ups in an instant. Raymond couldn't hide his grin. This was huge. But the system wasn't finished. It recognized he had created a brand new substance. With a flash of light, a new skill was unlocked. Alchemy. Alchemy? This was an unexpected and welcome surprise. The skill would let him create new substances, but his proficiency was still low. For now, he was limited to simple extractions. Complex work was still beyond his grasp. Still, basic alchemy knowledge flowed into his mind. He understood catalysts, breakdowns, creation. This would make producing medicine, even elixirs from ancient texts, so much easier. Awesome. He could practically hear the money rolling in. With this new knowledge, making penicillin would be a breeze. He and Hansen got back to work with renewed energy. Raymond carefully applied the freshly made ointment to the sores on a woman's arm. He offered her a reassuring smile. "You'll get better now," he promised. For the first time, she looked like she might dare to hope. Meanwhile, Hansen was completely drained, dreaming of a much-needed rest, while Raymond buzzed with an unstoppable energy. A little while later, the medicine had done its work. Outside the clinic, a woman stared at her own arm, her skin now perfectly clear. She could hardly believe it. Another shouted with pure joy, "I'm better now." The dreaded curse, the spots that had marked them for so long, were completely gone. It felt like a miracle. Their voices, thick with emotion, offered their thanks to the healer. One woman asked timidly how they could ever repay him, worried about the cost of such an incredible cure. Raymond knew they had nothing. They were the most abandoned people in the slums with no money to their names. But that was fine. This was never about their money. This was about promoting his clinic. He smiled benevolently. "You don't need to pay. Please, don't worry about it." Placing a hand over his heart, he put on the performance of a lifetime. "Dedicating my life to my patients is my reward. Seeing you all healthy is all the payment I need." But inside, his mind was filled with the glittering thought of gold. "If this makes my clinic famous," he thought, "I'll be able to make a fortune." He told them to send anyone else with the same symptoms his way, promising the same treatment. The women looked at him with pure adoration. This was his chance. He needed everyone in the slums to hear about what happened here today. The women whispered among themselves, completely convinced. They'd thought all healers were rotten, but maybe, just maybe, he was an angel sent from heaven. On the other hand, Hansen was fast asleep, completely worn out from all the work. Word of the miracle on Crescent Street spread like wildfire. The talk of the slums was suddenly all about the prince healer who cured the curse for free. People began to believe he was different from the nobles who had come before. A flicker of hope was ignited. Perhaps he was really here for them. One man made a decision. He was going to take his mother to Raymond's clinic. The system lit up again. Quests completed, achievements unlocked, another level up, and more skill points. Best of all, the people of the slums were finally starting to trust him. The very next day, the plaza outside their clinic was no longer empty. It was packed with people. Hansen burst in, eyes wide with excitement. "Raymond, the clinic is full of patients." Raymond allowed himself a tired, triumphant smile. Success was here. Now all he needed was the money. Raymond stepped outside and began organizing the crowd, directing them to get a waiting ticket from Hansen. The clinic was filled with the sounds of shuffling feet and quiet chatter. It was finally busy. He and Hansen got to work, welcoming the first of many patients. With each person he treated, the system chimed, rewarding him with experience points. One after another, patients left with smiles of relief, and the experience kept rolling in. Even better, Hansen was successfully treating people too, earning his own experience. Hansen was beaming, thrilled to be treating so many people, and Raymond was ecstatic. He was gaining Hansen's experience points on top of his own. Taking on a student was the best decision he'd ever made. An elderly woman holding her son's hand gave Raymond a heartfelt "Thank you." She smiled warmly, telling him she'd never met such a kind healer. She had thought people like them were just meant to die when they got sick. Her son, his voice choked with emotion, looked at his mother. "You saved her life." Looking Raymond straight in the eye, he repeated, "Thank you." And in that moment, a profound feeling washed over Raymond. This sense of fulfillment, of making a real difference. This was the true reward he'd been chasing all along. He gently took the old woman's hands. "It's nothing. I'm just happy to see you recovering." As the grateful pair left, Raymond and Hansen watched them go, sharing a quiet moment of accomplishment. Hansen turned to Raymond with a question that had been brewing in his mind. "That medicine for syphilis, how did you even come up with it?" The question caught Raymond completely off guard. He stammered, waving his hands dismissively. "It's ancient knowledge, from some ruins. No, wait, it just popped into my head." It was the same flimsy excuse he always used. As Hansen stared at him, Raymond doubled down. "I'm not lying, it's the truth. I don't know why I have this talent either." But Hansen looked down, a knowing expression on his face. He thought he understood. Their conversation was cut short by the sound of hurried footsteps. A frantic woman rushed in, grabbing Raymond's arm. "Sir Healer! Please, you have to save my mother." Without missing a beat, he was back in professional mode. "Of course. What are her symptoms?" She explained her mother's stomach had been hurting since the night before. As Hansen watched Raymond listen with such sincerity, a thought began to form in his mind. Come to think of it, Raymond had always been this way. He remembered Raymond poring over medical texts day and night, even when everyone said his weak healing ability was pathetic and useless. He was never lazy. When it came to the study of healing, he was more dedicated than anyone. Hansen had an epiphany. Looking at his master, he realized the truth. Maybe this incredible power wasn't a fluke. Maybe it was a gift, given to him because his desire to heal was more sincere than anyone else's. "Hansen!" Raymond's voice snapped him back to reality. "I think we need to perform surgery. Get things ready." Hansen immediately jumped to it. "All right." The work at the clinic continued, bustling with life and purpose. Night finally fell. It had been a long, exhausting, but successful day. Raymond stretched with a massive yawn. "Whew!" "We're finally done for today," Hansen smiled. It was really busy. Then Hansen brought up the day's finances. "Shall we settle the accounts?" Raymond's eyes lit up. How much did we earn? The mood soured instantly. Looking at the numbers, they both realized the awful truth. They had actually lost money. Hansen explained what Raymond already knew. He hadn't charged anyone who couldn't afford to pay, treating them for free as a promotion. Tears of financial despair streamed down Raymond's face. All he could manage was a choked "right." He'd expected to make very little in the slums, but he never thought he'd be taking losses this bad. He pulled himself together. They couldn't just turn away patients because they were poor. "It's okay," he said, trying to convince himself as much as Hansen. "I'm sure things will improve." Hansen, ever loyal, offered to work for free. Raymond clutched the disastrous account papers. "All right," he thought, "let's just think of this as an investment." Hansen's optimism returned. "As our reputation grows, I'm sure rich patients will start visiting too." Catching his students' enthusiasm, Raymond declared, "I'll earn tons of money then. Let's cheer up." They bumped fists, a small moment of hope over a pile of debt. But as they resigned themselves to another dinner of vegetable soup, a shadowy figure watched them from the darkness outside. A man with cold, calculating eyes observed them, his face a mask of malice. He clenched his fist. This Raymond could not be allowed to do as he pleased. In a dimly lit back room, the man fumed to his cronies. "All the patients are going to his clinic. At this rate, we'll lose all our income. Illegal healers like us can only survive by preying on the desperate." His men looked on grimly. This new, genuinely helpful healer was a direct threat to their livelihood. The leader steepled his fingers, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Let's go ask him to work with us and increase his treatment fees." His tone made it clear this ask was not going to be a polite one. The clinic was humming with activity. As Raymond and Hansen saw another satisfied patient off, experience points flooded their vision. Raymond offered some final kind advice, telling the woman not to overwork herself now that she was feeling better. But as they turned, the sound of heavy footsteps stopped them cold. A group of imposing figures blocked the entrance, their shadows stretching long and menacing. Trouble had arrived. A single, heavy boot stepped forward. "Are you Raymond the healer?" a harsh voice demanded. Raymond turned, his expression polite but wary. "Yes, and who are you?" The man identified his group as the Bay Region Healer Alliance Association, a name that sounded far more official than they looked. He didn't waste any time, getting straight to the point. "What you're doing," he snarled, "is destroying the market." It was Lance, Raymond's old tormentor, though he didn't seem to recognize him yet. Flanked by his thugs, Lance laid out their terms, simple and brutal: hike his prices 100-fold or get out of the Bay region for good. Hansen gasped. "100 pena? That's more than 10 times what we charge." Raymond said nothing, his friendly demeanor vanishing. His eyes narrowed, a shadow falling over his face. He knew that none of the people here could ever afford an amount like that. Lance just smirked, oozing arrogance. "What does it matter? The power we wield is a gift from the heavens." His cronies chimed in, sneering that it was only natural for people to pay such a high price for their noble treatments. "If they don't have the money," Lance declared with a chilling finality, "then they should just die quietly." Hansen glared, disgusted, while Raymond's face turned to ice. And in that moment, Raymond understood. These were the vultures who had been preying on the people of the Bay region for years. A painful memory surfaced: his mother dying because they couldn't afford a healer. It was people just like these who had let her die. He clenched his fist, realizing they weren't just greedy, they were unqualified charlatans. He knew then that talking nicely wouldn't work with scum like this. "I understand what you're saying," he said, his voice dangerously calm. Lance and his goons looked smug, thinking they had him cornered. "Great, then in that case," Lance began, but Raymond cut him off with a single, sharp word. "But the only thing that works on people like you," Raymond continued, his entire demeanor shifting, "is to show you who's boss." A cold fire lit his eyes. "And why are you speaking so informally to a noble?" He put on a theatrical display for Hansen. Weren't these criminals threatening a noble? Hansen played along perfectly, puffing out his chest and threatening to call the very guards of Count August, Raymond's powerful sponsor. Lance scoffed, trying to call his bluff, but Raymond was a step ahead. He knew the local guards were bribed, but there was something far scarier than them. "If you dare to lay a hand on us," Raymond warned, "do you really think Count August's personal guard will let it slide?" The thugs began to whisper nervously. Messing with a noble backed by the Count was a death sentence. Hansen stood his ground, though he nervously whispered to Raymond, "Will we be okay?" "They only pick on the weak," Raymond whispered back confidently. "They won't touch anyone stronger than them." He knew exactly what kind of cowards he was dealing with. He had a plan. These thugs were nothing. He then turned to his waiting patients with a brilliant, apologetic smile. "So sorry for the disturbance, everyone. We'll continue with the treatments now." A master of managing his image, even in a crisis. Back in their gloomy hideout, the illegal healers were furious. They couldn't just let him get away with this. They gathered around a rickety table trying to figure out their next move. One of them worried aloud. If they messed with someone backed by Count August, they'd all pay the price. Even if he was a noble in name only, he was still a noble. He could have them dragged into court. The female healer turned to their leader. "Lance, is there really no way?" A sinister smile spread across Lance's face. He had a plan. "I can't believe Raymond showed up here of all places," he seethed, the issue clearly personal for him. After the incident with Count August's son, Lance had been stripped of his healer qualifications and banished for deceiving a noble. He'd been forced to hide in the slums, becoming the very thing he once looked down on, an illegal healer. And in his mind, it was all Raymond's fault. The hatred he felt was a poison that had consumed him completely. "It's easy," Lance said, a devious glint in his eye. "We just need to spread rumors that his treatments are a sham." His underling was skeptical. "How? Everyone is saying his cures are amazing." Lance laughed. "The poor are trash who would do anything for a few coins. We'll just bribe the patients he's already treated." His plan was simple: spread lies, ruin Raymond's reputation, and then frame him as an exploiter of the poor. That way, even Count August couldn't protect him. His lackeys were impressed. It was a brilliant, wicked idea. "Let's do it right away," Lance declared, already savoring his revenge. "Raymond, you bastard, I'll make you pay." But just then, one of his men burst in, face bruised and terrified. "There's a problem. The poor people," the man wailed. "They got angry and attacked me when I tried to bribe them." The slum dwellers had pelted him with rocks, telling him to get lost. They said they were finally getting back at the evil people who have been preying on them. He cried. Lance was stunned. His plan had backfired spectacularly. The female healer realized their predicament. Before, the people had tolerated them out of fear. But now, with Raymond here, they didn't need the illegal healers anymore. "They're going to gather everyone and come for us." The thug panicked. The tables had turned. Now, they were the ones in danger. Lance gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. It was time for a more desperate measure. "Now that it's come to this," he said, looking towards a distant building, "we'll hire the Blue Moon Guild." He explained that the Blue Moon Guild weren't criminals, but a vigilante group that protected the poor. But he worried their own terrible reputation might make the guild refuse. The female healer agreed. The guild had tolerated them because they were the only source of treatment. But what if the guild decided to get rid of them, just like the rest of the slums wanted to? Lance just grinned, a new, even more devious plan forming. "Don't worry," he said, tapping a map. I've got an idea. The Blue Moon Guild was an organization formed to protect the slums from criminals, funded by merchants who wanted a stable community. Inside, Lance met with their master, a massive, scarred man named Kansir. He knew Kansir was a man of justice, but he also knew his one great weakness. To put it nicely, Kansir was naive. To put it harshly, he was stupid and ignorant. Raymond came here with such evil intentions? Kansir bellowed, already falling for the lies. Lance dabbed his eyes with a handkerchief, playing the part of a concerned mentor. "That's right, master. I used to teach him. I know what he's capable of." Kansir was completely taken in. "That bastard. He's using the people here as test subjects. I can't believe such a wicked person exists." He paused, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. But he heard Raymond had been treating people for cheap. Lance leaned in, whispering his poison. "That's just to lure them in," he insisted, feigning tears. "He knows no one will investigate if something goes wrong with a slum dweller's health." Lance pressed his advantage, telling Kansir that terrible side effects were inevitable. "For the sake of the people, you have to step in. You're the only one they can count on." Kansir's eyes filled with righteous fury. He was completely and utterly fooled. He slammed his foot down, his mind made up. "I will not let him do as he pleases." Lance smirked, wiping away his fake tears. It was done. Kansir was so simple-minded that once angered, he acted first and asked questions later. He could already picture Raymond getting beaten to a pulp. "He'll definitely run away after a beating like that," Lance gloated to himself, imagining Raymond fleeing the slums in terror. But back at the clinic, reality crashed through the door. Kansir stood there, a mountain of muscle and fury, his fist raised. "Hey," he growled. A system window popped up in front of Raymond, rating the man's asshole attitude as mediocre. "Are you Raymond the healer?" Kansir demanded. Raymond, trying to stay composed, stammered, "Yes. May I know where you feel unwell?" Hansen, terrified, hid behind him. "Why?" Raymond panicked internally. "Did such a ferocious-looking man have to visit his clinic?" Kansir stood there, radiating pure intimidation. He clearly wasn't here for a consultation. "Get out of this place immediately," he commanded, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. He raised a massive hand. "If you don't—" He swung his fist, the wind from the blow whistling past Raymond's ear as he ducked just in time. Raymond and Hansen screamed in terror as the giant advanced on them, his face a mask of pure rage. Kansir cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing in the small clinic. "I'll crush you and this clinic into pieces," he snarled. Raymond wailed, his mind immediately flying to the one thing that mattered most. "No! I still haven't earned any money. At this rate, I'll be in the negative. I can't repay my debt." Even in the face of death, his loan was his biggest fear. The massive man, Kansir, stepped fully into the room. His sheer size filled the space with an overwhelming sense of dread, shrinking Raymond and Hansen in his shadow. Despite his fear, Hansen recognized the man. "Sir Kansir?" he stammered, confused by the guildmaster's sudden appearance. Hansen asked why he was so angry, wondering what Raymond could have possibly done to provoke him. Kansir just stared back, his voice dripping with disbelief. "You're asking me what he did wrong?" He whirled on Raymond, jabbing an accusing finger. "Are you telling me you don't know this man is using the people of the Bay region for human experiments?" The accusation hung in the air like poison. "What?" Hansen gasped. A nearby patient echoed his shock. "Human experiments?" Kansir's voice boomed through the clinic, accusing them of being frauds who came to the slums to test out their twisted treatments on the poor. He ordered everyone to get out. Raymond, genuinely hurt by the monstrous lie, stepped forward. "That's not true!" he exclaimed, his expression pleading for them to believe him. And just then the system chimed in. A target had been confirmed. Asshole patient. The protocol for handling such patients was activated, synergizing with his heart of steel skill. A bonus quest appeared before his eyes. Treat the asshole patient. The system explained that all sorts of patients come to the clinic in pain. If he treats them with sincerity, they would become his biggest fans. The reward for completing this low-difficulty quest? A level up, 10 skill points, and the enthusiastic goodwill of the asshole patient himself. As Heart of Steels took effect, Raymond felt the fear drain away, replaced by a calm, steady resolve. He looked at the furious man before him and realized the truth. If the quest was to treat him, then this man wasn't just a threat, he was a patient. And suddenly, the path forward became clear. With newfound composure, Raymond addressed Kanseer, placing a hand on his chest. "My treatment methods are recognized by the king himself," he stated with quiet authority. "And I am a qualified healer, recognized by the healing tower. I believe," he continued, "that the other healers in this region are slandering me because I offer treatment that people can actually afford." The logic seemed to land, giving Kanseer a moment of pause. The guildmaster's mind raced. Come to think of it, that healer Lance had always charged outrageous fees, bullying the poor, and even taking money from the Blue Moon Guild. Kanseer's anger flared anew, but this time it was aimed at the man who had lied to him. "Did that wicked man deceive me?" he roared internally. Seeing his chance, Raymond calmly suggested that there had been a misunderstanding. Just as Kanseer was about to storm off to find the truth, Raymond stopped him. "Wait a minute." His mind was already racing. This man was a patient, the quest said so, and the boss of a major guild had to have money. With a charming smile, he invited the guildmaster to stay and talk. Finally, a patient that could pay a proper fee. He couldn't let this chance slip away. "Now that you're here," he said persuasively, "you should get a checkup. Is there anything bothering you?" Kanseer hesitated. "No, not really." Raymond wouldn't take no for an answer, already pulling up a chair and pouring tea. "Even a minor discomfort can be a sign of something more. I can treat illnesses other healers couldn't. Please feel free to tell me anything." Kanseer shifted uncomfortably. Finally, he admitted it. He had an illness, one that had been treated before but always came back. "I knew it," Raymond thought, leaning in. He asked what it was. Kanseer hesitated, looking deeply embarrassed. His face turned beet red as he confessed, his voice barely a whisper. He had a recurring, painful problem in his rear, and it would bleed. He explained that other healers could use magic to ease the pain, but it was only ever temporary. It always came back. Raymond's eyes widened. This was hemorrhoids. "That symptom will only go away if you treat the root cause," he said confidently. "I can cure you." A glimmer of hope appeared in Kanseer's eyes. "Can it really be treated?" Raymond smiled. "Yes. A simple surgery is all it will take. I can make sure it never comes back." "Surgery?" The word made Kanseer's old suspicions stir. Was this just another trick? An experiment? He thought of all the money he'd given to Lance over the years, bags and bags of gold for a cure that never came. But if what this young healer said was true, if he could truly be free of this recurring pain forever, Kanseer made his decision. "I accept your treatment." Soon, a tray of gleaming surgical tools was prepared. Sharp, precise, and a world away from the magical healing Kanseer was used to. Dressed for surgery, Raymond examined his patient. It was a grade 3 internal hemorrhoid. A simple excision would be enough. "Activate surgeon's nimble hands," he declared. His senses heightened, his focus sharpened, and he was ready to begin. He calmly explained the procedure. After applying an herbal anesthetic, he would remove the tissue, tie off the blood vessels, and stitch the wound. A meticulous, step-by-step process. And just like that, it was over. The system confirmed it, treatment successful, quest complete. A bonus, level up, and more skill points were his. Raymond smiled behind his mask. He'd done it. "The surgery is over," he told Kanseer. "You did great." The guildmaster touched his rear gingerly, amazed. Is it really over that quickly? Raymond explained the aftercare, suggesting a warm sitz bath for a few days to manage the pain. Suddenly, Concierge's face broke into a wide, joyous grin, tears of relief streaming down his face. "Thank you so much," he boomed. "I've suffered for years with this." "I can't believe you fixed it so simply," he clapped Raymond on the shoulder. "I won't forget your help." Raymond laughed, though his mind immediately went to the bill. "It's nothing," he thought. "Just pay up." His mind raced. The man was rich. Should he charge 20 peña? Maybe 30? But Cancier, overcome with gratitude, declared loudly, "I can't repay such kindness with just money." Raymond's greedy smile froze. Cancier's fist was clenched, and it didn't look like he was reaching for a coin purse. "No," Raymond thought in a panic, "you need to pay for it." But Cancier made a different vow. "Don't worry. From now on, if anyone dares to slander you, I will get rid of them." Then he shoved a heavy bag into Raymond's arms. "Please, take this." Raymond and Hansen stared in awe at the overflowing sack of gold. It had to be at least 300 peña, 10 times what Raymond had hoped for. Image choose 3051 dial 51. Concierge clenched his fist again, his rage now fully directed at the one who had deceived him. "That Lance bastard! I won't let this slide." As the guildmaster strode out of the clinic, a powerful new ally, Raymond and Hansen, waved him off. "Thank you. Have a good day." Hansen wondered aloud if he'd heard the name Lance, but Raymond, clutching his fortune, was already planning dinner. "I don't know, and it doesn't matter. Tonight we eat beef." Meanwhile, in a dark alleyway, the sound of splintering wood echoed through the night. Lance was on the ground, beaten and terrified. "Sir Concierge," he stammered, "there's been a misunderstanding." But Concierge stood over him, his face a mask of cold fury. "I've hated the sight of you preying on the people of these slums for years," he stated calmly. "I only let you stay because there were no other healers. And you," he roared, "dare to slander someone as great as Sir Raymond?" Lance's thugs begged for their lives, but their pleas were met with the sickening crunch of fists. A tooth flew from Lance's mouth. His reign of terror was over. Cancier delivered his final sentence. If any of them ever showed their faces in the Bay region again, he would pull out all their teeth. Lance and his crew were broken, their power shattered. They were kicked out of the slums that day and were never seen in the capital again. After that, Raymond's clinic became more successful than ever. The people of the slums sang his praises. He had healed wounds they thought were permanent and given hope to those who had none. With every patient, Raymond's experience grew, and he leveled up again and again. He checked his status. Level 28, reputation growing, skill points accumulating. He was making real progress. "I'm level 28, he thought, a determined fire in his eyes. "Let's keep this up and go all the way to level 40. The influx of patients had been tiring. He decided he needed to invest in stamina to keep up and intelligence to grow his skills. He dreamed of a future where he was hailed as the best healer in the land. At this rate, that dream felt closer than ever. But just as he was lost in his daydream, the clinic door burst open. Concierge rushed in, his face pale with panic. "Sir Healer!" "Big trouble. You must run away," Concierge urged. "Someone has an infectious disease. It's the Grim Reaper of Death. If you stay, you'll be infected and die." Hansen's face went white with terror. The Grim Reaper of Death? The name alone was enough to send a chill down his spine. It was the name this world had given to smallpox, one of the worst infectious diseases known to man. With a fatality rate of over 30%, it was a plague on par with the Black Death. The stakes had just been raised to an unimaginable level. Raymond stood frozen, the joyous success of the past few days turning to ash in his mouth. Image Shu to 3076 he knew that even with all his skill he might save a few people. but there was no way to stop hundreds, maybe thousands, from dying. "We need to run," Hansen pleaded. But Raymond was trapped, his desire to heal warring with the instinct to survive. What could he possibly do? Did they really have to run away? When the specter of plague looms, a primal dread settles over everything. It is the fear of an agonizing, unstoppable end. In this world, when the grim reaper of death appears, there is only one rule, an unspoken directive from the healing tower itself: you run. Raymond's own knowledge confirmed it. Smallpox was a scourge that had killed billions. The reality was simple and brutal. If he didn't run now, he would be infected, and he would die. Kansier urged them to leave, his face grim. He warned that the authorities planned to burn the patients and the entire area as a form of purification. But then, a woman stepped forward. It was one of the women from Crescent Street whom Raymond had cured. "Is it really the Grim Reaper of Death?" she asked, her voice steady. She reminded them all how the curse of God that had afflicted her turned out to be a treatable illness. She was living proof that fear and superstition were not always the truth. "Smallpox hasn't been seen in this kingdom for a long time," she pointed out. "Isn't it strange that it would suddenly appear now?" Her words sparked something in Raymond's mind. He paused, a single bead of sweat on his temple. She was right. There was no guarantee that this was really smallpox. "What are the patient's symptoms?" he asked, his voice cutting through the panic. He needed facts, not fear. The man who brought the news stammered, caught off guard by the question. He described what he saw, high fevers and blisters covering their bodies. He said the elders who remembered the last plague confirmed the symptoms were the same. Raymond processed the information. High fevers and blisters. A confident, almost cheerful expression crossed his face. "There are tons of diseases with those same symptoms," he explained. He knew he could identify the illness if he saw it himself. But if it really was smallpox, getting close would be a death sentence. Hansen grabbed his arm, terrified. "Raymond, what is there to hesitate about? You could die." Raymond turned to his friend, his expression grave. "But if it's not," he countered, "then patients we could have saved will be burned alive." The terrible weight of the choice hung between them. "Damn it," he thought. "What should I do?" He was trapped, needing a sign, some kind of certainty. And right on cue, the system chimed in. A new quest had arrived: save the patients who are about to face unfair deaths. The mission was clear: use his knowledge to stop a tragedy based on a false assumption. Raymond's eyes widened. Unfair deaths? That meant the system had just given him the certainty he so desperately needed. He stood tall, his voice ringing with newfound resolve. "I won't leave." Kanser and Hansen stared at him, shocked by his decision to stay and face the danger. Raymond looked at them, his gaze steady. "They are not infected with smallpox," he stated firmly, "and with my knowledge, I can save them." His mind raced. Most infectious diseases like smallpox spread through droplets in the air from a cough, a sneeze, or even just saliva. He needed a physical barrier to stop it. He was already forming a plan. He turned to Hansen and gave his orders: a thick cloth for a mask, gloves, and a robe to cover his entire body. Hansen looked at him with wide, worried eyes. "Raymond, what are you trying to do?" "I'm going to meet the patients," Raymond declared, his hand over his heart. "I'm going to check them myself." That night, a tense crowd gathered near the quarantined house, their murmurs filling the dark street. From inside, the sounds of despair were horrifying. A mother screamed for them to spare her children, while a child cried out for help. A man holding a torch looked on, his face pained. "I'm sorry," he called out, "but we can't die because of you." It was a terrible choice between compassion and self-preservation. Then, a voice cut through the noise. "Please wait." A figure emerged from the darkness. He was covered from head to toe in a dark, hooded robe, his face wrapped in bandages like a mummy. He was a strange, spectral sight. "Who are you?" A man with a torch demanded. "Please calm down," the figure said. "I'm Healer Raymond." The man recognized the name, though he still mistook him for a prince. He explained that the family inside was infected and had to be purified. Raymond held up a gloved hand. "Wait a moment," he said, his voice calm. "Without a healer present, how did you conclude that it's the Grim Reaper of Death?" The man stammered, repeating the common fear. "High fevers and blisters, aren't those the symptoms?" "Other diseases have the same symptoms," Raymond countered, injecting logic into a situation ruled by fear. "Nothing is certain yet." He looked at the boarded-up house. "I'll go in and confirm it myself." The crowd gasped. "But if you get infected," Raymond looked back, his eyes steady behind the layers of cloth. "Don't worry," he said with a confident nod. "I have a way." He knew his makeshift protective suit wasn't enough. He needed something more. He mentally accessed the system. Open market. The market opened, allowing him to purchase skills with the points he'd earned. But his low job rank meant his options were limited. He scrolled through the list. There it was. Shield. 100 points. Purchase skill. The shield was a basic magic skill. It could protect him from physical threats, but with his low mana, it wouldn't last long. Use shield. The magic activated, a bonus effect even boosting his intelligence stat temporarily. A faint blue aura shimmered around him. It would only last a short time, but it would be enough to block any infectious droplets from reaching him. He cast the shield on Hansen as well. Combined with their suits, it was a decent defense. He adjusted his mask, his eyes focused and ready. "I'm ready," he thought. "Going in." As Raymond and Hansen walked towards the house, the torch-wielding crowd parted, watching the two shimmering otherworldly figures in stunned silence. Hansen stared at Raymond, completely amazed. He had just used magic. The surprises never seemed to end. Inside, a mother clutched her two children, all of them trembling in the dark, waiting to be burned alive. The door creaked open, and she looked up in terror. "Who are you?" "I'm Healer Raymond," the bandaged figure announced calmly. The mother's fear turned to confusion. "The prince?" the children cried out. "Prince, please help us. I don't want to die." "I'm not a prince," he said gently. "I'm a healer. I'm going to take a look at you." He asked the small boy to lift his shirt. Raymond leaned in, examining the boy's skin with a careful, practiced eye. The red spots on the boy's torso did look similar to smallpox. But as he looked closer, he noticed crucial details that didn't fit. He straightened up and looked at the tearful mother. "Please, rest easy," he said. "This is not the Grim Reaper of Death." The woman stared, barely daring to hope. "Really? In the ancient language, it's known as chickenpox," he explained. "A common, far less deadly childhood illness." He pointed out his findings. The blisters weren't as severe, and crucially, the palms of their hands and the soles of their feet were clean. The blisters were also on the surface of the skin, not buried deep within it. These were the telltale signs that separated chickenpox from its deadly cousin. He knelt down, placing a reassuring hand on the child. "Chickenpox will heal on its own if you just leave it be." The mother gasped, relief washing over her. "We can get better." Raymond's eyes crinkled into a smile behind his mask. "Yes," he said. "I'll go explain the situation to the people outside." He and Hansen emerged from the house and faced the anxious crowd, ready to deliver the good news. And shortly after, the children were healthy and happy, the terrible spots having faded away. The mother, holding her child, wept with gratitude. "You saved them. Thank you so much." Raymond smiled modestly. "I didn't do much." Another mother thanked him, saying he had saved all their lives. The gratitude from the community was overwhelming. Hansen beamed with pride. "This is great, Raymond. I was so worried it was the Grim Reaper of Death." One of the men who had held a torch bowed his head. "If it weren't for you," he said, his voice thick with remorse, "we would have killed our innocent neighbors. Thank you." The system chimed. Quest complete. He had saved the patients from an unfair death. A new title flashed in gold, The One Who Lives for Patience. With it came a bonus level, more skill points, and a significant boost to his reputation. And his bond with the people of the slums had grown even stronger. Raymond looked at the grateful faces all around him, a warm feeling spreading through his chest. A moment like this, he thought. No matter how many times I experience it, it always feels new and happy. Thanks to you, one of the locals told him, the Bay region feels stable now. They told him he was dependable. They told him that finally they could live like human beings. He hadn't just brought healing, he had brought them dignity. But far away, in the capital, a different conversation was taking place. "How long?" an ominous voice asked. "Are you going to leave the Bay region alone?" A red-haired nobleman warned the king that war was looming. In such a time, the newly stable Bay region, loyal to an outcast prince, could become a dangerous, unstable variable. Image Chi G24083. Just as Prince Limerton said, the advisor urged, it would be better to get rid of them before they become more powerful. Your Majesty, you must decide. The king remained silent, his hand covering his mouth in thought. The fate of Raymond and the people he had just saved now rested in the cold calculus of high politics. For the first time in a long while, the clinic was filled not with the sounds of sickness, but with the delicious sizzle of meat grilling over a fire. "The smell of meat!" Hansen exclaimed, delighted. Raymond explained it was a thank-you gift from the mother of the children he'd saved. "I'm done cooking it," Hansen announced. "Let's eat." Hansen presented the feast, declaring that beef boosts immunity, a perfect meal for a pair of hard-working healers. As they ate, Raymond felt a sense of satisfaction. He was level 29, the people of the slums finally trusted him, and for the first time, everything seemed to be going well. His ambitions were growing. Once he reached level 40, he'd be promoted from a rookie resident. He could provide even better treatments then. He imagined a future where he was a respected, professional doctor. But Hansen's voice snapped him out of his daydream. "Raymond?" Hansen asked, a piece of meat still on his skewer. "Did you use shield magic back then?" Raymond was a bit sheepish, waving it off as a lucky fluke. But Hansen was full of admiration. To think that Raymond, a healer, could also use magic, it was amazing. "But it's limited," Raymond admitted. "I can't use it for very long." Hansen looked up thoughtfully. "Is it because you don't have much mana?" "Mana." It was the source of all miracles in this world. Healers used it to heal, mages used it for magic, and knights channeled it into their blades as aura. As a healer, Raymond had some mana, but if he had to put a number on it, his mana stat was a paltry one, barely anything at all. Hansen suggested that if he could increase his mana, it would be a huge help. Raymond sighed. He could try mana training like a knight, but he doubted it would work. The way one used mana was fundamentally different for each class. Knights used the energy core in their stomachs, mages in their hearts, and healers in their heads, the most difficult of all to develop. Because of this, healers were either born with immense talent or they weren't. No matter how hard Raymond tried, with his F-rank potential, he felt he could never truly advance. But then, a thought struck him. If that was true, what mana was he using for his magic? It was a fundamental rule of their world that you couldn't alternate between energy cores. A healer could only heal. A mage could only use magic. A knight could only use aura. That's how it had always been. And yet here he was, a healer, using magic. He had never trained his mana heart, but he could cast a shield. He'd always just accepted it as a player's ability from the system. But now he realized the implications were far deeper. His very existence defied the laws of this world. Their deep conversation was cut short by a frantic shout from outside. "Sir Healer, please help me!" The meal was instantly forgotten. "A patient!" "Hurry!" Raymond yelled, jumping to his feet. A panicked woman burst in. My husband! He fell from the roof. He can't breathe." Raymond took charge instantly. "Hanson, get ready for CPR." This was a life-or-death emergency. Meanwhile, far from the clinic, two cloaked figures moved through the city streets. One was the king's attendant, Gammon. The other was King Odin himself. "Your Majesty," Gammon whispered, "must you travel to the Bay region in secret?" He reminded the king that Prince Limerton had been seriously injured here. It was a dangerous place. The king was unconcerned. "I'm a swordmaster, Gammon. As long as an army doesn't show up, I'll be fine." He looked around at the bustling streets. "This is a place where people live. I can't just destroy it based on rumors. I must see the truth for myself." He decided to start in a tavern to gauge the mood of the people. Inside, the tavern was full of chatter. The king and Gammon found a quiet corner and listened. Then, the king overheard a name that caught his attention. Someone died in Raymond's clinic? He turned his head subtly, listening closer. Two men were discussing the day's events. It seemed Raymond had performed CPR for an hour, but the patient had died anyway. "I guess even he isn't all-powerful," one of them remarked. The other man added fuel to the fire, bringing up the old rumors. "Isn't he just like the other princes, using the slums as his personal playground?" He spat on the floor. "I guess all nobles think of us as nothing more than sores on the kingdom." The king listened, his face unreadable beneath his hood. Suddenly, a nearby patron slammed his hand on the table. "No! Sir Raymond is different." It was the wife of the man who had just died. With tears in her eyes, she told them what she saw, a hopeless patient that any other healer would have given up on, and Raymond fighting tirelessly to save him. Her voice trembled as she finished, and in the end, he cried when my husband stopped breathing. In a flashback, Raymond knelt by the body, head bowed in sorrow. Tears streamed down his face, spattered with the blood of the man he couldn't save. "I lost a patient," he thought in anguish. "I couldn't save him." He knew that modern medicine taught that a doctor must learn from loss, but the personal pain was still so raw. The patient's child ran in, crying for his father as the grieving wife collapsed. Raymond could only stand by, helpless. "I'm sorry," he whispered, the words feeling utterly inadequate. "I'm really sorry," he repeated, his heart breaking for the wailing family. He watched them, tears on his own face, and made a silent vow. "I never want to experience something like this again." Back in the tavern, the grieving widow looked up, her eyes full of a powerful conviction. "I have never seen someone so sincere towards his patients." She stood, addressing the whole room. "He was sent by the heavens to help us. He is the prince we should serve." Others quickly chimed in. One man said his son was alive because of Raymond. Another added that Raymond had cured his wife's chronic illness after other healers had failed. The tavern erupted in a chorus of cheers. "Long live Prince Raymond, the prince of the slums!" The king witnessed it all, an outpouring of genuine love and loyalty he had never expected. At that very moment, though he wasn't there to see it, a new title was bestowed upon Raymond. He had exceeded the reputation criteria. He was now the one who helps the slums. He had long since forgotten his original, shameful title, Dirty Illegitimate Child. The new title also came with an additional buff. It was a village-level title, given to one who had earned the trust of a community. The buff greatly increased his friendliness with the people of the slums, giving him immense influence over them. And with the title came another level up and 20 more bonus skill points. It was far, far better than being known as the Dirty Illegitimate Child. As his reputation grew, he knew the money would eventually follow. Back on the street, the king spoke to his attendant. "Raymond's reputation seems to be better than I expected." The king coughed. "I had thought he'd be lucky just to survive here." He coughed again, harder this time. Gammon looked concerned. "You're coughing again? It seems to be getting worse." "It's just a slight cold," the king dismissed, though his eyes looked weary. "Let's go back to the palace," he decided. He had seen enough. But then a woman's scream pierced the air. "Somebody please help me!" Without a second thought, the king and Gamin rushed towards the sound. They found two thugs accosting a young woman. Seeing the cloaked figures, she cried out, "You're knights, right? Please help me!" The king's eyes narrowed. "Gamin, step aside," he ordered, drawing his sword. A powerful purple aura began to swirl around the blade. The king was indeed a swordmaster. The thugs recoiled in terror. "Sword energy?" one of them stammered. "Don't come any closer." With incredible speed, the king unleashed his power in a flash of purple light. The wave of energy swept past the thugs, knocking them off their feet but leaving them unharmed. It was a display of immense power and control. The king stood over the woman he had just saved. "Are you all right?" he asked. "You're safe now." But when she looked up, her face held no gratitude. Her eyes were wide, and the sinister blue energy began to crackle around her hand. Something was terribly wrong. In a shocking betrayal, she lunged, a blade of pure energy in her hand. The king cried out as the dagger pierced his side, dark, smoky tendrils spreading from the wound. Clutching his bleeding side, he stared at the woman in disbelief. The damsel in distress had been a trap. She was an assassin, and he had walked right into her ambush. With a manic grin, the red-haired woman lunged again, her dagger flashing through the air. But the king was a warrior. Despite his wound, his sword met hers with a sharp ring of steel, his eyes cold and hard. The assassin smiled wickedly and began chanting in strange, glowing runes. This was no ordinary attack. Thick smoke erupted around them, a smokescreen. She was trying to escape. "You're not getting away," the king vowed, readying his stance in the swirling haze. But as the smoke filled his lungs, he realized it was laced with an irritant. He began to cough, his airways burning. A chilling thought struck him. She knew he had a cough. This entire attack had been meticulously planned. Taking advantage of his hesitation, she burst from the smoke, lunging from above with another blast of dark energy. Even compromised, the king's instincts were faster. He deflected the attack with a powerful swing of his sword, the clash of magic and steel echoing in the alley. He stood firm, new cuts on his face, his cough racking his body. But his eyes were still sharp, still dangerous. Gamin rushed to his side. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" The king dismissed the graze on his arm as nothing, but Gamin cried out in horror. The cut was turning a sickly dark blue. It was poison. Corrupted blood oozed from the wound, spreading quickly. "Calm down," the king ordered. "A swordmaster won't die from something like this." But Gamin was panicked. "If we don't treat this now, you could lose your arm." The king knew the palace's AAA rank healer could cure the venom, but the poison was spreading too fast. They might not make it in time. He watched grimly as the discoloration crept up his arm. "I might have to cut it off," he admitted, the words heavy with resignation. Then Gamin had an idea. "Wait, isn't Raymond's clinic nearby?" The king's eyes widened. "Are you asking me to be treated by Raymond?" Gamin pleaded. "Shouldn't you at least get emergency treatment?" He reasoned that Raymond's 5 years at the Belland Clinic must have taught him something. It was a desperate gamble, but their only option. The king considered it, then gave a curt nod. His pride was nothing compared to his life. The warm lights of Raymond's clinic offered a peaceful sanctuary, a stark contrast to the violence they had just escaped. Inside, Raymond greeted them with his usual bright smile, completely unaware of who stood before him. "Hello, sir. Where do you feel unwell?" He looked up and saw 2 figures cloaked in shadow, radiating an imposing aura. He noticed bloodstains on the taller man's mask, and his mind immediately jumped to conclusions. Dark Guild members? A turf war? But Dark Guilds had money, right? He put on his most charming, professional demeanor. "You've hurt your arm. Please, come this way." The cloaked king spoke, his voice strained. "I'm poisoned." I need emergency treatment. Raymond wondered if they were criminals on the run, but it didn't matter. A patient was a patient. He gently took the king's arm. I'll take a look at your wound. As he saw the discolored flesh, a bead of sweat rolled down his face. This was bad. What kind of poison could do this? Besides your arm, he asked, do you have any other symptoms? Blurred vision, heart palpitations, dizziness? I feel a little dizzy, the king admitted. A headache. And my pulse is fast. His voice sounded familiar, but Raymond couldn't place it. Maybe a former patient? He gave his diagnosis. It's a mix of dragon blood poison and a nerve agent. Very dangerous. Just provide emergency treatment so it won't spread, the king requested, his voice tight with pain. I'll receive the full treatment later. But Raymond just smiled, a dazzling, confident grin. No, he declared, I can treat this completely. Gaman looked up sharply. What did you say? Raymond explained calmly. This is a 3 white snakes poison, enhanced with alden rose extract. If I administer the correct antidote, I can neutralize it. Gaiman was astonished. How could you possibly know that? Most healers would just try to purge the poison with raw healing energy, since identifying it took too long. I know it because I studied, Raymond said proudly. I'm an S rank in medical botany. He remembered telling Hansen how he'd studied everything he could to make up for his lack of healing power. In this one field, there was likely no one in the kingdom more knowledgeable than him. We have the antidote here, he told them. But there is one problem. Because this is an enhanced poison, he explained, a simple dose of the antidote won't be enough. Gaiman asked what they needed to do. We have to maximize the antidote's effects, Raymond said. But the method might be hard for you to accept. You won't be drinking it, he declared. I will be injecting it directly into your blood vessel, using a needle. Gaman erupted in outrage. That can't be done. I've never heard of such a bizarre treatment. An injection? The idea was monstrous. Raymond understood their shock. The syringe was common on Earth, but here it was an alien concept. It was natural to be afraid. Do you know who this person is? Gaman demanded, nearly revealing the king's identity in his distress. But the king cut him off, his voice low and dangerous. I heard a patient died here recently. A menacing purple aura began to swirl around him. The sheer pressure of it made Raymond flinch. Weren't there rumors, the king continued, his aura flaring, that you were using the poor as experimental subjects? He glared at Raymond, his royal authority and power on full display. If you are doing some twisted experiment here, I will not forgive it. Raymond closed his eyes, his heart of steel skill activating, shielding him from the overwhelming intimidation. He had withstood the patient's intimidation. Gaman watched in amazement. The boy wasn't even flinching under His Majesty's aura. Then another system window appeared. The target had been determined to be an asshole's. The king himself. A wicked grin spread across Raymond's face. An asshole, huh? Well, he knew exactly how to deal with those. The best way to handle them was with overwhelming confidence and a constant, disarming smile. I understand your worries, Raymond said calmly, his demeanor now warm and reassuring. However, this method is a secret ancient technique, common in a long-lost civilization. Gaman was baffled. After that display of intimidation, the boy was still so friendly. Raymond took the king's uninjured hand, his expression deeply sincere. I swear upon the family name I inherited from my mother, Penine, that there is no other way to treat this poison. He looked the king directly in the eyes. Please, trust me. The king looked down. An image of a woman with long, light-colored hair flashed in his mind. The Penine family. That name held a deep significance for him. All right, the king finally agreed. The needle of the syringe gleamed in the lamplight, a foreign object that now represented their only hope. What is that? The king asked. A syringe, Raymond explained. I had it custom-made in a dwarf workshop to inject medicine directly into the blood. He gently took the king's poisoned arm. This will sting a little, he warned with a smile. The king braced himself, tensing as the needle approached. With a swift, precise motion, Raymond inserted the needle and began the injection. "Are you all right?" Gammon asked anxiously. The king shook his head. "I don't feel anything strange." But then his eyes snapped wide open. "What's wrong?" Raymond asked, startled, as the king clutched his head in distress. This was the first time he'd ever used a syringe here. Panic began to set in as the king's condition worsened before his eyes. Could there be a side effect? The king's life and his own were now hanging by a thread. But then, the king lowered his hand, his voice surprisingly steady. "My dizziness and headache, they're gone." Raymond, who had been bracing for the worst, could only stare in stunned silence. The king examined his arm. The dark, venomous stain was visibly receding, replaced by a healthy glow. "It's definitely better than before," he stated, amazed. "How could my symptoms be getting better so quickly?" Gammon was equally astonished. Even the most powerful antidotes took time to work. An immediate effect like this was unheard of. Raymond, however, just beamed with a satisfied smile. "The effects are even better than I expected," he thought. "We'll be able to eat meat tomorrow." "Will the wound on my arm get better on its own?" the king asked. Raymond reassured him that the poison was stopped completely and the skin would heal naturally with no lasting damage. The king reflected on how close he'd come to losing his arm. He remembered how Raymond had also saved Princess Sophia. This was the second time the boy had performed a miracle. Just then, Hansen returned. "A customer came while I was away." Raymond, pleased with his work, just waved it off. "It's fine. I'm done with the treatment." The king knew that as a ruler, he had to be clear with rewards and punishments. And for this, a fitting reward was necessary. "I owe you a great debt," the cloaked king announced. "Please, let me know if there's anything you want." Without a moment of hesitation, Raymond's eyes lit up. "Please, give me money." The king was taken aback. "Money?" Raymond smiled disarmingly. "This isn't a debt. You just need to pay for the treatment." But his inner monologue told a different story. "He uses aura. He must be a high-level gangster. Let's extort him." Out loud, he added smoothly, "But this treatment method is a little more expensive." Gaiman interjected, "Will money be enough? We can make many things happen for you." But Raymond put on his humble healer persona. "I'm a healer. It's only natural for me to treat patients. I expect no debts." Inside, a greedy wolf howled. "Just ripping you off for the fee is more than enough for me." Gammon was completely fooled. "He's such a pure and righteous healer," he thought with admiration. The king cut to the chase. "How much is the fee?" With a touch of theatrical greed, Raymond threw out a number. 500 piña. He knew it was the most he'd ever charged, but it was his one big chance. The king repeated the number slowly. 500 peña? A tiny, sweating Raymond panicked. "Did I ask for too much?" Hansen whispered urgently. "Raymond, that's enough to feed a commoner for half a year." But Raymond held firm. "I can't compromise. This is our only chance to make up our losses." "It's 500 peña," Hansen added. "And a promissory note won't work. It must be cash." The king just chuckled. 500 peña is a little... Raymond's heart sank. Too cheap. He couldn't believe his ears. Gaiman was equally astonished. A-rank healers would charge at least 1,000 for this. With the cost of the antidote, he thought the bill would be closer to 2,000. He looked at Raymond with new respect. This boy really was a healer only interested in treating patients. He could see why the people of the Bay region were so charmed by him. "I'd like to ask you a question," the king said. Raymond tensed, thinking he was about to be asked about the cost of the materials. But the king's question was different. Why do you put yourself through such hardship here when a healer as competent as you could earn so much more elsewhere?" Raymond breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't being questioned on the price. With a sincere smile, he answered, "It's because I have a greater goal in mind." Gammon was in awe. A greater goal? Could it be a life dedicated purely to his patients? It was incredible. The king was silent, observing Raymond intently. Gammon couldn't believe that an illegitimate child, treated so poorly his whole life, could grow up to be so noble. He wondered what the king was thinking. The clinic was quiet, filled only with the king's silent contemplation. Finally, he spoke. "I see, all right." He nodded. The king flexed his hand, feeling much better. "Let's go back now." "But I don't have any cash right now," he said, as if it were an afterthought. Raymond panicked. He was leaving without paying. The king calmly placed a small, ornate ring in Raymond's hand. "Sell this and use the cash." Raymond stared at the ring, his eyes sparkling. It looked incredibly expensive. Hansen recognized the jewel. It was a mermaid's tear, a gem worth more than 10,000 peña. The king paused at the door. "It seems that a loan won't be enough for the payment. I'll come back at a later time," he promised, before turning and leaving. As they walked away, the king told Gammon, "I'm looking forward to what this clinic will look like when I return." Raymond and Hansen were confused. What was there to look forward to? "Whatever," Raymond thought. "I've earned tons of money." He threw his arms up in celebration. "Hansen, we're eating beef for dinner tonight." Gammon understood. The king was looking forward to seeing how Raymond's clinic and his son would grow. The two cloaked figures disappeared into the evening. Gammon reflected that Raymond was the first of the king's sons to stabilize the chaotic Bay region. No other prince had even come close. The king's expression turned grim. "It's time to find the perpetrator. The one who planned my assassination," he clarified. "They knew where I would be. They must have an informant inside the castle." He gave his order. "Track down the informant." Gammon bowed. "Understood." Gammon looked towards the distant palace. A bloodbath was coming. Elsewhere, in a dark, opulent room, a cloaked figure learned of the failed assassination. "I thought the poison would at least cost him a limb," he mused, a glowing purple orb in his hand. "Unfortunate," he said, examining an ornate dagger. "But that's all right. We still have many more chances." He threw the dagger with practiced ease. It embedded itself deep into a map, landing right on the Bay region, right on Raymond's clinic. "I can't believe he recovered so quickly," the figure mused. Was there such a competent healer in the Bay region? A powerful healer could hinder our future plans. An attendant asked if he should find out who it was and get rid of the healer. "No," the mastermind said. "There's no need to worry about that." He smirked with chilling confidence. "Because the next plan cannot be stopped, no matter how powerful the healer is." "I'll give you 1 month," he ordered. "Make sure you don't fail this time." The attendant bowed. "Yes, sir." The mastermind raised a glass of wine. An evil grin spread across his face. "The day the Houston Kingdom is razed to the ground," he declared, "is nearing." Back at the clinic, delicious ribs were sizzling on the grill. "Hansen, eat up," Raymond said, piling a plate high with meat. Hansen beamed. "Okay, I'll eat a lot to build up my immunity." Raymond was confused. Why the sudden talk about immunity? Hansen reminded him of his own words. "Beef builds immunity, good for healers and patients alike." Raymond smiled. "I'm just eating it because it's delicious. But you're not wrong. Let's eat tons of it, for our health." Hansen happily chewed on a piece of steak. "I'm glad I became a healer," he mumbled, his mouth full. But their peaceful meal was shattered by a loud, insistent banging on the clinic door. A rough voice shouted, "Anyone in here? Open up!" Startled, Raymond and Hansen looked towards the door. Who could that be? Raymond cautiously peeked out. May I know why you're here?" The door was thrown open, revealing a crowd of rough-looking men in dark suits. "Are you Raymond?" one of them growled. Raymond froze, Hansen peeking out from behind him. "The Park Guild?" he thought in alarm. "Why are they here?" A smoother voice cut through the tension. "Aha, guys, you're scaring Sir Raymond." A well-dressed man with slicked-back silver hair pushed his way to the front. He bowed slightly, a polite smile on his face. "Please forgive our rudeness. I'm Tom's, a small business owner in Langtram." Raymond and Hansen stared in shock. Tom's, the tyrant lord of the entertainment district, the leader of the Black Blade Guild, the biggest and most vicious dark guild in the entire Bay region. "I'm here because I have something to tell you," Tom said, his eyes glinting slyly. "May I come in?" It was a request, but it sounded like a command. Raymond stood frozen, his mind reeling. What could the most powerful and dangerous man in the Bay region possibly want with him? Raymond and Hansen stood frozen. The arrival of Tom's, the tyrant lord, had sucked all the air out of the small clinic. Tom's glanced at their half-eaten meal, a condescending smile on his face. "Oh, you were eating," he sneered at the plate of meat. "Is this what dogs eat?" "A man who does such good deeds shouldn't be eating such nasty food." His words were a clear insult, a test of power. His gloved finger tapped the plate, a small, menacing gesture. In the next instant, the plate exploded in a shower of porcelain shards. The sudden violence was deafening, shocking Raymond and Hansen into crying out in terror. Hansen whispered frantically in Raymond's ear, "He's from a high-ranking knight family of mana users." That casual touch was a display of immense, destructive power. Tom's turned his back, casually ordering his men to throw away the nasty meat. As their meal was violently discarded, Raymond's mind raced in sheer terror. Why is he doing this? This is so scary. But then the system kicked in. Hooligans had invaded the clinic. Heart of Steels was activated. A calm strength settled over Raymond's chest, suppressing the initial wave of panic. The target was confirmed as an asshole, and his level of assholery was confirmed to be very high. The method to handle assholes was activated. Raymond was ready. He took a deep breath. He couldn't just tremble in fear. "I can do this," he thought, steeling his resolve. Men from the underworld only prey on the weak. He had to be bold. He stood tall, his voice surprisingly steady. "Why have you come to our clinic? If you're sick, I'll give you treatment." Tom's turned, a predatory glint in his eye. "Oh," he thought with amusement, "he's not scared. He's got some guts." His demeanor shifted, a polite smirk playing on his lips. "Oh my, it seems there's been a misunderstanding." He stepped forward, a picture of false sincerity. "I'm just here to greet the healer who is working so hard for the Bay region. Bring out what we've prepared," he ordered with a sly wink. One of his men presented a large, heavy bag. "Please take this." It was full of money. "Money?" Raymond asked, bewildered. Hansen whispered that there had to be at least 1,000 penna inside. "Why are you giving me this?" Tom's smiled magnanimously. "A personal token of my gratitude." He leaned in, his smile turning sharp as a knife. "And I also have a request. From now on," he said, his voice dropping low, "I want you to refrain from providing treatment to anyone who goes against the Dark Blade Guild." Raymond was shocked. "You want me to not treat patients?" Tom sighed. "Honestly, you're making us look bad. If you heal everyone we beat up, where's the lesson?" "But patients are all the same to a healer," Raymond argued. Tom's just crossed his arms, cutting him off. In a flash, a dagger was at Raymond's throat. "Your life isn't safe just because you're the king's illegitimate child," Tom snarled. He leaned closer, the cold steel pressing into Raymond's skin. "If you want to live a long life," he growled, "bear my words in mind, Shadow Prince." The old, hateful nickname was a clear threat. Raymond was silent, the blade at his neck, his expression unreadable. Tom straightened up, satisfied the point had been made. He patted Raymond condescendingly on the shoulder. "I hope we'll be smiling when we meet again." And with a dismissive "goodbye," he turned and walked away. Raymond and Hansen stood frozen in shock. "Are you all right?" Hansen whispered. He began to panic. "What should we do? The Darkblade Guild are the scariest people in the Bay region. If we ignore them, we'll be killed." Raymond was deep in thought, sweat beading on his temple. He wondered if he should learn the self-defense skill. The skill was designed for doctors in dangerous environments, but it required a stamina stat of 15 or higher. His was only 13. "I'm a little short," he sighed. And besides, even if he learned the skill, it would be useless against a high-ranking mana user like Tom's. "But I can't just give up on treating patients," he thought desperately. "What should I do?" Just then, a system window appeared. A new quest: overcome an unfair threat. A healer must never ignore a patient. The requirement was to treat patients without succumbing to the threat. The reward: a level up, skill points, and a hidden bonuses. Image H-Choose 8C048. Raymond stared at the quest. "Overcome an unfair threat?" he thought, exasperated. "Easy for you to say. Does it want me to die?" At that very moment, the clinic door burst open. 2 men stumbled in, supporting a badly injured woman. "Sir Healer, please help us!" Raymond rushed towards them. "What happened?" "The Darkblade Guild," one of the men cried. "They said we didn't pay our taxes on time, and they beat her." Raymond and Hansen were shocked. A victim of the Darkblade Guild. A direct challenge to Tom's warning. "She can't breathe," the man pleaded. "Please, save her." The woman lay unconscious, her breathing shallow and ragged. Raymond examined her. Her ribs were broken, piercing her lungs. She would die if he did nothing. But Tom said, Hansen stammered, terrified. Raymond looked at the dying woman, his duty warring with his fear. She coughed up a spray of blood. That was it. "Damn it," he swore. "Let's think about the consequences later. We need to save her first." He leaned over the patient, his expression focused and determined. He listened to her chest. Her breathing sounds dull. He continued his examination, his face grim. "Her lungs are filled with blood," he diagnosed. "We need to extract it, quickly." "Hansen, bring me a surgical knife and a hose," he ordered. Hansen hesitated, terrified of the consequences. "Do you want to see her die here?" Raymond roared, his voice sharp with urgency. "Go, now!" Jolted into action, Hansen rushed to get the supplies. "All right." Raymond stood over the patient, ready for surgery. "I've kept you waiting," he said, his voice calm despite the immense pressure. After the surgery, one of the men asked anxiously, "How is she?" Raymond smiled reassuringly. "She'll be fine now." The 2 men burst into tears of relief, thanking him over and over again. Hansen watched his master, a look of awe and deep worry on his face. Raymond, he thought, his admiration mixed with fear for what was to come. Later, as they were cleaning up, Hansen finally voiced his fear. "What if the Darkblade Guild retaliates?" he asked. "Should we ask Kanzir for help?" But Raymond knew the Blue Moon Guild was no match for Tom's. They would be crushed in an instant. He sighed, stressed. Should he just pack up and run? But his debts kept growing. Even after selling the King's Ring, it wasn't enough. And even if he escaped Tom's, the loan sharks, those devils would hunt him to the ends of the earth. He was trapped. "What should I do?" he despaired. And then a familiar chime. "You have completed the quest." More notifications followed. A new title, "The One Who Overcame Injustice," a bonus level up. 20 more skill points. A golden light enveloped Raymond, the system windows floating around him. And then, a final, brilliant flash. "You have been given a hidden bonus as a benefit." He was bathed in a mysterious, promising light, the threat from the shadows momentarily forgotten. After defying a guild master and saving a life, Raymond was suddenly bathed in a brilliant golden light. It was the system, and it had a special gift for him. A message flashed before his eyes. "While you have been given a hidden bonus." A hidden bonus, he thought, completely caught off guard. He wasn't expecting this. The system explained. It was an item that could temporarily increase the proficiency of any one of his skills, all the way to A rank for 24 hours. A rank, he mused. Most of his skills were only D rank. This was a massive, unprecedented leap in power. But before he could celebrate, another quest slammed into view. The quest was a tall order: save your patients from suffering. The difficulty was rated as high. The description was grim. A criminal group was harassing his patients, and a great doctor would never look away. The objective was simple and terrifying: defeat the Dark Blade Guild. The reward was equally staggering: 3 bonus levels and 50 skill points. For a moment, he pictured himself as a tiny warrior, bravely charging the guild. Then, reality hit him. He was a healer. The system had to be out of its mind. He buried his face in his hands. If he ran away, his debtors would capture him and turn him into a slave. "What a tough life I have," he despaired. But then he looked back at the bonus. An A-rank skill. What if he increased his magic proficiency? He imagined it. With A-rank magic, he might be able to take Toms down in a single hit, but he knew it was a fantasy. Even with a powerful spell, his tiny mana pool meant he'd never be able to cast it. It was useless. He walked through the clinic, racking his brain. What about his other skills? Was there anything that could possibly help him? And then an idea struck him. He turned to Hansen. "I need you to deliver a letter to Kanzir," he said, his voice firm with a new resolve. As he began to write, Hansen watched, worried. "What are you going to do?" Raymond looked up from the letter. "I won't run away." He had made his decision. There was no turning back now. Hansen rushed to his side, pleading. "Raymond, that's dangerous. You know how vicious those men are." Raymond just kept writing. "I know. Even so, I can't leave." "I know you care about the people here," Hansen begged, "but this is too dangerous." Raymond turned, a small, reassuring smile on his face. "I have a plan," he said quietly. "Trust in me." He handed the sealed letter to his apprentice. "This is important. You must make sure it gets delivered. Got it?" Hansen snapped a salute, his face a mask of loyalty. "Understood. I'll deliver this even if it costs me my life." With one last, determined look, Hansen turned and left, putting all his faith in his master. Once he was alone, Raymond let out a small sigh. "Use hidden bonus," he commanded the system. "Increase proficiency." There's a skill that's absolutely needed for this strategy, he thought, his eyes fixed on the glowing interface. The skill, Heart of Steel. This was his choice. This was the foundation of his plan. A brilliant light enveloped the system window. The proficiency of Heart of Steels was increased to A rank. The skill was now legendary. It would grant him an unwavering heart and an iron will for the next 24 hours. Chains of pure resolve wrapped around the ethereal heart in his chest. He could feel the change instantly. The power was on a totally different level. A confident, almost sly smirk played on his lips. He adjusted his collar, feeling a cool composure settle over him. "I'm not afraid of anything," he declared internally. "Let's go," he said with a smile, picking up his medical bag. He was ready to walk into the lion's den. Inside the Dark Blade Guild's headquarters, Toms sat at his desk, flanked by guards. "Oh, who do we have here?" he said with a smirk as Raymond entered. "I can't believe you'd visit such a humble place yourself." He leaned back, his voice smooth and dangerous. "I was actually just about to call for you." Raymond remained calm. He probably wanted to beat me to a pulp for treating that woman, he thought. But his A-rank Heart of Steel held his fear at bay. Outwardly, he was composed. "I'm not scared at all." He stepped forward. "I'm here because I have something to say." Toms gestured dismissively. "Speak." And then Raymond did the last thing anyone expected. He dropped into a deep, formal bow. "I'm sorry. Please forgive me just this once." Toms and his bodyguards were utterly speechless. Toms finally sighed, regaining his composure. "Well, why did you do something you'd regret?" Raymond replied earnestly. "I'll repent deeply. I won't make such mistakes again." He raised his head, his expression full of fake sincerity. "This incident got me thinking. I'm tired of doing foolish things in the Bay region." He looked at Toms, crocodile tears welling in his eyes. "Mr. Toms, I'd like to offer my loyalty to you. If a war breaks out, you'll need a healer, right?" he suggested eagerly. "I have techniques recognized by the king. I'll be your exclusive healer." Toms threw his head back and laughed. "This is quite different from what I've heard about you," he remarked, studying Raymond. "I thought you wanted to serve the people of the slums." He leaned forward, his expression turning shrewd and suspicious. He wasn't buying it completely. "What I say now is important," Raymond thought. He leaned in, whispering conspiratorially. "My real goal is to earn money. No one would hire me outside, so I had no choice but to come here." He pulled back, a greedy smile on his face. "But now that I've met someone as great as you, I can't possibly just hang around poor people for pennies, can I?" Internally, he seethed. "I've endured mistreatment for 23 years. Bowing to others is my specialty." Thanks to his A-rank heart of steel, his acting skills were flawless. "I'll offer my life to you. Please accept it," he pleaded dramatically. Tom smirked. "I like it. Humans are greedy in nature." Raymond beamed. "That's right. Such wise words. If you'll accept me," Raymond said, leaning in again, "I'd like to examine you for free." Toms raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Examine me?" "Among my secret techniques," Raymond explained, "is one known as a medical examination. It looks for illnesses that might occur in the future." He leaned in, sharing a profound secret. "Just so you know, this is a top-level technique that only nobles can experience." Tom smirked, taking the bait. "Is that so? Then I'd love to try it." He couldn't miss out on an experience reserved for nobility. "If it's all right," Raymond whispered, "could you ask the others to leave? It's a secret technique. I can't have anyone stealing it." Toms nodded. "Understood. All of you, leave the room," he commanded his guards. "Don't come in until I call you." They were finally alone. Raymond rubbed his hands together gleefully. His plan was proceeding perfectly. "I'll first take a look at your abdomen," Raymond announced, as Toms lay down on a chaise lounge. He placed his hands on Toms's abdomen, beginning the examination. "No abnormalities here," he said professionally. "I'll take a look at your heart next." He pulled out a stethoscope. "An ancient artifact," he explained with an air of importance. "It tells me if there are any abnormalities in your heart. I paid a fortune to a dwarf workshop to have it made." He leaned over Toms, the sound of a heartbeat filling the quiet room. He placed the stethoscope on Toms's chest, and then he made his move. "What?" he exclaimed, his voice sharp with alarm. Tom sat up, concerned. "What's wrong?" Raymond looked at him, his face grave. "It seems there's something strange in your heart." "In my heart?" Toms repeated, his confidence gone. Raymond quickly smiled. "Don't worry. It can be fixed with a simple treatment." Toms relaxed, a relieved smile returning to his face. "I'll be counting on you then." He lay back, completely unsuspecting. Raymond stood over him, his hands hovering over Toms's chest. "Everything's gone as planned," he thought, steeling his nerves. "I need to succeed in one try." His hands descended. "Lightning," he murmured. A surge of blue electrical energy erupted from his palms, enveloping the guildmaster. Toms's eyes shot wide open in shock and pain. He realized, far too late, that this was no treatment. As the lightning coursed through him, a system notification flashed. The magic he had used was higher than his intelligence stat could normally handle. Its effect had become stronger. The trap had been sprung. The magic is hitting harder than it should, supercharged because its rank is higher than his intelligence stat. And just like that, the fearsome guildmaster crumples to the floor, unconscious. Raymond stands over him, fists clenched, a little stunned that it actually worked. The system chimes in, announcing his success. He stood up against injustice and subdued the villain. A golden light confirms it. He's accomplished the achievement, the one who overcame injustice. The rewards begin to pour in, starting with a bonus level up. And on top of that, 20 bonus skill points. His gamble was already paying off big time. A relieved smile spreads across Raymond's face as he clutches his chest. It's done. He actually did it. All that groveling and fake humility had paid off, creating the one opening he needed. He knew that even a powerful knight couldn't just shrug off a direct shock to the heart. Shaking himself from his daze, Raymond scrambles for his medical bag. There's no time to celebrate. He pulls out a length of rope and quickly gets to work, efficiently tying up the unconscious guildmaster before he can wake up. Now, all he has to do is wait. He sent Hansen with a letter to his ally, Kanzir. Surely help is on the way. With the leader of the Dark Blade Guild as his hostage, he finally has a fighting chance against them. After all, the entire guild's strength and reputation rested on one man, their fearsome leader, Tom's. The biggest difference between them and any other guild was Tom's himself, a powerful mana user. With him out of the picture, the rest are nothing. Raymond presses his ear to the door, listening. It's quiet. The guards outside don't seem to know what's happened yet. But he needs Kanzir to get here, and fast. He takes a deep breath, steeling himself for the long wait ahead. Standing alone in the opulent office, the silence is heavy with tension. As he paces the room, Raymond realizes he isn't afraid. The Heart of Steel skill is working overtime, keeping his panic at bay. And with his fear suppressed, his mind wanders to other opportunities. In a place like this, there has to be a vault. He figures the office of a Dark Guild leader must have a key somewhere. Spotting Tom's coat, he begins to search it. And there they are. A ring of keys. A greedy glint appears in Raymond's eyes. He's sure Tom's is hiding a fortune in slush funds somewhere in this room, and he intends to find and take every last coin. As he rummages around, his hand smacks against something hard under the desk. Ouch! But then he looks closer. It's a safe. His eyes light up with pure greed. Lifting the heavy box, he can already picture his new life, free from the loan sharks that have been harassing him. He quickly unlocks it and throws open the lid, only to find documents. Stacks and stacks of documents. He pulls out the papers, his excited expression fading into confusion. Where's the money? The safe is completely empty except for these worthless papers. But as his eyes scan the text, his confusion turns to shock. These aren't just papers, they're secret ledgers. Detailed accounts of every crime Tom's has ever committed, including a list of all the nobles he's bribed. Raymond stands by the window, clutching the ledgers. This is so much bigger than money, and so much more dangerous. Suddenly, a low, furious voice cuts through the silence. "How dare you trick me?" Raymond freezes, his blood running cold. He whips around to see Tom's awake and glaring at him with pure murder in his eyes. The guildmaster's face is a mask of simmering rage. The lightning didn't keep him down for nearly long enough. Raymond clicks his tongue in annoyance. He woke up already? Still, with his heart of steel active, he manages a calm voice. "Just stay still. Can't you see you're all tied up?" He even feels confident enough to taunt him, thinking that a tied-up Tom's is no threat at all. "Be quiet before I beat you to a pulp." Tom's just looks down at the ropes, a sinister smirk spreading across his face as a dark, purple mana begins to glow around him. "Rope? You mean this?" he sneers. The purple mana flares, and with a sickening snap, the ropes are sliced to pieces. He didn't even have to move. Raymond's confidence shatters. He just cut the ropes with pure mana. This is bad. This is very, very bad. His mind races, and he throws his hands up, trying to backtrack. "Wait, I'm sorry. That was a mistake in the treatment. The rope, it's a special kind of therapy." But Tom's isn't listening. His eyes blaze with fury as he stalks forward. "Shut up! I'll kill you!" Panic sets in. Damn it, he's really going to die here. Frantically, Raymond pulls up his stats. He has a few points from his level up. Maybe they can help him escape. Without a second thought, he dumps them into stamina. The boost to his stamina unlocks a new option in the system market, a self-defense skill. He purchases it immediately, and because it's his first time buying a skill like this, he gets a bonus. He's learned a new, unique skill, Healer's Self-Defense. The skill is a support type. When his life is threatened, it temporarily boosts his stamina and senses. He activates it immediately. Right now, his stats jump, but as he looks at the new numbers, his heart sinks. What? That's all? He feels a bit healthier, sure, but he's up against a mana user. A small stat boost won't let him win a fight. Tom's glares at him, his body radiating a menacing aura as he closes in for the kill. As Tom's hand reaches for him, Raymond's survival instinct kicks in. No, he can't die like this. He still has riches and fame to enjoy. In that moment of desperation, the Heart of Steel's skill flares brightly within him. Normally, he'd be paralyzed with fear, but the A-rank Heart of Steel is still active, a cold flame of courage inside him. An idea, insane and desperate, sparks in his mind. He has to try. In a split second, he grabs the nearest solid object, a heavy wooden rod from the wall. With a desperate roar, Raymond swings the makeshift club. Tom's just scoffs. "Ha! Useless. You're just a weak healer." But the sneer freezes on his face. As the rod connects with a sickening crack, his eyes widen in disbelief. This strength? It's impossible. Tom's crumples to the floor for a second time, out cold. Raymond stands over him, panting, still clutching the rod. He stares down at the guildmaster, then at the weapon in his hands, completely bewildered. What? Even weakened by the lightning, Tom's was still a powerful mana user. How did he faint from a single hit? He should have been able to dodge that easily. The system provides an answer. He stood up against a powerful foe with bravery and defeated him. And with that, he earns another incredible achievement, the dwarf that defeated the giant. The victory comes with another reward of 20 skill points. A bonus message pops up explaining everything. When fighting an opponent who is stronger than him, he can manifest a mysterious strength. Raymond stares at the notifications, a bead of sweat on his face. It seems the after effects of the electric shock were far greater than he'd thought. He looks from the unconscious Tom's to the useless, sliced-up rope. He needs to tie him up again, properly this time. But just then, a massive roar erupts from outside the window. He stumbles back in surprise. "Oh, is that Kinsir?" Finally, he rushes to the window, a hopeful expression on his face as he peers outside. But that shout was much, much louder than he'd expected. He stares down at a massive crowd gathered in the street. Did the Blue Moon Guild really have this many members? He looks closer and sees not just Kinsir's guild, but an entire army of citizens from the Bay region, armed with tools and fury. They're shouting his name, roaring that their prince stood up for them. Their voices echo as one, a powerful declaration, "We'll join your side." Raymond is utterly stunned. Where did all these people come from? The system chimes in, providing the answer. His title, the one who helps the slums, is in effect. He has exerted a great influence over the people of the slums. He has moved their hearts. It seems Hansen did far more than just deliver a letter. The scene flashes back to 1 hour ago. Hansen stands before Kinsir and the Blue Moon Guild. He'd delivered the letter as ordered, but he was filled with a nagging worry. Would it be enough? He couldn't stop thinking about Raymond, walking into the den of the Dark Blade Guild all alone, just to protect the people of the slums from their violence. Hansen clenched his fists. Raymond was doing so much for them. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Steeling his nerves, he turned to the people of the Bay region who had gathered and raised his voice, pleading for their help. "Sir Raymond is fighting for all of your sakes right now," he cried out passionately. The people murmured amongst themselves, confused but intrigued. Prince Raymond? Fighting for them? When Hansen explained that Raymond had gone to confront the Dark Blade Guild on their behalf, concern quickly turned to outrage. "He's in danger!" the crowd roared to life. They couldn't just stand by idly. The Dark Blade Guild was terrifying, but they had to save the one person who was willing to fight for them. And now, back in the present, the enraged citizens, led by a determined consier, are fighting their way through the Dark Blade's forces. "We've defeated them," someone shouts. "Let's save Prince Raymond." Someone in the crowd spots Raymond's silhouette in the window and points. "He's over there." Consier's head snaps up. "Where?" Hansen sees him too, his eyes wide with relief and worry. "Raymond!" Down below, Cancer and Hansen look up at the window. Cancer's jaw drops in shock, while Hansen cries out Raymond's name. The cavalry, in a way no one could have predicted, has arrived. Raymond leans out the window, a fresh scratch on his cheek, looking just as surprised as they are to see the sea of faces staring back at him. Hansen's voice cuts through the noise, filled with concern. "You got hit in the face. Are you fighting Toms right now?" Cancer roars, ready for battle. "Prince Raymond!" "We're on our way to save you." Raymond flinches. "Save him? No, they'll ruin everything." He was just about to secure his financial future with that ledger. He waves his hands frantically, trying to stop them. "Wait, this is—" He quickly thinks up an excuse for the scratch on his face. It's not a complete lie. He did get it while looking for the vault after all. But the crowd is a restless, roaring mob, ready to storm the building at any second. Taking a deep breath, Raymond raises his hands and shouts over the chaos. "Everyone, please calm down." The wave of people hesitates, their makeshift weapons held at the ready. They pause, listening to the man they came to save. "Don't worry," Raymond calls out, his voice ringing with a confidence he doesn't quite feel. Then, for dramatic effect, he pulls the unconscious body of Toms up to the window, holding him for all to see. "I've already subdued Toms," he declares. A wave of awe ripples through the crowd. Consier is stunned. Hansen looks at Raymond with pure adoration. How did he manage to take down a mana user all by himself? Raymond breathes a small sigh of relief. Phew! It seems like they've finally settled down a bit. But his apprentice, ever the drama king, completely misunderstands. With tears in his eyes, Hansen cries out, "Raymond, I can't believe you fought so hard for us that you even got injured." Hansen's words ignite the crowd. Someone roars, "The prince of the slums who risked his life for us!" All praise the prince. Another screams, and the hero worship spirals out of control. Raymond panics, waving his hands again. Wait, that's not it. But they don't see his panic. They see their hero waving to them. The chant begins, thunderous and united. "Long live the Shadow Prince!" Hooray! Caught in the moment, Raymond freezes, a strained, awkward smile plastered on his face. He's stuck. There's no correcting this now. With a small, internal sigh, he gives in and offers a resigned wave. Whatever, might as well just go with it. But Raymond had no idea yet. He had no idea how that quiet, reluctant wave, backed by the unshakable calm of his A-rank heart of steel, looked to the people of the slums. To them, it was the picture of confidence, of dignity. That was their Prince Raymond. Someone in the crowd mutters that they aren't supposed to call an illegitimate child prince, but another voice quickly shouts them down. "Shut up!" The only prince we recognize in the Bay region is Prince Raymond. As the cheers rain down, the system chimes in. Quest complete. The rewards are staggering. 3 bonus levels, one right after the other. 50 bonus skill points, a massive boost to his reputation, and with it, even more influence over the entire Bay region. This single, chaotic incident had changed everything. News travels fast. All the way to the capital, whispers begin to circulate. Raymond subdued the Darkblade Guild. Inside a lavish office, the king's attendant, Gammon, reports to Marquis Cronia. The Marquis is skeptical. It's not easy to root out a guild that has completely dominated the slums. How did he do it? They say, Gammon explains, that he devised an elaborate plan, went into their base alone, and personally took down their leader. Gammon continues, Tom's is a high-ranking Mana user, strong enough to command respect in most night orders. And he was taken down by a simple scheme, Cronia asks, still finding it hard to believe. Gammon adds that Raymond supposedly took this great risk purely for the people of the slums, unable to stand their suffering any longer. The Marquis leans back, thoughtful. He remembers a timid, fearful boy. Now, that same boy risked his life. It seems he'd been wrong about Raymond this whole time. He recalls seeing Raymond in the clinic, that devoted look in his eyes as he cared for his patients. Perhaps that wasn't an act. Is he all right? Gammon asks. Cronia confirms he only received a minor injury. A faint smile touches the Marquis's lips. That's good. A feat this great ought to be rewarded. Gammon hesitates. About that, there was another, even greater feat. Cronia looks up, surprised. Greater? Gammon presents a thick, leather-bound book. He didn't just subdue Tom's. He found this, a secret ledger detailing all of their crimes. Cronia's eyes widen in shock. A secret ledger? The book, Gammon explains, contains the names of every noble who took dirty money from the Darkblade Guild. Are you certain? Cronia asks, his voice low. Gammon confirms it. There are records of every transaction. Worse, the Bay region's own administrator, Viscount Casgard, is on the list. A chill runs down Cronia's spine. If this document gets out, it won't just be a scandal. It will be a storm that will shake the entire political world to its core. Meanwhile, deep in the palace's underground prison, a different kind of storm is brewing. Tom sits in his cell, seething with hatred. Just you wait, Raymond, he snarls to himself. Once I get out of here, I'll kill you. He imagines making the weak little healer beg for mercy over and over again. But he can't stop thinking about that last hit. It was too powerful for a healer. He was so surprised he couldn't even react. It wasn't the movement of someone who'd never held a weapon before. The force of that blow, it felt like he'd been struck by an armored knight in his old order. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes down the corridor. A smug smile spreads across Tom's face. His noble patrons are finally here to release him. The bribes were worth it, after all. But the figures who stop at his cell are not his allies. They are 3 imposing royal guards, their faces hidden behind cold steel helmets. The door creaks open. Before he can react, they are on him, binding him tightly to a chair. What are you doing? He struggles. Do you know who I am? One of the guards looks down at him, his voice flat. You're the worst criminal in the world. Another guard brings a glowing hot branding iron closer, its heat sizzling in the air. Tom's panics. Do you think the nobles behind me will let this slide? The nobles you bribed? The guard says coldly. They've all been captured. They're being interrogated right now. Sir Raymond's ledger contained everything. The brand inches closer to his face. You won't be leaving here until you tell us everything you know about the Darkblade Guild. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the stone halls of the prison. A few days later, the Darkblade Guild headquarters is cordoned off. After a thorough interrogation, Tom's spilled everything. The guild and all the corrupted nobles who supported it were completely uprooted. For Raymond, the system notifications just keep coming. New achievements for cleaning up a dark organization and overthrowing corruption. More reputation, more influence. His reputation, the system declares in glowing gold letters, has increased greatly. Raymond sits at his desk, still trying to process it all. He somehow freed the slums and became a hero. He sighs. He only did it because his own life was on the line. Just then, Hansen bursts in, still buzzing with excitement. To think the ledger would have all that information. Raymond, he calls out cheerfully. He presents a plate piled high with lamb chops, beaming with pride. I bought the finest beef with our treatment fees to help boost your immunity, Hansen goes on, passionately describing how he'll grill it perfectly to seal in the juices. Raymond, looking a little overwhelmed, just mutters, "Just cook it normally." Hansen strikes a pose of absolute dedication. No can do. The man who works day and night for the people of the slums deserves only the highest quality beef, cooked to perfection. Raymond thinks to himself that he wasn't really doing it for them, but Hansen is lost in his own world. Even if you try to be humble, I know your true heart. I will do my best to cook this beef in a way that will maximize your immunity. Hansen declares confidently, "Count on me." As Raymond listens to his apprentice's passionate rant, he can't help but think that Hansen is becoming a bit of a stranger. Later, as he eats the admittedly delicious meal, Raymond reflects. It's a good thing after all. If his reputation goes up, more patients will come. He doesn't lose anything. With this incident, his name is known even outside the slums. The disgusting image of the dirty, illegitimate childs will probably start to fade. Hansen leans in eagerly. "All right! I heard you're getting a reward from the palace. What are you going to ask for?" Raymond's eyes light up with a greedy, happy sparkle. What should he ask for? Money? A finely dressed servant from the palace arrives with an opulent carriage. "I'll be taking you to the palace," he says, with a level of politeness Raymond has never experienced. Raymond is ecstatic. To think a palace servant would ever speak to him with such respect. He clears his throat, trying to sound dignified. Thank you." The grand carriage, escorted by a royal knight, begins its journey. He, who was once treated like trash, is now riding in a luxury palace carriage. He sinks into the plush seats, a small, contented smile on his face. His thoughts drift back to his time in the palace, a painful memory. It wasn't just the other princes who bullied him. It was the servants, too. They would forget to bring him meals, give him dirty clothes, and make him sleep in a cold, damp room. But as the carriage passes through the Bay region, the people call out to him, "See you later, Prince." He looks out the window and waves, and the crowd erupts in cheers. "You're so handsome! The hero of the Bay region! Hooray for our hero healer!" He basks in their adoration. He is Sir Raymond, the man who defeated the Dark Blade Guild, the hero who exposed the corruption of the nobles. He gives a final wave as the carriage moves on. "I'll be back soon," he calls out. And when I return, he thinks with satisfaction I'll have my reward money from the palace. Lost in his pleasant daydreams of future riches, Raymond gazes out the window. He sees the faces of the people, smiling and waving, their gratitude so real and genuine. His gaze softens, and for a moment, amidst his dreams of wealth and status, a flicker of something else, something warmer touches his heart. He remembers seeing a child in the slums, held by a weary parent. The little one was so frail, so weak from hunger, it was a miracle they were still standing. His medical knowledge kicks in instantly, a cold, simple diagnosis, malnutrition. And he knows this isn't a rare case. The slums are filled with children just like that one. He looks down at his hand, as if seeing the grime of the slums still clinging to him. A lot of good things have been happening lately, but the people of the Bay region are still poor, still living a tough, unforgiving life. He presses his hand to the window, lost in thought, the rhythmic clatter of the horses' hooves the only sound. His fist clenches. This isn't something a mere healer should be concerned about. He's trying to push the thought away, to convince himself it's not his problem. Poverty is a problem for the king, for the prime minister. He's already doing enough just by being a healer in the slums. He tries to shut his eyes, to focus on the big reward he's about to get. But the image of that child's weak smile flashes in his mind again. He can't shake it. Suddenly, the familiar chime of the system cuts through his thoughts. A new window pops up. A bonus quest? Right now, the quest is called Get a Good Reward. He's about to be rewarded for his great feat, and the system will grade his choice, A, B, or C. The reward he receives will depend entirely on that evaluation. An A rank gets him a bonus level and 30 skill points. B gets him 10 skill points. And a C gets him nothing at all. The pressure is on. Raymond groans internally. He's just going to ask for money. Why is the system giving him a strange quest now? The carriage clatters to a stop before the grand entrance of the royal palace. As Raymond walks the long, opulent corridors, he feels the eyes of the nobles on him. He hears their hushed whispers. It's Raymond, that illegitimate child. Their scorn is thick in the air. Why did that filthy brat come into the palace? He smells disgusting. The insults follow him down the hall. They call his feet petty, lucky. They say he only went to the slums because no one else would take him, that the slums suit a lowly person like him. He keeps his head high, but their words are like 1,000 tiny cuts. A bitter thought surfaces. He'd almost forgotten his feeling while living in the Bay region. To everyone else, he's still just filth. Nothing more and nothing less. He grits his teeth in frustration. He didn't ask to be born an illegitimate child. If they want to blame someone, they should blame the king. But he vows to himself that he will remember every single one of their faces. One day, when he becomes the best healer in the kingdom, he'll make them all pay. He'll charge them and their families 100 times the normal fee and watch them kneel and beg. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through his vengeful thoughts. "What are you all doing here?" Raymond stops. A group of servants bow hastily. "Your Highness?" Princess Sophia appears, looking regal and stern in a stunning blue gown. Raymond recognizes her immediately, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. "Princess Sophia." She glares at the servants, her voice dripping with ice. "Since you're all lazing about, I assume your tasks are perfectly completed? I can inspect them right now, can I?" The servants tremble, quickly apologizing and promising to get back to work. Getting on her bad side was never a good idea. Raymond watches, confused. Why is she being so fierce? Then again, she usually is. "If I find you lazing around again," she declares, "it won't end with just a warning." "Now go," she commands, and the servants scatter. Sophia turns, and her eyes lock with Raymond's. An awkward silence hangs between them. Raymond, ever polite, gives a slight bow, wondering what this is about. "I pay my respects, Princess Sophia," but she just stands there, staring. Is she looking for him? "I was just passing by," she says coolly. She maintains her aloof expression, but her eyes seem to hold a different story. "Don't be mistaken," she insists. "I'm not here to look for you. It's the truth." Raymond wonders why she's emphasizing it so much. "You can go now," she says with a dismissive wave. "I'll be on my way." As she turns, Raymond's polite smile melts into an exasperated grimace. Her nasty temper is exactly as he remembers. But just as he's about to leave, she calls out, "Wait!" He stops, tensing up. She turns back to him. "Since we met coincidentally, I have a question for you." Her expression is serious now, all previous annoyance gone. Raymond chuckles to himself. Why does she keep saying coincidence? Outwardly, he smiles. "Please, ask away." She gets straight to the point. "What reward are you going to request?" Raymond hesitates. "That is," she cuts him off, her tone sharp. "It would be best if you think carefully before you speak." She looks him right in the eye. "Depending on the decision you make, today's reward could become a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you." Raymond is left speechless. Her words hang in the air, giving him far more to think about than just money. The scene shifts to the grand throne room, where the royal court is assembled. Raymond walks down the long, echoing hall, his footsteps the only sound. He looks up, and his breath catches. The king himself is here, seated on the throne. And he's not alone. Prime Minister Gammon is here, standing beside the throne. And across the room, his half-brothers, the second Prince Cairn and third Prince Limerton. A wave of anxiety washes over him. They should have told him the king would be here. This is nerve-wracking. He quickly bows his head. "I pay my respects to you, my king." The second prince, Cairn, watches him with a condescending smirk. The third prince, Limerton, can't hide his disdain. The Bay region was a problem no one could solve. All the other princes had tried and failed miserably, and yet somehow Raymond, this lowly healer, had succeeded. He had actually won the hearts of the people of the slums. Limerton stares at him, baffled. How did he do it? Cairn turns to his brother with a sly smile. "Does it fascinate you that Raymond accomplished something?" Limerton scoffs. "I suppose he struck a chord with the slums since he belongs there. He's a lowly, illegitimate child. It wouldn't be bad for him to just live his lowly life there." Cairn smiles thoughtfully. "If he stays in the slums, it might be a good idea to support him. As someone looking to ascend the throne, I could do that much for him." His smile turns into a sinister smirk. "Someone looking to ascend the throne?" No. From his perspective, as the person closest to the throne, his brother's ignorance is almost comical. He looks at Raymond with amusement. "Our filthy little puppy. Isn't he cute?" A predatory gleam enters Cairn's eyes. It would be interesting to have Raymond by his side, a new pawn in his game. Limerton just stares ahead, his expression unreadable. Finally, the king speaks, his voice echoing through the chamber. "Come forward." Raymond bows his head, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. "Yes, your majesty." He's panicking internally, his heart pounding in his chest. His mind is going completely blank. The king addresses him. "You took down the evil that plagued the slums and exposed all those involved. It is a great accomplishment. Tell me, what reward do you desire?" Raymond's first thought is immediate and overwhelming. "Money! Of course it's money!" But then Princess Sophia's warning echoes in his mind. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His mind races. Is money really the correct choice? Maybe Sophia was right. This could be a chance to get something far bigger. Images flash before his eyes. The suffering people of the slums. The sick, the poor. Is there a way, to get both money and something else? The face of the malnourished child returns to him, smiling weakly. And in that moment, something solidifies in his mind. His eyes snap open with sudden clarity. That's it! He looks up at the king, a confident, charming smile spreading across his face. "My apologies, but I do have something that I want." He has made his decision. King Odin leans forward slightly, his gaze steady and intense. "What is it?" Now, facing his father directly, a wave of old feelings rushes back. His fist clenches at his side. This man is his father, yes, but he's also worse than a stranger. The man he resents, the man he loathes. He forces the bitterness down. That's not important right now. He can't afford to be distracted by useless thoughts. The system responds to his focus. He has chosen the path of a great doctor. His heart of steel activates, giving him an iron will and an unshakable heart. He scoffs internally. A great doctor? He never chose that. This is a decision born from his own greed, nothing more. Change society? He has his hands full just trying to be a good doctor. No, his plan is much simpler. He'll ask for a reward that brings him the best benefits, while also happening to help the people of the Bay region. His voice rings out, clear and steady. "Please, grant me money." The king raises a single eyebrow, a flicker of what might be disappointment in his eyes. A wave of whispers ripples through the court. "He's asking for money," one sneers. "Just what you'd expect from a lowly, illegitimate child." Raymond holds his hand to his chest, his expression earnest as he delivers the final part of his request. More accurately, he clarifies, "Please grant money to the Bay region." The system chimes in. Because he's speaking for the sake of others, his eloquent skill activates. With his words now empowered, he continues. "An immense amount of wealth was recovered from this incident. If possible, I ask that you use that money for the people of the Bay region." The two princes and the prime minister all stare, their expressions a mixture of shock and intrigue. This was not what any of them expected. Raymond presses his case. "The Dark Blade Guild built its fortune on the backs of the people. The same goes for the bribes the nobles took. So I believe it is only right that the recovered assets be used for the sake of the Bay region's people." Prime Minister Gaman watches, a hint of a smile on his face. The timid boy he once knew is gone. In his place stands a prince, speaking with dignity and conviction. Raymond feels a surge of satisfaction. He did it. This will help the people, and he'll be able to gain from it too. His mind is already 5 steps ahead. When the Crown allocates funds to the Bay region, they'll need a consultant who knows the area, and who knows it better than him. He'll be in the perfect position to secure funding for herbs and medical supplies. This way, he can get far more money than any one-time reward. And the publicity, healer Raymond refuses reward for the people. His reputation would soar not just in the slums, but across the kingdom. Right now, he's faced with so many limitations. The stigma of being an illegitimate child, the suspicion surrounding his heretical surgical techniques. The people of the slums don't care, but the rest of the world does. To expand his clinic, he needs marketing. And there is no better marketing than a sterling reputation. A sly smile touches his lips. With the entire court as his audience, the rumors will spread like wildfire. This is image marketing that money could never buy. King Odin watches him in silence, his expression unreadable. Finally, the king speaks. "In that case, let me ask you this. How do you think we should use the money for the Bay region?" Raymond is taken aback. "Huh? Why is he asking me?" But he quickly recovers. "I believe improving the environment is the top priority. The Bay region is simply too dirty." He describes the polluted drinking water, the streets swarming with rats and insects that carry disease. "If we can improve the environment," he concludes, "we will see a noticeable decrease in deaths from illness." The king considers this. Environmental improvement is needed, yes, but that alone is not enough. He poses another, much harder question. What do you think is ultimately needed for the lives of the Bay region's people to truly improve? Gaman watches intently. This is the very problem the king has failed to solve his entire reign. He's testing Raymond. All 3 princes have tried and failed to stabilize the Bay region. The king must be deeply disappointed in them. Is he trying to see if Raymond, his forgotten son, has the qualities of a true prince? Raymond is flustered. Why is he being asked these things? That's the king's job. But an idea does come to mind. It's a long shot, but maybe. Before he can speak, Prince Limerton steps forward, a polite, opportunistic smile on his face. "Father, if I may answer on his behalf." He sees his chance. The king sympathizes with the slums. This is how he'll redeem himself for his past failures. "The problem is poverty," Limerton declares. "If we distribute relief grains, they will offer you their loyalty, Father." Gaiman sighs internally. It's not a bad idea for appeasing the people, but it's a temporary fix, not a solution. It does nothing to solve the fundamental problem of poverty. Cairn scoffs, "Such a cheap political stunt." he smoothly shoves past his brother. And preparing the finances for that won't be easy. In fact, Cairn says, his voice turning cold, I wonder if we should put in so much effort at all. It's a place for low-class people. Wouldn't it be better to simply tighten our control over them? The king rubs his temples, his patience clearly worn thin. I have heard you both, Raymond. Do you have any other ideas? The nobles whisper. If the two most prominent princes couldn't solve it, how could this illegitimate child possibly have an answer? Raymond takes a deep breath. To hell with it. Let them laugh. As I said, environmental improvements are required. The king looks at him, his gaze sharp. The environment? That alone is not enough. Raymond sees the disappointment in his father's eyes, and a strange feeling stirs within him. It's as if the king actually had expectations for him. The environmental improvements I'm talking about, Raymond clarifies, aren't just about cleaning up filth. I'm talking about expanding the roads for carriages, improving security. The system flares to life again. He's stepping forward for his patients. His heart of steel and eloquent skills reactivate, stronger than before. He continues boldly. If we root out the dark organizations and clean up the entertainment district, the Bay region could become a new hub of business for the entire kingdom. Gammon interjects, but the region has no outside connections. Growing it as a business hub would be difficult. That's true now, Raymond counters smoothly, but the Bay region has a key advantage. What is that? The king asks. First, Raymond says, Alpha Engado. He points to a location on an imaginary map, the main gateway to the capital. The Bay region is closest to Alpha Engado. But merchants avoid the gate connected to the Bay region because it's too dangerous. They take a longer route. If security improves, they would flood through the Bay region. And, Raymond adds, the Bay region has a special advantage that no other place has. A spark of interest appears in the king's eye. What is that? Raymond reveals his trump card, the entertainment district, Langtram. Right now, it's a place of shadows and sin. Nobles may pretend to look down on it, he says, but they all visit. It's constantly flooded with visitors at night. Right now, it's a den of illegal gambling, crime, and drugs. I suggest we uproot all of it and make it a place that can operate in broad daylight. Not a place for secret vices, but a place where people can enjoy a good time with their friends and families. If Langtram becomes a true downtown district, merchants will naturally gather there. The entire Bay region would be revolutionized, and the people of the slums could finally escape poverty. The nobles murmur again, but this time it's with grudging respect. It's a radical idea, but it makes sense. With the dark blade gone, now is the perfect time. Gaiman strokes his chin, impressed. This wouldn't just benefit the Bay region. A new business district would improve trade for the entire kingdom. This suggestion is far better than anything the princes came up with. The king will be satisfied. And indeed, a small, almost imperceptible smile touches the king's lips. That's not bad. He turns to Gaiman. Review this suggestion with the administration. Gaiman bows. Yes, Your Majesty. Raymond is stunned. The king is acting on it right away? The man who was famous for his caution? A strange warmth spreads through his chest. To be acknowledged by his father, he's never even received a simple compliment from him before. He bows his head deeply. Thank you, Your Majesty. The king looks at him again. And Raymond, everything you've spoken of has been for the slums. You've asked for nothing for yourself. So I will give you an additional reward. Raymond looks up, his eyes wide with shock, his hand flying to his chest. An additional reward? The king's voice echoes through the throne room. From this day forward, he declares, you will be given the title of a baronet. Raymond is speechless. The world blurs around him, the murmurs of the court fading into a dull roar. A baronet, ranked above all knights. It's a leap in status he never could have imagined. His mind races, the words echoing in his head. A baronet? This was completely beyond his expectations. A massive, ecstatic grin spreads across his face. A baronet. It might be the lowest rank of nobility, but he's still a noble. He can't get a territory, but a noble title holds far more power than any knighthood. For someone who started with nothing, this is everything. He immediately drops to one knee, bowing his head low. "I am undeserving of such a great reward," he says humbly. The king looks down from his throne. "Do you think it's too much for you?" Raymond looks up, his face a perfect picture of grateful humility. "Not at all. I am simply thankful for it," he exclaims, though a small part of him is screaming with joy and trying desperately to stay quiet. The king rises and walks towards him, listing his accomplishments, stabilizing the Bay region, taking down a powerful guild, exposing corruption. "But more than that," the king says, "you have provided a path to resolving the 100-year problem of our kingdom." The king stands before him, sword in hand. "I believe you are more than worthy of this reward." He holds out the sword, ready to perform the ceremony. "Is there a family name that you desire?" Raymond looks up, his voice soft but clear. "I would like it to be Panin." The king's hand tightens on the hilt of the sword, a flicker of surprise in his posture. "Panin," Raymond explains, a phantom image of his mother appearing behind him. "It was my mother's surname, a tribute to the woman who raised him in the very slums he now fights to save." King Odin is silent for a moment, his expression unreadable as the memory of a woman from long ago hangs in the air between them. "All right," the king says finally, his voice solemn as he holds the sword over Raymond's shoulder. "Will you offer your life to serve me and the Houston Kingdom?" Raymond bows his head, his hand over his heart. "I, Raymond, swear upon my name to offer my loyalty to you, your majesty." "And I, Odin of Houston," the king proclaims, tapping the sword on Raymond's shoulder, "accept your loyalty. I now bestow upon you the title of baronet. From this day forward, you shall be known as Baronet Panin." Meanwhile, in a dark, undisclosed location, the news has already spread. "That healer," a voice muses from the shadows, "became a baronet?" "Yes," another voice confirms, flat and concise. A cloaked figure touches their chin. Raymond? No, Baronet Panin." "He's Odin's son?" the subordinate confirms. "Yes, an illegitimate child. I heard he only recently became a healer." "What's his rank?" The subordinate replies, "U rank. It stands for undetermined. The healing tower has never given out that rank before." He continues his report. "They say he cured Odin's poison despite only having F-rank healing powers. He's famous in the Bay region for using ancient secret techniques instead of common healing magic." "What kind of techniques?" the leader asks. The subordinate scoffs. "I thought it was just some useless heresy." "So he'll be staying in the Bay region then?" "Yes, that's right." The cloaked leader holds a glowing purple orb, pondering. "Is it possible his techniques could interfere with our plot?" "I think it's unlikely," the subordinate replies dismissively. The leader's ringed hand glides over the orb. "Why do you say so?" "To stop our plot," the subordinate explains. "He would need more than just the ability to treat patients. He'd need vast and specific knowledge. No matter how exceptional he is as a healer, it would be impossible for him to possess the kind of knowledge that could stop us. Their plan, it seems, operates far outside the realm of medicine." The leader seems to accept this, cradling the ominous orb. "So," the subordinate concludes, "there is no need to worry about him." A sinister smirk spreads across the leader's hidden face. "All right. It's almost time, isn't it?" "Yes, all preparations are complete. We should see the results very soon." The leader's voice takes on a warning tone. "I trust you took care of all the traces. We can't afford to be discovered." "Of course," the subordinate reassures them. "We cleaned them up completely." The image of bodies lying in blood and mud flashes on screen. This is what cleaning up means to them. Good, the leader says, pleased. Keep up the good work. Later, the cloaked figure swirls a glass of red wine, lost in thought. Raymond, huh? A specific detail comes to mind. Even his eyes have that annoying emerald color. Emerald eyes. The detail seems to hold a special significance. If it's truly the symbol of that families I know of, the thought trails off as images of others with the same eyes flash by, all of them connected to Raymond. But the figure dismisses it. It's probably just a coincidence. For now, back with Raymond, the system flashes. His quest has been evaluated. He reached rank A. The rewards pour in. A bonus level. 30 bonus skill points. Meanwhile, news of his selfless act spreads like wildfire through the Bay region. He asked the king to help us? The people marvel. He didn't take anything for himself? In their eyes, he's no longer just a healer or a prince. He's an angel, sent from the heavens. "Oh, our dear angel," they cry, their hearts overflowing with gratitude. This outpouring of adoration triggers another cascade of system notifications. His reputation has increased again, and he's obtained a new title. The one who helps the slums has evolved. He is now the savior of the slums. The rewards just keep coming. This new title grants him the absolute loyalty and influence over the people of the slums. And on top of that, another bonus level and 20 more skill points. Raymond beams at Hansen, fishing for compliments. "Hansen, who am I?" Hansen promptly replies, "You're Baronet Pennin." Raymond grins. "Yes, who am I again? Baronet Pennin." He laughs heartily. The levels and titles are nice, but nothing compares to this. He's a noble. He's absolutely giddy with it. "I'm a noble," he cheers to himself. He turns to his ever-loyal apprentice. "Hansen, who am I?" It's the lowest rank of nobility, true. He can't even have his own territory. But so what? This is amazing. "Encore," he demands, and Hansen happily obliges, chanting his new title. "Baronet Pennin, Baronet Pennin." Raymond beams at him. "You're awesome, Hansen. You've said it over 200 times with complete sincerity." He pulls up his status window. Level 37, 230 skill points, and a brand new title to go with his new name. Just 3 more levels until he's promoted. He'll finally be rid of that rookie residence rank. His ambition stirs. Once he hits level 40, he'll expand into the Commoners region. He can't stay in the Bay region forever. His eyes sparkle. He's going to go out and earn big money. He can do it. But as Raymond celebrates, a carriage makes its way towards the Bay region. A new player is about to enter the game. His name is Rao Kaplan. He is a young man with neat brown hair and glasses, exuding an air of quiet, confident intelligence. The first son of a famous count family, the youngest person to ever graduate from the Royal Academy as top student, an elite among elites. After being recognized for his brilliance in administration, he's just been assigned as the new administrator of the Bay region. However, there's a catch. The king himself told him that if any trouble arises, he is to discuss and cooperate with Raymond, because no one knows the Bay region better. Rao was furious. "He wants me to work with someone like Raymond. Who does he think I am?" "I am a super special elite." He tries to calm himself. "No, I am an educated elite with an open mind. I won't judge people by their status. It's not his fault he was born an illegitimate child. I shouldn't criticize him for his birth." He pinpoints the real source of his frustration. Raymond accomplished a great feat, yes, but isn't he still just a mere healer? And healers, in Rao's mind, are materialistic people who only care about money. He pictures Raymond gleefully rolling in piles of gold. Must I, an upright administrator, take advice from a materialistic person like him? He clears his throat, composing himself. No, I mustn't judge with bias. He might truly be an exceptional person. He adjusts his glasses, his expression turning sharp. I need to see with my own eyes if he is worthy of my acknowledgement. Raymond, he vows internally, if you are not as noble and clean, as the world believes you to be, I will expose your true colors to the world, he declares, staring out the window with grim determination, completely unaware that his target is, at that very moment, laughing with pure, simple joy. Rao Kaplan, the new administrator, adjusts his glasses, his eyes sharp and critical. I need to see with my own eyes, he thinks, and judge if he is truly worthy. His gaze narrows. Raymond, if you are not as noble and upright as the world believes, I will expose your true colors to everyone, he vows, staring out the carriage window. He is completely unaware that at this very moment, his target is blissfully celebrating, laughing like a child. The carriage clatters into the Bay region. The streets, while still humble, are alive with people. It's not quite the desolate slum Rao had imagined. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. The atmosphere here is better than I thought. It was known as the demon den of the capital, a place of danger and despair. He remembers coming here in his academy days. The place always felt gloomy, threatening. But now, the atmosphere has gotten so much better. How? The coachman turns slightly, noticing his passenger's surprise. He smiles knowingly. The streets look very different now. That's thanks to our prince. Rao looks at him, confused. Your prince? The coachman chuckles. My apologies. Prince is what we call Baronet Pennin. All of this, he says, gesturing to the hopeful faces on the street, is thanks to him. Rao is taken aback. All of this because of Raymond. His preconceived notions are being challenged. What did he do? He asks, his curiosity piqued despite himself. The story's a bit long, the coachman offers eagerly, but would you like to hear it? And so, the story begins. It started when he first came here. Rao listens, his hand to his chin as the coachman recounts Raymond's deeds, from his healing to his confrontation with the guildmaster Toms. As the story unfolds, Rao finds himself impressed, a slight blush on his cheeks. He's almost embarrassed by his earlier judgments. Image, H3 Auken 5, 6X19. But before the coachman can finish, the carriage arrives. We're here, Rao states, cutting the story short. The coachman can't resist one last emphatic declaration. But he's the best. Rao stands beside his luggage, taking in his new post as the carriage departs. He sighs, troubled. The stories he's heard are clashing with his own cynical worldview. He recalls the townspeople's praise. Someone like him can't be found anywhere else. If it weren't for him, we'd still be oppressed by bad people. We started to live with hope because of him, a worker had said. The Bay region will become a nice place to live. Rao watches Raymond from a distance, surrounded by an almost magical aura. He thinks, they praise him like he's cast some kind of illusion magic on them. Suspicion returns, stronger than before. Could he be scheming something? Acting all noble to deceive these people? Angel? Hero? Prince? There's no way someone this noble could possibly exist. It just doesn't make sense that someone would only think of others and never of themselves. If that's true, he thinks sarcastically, then Raymond must be a saint. His resolve hardens. I need to check him out myself. He will find the truth. As Rao approaches the clinic, a notification pops up in Raymond's mind. The system is detecting a mediocre level of asshole attitude from someone nearby. Rao stands in the doorway, arms crossed. Are you Baronet Pennin? He asks, his tone challenging. I am Rao, the new administrator, he introduces himself. I have some questions for you. But Raymond is busy with a patient. My apologies, he says over his shoulder, not even turning around completely. Can we talk later? I'm a little busy. A polite but clear dismissal. A system skill activates. Method to handle assholes. Raymond smirks. This guy looks like he's just here to pick a fight. He doesn't have time for that. Besides, the Kaplan family isn't as powerful as it used to be. The man has no real power over him. In times like this, he thinks, it's best to put on a strong front. Treating my patients is the top priority, Raymond says politely. I'd be grateful if you would just wait. Rao, though annoyed, clips out a stiff, all right. Raymond winks to himself. He knew he'd understand. Rao waits, pretending to read a newspaper, while Raymond calmly tends to a young boy. Rao observes, grudgingly admitting to himself, he is indeed friendly, just as I heard. The boy's mother gets ready to leave, looking deeply grateful. And then Rao sees it. In his mind's eye, Raymond's kind face transforms into that of a greedy wolf surrounded by piles of gold. The real Raymond just smiles warmly, the very picture of a gentle healer. But Rao is certain. His mind is already twisting reality to fit his suspicions. I can feel it, he thinks, sweat beading on his brow. I'm sure of my observation skills. He's acting friendly to deceive his patients. It's all for money, or maybe for reputation. And in a moment of perfect dramatic irony, Raymond thinks to himself, the friendlier I am, the more patients will come, and the more money I'll earn. He chuckles internally. It's called friendly marketing. But then, a strange feeling. Why do I feel like someone's staring at the back of my head? Rao stands. I'll be leaving now, he says stiffly. You're leaving already? Raymond replies cheerfully. Have a safe trip. The moment the door closes, Raymond sticks his tongue out. Goodbye, asshole. Later, Rao jots down notes. Raymond, he writes, then crosses it out. Friendly. Money. He hasn't done anything illegal, Rao thinks, frustrated. But he must be kept in check. I can't believe I have to run the Bay region with such a materialistic person. He scoffs. Prime Minister Gamon's eye for people is no longer what it used to be. Suddenly, a frantic pounding erupts at Raymond's clinic door. A man bursts in, carrying his unconscious friend on his back. Sir Healer, he pants. We're in big trouble. Raymond and Hansen rush to help. He was working with me, the man gasps, and then I found him passed out on the ground. Raymond examines the man. He's completely unconscious. There are no reactions. This is very bad. He's in a coma, Raymond says grimly. He knows what this is, a brain hemorrhage. The prognosis is devastating. Even if he survives, the damage would be fatal. Raymond looks at the young man, his heart sinking. He can't save him. With his current abilities, it's impossible. Even a specialist might not be able to help. He turns to the friend, his voice pained. I'm sorry, he says softly. He's already gone. The friend cries out in despair, stumbling back as Hansen rushes to support him. A tear forms in Raymond's eye. Damn it! He's still not used to this feeling. Losing a patient always hits him hard. He may be materialistic, but he can't stand to lose. His expression hardens. I need to find out how this happened. He stands over the body, lost in thought. Something is strange. The man wasn't injured. How could a healthy young man just collapse from a brain hemorrhage? He questions the friend, who says the man was just a little tired yesterday. Nothing more. Just a little tired. Raymond examines the man's skin and notices tiny spots of bleeding. This isn't a simple hemorrhage. This is a bleeding disorder. His blood isn't clotting properly. A drastic drop in his platelet count must have caused his brain to bleed spontaneously. But why? A blood disease? A virus? A pre-existing condition? He tries to console the grieving friend, but his mind is racing. He exchanges a troubled look with Hansen. Something is very, very wrong here. Image, Che 37078. 3 days later. Hansen bursts into the clinic, his face pale with panic. Raymond! They found another dead person. Raymond jumps to his feet. Again! A woman lies dead in her bed, her relative weeping beside her. What happened? Raymond demands as he rushes to the scene. The weeping woman sobs, I'm not sure. She seemed more ill today, and then she suddenly vomited a lot of blood. Raymond stands grimly by the bedside. Vomiting blood, petechial hemorrhaging. The same drop in platelet count. It's the same thing that killed the other patient. Image C3Cs084. A terrifying question hangs in the air. What on earth is happening in the Bay region? Raymond stands in the dim, flickering light, his expression grave. The Bay region, once on the road to recovery, is now facing a new, invisible, and deadly threat. He knows what this is. A rare disease appearing in clusters like this can only mean one thing: an epidemic. A deadly, platelet-decreasing virus is spreading through the Bay region. And in a closed-off area like this, he knows rumors and panic will spread fast. He's right. The people are already terrified. He vomited blood. Isn't it a dangerous epidemic? A few days ago, a young man died for no reason. The anxious murmurs grow into a panicked roar. Shouldn't we escape this place? We might all die. Suddenly, a hand slams against a wall. It's Rao Kaplan, the new administrator, trying to project authority. Everyone, please don't worry. He strikes a confident pose, a forced smile on his face. An epidemic is no problem for me, Rao, the administrator. The crowd isn't buying it. What will you do about it? A man demands. When Rao begins to talk about analyzing the situation, the man cuts him off. It's an epidemic. 2 people are already dead. What can a young, inexperienced guy do? A woman shouts. Rao is losing control. His confident facade crumbles. That's not true, he stammers, holding his hands up. Everyone, please calm down. But then another voice cuts through the chaos, strong and full of conviction. Don't worry, don't we have our prince? The mood of the crowd shifts instantly. Yeah, Prince Raymond will take care of it all, someone shouts, turning on Rao. You should be ashamed for doubting our prince. Energized and full of hope again, the crowd begins to move as one, chanting, "Let's go to Prince Raymond. Long live the prince." As their faith surges, the system responds. Raymond's title, the savior of the slums, activates, giving him absolute influence over the people and calming their agitation. The crowd turns towards his clinic, their voices united in a single plea. Prince, please save the Bay region once more. Raymond, meanwhile, is having a complete breakdown. Why do they trust me so much? He despairs, his head in his hands. I can't guarantee anything. He knows that epidemics in this world are different. The plagues of Lipentina are unlike anything from his past life. There are so many diseases that go beyond his medical knowledge. He has no idea if he can solve this. And they already think I've found a cure, he thinks, pulling at his hair. Damn it, I'm scared of the epidemic too, he groans. As the region's healer, he has to do something, but what? Just then, the system chimes in. A quest has appeared. Take care of the mysterious epidemic. The condition is clear. Resolve the plague with minimal casualties. The reward, 2 bonus levels and 20 skill points. Raymond looks at the quest, tears of stress in his eyes. A quest? I guess I have to do it, huh? He takes a deep breath. Fine. If he has to do it, he might as well think positively. If he gets rid of the plague, he might get another medal. The crown wouldn't just ignore someone who resolves an epidemic in the middle of the capital. His panic begins to subside, replaced by his usual calculating greed. Phew. He can gain fame while earning money. A wide grin spreads across his face. He'll use this as a foothold to expand his clinic into the commoners' region. He pumps his fist, fully motivated. Yes, what's important is to turn a crisis into an opportunity. But as he turns, he comes face to face with Rao Kaplan. Rao stands there, arms crossed, his expression stern and unimpressed. He adjusts his glasses. You won't deceive me, he states coldly. Raymond is caught completely off guard. What? What is he talking about? I don't know how you bewitched these people, Rao accuses. He points a finger at Raymond. But I know they're being tricked. Your act is nothing but hypocrisy. Raymond is stunned. He graduated top of his class. How did he figure it out so fast? Is he a genius? He can't believe Rao saw through his friendly marketing scheme. So stay away, Rao commands. I am the one who will resolve this epidemic. You stay in your clinic and stay out of my way. The arrogant declaration hits Raymond like a physical blow. He closes his eyes, a tiny smile playing on his lips. Should I do nothing then? He thinks. Internally, he's overjoyed. He loves money and fame, but he loves it even more when someone else does his work for him. He walks away, leaving Rao to it. An epidemic is scary, he thinks, giving an internal cheer. Rao, you got this. He peeks back. I wish I could say that. But he knows Rao can't solve it. The man is enthusiastic, but he doesn't know the first thing about epidemiology. The medical knowledge of identifying the causes of epidemics through patterns and symptoms. Without it, dealing with infectious diseases is nearly impossible, and the doctors of this world don't know it exists. In the end, he'll have to step in. The problem is, his own knowledge is limited. He's only C rank in basic medicine. Compared to the experts on Earth, his knowledge is pathetic. But he has to try. Hansen, he calls out, instructing him to check on the families of the deceased. Hansen reports back, no new infections in the immediate surroundings. That's a relief. It means it's not spreading easily from person to person. Raymond tells him to have anyone who came into contact with the patients stay home and to come to the clinic immediately if they develop a blue spot on their body. It's not human-to-human transmission, thank God. But that leaves a terrifying question. What is the carrier of this disease? The monsters and demi-humans of this world, pathogens from them could cause almost anything. He doesn't know the exact name of the disease, but it's a type of hemorrhagic fever, causing fever and a deadly drop in platelets. But what could be causing it here? As far as he knows, the Houston Kingdom has never had an epidemic like this before. He's slumped over his desk, exhausted from hours of fruitless research. He looks up, bleary-eyed and frustrated. I can't figure it out. Just then, the clinic door bursts open. Baronet Pennin! An older man stands there, looking distraught. Who are you? Raymond thinks. The man introduces himself. I am Han, a servant of Count Kaplan. I take care of Master Rao, Han says. Okay, Raymond replies. Why are you here? The man drops to his knees. I implore you, please save Master Rao. He suddenly fainted while investigating the epidemic, Raymond gasps. Rao! The arrogant administrator who had vowed to solve this himself has now become its latest victim. They rush to Rao's residence. Inside, Rao lies pale and unconscious in his bed. What happened? Raymond asks. The servant explains that after investigating in the slums all day, he suddenly came down with a fever and collapsed. He's burning up, his breathing shallow. Raymond checks his skin. Hansen whispers, It's the same symptoms, Raymond. Petechial hemorrhage. Raymond confirms it. This is definitely the plague. Why did you come to me? Raymond asks Han. Why not find another healer? Han looks ashamed. We tried, but the treatment fees were too expensive. As soon as they heard we were from a count's family, they asked for 2,000 peña. But Rao's salary was being withheld to pay off his family's debts. They couldn't afford it. To save his bankrupt family, Han explains. Master Rao studied desperately his whole life to become an administrator. To think he'd fall like this? Raymond looks at the unconscious man with new understanding. He thought Rao was just an arrogant noble, but he was poor, just like him. Suddenly, Rao's hand twitches. I don't need any treatments. Delirious with fever, Rao pushes Raymond's hand away. I will never get treatment from a con artist like you. Don't touch me. He throws a pillow. Han! What are you doing? Get that con artist out of here. Han tries to calm him down, but Raymond just stares at the delirious man, a vein throbbing on his temple. This guy is annoying, he thinks, his patience wearing thin. Should I just leave him be? Rao still glares weakly at Raymond. But I can't receive treatment from that untrustworthy man. His pride is literally killing him. Raymond watches, his expression unreadable. He doesn't like the man, but that doesn't mean he wants him to die. He's been rude and annoying, but Raymond senses he's not a bad person at heart. And then, an idea sparks in Raymond's mind. Rao doesn't have money for treatment, but he can receive another form of payment, something that Raymond needs. He clasps his hands, his mind made up. Administrator, he begins. The system responds to his resolve. Heart of Steel activates. Eloquence activates. And, most importantly, Method to Handle Assholes activates. Raymond's entire demeanor changes. He takes Rao's hand, his expression full of sincerity. "Look into my eyes," he says softly. "Does it look like I came here with ill will? It doesn't matter to me what happens to you," he continues, his voice gentle. "The fact that I am here means I am here only for your sake." Rao is flustered, a blush rising on his cheeks. His eyes, they're too sparkly to be a con artist's. The act is working. Raymond smiles serenely, while his internal, shadowy self smirks. With Heart of Steel and eloquence combined, his acting skills are better than a professional's. "Right now, you are my patient," Raymond says compassionately. "I only wish to treat you." His internal thought, however, is much colder. "I'll treat you, and then I'll rip off what I want from you." Rao is stunned. He wants to treat me just because he's a healer? Not for money? He'd never imagined such a virtuous person existed. But then, his suspicion returns. "No! This must be how he tricks the people of the slums. I won't be deceived," he cries, pushing Raymond away. Raymond sighs. It didn't work. For a top-ranking student, Rao is far too smart to fall for simple persuasion. Han finally loses his patience. "Young master, how long will you slander this healer with your baseless prejudice? You saw how everyone in the Bay region praises him." He leans in, his voice fierce. "You need to think of your family." That hits a nerve. Rao is torn. His instincts are screaming that this is all fake. But if he dies, his family will be ruined. "Do you even have a treatment?" he asks, his voice barely a whisper. Raymond sees his opening and smiles. "Yes. According to ancient knowledge," he explains, "this disease is caused by a decrease in the body's platelets. So, we must make up for what is lacking. I'm not precisely sure what the disease is yet, a DAT, but I know its cause. And that means I can figure out a treatment." He leans in. "I just need to give you someone else's blood." Rao is horrified. "That's a devilish method. I won't accept it." Raymond expected this. Blood transfusion is normal on Earth, but a shocking, heretical concept here. "I understand you're surprised," he says calmly, "but this is the only way. Leave," Rao shouts. "I knew you were a con artist. I've heard the rumors that you use the people of the slums for your twisted experiments." Raymond sighs. He'd hoped it wouldn't come to this. He changes tactics. "You must be afraid of a new treatment," he says, his tone slightly condescending. "I thought you'd be different, being a top student and all." Rao flinches. "I guess you're no different from the other ignorant people," Raymond finishes. It's a direct challenge to his pride. Rao seethes. He dares to call me, the top of my class, ignorant. A dangerous resolve forms in his mind. Wait, if he truly is a con artist, I need to prove it, with my own body. "All right," he declares, his voice shaky but firm. "I'll accept that method." Han is shocked. Rao glares at Raymond. "But if anything goes wrong, you better be prepared for the consequences." Raymond smirks, unfazed. "Sure, but if the treatment is a success, you're going to have to reward me." "What do you want?" Rao asks. Han nervously offers to pay, but Raymond waves it away. "No, I don't want money." He smiles, a predatory gleam in his eye. "I'll take something much more valuable than money." "First, I need a healthy person's blood," Raymond explains. Han immediately steps forward. "I'll give my blood. I can't let some stranger's blood go into the young master." Raymond agrees, adding that he's already checked and their blood is compatible. Han dramatically bares his neck. "If it's for you, young master, I'll gladly offer my neck." Raymond deadpans. "No thanks. I don't have a hobby of biting middle-aged men's necks," he clarifies. "We're not just going to inject his blood. First, I'm going to separate the platelets." He leans in close to the uncomfortable-looking Rao. It's a method. A whole blood transfusion is inefficient and has too many side effects. He's going to use a different method. Component transfusion. By injecting only the platelets, he can maximize the effects and minimize the side effects. The problem is how to separate the blood components. There's no modern centrifuge technology here. But if modern Earth is a world of science, then Lipentina is a world of magic. A confident smile spreads across Raymond's face. "I'll just use magic." He's leveled up quite a bit and has plenty of skill points to spend. He buys a D-rank wind-type magic spell. The purchase is confirmed. 80 points spent. He can now use basic wind magic. First, he takes Han's blood. He puts it in a specially treated glass vial. Then, he places the vial into a strange device he had specially commissioned from the dwarves. A makeshift centrifuge. It was incredibly expensive, a rush order he made when he first suspected the epidemic was blood-related. He extends his hand, and a green aura of wind magic swirls around it. His intellect is high enough that the magic is stronger and more accurate than normal. He needs to maintain this for as long as he can, but he's already running out of mana. "Harder," he grits his teeth, pushing the magic. Why is his mana so low? He's learned 4 spells. He should be at the level of a trainee mage, the system responds. He has fulfilled the conditions to unlock his extra stats. His stats update. The question mark is gone, replaced by mana 1 fran. The place that used to be a question mark is now mana. But the system delivers more bad news. His mana channel is too small. His mana heart is barren. His mana hole is completely dry. He can't store mana in any of the normal places. "So what am I supposed to do?" he despairs. The system offers a shocking solution. Store mana in a 4th location, the veins. Mana veins have been activated. Raymond is floored. In the veins? What kind of nonsense is that? He's never heard of mana being stored in blood vessels. But he gets a bonus for the first-time unlock. 10 extra points, usable only for mana. "Whatever," he thinks, "as long as I can store it." He dumps all the points into his new stat. His mana stat jumps from 1 to 6. He used 10 points, but only got 5. It seems this stat is more expensive to raise. But he can already feel the difference. He feels energized. A gentle blue aura flows around him as he feels the surge of new power. He focuses his wind magic again. A much stronger, more controlled gust swirling around his hand. D-rank wind is a strong gust, so he has to focus it on a small area. He directs the swirling energy into the dwarf-made centrifuge. He visualizes the process. The heaviest red blood cells sink to the bottom. The white blood cells form the middle layer. And above that, the platelets. The vial inside the device spins, and the blood separates into perfect layers. Image HA3's hoarding 80A5. He holds up the vial triumphantly. Done. A wide, relieved smile spreads across his face. He looks at the vial, his eyes sparkling. With this, he can treat Rao. A few days later, Raymond sits across from a much healthier-looking Rao Kaplan. "Your fever's down," he states. He smiles. "The possibility of dangerous bleeding is lower. You're healing." Rao looks at him, a mixture of surprise and grudging respect in his eyes. He and his servant Han exchange a hesitant look. Raymond leans forward, a sly, expectant grin on his face. "I'm sure you have something to say to me." Internally, he's buzzing with excitement. "Time to get my rewards." Rao bows his head, a blush creeping up his neck as he mumbles, Fuck, thank you. It's a difficult admission for such a proud man. Raymond cups his ear playfully. What? I couldn't hear you. Rao, flustered, repeats it a little louder. Yeah? Thank you? Raymond pushes. What? Sorry? Rao, gritting his teeth, finally gets it out. Thanks. I have bad hearing, Raymond says with a perfectly straight face. Can you talk a bit louder? Rao's fists clench, his face a mask of barely contained rage. Seeing he's pushed him far enough, Raymond clears his throat, his expression turning gentle. Anyway, I'm glad you're better. Rao collects himself. I haven't forgotten our promise. What do you want? Raymond looks thoughtful. What would be great? How about you treat me as your superior for the rest of your life? Rao is completely floored, his jaw slack. As my superior? He stammers. A demonic aura seems to surround Raymond as he leans in, his eyes glowing. Don't you think you should do at least that much, considering how you've treated me? He says, his voice deceptively reasonable. Rao trembles. He can't argue. It's true, he was horribly prejudiced. He starts to stammer. Masked. And just like that, Raymond laughs, waving his hand dismissively as the dark aura vanishes. It's fine. Rao looks up, completely bewildered. Sorry? I was just joking, Raymond winks. I'm a healer. I'm just happy that you're better. An angelic image of Raymond appears, bathed in a holy light. I don't need any other payment, he proclaims nobly. All that matters to me is that my patients get better. Rao is awestruck. He's really a noble healer, just like they said? Did I really misjudge him so badly? But behind that kind smile, a sinister smirk is hidden. He's falling for it, Raymond thinks gleefully. Yes, fall for it. He imagines himself reeling in a giant golden fish labeled Rao. An elite administrator, top of his class. What a catch. He needs someone like Rao to brighten his future. Rao catches a strange flicker in Raymond's eyes, and for a second his suspicion returns. Those eyes! He definitely has other intentions. My judgment wasn't wrong. But Hansen, ever loyal, steps forward. Raymond, are you really not going to take anything? He was so rude to you. You at least deserve an apology. Raymond turns to his apprentice, his expression perfectly noble. Hansen, a healer, shouldn't expect payment in return for their work. That bet was just a provocation to get him to accept treatment, he thinks, winking to himself. To Rao, he simply says, I really don't want anything. That's the final blow. Rao's internal world shifts. He's genuine. How could I have doubted someone like him? I must have been blinded by jealousy. He's overcome with shame. How pathetic, Rao. I am so ashamed. He bows deeply. I'm sorry for having doubted you, he says, his voice full of conviction. And I will treat you as my superior from now on. I, Rao of the Kaplan family, swear it for the rest of my life. Raymond waves his hand modestly. No, there's no need, while his inner demon smirks. I got him. A golden light fills his vision as a major achievement pops up. He has performed the first ever blood transfusion. His name will go down in medical history. And he gets a bonus level up. On top of that, 100 bonus skill points. He's ecstatic. Level 40 is just around the corner. His goal of moving to the Commoners region is within reach. In the days that followed, more patients appeared, but thanks to Raymond's discovery, no one else died. Under Rao's command, the people of the slums, who already trusted Raymond, easily accepted the new treatment. Together, they were containing the epidemic. But elsewhere, shadowy figures were not pleased. What happened? One asks. The capital should be in chaos by now. The subordinate reports Sir Peenan has the situation under control. He's reassured the people and healed the patients. It seems the slums have calmed down. This was not part of their plan. I thought the disease was incurable, the subordinate says, confused. When we used heal, the patients only got weaker, but he's using a secret treatment called blood transfusion. The leader clenches their fist, grinding their teeth in frustration. This is the second time that lower illegitimate child has ruined our plans. But another, higher-ranking figure speaks from the shadows. Don't worry, he's only controlling it because this is the beginning phase. There will be a lot more patients soon, he says ominously. When that happens, he won't be able to stop our plan. The first figure suggests he's becoming a nuisance. Perhaps we should get rid of him. Back in the Bay region, Raymond, Hansen, and Rao cover another body. Despite saving many, the initial victims could not be helped. Raymond sighs, weary. The patients are increasing. The cause must be somewhere in this region. I have to find it, and fast. The principle is clear. A specific pathogen is causing this deadly drop in platelets. The problem is, there are countless infectious diseases with this same symptom. This kind of disease has never been seen in the capital before, Raymond thinks. Could it have been brought in from another nation? Just then, Rao yelps, "A rat!" The proud administrator cowers behind a sheet, pointing fearfully at the tiny rodent. He coughs, composing himself. "There are a lot of rats around here," Raymond replies dryly. "Well, it's the slums. What do you expect? Do you think the rats are carrying the disease?" Rao asks, still jumpy. Raymond's eyes narrow. An idea is beginning to form. Rao? He asks. Rao, now completely devoted, responds instantly. "Yes, sir. What is it?" Raymond basks in it. It feels good to hear the son of a count call him sirs. "Where did you go before you got sick?" he asks. Rao recounts his journey through the muddy, poorly maintained streets where puddles gathered after the rain. "It seemed like these houses were flooded whenever it rained," Rao adds. And then Raymond has it. Water, rats, and contaminated water. Could there be a connection? He pores over an old medical text in his mind. An infectious disease causing fatal bleeding, passed through water infected with rat droppings. I've definitely studied this. Paston hemorrhagic disease. An old disease that flares up every rainy season in the distant principality of Michaelan. It's passed through water contaminated by the droppings of virus-infected rats. The symptoms match perfectly. But how did a disease from Michaelan get all the way here? It spread specifically by Paston rats, zero which only exist in the principality of Michaelan. Raymond whirls on Rao. "What did the rat you saw look like? Was it white with stripes?" Rao confirms it was. "That's the Paston rat." Raymond's blood runs cold. "I was right. How did those rats get here? White rats with dark stripes and red eyes. These are the carriers. If this were a bustling port city, WM, it's possible they could have been introduced by accident. But the Houston Kingdom and Michaelan are far apart, and there's very little trade between them. Natural spread is almost impossible." Raymond comes to a chilling conclusion. For these rats to appear here, someone must have purposely brought them in. Rao is shocked. If that's true, someone intended to spread this disease? Raymond realizes he can't handle this on his own. He turns to Rao, his eyes wide with feigned urgency. "Rao, I need your help." He grips Rao's shoulders. "This is the Paston hemorrhagic disease. You must report it to the royal family. But don't tell them it was me." Rao is horrified. "You want me to take your credit? How could I?" Raymond explains his fabricated reason. "If someone is doing this on purpose, they'll target me. I can't make myself stand out." He puts on a show of pure, selfless humility. "Rao, I'm just a healer. I don't want any unnecessary attention. Please let me just focus on being a healer." He even sheds a fake tear over the reward money. He's giving up. Rao is completely moved. "To think I doubted such a righteous man. I was blinded by jealousy." All right, sir," he says, his voice filled with awe and determination. He clasps Raymond's shoulders, his eyes burning with purpose. Leave it to me. I have to let the world know what a great person you are. Just leave it to me, sir. He's ready to become the public face of this fight, all while believing he's protecting his noble, selfless hero. And so, Rao stands in the grand throne room, bowing before King Odin. He confirms the crown's worst fears. The deadly hemorrhagic disease from Michaelan has indeed reached their shores, right in the Bay region. The king sits silently on his throne, his gaze sharp and piercing as he studies Rao. His voice is low and dangerous as he asks if this is the truth. Rao stands his ground unwavering. He assures the king it's true, adding that he was fortunate enough to meet a true king himself, thinking not of Odin, but of the healer who saved his life, Baronet Raymond. A wave of panic ripples through the court nobles. They murmur about how such a terrible plague could have arrived, one of them suggesting they immediately quarantine the Bay region and eliminate all the peasants living there. Another noble eagerly agrees, ready to write off the lives of the common folk, but his cruel sentence is cut short. A single powerful word from the throne silences the entire court. Enough. With a wave of his hand, the king dismisses their foolishness. He informs them it's a disease carried by rats. Shutting down the Bay region would do nothing. He scoffs, asking if they'd suggest sealing the capital next if the rats spread there. A heavy silence hangs in the hall. The nobles, chastised by their king, have no answer. The king glares down at them, his voice laced with disappointment. He demands realistic solutions, not panicked ramblings from the supposedly great advisors of the kingdom. His attention returns to Rao. He asks for the death toll. Looking at the floor, Rao reports that 2 have died. The king strokes his beard, finding the number surprisingly low for such a dangerous disease. Rao confirms that it is indeed deadly, causing severe bleeding in its victims. At this, Rao's entire demeanor changes. He puffs out his chest, a brilliant, adoring smile on his face as he declares that their low casualty count is all thanks to Baronet Pennon. In the background, Hansen gasps, thinking Rao is giving him the credit by mistake. Hansen clenches his fists, desperate to correct the record and ensure his master, Raymond, receives the recognition he truly deserves. Rao continues his glowing praise, explaining how the baronet healed every single patient with an ancient, secret method. He reveals that he himself was a victim and only survived because of Raymond's intervention. The king, intrigued, asks if Raymond also identified the source. Rao proudly confirms it, adding that, to stop the plague, they must exterminate the Paston rats that carry it. The king leans back, lost in thought. It hasn't been long at all since Raymond's last major accomplishment. The Prime Minister, Gaman, listens as the nobles whisper. Raymond's name is on everyone's lips again. He not only prevented a plague, but also diagnosed it and offered the solution. Gaiman allows himself a small, satisfied smile. His decision to send Rao was the right one. Once again, Raymond is solving a crisis the kingdom couldn't handle on its own. Leaning forward, the king focuses on the solution. If they must get rid of the rats, then how? One of the nobles, with a disturbingly cheerful smile, suggests they simply set the entire Bay region on fire. Gaiman shoots him a withering glare. What about the people living there? And what would he do when the rats flee the flames and spread into other regions? The noble sweats, having no answer. But then, a new voice cuts through the tension, young, loud, and dripping with arrogance. The fourth prince, Satil, steps forward with a theatrical thump to his chest, demanding command of the soldiers. He promises to personally lead the charge and wipe out every last rat. The king looks down at his son, his face a mask of skepticism. Kill rats with soldiers? Prince Satil beams, overflowing with self-importance. He boasts that with the kingdom's courageous soldiers, catching rats will be child's play. He declares himself a swordsman genius and tells the king to leave it all to him. But behind the confident smile, his thoughts are dark. He seethes, remembering how Raymond's takedown of the Dark Blade Guild exposed one of his own corrupt subordinates. In a flash of memory, we see a younger Saiteal falling behind his brothers, his face twisting into a sneer. That incident had put him in a terrible position. He needs a great accomplishment to regain his footing, and once he's done, he plans to crush that insignificant healer, Raymond. The king, seemingly unaware of the prince's venomous plans, agrees. He'll assign Sir Balthan from the royal guards to accompany him. Saiteal bows, victory already in his eyes. The great doors of the throne room open, and the meeting is adjourned. As they walk, a noble asks Gammon if the prince's plan will even work. Gammon sighs, admitting it won't be easy, but they have no other options for now. He continues, worried, that they must do whatever they can. If they fail, the rats will inevitably spread to the capital. Out in the Bay region, Prince Saiteal's plan is in full effect. He lounges under a parasol, screaming at his soldiers to work harder, mocking them for being unable to catch a simple rat. One of the soldiers mutters to himself, wondering how they're even supposed to find rats that are hiding. From his chair, the prince scoffs in annoyance. Down below, another soldier grumbles, asking if the prince thinks they're cats. The local townsfolk watch the useless spectacle with growing impatience. They wonder how long this will go on, doubting a single rat is even being caught. Observing from the crowd, Hansen can't believe what he's seeing. This will never work. Don't these nobles know what a rat trap is? He wonders if they're all just clueless because they grew up rich. From his clinic window, Raymond is in disbelief. He gave them the answer. He was supposed to just sit back and watch. But at this rate, they're catching nothing, and the rat population is only going to grow. The grim reality sets in. The rats will multiply, the disease will spread, and the entire Bay region will be lost. An image of his clinic, boarded up with a "not in business" sign, flashes in his mind. The horror strikes him. If the region is ruined, so is his clinic. He glances at the oblivious prince. Raymond had wanted to stay out of it, to avoid another assassination attempt. But looking at this disaster, he knows he has to intervene. His livelihood is on the line. Raymond finds Rao buried in paperwork. He asks to borrow the kitchen. Rao, confused, asks what on earth he plans to make. A tiny, cartoonish Raymond proudly presents a golden pie. "Paston cheese pie," he announces. Rao can only stare back, utterly bewildered. "Why?" Raymond explains that it's a specialty from the southern states, made with an incredibly stinky cheese. A smell, he adds, that the Paston rats absolutely love. Rao gags, his face turning green at the thought of such a disgusting dish being made in their kitchen. But Raymond cuts off his protest with a triumphant grin, stating plainly, with this pie, he can kill the rats. Later, Raymond finds himself kneading dough in the kitchen, sighing in frustration. He had planned to just give them the recipe, but it seems he has to do everything himself. He holds up the perfectly baked pie, winking with an air of annoyance. Why couldn't anyone else make it right? Suddenly, a blue system window appears, congratulating him. His high sensei stat also makes him a great cook. Leaning against the oven, he groans. Why is he the only one who can make it? He had no idea his sense stat even applied to cooking. Another unexpected perk of the system. As Raymond steps outside with his pungent creation, he runs straight into Prince Saiteal, who, by some strange coincidence, is holding a pie of his own. The prince smirks, calling him Lemon in that condescending way of his. A bead of sweat rolls down Raymond's face. Of all the people to run into, it had to be him. And right on cue, a familiar blue window flashes in Raymond's vision. The system has a new classification for the prince, asshole. And according to its analysis, the level is very high. A moment later, new skills activate with a soft chime, Heart of Steel and Method to Handle Assholes. The system is literally gearing him up for this conversation. Raymond lets out a quiet sigh, his face becoming a mask of neutrality. He decides to just ignore the prince and get on with his work, eradicating the Paston rats. Prince Scythiel looks at Raymond's pie with utter disgust. "With that?" he scoffs, as if the idea itself is an insult. The prince sneers, saying it's a fitting dish for a lowly peasant, that even rats wouldn't eat something so vile. But a sudden squeak cuts his insult short. A small, red-eyed rat appears, sniffing at Scythiel's shoe, drawn by the pie's scent. Then another appears, and another. Scythiel leaps back in alarm as a swarm of rats scurries past him, all of them heading straight for Raymond's pie. A soldier shouts in disbelief as the Paston rats finally reveal themselves. Another soldier cries out that they couldn't find them anywhere, and now they appear this easily? The rats converge on Raymond's pie, devouring it greedily. A short while later, the soldiers look on in amazement. The rats are all dead. Sir Balthan, impressed, realizes Raymond laced the pie with poison. Such a simple, effective method. One of the soldiers sighs, finally understanding how pointless all their earlier efforts had been. Raymond, holding the now empty pie plate, glances back at the prince with a cool smirk. He remarks on how stupid it is to try so hard and accomplish nothing, before excusing himself to go place more pies. Prince Scythiel can only grit his teeth in frustration as Raymond walks away. A chagrined Sir Balthan announces their withdrawal, ordering his men to stop what they're doing and follow Baronet Pennon's orders. Though thoroughly humiliated, Scythiel forces a smile, trying to save face. He acts as if this was the plan all along, claiming they could have saved time if they'd just done this from the start. The commoners, however, aren't paying attention to the prince's pathetic display. They erupt in cheers, praising their brilliant prince for solving the problem. Forgetting titles and protocol, the crowd hoists Raymond into the air, cheering, "Prince Raymond, hooray!" He's their hero. But in the background, the actual prince is practically vibrating with rage, a dark, furious aura swirling around him. Scythiel explodes. He screams at the crowd, questioning how they dare call a bastard child a prince. He threatens them all with punishment for the crime of insulting the royal family. The crowd immediately quiets down, realizing their mistake. They weren't supposed to call him that. They quickly agree to follow his orders, but Scythiel is still clenching his fists, consumed by his anger. Taking the hint, the crowd changes its chant. "Sir Raymond, hooray!" Then, remembering his proper title, they correct themselves again. "Baronet Pennon, hooray!" Scythiel looks on, completely baffled and infuriated that they're still cheering for Raymond. Raymond just beams, soaking in the crowd's adoration. Watching from the side, Scythiel seethes. He can't believe they're still praising him, and curses his father for ever giving the bastard a title. With a sharp click of his tongue, Scythiel declares he's going back, turning on his heel and storming away. As he leaves, the soldiers mutter behind his back about how petty he is. If it weren't for the baronet, they'd still be on a fool's errand, chasing rats through the streets. The cheers for Baronet Pennon continue as grateful soldiers surround him, asking if there's anything they can do to help. But watching from the shadows, two cloaked figures are not so pleased. Their plan to get rid of Raymond before he dealt with the rats has failed. With royal knights protecting him now, any move they make could provoke the Houston royal family. The lead figure concedes defeat. They have no choice but to retreat for now. Raymond has thwarted them once again. Sir Balthan watches everything unfold, reflecting on the day. Prince Scythiel's method was laughably ineffective. Who sends soldiers with swords to hunt rats? He then looks over at Raymond. By contrast, the baronet's method was simple, elegant, and brutally effective. But then Balthan's gaze sharpens. He sees Raymond holding a sword now, his expression completely changed. The usual pragmatic healer is gone, replaced by a man with the serious, focused look of a warrior. Raymond stands perfectly still, sword in hand, his posture familiar. A shock of recognition runs through Balthan. That stance, it couldn't be. In that moment, he sees a completely different and far more formidable side of the healer. Balthan's mind races. He'd heard the baronet had never learned swordsmanship, yet the way he stands is perfectly stable. A small, intrigued smile touches Balthan's lips. Raymond's body looks like it's never seen a day of training, but there's a strange sturdiness to him that defies logic. For a fleeting moment, Balthan sees not a healer, but the ghostly image of a fully trained knight standing in his place. The vision is startling. He shakes his head, trying to clear the thought. He must be overthinking things. Still, a seed of profound curiosity had been planted. Later, as a royal messenger approaches, Raymond overhears the news. The palace is bestowing a reward upon him. A reward. The gears in his mind begin to turn. And so, Raymond finds himself once again approaching the grand royal palace, its spires reaching for the sky. Standing inside, he clenches his fist in frustration. Rao, that well-meaning fool. Raymond specifically told him to keep his name out of it. He can almost hear Rao's enthusiastic voice echoing in his head. He wanted to stay out of the spotlight, to avoid getting tangled in whatever dark schemes were unfolding. Unlike Rao, he had absolutely no interest in honor. King Odin, draped in regal furs, looks down from his throne. He asks Raymond if there is any specific reward he would like for his service. Raymond stands before him, his mind already made up. It's too late to run now. If he has to accept something, it might as well be useful. He respectfully requests money. The king seems surprised by the humble request, remarking that it seems like a lowly gift for such a great contribution. Raymond keeps his expression sincere, his eyes lowered. He claims that money is more than enough, that he was simply doing his duty as a healer. But inside, his thoughts are frantic. He doesn't want some honorable title that will paint an even bigger target on his back. He just wants to get paid and finally start chipping away at his massive debt, a debt that only grew larger after treating all the poor patients in the slums for free. From the gallery, the nobles whisper amongst themselves. They're impressed by his humility, a rare trait even among their own kind. They wonder if his string of successes is proof that the king's bloodline is truly special. The king's voice cuts through the murmurs. He agrees. If that is what Raymond insists upon, then he will be given money. Raymond kneels, a polite smile fixed on his face as he offers his thanks. Internally, he's throwing his fists in the air. He's finally getting paid. But Gaiman, the prime minister, watches with a knowing look. He sees Raymond's request not as greed, but as the selfless act of a true healer who shuns honor. He believes a man like that deserves far more. Stepping forward, Gaiman addresses the king. He suggests that money alone is not enough. He proposes they also bestow upon the baronet the Staff of Light medal. Raymond looks up, his mind reeling in shock. The Staff of Light? This was the exact opposite of what he wanted. An image of the legendary artifact fills his vision, a golden staff with angelic wings, radiating a holy light. This was no mere medal. It was the personal staff of the Saint Alex, an EX rank healer from centuries ago. It was a family treasure, the highest honor a healer could ever hope to achieve. Gaiman argues that for stopping a pandemic that threatened the capital itself, Raymond is more than deserving of such an honor. The king's voice rings out, firm and final. He permits it. Raymond is speechless, his hand pressed to his chest. He who had lived his entire life as an outcast was now receiving the Staff of Light. It felt unreal. He bows deeply, offering his thanks. The king announces the reward money will be 10,000 peña and dismisses the court. The medal is forgotten in an instant. All Raymond can see are golden coins raining down around him. 10,000 peña. He quickly remembers his mountain of debt. It's not enough to clear it, but for the first time in a long time, he'll finally have some breathing room. As he basks in the glow of his reward, the king's voice stops him cold. Raymond, stay behind. I have something to discuss with you. The king's eyes are sharp, intense. Raymond's mind goes blank. What could he possibly want to talk about? The throne room empties, leaving only the three of them. The grand hall suddenly feels heavy, the air thick with unspoken words. The king leans forward, his tone serious. He asks Raymond if he has any idea what truly caused this plague. It felt too convenient, too strange. He wants to hear Raymond's thoughts. A bead of sweat forms on Raymond's temple. The king was sharper than he gave him credit for. He had reached the same conclusion. This was perfect. This problem was far too big for him to handle alone. He could pass it off to the king and wash his hands of the whole conspiracy. Raymond admits that he shares the king's suspicions. It seems far too unlikely that the pandemic occurred naturally. There's a very real possibility that someone spread it on purpose. He explains his reasoning. If the rats had simply hitched a ride on a merchant carriage, the outbreak would have started in the bustling business district, not the isolated slums. This is exactly what Raymond wanted. Let the higher-ups handle the dangerous political schemes. He just wants to treat his patients and earn his money. But the king pushes further, his gaze unwavering. Does Baronet Pennon have anyone in mind? A potential perpetrator? Raymond feels the pressure mounting. Why was he being asked this? He's just a healer. Still, maintaining his calm facade, he admits that he has a theory. He suggests they consider who would benefit most from the capital of the kingdom falling into chaos. If they follow that line of thinking, he concludes, the culprit should become clear. The image of a shadowy, smirking enemy flashes in his mind. The threat feels terrifyingly real. Raymond continues, explaining that the culprit must be someone incredibly powerful and competent. To transport a plague all the way from Miquelon without anyone noticing would require immense resources and influence. The king nods slowly, taking it all in. He thanks Raymond for his opinion and tells him he may leave. Raymond bows and turns to go. But just as he reaches the door, the king's voice stops him one last time. Baronet Pennon. When Raymond turns, he sees a rare, almost gentle smile on the king's face. As the ruler of the kingdom, he expresses his sincere gratitude for what Raymond has done. Raymond is completely stunned. For the king to offer personal thanks in a private meeting was an honor greater than any medal. He manages a quiet, choked thank you. As he bows, a profound realization washes over him. This was the very first time his own father had ever thanked him. The heavy doors of the throne room swing shut behind him. Raymond stands in the empty hall, a daze of complex emotions swirling within him. He shakes his head, trying to regain his composure. Why was he getting so emotional? They shared blood, but he'd never once called him father. It was just the king thanking a subject. It meant nothing. He resolves to just go back and forget about it. He decides he'll use 500 peña of his reward to treat himself to a proper beef dinner. He's earned it. Suddenly, a series of familiar blue windows flash before his eyes. The unknown pandemic incident quest is complete. The rewards come flooding in. A bonus level, then another, and 20 bonus stat points. A massive, joyful grin spreads across his face. He finally leveled up. He jumps from level 38 straight to 40. And with that, he meets the requirements for a promotion. His job rank officially changes from rookie resident to senior resident. A cascade of notifications follows, his proficiency in surgery, normal medical knowledge, and internal medicine all increasing. He was becoming stronger. Back in the throne room, the king asks Gaiman for his thoughts. Gaiman agrees with Raymond's assessment completely. The king nods. So does he. Raymond's words were simple, but they cut directly to the heart of the matter. Gaiman remarks that Raymond's talents seem wasted on being a simple healer. His intelligence rivals that of the best administrators. He then asks the king if he recognizes that talent as a ruler or as a father. The king changes the subject, asking Gaiman who he thinks the perpetrator is. Gaiman's expression hardens. To him, the answer is obvious. Only one nation has both the motive and the means: the Droton Kingdom. For hundreds of years, the Droton Kingdom has been their bitter rival, their history written in the blood of countless battles. Gammon suspects they were also behind the previous assassination attempt on the king, but the king remains cautious, ordering a more thorough investigation before they jump to any conclusions. Gaiman bows, but a deep sense of unease settles over him as he gazes out the palace window. The scene shifts, taking us to the Maple Clinic in the nearby Lime region. Inside its impressive halls, gossip is already spreading like wildfire. They've all heard that Sir Raymond, the king's illegitimate son, was the one who stopped the pandemic. They whisper in disbelief. Wasn't he the same fool who failed the healer's exam for 5 years straight? But then again, to receive the Staff of Light medal, he must have some real skill. In a private meeting room, an older healer slams his fist on the table, his face red with rage. He bellows that it's ridiculous. Giving the Staff of Light to a man who uses heretical techniques is an insult to the memory of St. Alex. A younger healer panics, worried that Raymond will soon extend his influence into their region. They have to do something. Suddenly, a sharp, clear voice cuts through the bickering, asking when their clinic meetings became sessions for slandering others. All heads turn toward the speaker. It's a woman with long, dark hair, seated with an unmistakable air of authority. "Lady Christine," one of them stammers. She turns, revealing striking blue eyes and a firm expression. She is Christine Rayburn, second daughter of one of the 3 great Duke families. She reminds them that in this clinic, she is a healer, not a lady. She is also one of the most powerful healers in the entire clinic, possessing B-rank healing power. She looks down at her bickering colleagues, her gaze cool and disappointed. She asks if speaking ill of Baronet Penin is truly the most important thing they have to discuss. Standing, she announces that she has patients waiting and will take her leave. She walks out, leaving the others sputtering in her wake. But as she walks away, her true thoughts are revealed. She despises the pathetic, money-grubbing nature of her colleagues. As for Raymond, his bizarre techniques couldn't possibly be real medicine. There must be some hidden, dangerous side effect, and for the sake of the sick, she cannot allow that. She has to find out the truth for herself. Back in the meeting room, the door slams shut, leaving the disgruntled healers to fume in her absence. One of them complains that Raymond has committed too many evil deeds to be ignored, but another, more pragmatic, points out that the king himself has acknowledged his skills. Without a valid reason, their hands are tied. Then a smooth, confident voice cuts through the whispers. If it comes down to it, they'll just have him stripped of his healer qualifications. Baron Carlton, the clinic's director, says this with a smug smirk, swirling a glass of red wine. He lays out his simple, vicious plan. The compulsory lesson for new healers is coming up. They'll just fail him, and his career will be over. One of the healers looks down, a cynical thought flashing through her mind. This is exactly the kind of move she'd expect from a man who clawed his way to the director's seat through political power, not skill. Everyone who ever stood against him in the region has mysteriously disappeared. Baron Carlton smirks, taking a sip of wine. He knows they all remember that it was he who secured the Maple Clinic's monopoly over the entire Lime region. He gazes out at his domain. They also know that if they don't get rid of Raymond, their own positions will be in danger. Fear is a powerful motivator. He glances at a stack of papers on his desk, healer applications. Raymond's face is right on top. As it happens, he's in charge of the lesson this year. Giving out a failing mark will be laughably easy. At this, the other healers are suddenly impressed. It's a brilliant idea, a way to disqualify Raymond completely above board. A sinister glint appears in Carlton's eyes. He sneers that a man stuck as an apprentice for 5 years must be truly inept. He can't wait to see the pathetic look on his face when he fails. Meanwhile, at Raymond's humble clinic, he stares at a notice. The compulsory lesson. he'd almost forgotten. Rao explains that attendance is mandatory for all new healers. Raymond groans internally. What a pain. It's a waste of time, but he has to go. Just then, Hansen bursts in, looking panicked. The Maple Clinic is plotting to fail him. Hansen leans against the door, trying to catch his breath. He just met with some old peers from the Maple Clinic. They told him everything. He clenches his fists in fury. They were laughing about it, completely certain Raymond would fail. Raymond's eyes narrow. If the Maple Clinic is involved, then Baron Carlton is the one pulling the strings. A wicked man he would rather avoid. But to their shock, Raymond just shrugs. It's okay, I'll attend. Rao and Hansen can only cry out in disbelief. Raymond smiles, his confidence unwavering. He asks them if they really think he'll fail a simple lesson like that. As they stare at him with awe-struck expressions, he clarifies with a wry grin. He doesn't have the confidence to fail. He thinks to himself with a small smile, he's not a beginner anymore. He silently calls up his status window. The familiar blue screen appears. Level 40, job rank, senior resident. He's come a long way from the dirty, illegitimate child. His list of academic skills has grown, a testament to the knowledge he's gained. He beams. Becoming a senior resident had massively boosted his proficiency in surgery and even unlocked a new skill, internal medicine. And on top of that, he gained a new passive skill called prior experience, a legendary ranked skill that boosts his senses during surgery. The more experience he gains, the bigger the stat increase will be. Raymond knows it well. To a doctor, there is nothing more important than experience. He still has a long way to go, but against a bunch of low-rank healers, he seriously doubts he'll lose. In his mind, he's already standing on the winner's podium. The compulsory lesson will be filled with C and D rank healers. No one with a B rank or higher would bother to attend. The competition will be weak. He looks at his two loyal followers with determination. He intends to get the top results in this lesson, and he has a very good reason why. Hansen and Rao look at him, confused. A reason? What could it be? Raymond gives a tiny, almost invisible smirk as a blue window glows beside him. A new quest has appeared. Complete the compulsory lesson with excellent results. The difficulty is listed as low. The rewards are tempting, a bonus level up, skill points, and a re-evaluation of his medical techniques. It's time to show everyone what he can do. Excellent results? No. He's aiming for the absolute top score. Because his face lights up with a greedy, ecstatic glow. Every single year, a reward of 1,000 pina is given to the healer who places first. Hansen's eyes shine with admiration. He assumes Raymond is doing this to teach a lesson to all the healers who slander him. The young apprentice is moved to tears by his master's supposedly noble heart. Rao, ever the pragmatist, assumes Raymond plans to humiliate the stubborn, old-fashioned healers by proving their methods are pathetic. Rao approaches Raymond, his expression serious. He admits that when Raymond took the money as a reward, he had a fleeting doubt, wondering if he was just another greedy healer. He grasps Raymond's hands earnestly, ashamed that he ever misunderstood his master's pure intentions. With tears of admiration in his eyes, Rao declares that Raymond is truly worthy of respect. Hansen agrees wholeheartedly, exclaiming how amazing their master is. Raymond sweats under the intensity of their misguided praise. That's not what he's thinking at all. He finally gives up. With a strained grin, he plays along. Yes, so don't worry. Let's go eat meat when I get the money. Hansen is already planning the menu, while Raymond kindly invites Rao along, knowing his salary has been seized. His two followers become his personal cheerleading squad, vowing to support him. Raymond just laughs, caught in their whirlwind of adoration. They arrive at their destination, the Imperial Academy's Alex Hall. The hall is breathtakingly opulent, a sea of formal robes and glittering chandeliers. It's a world away from his small clinic. At the podium, Baron Carlton welcomes the new healers with a smug smile. Standing with Hansen, Raymond whispers that the atmosphere feels less like a lesson and more like a gathering of heretics. Carlton continues his speech, praising the exceptional healers in attendance. His gaze then lands squarely on Raymond, who is casually popping a snack into his mouth, completely unfazed. However, the Baron says with pointed emphasis, it seems there's one person here who isn't exceptional. The whispers start immediately. Isn't that the one who uses ancient secret techniques? The one who performed that strange blood transfusion? The director smirks, remarking that there seems to be a rat that doesn't belong. When his aide nervously points out that he's looking at Baronet Pennon, Carlton feigns innocence, claiming he was just talking about a literal rat. An uncomfortable, hostile energy surrounds Raymond and Hansen. The intimidation is palpable. But Raymond just smirks. This childish bullying is nothing new to him, and he's not the same timid person he used to be. The Heart of Steel skill activates. His system confirms the target's asshole. Level is very high and activates the appropriate skill to handle it. He's ready. With an overly bright and polite smile, Raymond tells the director it's fine. He must have been seeing things, and, as a healer, Raymond will be generous and understanding. With a wink, he continues, voicing mock concern. For such a reputable healer to be seeing things, he's worried about the director's health. He suggests it could be early-onset dementia and recommends immediate treatment. Baron Carlton's face contorts with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he splutters, unable to form a coherent response. Recovering, the Baron quickly begins the lesson, inviting everyone to mingle and have some snacks. As Raymond and Hansen stand in the crowd, a young, freckled healer nervously approaches them. He stammers an invitation to sit together, which Hansen happily accepts. But suddenly, a hand yanks the young healer back. A sneering voice informs him that this table is for real healers only. Two arrogant healers block their way, declaring that Raymond's techniques are heretical. They call him a filthy rat. Hansen flushes with anger, his fists clenched, ready to fight for his master's honor. But Raymond calmly places a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. He walks toward the bullies himself. He smiles, a dangerous glint in his eye as he holds up his staff of light metal. He says that real healers ought to show respect to the symbol of St. Alex. He gently places the medal on the forehead of the timid healer, Lyndon, who suddenly finds his courage. Emboldened, Lyndon congratulates Raymond on receiving the prestigious honor. Hansen, now standing proudly beside them, speaks up, his voice ringing with clarity. He remarks how unsightly it is for rats who could never earn such a medal to insult a truly great healer. The red-haired bully stomps his foot in frustration, muttering that they won't be able to act so arrogantly for long. Just then, Baron Carlton appears on the balcony above. He announces a new rule for the first test. While other methods exist, the most important skill for any healer is heal. A sinister smirk spreads across his face. This year, the healing power test will be worth 50% of the total grade. Anyone with marks below a C will lose their qualification. And just so everyone knows, an F rank is worth 0 points. Hansen looks up in shock. He understands immediately. The rule is designed for one purpose, to fail Raymond. Carlton continues, his voice dripping with venom. He doesn't know how Raymond used the king to pass the promotion, but that trick won't work here. She 47075. He leans over the railing, his smile purely malicious. No matter how well Raymond does on the other tests, an F rank in healing power means 0 points, making it impossible to pass. Hansen turns to Raymond, his face pale with worry. Raymond simply looks on, his expression thoughtful, unreadable. Baron Carlton's voice drips with venom as he continues his threat. He doesn't know how Raymond used the king to pass his promotion, but that won't work this time. He gloats from the balcony, certain of his victory. No matter how well Raymond does, an F rank in the healing test means 0 points. It's impossible for him to pass. Hansen turns to Raymond, panicked, but Raymond just touches his chin, lost in thought. Suddenly, Raymond raises his finger, his voice cutting cleanly through the tense hall. "I have a question." He stands, a calm smile on his face, an almost radiant aura about him. He asks if additional marks will be given to healers who have increased their heal rank. Hansen stares at him, completely bewildered. What is he talking about? From the balcony, Baron Carlton scoffs at the sheer ignorance of the question. Everyone knows a healer's rank is innate. It's impossible to change. Still, he plays along, confirming that, yes, of course, they would have to give a lot of additional points for such an impossible feat. Raymond's smile widens. That's good then. Linden, the young freckled healer, murmurs to himself, confused. A healer's rank can't be increased through effort alone. Hansen is completely lost. Why would Raymond ask such a strange question? Linden watches him, a look of awed confusion on his face. Raymond is truly an unfathomable person. Baron Carlton begins the test, calling Linden up first. Linden holds out his hands, and a faint green healing aura appears, nervous but determined. D rank. "You pass," Carlton announces, his tone clipped and bored. Linden clenches his fists in relief as the Baron makes a note on his clipboard. Then Carlton turns his smug, challenging gaze directly to Raymond. Raymond meets his stare, his own face a mask of calm. "Baronet Pennon," Carlton instructs, "please use heal." The Baron smirks, a sinister look in his eyes. "He's just asking to be sure," Raymond smiles, holding out his hands. "You did say you'll give additional points to a healer who increases their rank. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Carlton scoffs. Of course he remembers. But it's a completely irrelevant question for someone like Raymond. Raymond just smiles enigmatically as a faint light begins to glow in his hands. Linden stares, his mind refusing to believe what he's seeing. And then it happens. A brilliant green healing aura erupts from Raymond's hands, far stronger than a D rank. It's all thanks to his newly awakened mana. The passive skill, Mana Exchange, has been activated. This legendary skill allows him to channel the mana in his mana vein, a power he never had before. He had obtained new skills after awakening his mana, and he could now use it for more than just magic. His mana stat, once a pitiful one, had jumped to 7.5. It still wasn't a lot, but what was once a single droplet now felt like a substantial pool of energy. So if he poured every last bit of it into his upper energy core, a powerful, undeniable green light radiates from his hands, stunning the entire hall into silence. Baron Carlton stares, flabbergasted, as whispers of "C rank" ripple through the crowd. Raymond clenches his fist in triumph. He did it. Carlton is speechless, his face pale with disbelief. How? How did this happen? The development of one's healing core after birth is almost unheard of. It's considered a miracle. But Raymond knows the truth. With a mana stat of 7.5, he isn't truly a C rank yet. But by pouring every last drop of his mana into the effort, he can act like one. And to everyone else, it looks like he's performed the impossible. Linden is in shock. He mutters that it can't be achieved with hard work. Raymond, a devious little chibi in his mind, whispers back that it's because Linden doesn't care enough for his patients. The other healers agree that it should be impossible. But Raymond just smiles at the Baron, telling him that Baronet Pennon is different now. Linden looks inspired. His own rank is D, a limit he always thought was unbreakable. But if hard work could truly overcome the rank one was born with, maybe there was hope. As expected, Raymond receives the highest marks in the first test. He is presented with a certificate of merit for his devotion to his studies. He smiles, satisfied. Next up was the written test. Anatomy, treatment methods, herbology, these were all subjects he had studied relentlessly before he ever awakened. Because his healing power was so weak, he had been forced to work twice as hard on everything else. His past struggles were now his greatest strength. He confidently picks up his quill. Combine that past effort with his modern medical knowledge, and getting the highest marks would be easy. His increased intelligence stat didn't make him smarter, but it allowed him to perfectly utilize the vast knowledge he already possessed. Baron Carlton can only watch, speechless and seething with silent fury. Raymond beams, acing the written test with ease. The other healers murmur in disbelief. How could he be the top scorer? Something must be wrong. Raymond turns to them with a wide, taunting grin. He asks if they really sleep more than 4 hours a day, despite only having a C-rank heal. His audacious smile is inches from Carlton's furious face. The Baron is practically shaking with rage. The final test begins. The healers stand before stretchers, each covered with a white sheet. Carlton panics. At this rate, Raymond will be the overall top scorer. He should have found a way to disqualify him earlier. Hansen whispers excitedly to Raymond, the two of them united in the face of their enemy. But a dark expression crosses Baron Carlton's face. It's not over yet. He just needs to create a wound that Raymond can never heal. He stands before a stretcher, announcing the final practical test. With a dramatic flair, he rips the sheet away. The healers in the front row gasp in horror, their eyes wide with shock and fear. Underneath is a massive, snarling, green-skinned orc. A healer screams, "A monster!" Raymond is surprised. An orc? Beside him, Hansen is terrified. Raymond thinks with a touch of grim humor, well, at least they can't legally hurt a person. Baron Carlton smirks. The orc is a killer, and it will be their patient. But not to worry. It's been fed a powerful anesthetic and is tied down. His face becomes a mask of pure evil. They just need to heal the orc's wound, and the first person to try will be Raymond. Carlton looms over the bound monster, dagger raised, intending to inflict an injury that no mere healer could possibly cure. With a sickening thud, he plunges the dagger deep into the orc's chest. One of the healers screams at the brutal, sadistic act. A low, ominous growl rumbles from the wounded orc. Carlton looks up, his eyes wide with sudden terror. "What?" With a loud snap, the ropes binding the orc shatter. The monster rises, towering over the trembling Baron, its eyes burning with pure, murderous rage. It unleashes a deafening, terrifying roar that shakes the entire hall. Its massive green fist slams into Baron Carlton, sending him flying across the room with a sickening crack. A scream of pure terror echoes through the hall as chaos erupts. Absolute panic erupts. Healers are screaming, crying for someone to put the orc to sleep, shouting the Baron's name as chaos consumes the room. A healer rushes to Carlton's bloody, broken form. His shoulder is dislocated, his front tooth is gone, and he can only scream in agony. But amidst the pandemonium, one person remains perfectly calm. Raymond takes a single step forward, his expression thoughtful. He analyzes the scene not as a terrified student, but as a surgeon. A simple heal spell can't fix a dislocated shoulder. He watches the other healers trying to use their magic, uselessly pumping vitality into the screaming Baron. The joint needs to be physically put back into place. While a powerful heal might eventually regenerate the joint back into position, it would be a slow, excruciatingly painful process. Raymond sighs with a hint of exasperation. This is what you get for playing dirty. To think the Baron fell into his own trap, all while trying to ruin him. In a way, Raymond thinks, this worked out for the best. Sheesh 443 L1I 11. Still, should he treat him? Lyndon, the kind D-rank healer, tries to approach, but Carlton, in a fit of pained rage, kicks him away, screaming for a mere D-rank to get lost. Lyndon slumps, dejected. It can't be helped. People will always look down on him for his low rank. Raymond watches, his motivation to help the arrogant Baron dwindling by the second. But a saintly aura seems to surround him as he steps forward, a benevolent smile on his face. A true healer, he declares, should never choose his patients. He offers his assistance. Lyndon looks up, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Baronet Pennon? But Carlton, even in his agony, is defiant. He screams at Raymond, refusing to be subjected to his unverified, heretical treatments. Raymond sighs. He knew this would happen. Maybe he should just walk away. But then, a little angelic voice in his head chides him. Can you really call yourself a healer if you turn your back on a patient, no matter how stupid they are? His eyes narrow. He lets out another quiet sigh. Fine. He'll try to persuade him. A mischievous glint appears in his eye. He looks down at the moaning, bloody mess on the floor. How unfortunate, he says, his voice dripping with mock sympathy. He leans in, whispering that he has a method that could treat him in an instant. He continues his taunt, noting that even a B-rank healer would take at least an hour to fix this. Carlton tries to yell, but only a strangled cry of pain escapes his lips. Raymond straightens up, a cheerful smile on his face. He begins a countdown, announcing that it will take 3,600 seconds for a high-rank healer to arrive. An attendant begs him to stop, saying he's only making things worse. Ignoring him, Raymond continues his countdown with relish, reminding the Baron that if he just accepted treatment, the pain would be over in an instant. 3,596 seconds, he announces loudly. It's too much. With one last agonized cry, Baron Carlton finally passes out from the pain and agitation. Raymond dusts off his hands, satisfied. The preparation is finally complete. What preparation? A nervous attendant asks. Preparation for treatment, Raymond states calmly. Lyndon stares, a look of dawning realization on his face. Did he intentionally agitate the Baron just to make him faint? Raymond kneels beside the unconscious Baron, ignoring the stunned looks from the other healers. He explains his method as he works, raising the arm to the perfect angle, getting a firm grasp on the shoulder. Then, with a swift, precise counterclockwise rotation, it's done. A clean, perfect reduction of the dislocation using the ancient Shin's method. Baron Carlton lies unconscious, but his shoulder is back in place, the source of his intense pain now gone. Raymond smiles. Now he just needs to be taken to a clinic to rest. An onlooker gasps in astonishment. He treated a shoulder dislocation that easily? The other healers stare at each other, bewildered. He did it without even using a heal spell. Lyndon is floored. A shoulder dislocation should require a B-rank heal or higher. But Raymond treated it instantly, with nothing but his hands and his knowledge. Raymond stands up, a satisfied smile on his face as the crowd murmurs in awe. He can't let a good opportunity like this slip by. He addresses the stunned audience, his voice clear and confident. As you can see, he says with a wink, my medical techniques are not baseless. He gestures grandly, weaving a tale of an ancient hyper-advanced civilization, claiming his methods are their sacred traditional techniques. What they just saw, he declares, was merely the tip of the iceberg. If they don't believe him, they can come to the Penine Clinic any time and see for themselves. Lyndon clutches his chest, his eyes shining with a newfound determination. If he goes to the Penine Clinic, maybe he can learn too. An Academy official, flustered but impressed, steps forward and announces that the compulsory lessons are now over. The final test will be excluded. Everyone will be evaluated based on the tests already completed. Raymond smiles smugly. The top scorer has already been decided. A banner is hung proudly outside Alex Hall. Top scorer, Raymond Pennon. The system windows flash. Quest complete. Achievement unlocked. The rewards roll in. A bonus level, bonus points, and a massive boost to his reputation in the healer world. Shore 43052. The system confirms it. Healers are already starting to re-evaluate their impressions of his medical techniques. Raymond grins. Thanks to that banner, his name and his clinic will be on everyone's lips. Back at his clinic, he's reading a book when he hears a hesitant voice at the door. A couple stands there nervously, asking if he's available for a consultation. Raymond beams with a warm, welcoming smile. Finally, commoners are starting to come. He just needs to strike it big now. A short while later, the clinic is empty again. Raymond sits at his desk, dejected. Strike it big, my ass. He realizes the harsh truth. The only people willing to try his methods are the ones who can't afford a real heal spell. They're all poor. His debts are slowly growing again. He flops onto his bed, staring at the ceiling. But strangely, none of the loan companies have come chasing him. It's unnerving. A horrifying thought strikes him. They're not being merciful. They're just fattening him up before they devour him whole. He shudders. Maybe he should start rejecting patients who can't pay. He sighs, shaking his head. No, that will be a last resort. He paces his clinic, wondering if there's a way to increase his reputation all at once, a way to finally get the recognition and the money he needs. Meanwhile, in a lavish room, an attendant with a sinister smile and a scar across his face speaks to Baron Carlton, who is resting in bed, his arm in a sling. "Director," the scarred man asks, "how would you like us to deal with him?" Carlton's face contorts with rage as he remembers Raymond's taunts. He seethes, vowing to ruin him in a way that no one can criticize. The scarred attendant listens, his smile never faltering. Carlton gives his order, "Send incurable patients to him." The attendant's smile widens, his eyes narrowing with malice. "And spread rumors after that." Baron Carlton's face is a mask of pure evil. "Tell people," he says, his voice dripping with poison, "that he killed patients because of the wrong treatment methods he uses. His revenge has just begun." In his recovery room, Baron Carlton gives his orders, his voice laced with cold fury. "Send incurable patients to him." His scarred attendant's eyes narrow, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. "And spread rumors after that," he confirms, ready to carry out the malicious plan. A look of wicked glee crosses Carlton's face. He wants the world to hear that Raymond killed patients with his wrongful treatments. His revenge will be total. The scene shifts to the dusty streets of the Bay region. A man runs desperately through the streets, clutching a small, bundled child to his chest as onlookers stare. He stumbles, his face a mask of anguish and exhaustion, but his grip on the child never falters. Just 1 hour ago, he was at the opulent Maple Clinic. There, a polite but firm attendant informed him that, without enough money for treatment, they could not help him. He had begged her to let him speak to Lady Christine, hoping for a more compassionate ear, not knowing that Baron Carlton and his subordinate were watching from the background. The scarred attendant had approached, asking smoothly if there was a problem. He leaned in and whispered something to the female attendant. Her eyes widened in understanding. She turned back to the desperate father, telling him that Lady Christine was not available. But, she added with false helpfulness, she could recommend another healer. Now, cradling his pale, still child, the father whispers a desperate plea. "Please, Sam, please hang in there for just a little while more." At Raymond's clinic, a different kind of drama is unfolding. Hansen is giving a stern lecture to their newest apprentice, Lyndon. Filled with pride, Hansen informs Lyndon that as the master's second disciple, he must never forget who he represents. Lyndon, comically overwhelmed, cries tears of inspiration, vowing to do his best. He clenches his fist, determined to learn Raymond's medical techniques and succeed as a healer, even as a D rank. Hansen looms over him like a drill instructor, warning him that his every action now reflects upon their master. Lyndon, slightly intimidated, thinks that for a man who follows a saint, Hansen is kind of scary. Hansen leans in close, telling Linden he'll soon witness one of the master's surgeries and understand that this is no exaggeration. Linden shakily agrees, but inside he's panicking. It feels like he's joined a cult. The first disciple's eyes are filled with madness. Just as he contemplates running, the desperate father bursts through the door, screaming for someone to save his child. Raymond is on him in an instant, his stethoscope pressed to the child's chest. The boy is in a terrible state. If he'd come just a little earlier, maybe, but now he's in a serious state of shock. Raymond's face is grim. Even if he performs an emergency surgery, there's a high chance the child will die on the table. Hansen quietly explains to Raymond that the father was likely trying to scrape together the advance payment required by the other clinics. Raymond looks down at the small child. The boy has the same chance of dying if he does nothing as he does if he operates. The stakes couldn't be higher. The father bows deeply, his voice cracking. He explains that Baron Carlton at the Maple Clinic told him to come here. He promises to repay the fees, begging Raymond to do anything he can. And just like that, Raymond understands. This is Carlton's trap. His eyes narrow with determination. "All right," he says, his voice firm. "I'll try my best. I can't just let him die like this." A familiar blue window flashes into existence. A new quest has appeared. Treat the dying child. Difficulty medium. The rewards are significant. 2 bonus level-ups, skill points, and a strange benefit. Unexpected luck? Raymond murmurs, intrigued by the unusual prize. Just then, the clinic door creaks open again. It's Rao Kaplan, looking serious. He needs to speak with Raymond for a moment. Rao speaks with urgency. Based on information he's gathered, Baron Carlton is determined to take Raymond down. If he can find any fault in his methods, he will exploit it. Raymond listens, his expression somber. It's a valid concern. The fact that this patient was sent by Carlton is no coincidence. He can feel the jaws of the trap closing around him. He imagines the worst-case scenario. What if he operates and the child dies? What if rumors spread that he's a killer? It would be a fatal blow to his clinic. His dream would be over. Selfishly, he knows it would be better to step back. The chances of saving the boy are slim after all. But Hansen speaks up, his voice firm as he looks at Linden, reminding him of their master's principles. Raymond looks from the desperate father to the dying child. His resolve hardens. "I'll do what I can to treat him," he declares, his voice ringing with determination. Linden rushes forward, terrified. Baron Carlton is an atrocious person. If something goes wrong, Hansen places a firm hand on his shoulder, his own eyes shining with unshakable faith. "Master," he says simply, never looks away from patients. He winks, his belief absolute. Rao looks on with pure admiration. Raymond is truly a great healer, but Raymond knows the truth. This is a gamble. If he succeeds in treating the patient Carlton threw away, his reputation will skyrocket. It's incredibly dangerous, but it's a decision he's making for himself. In the operating room, the team is scrubbed and ready. The child lies on the table, a small patch of his abdomen prepped for surgery. Raymond, now in full surgeon mode, holds a scalpel, his eyes sharp and focused. He makes his diagnosis. Intussusception. He explains to his apprentices that it's an emergency condition where the small intestine telescopes into the large one, causing a complete obstruction. In modern times, it's not a serious illness, but for this child, it was discovered far too late. The blocked intestine will soon begin to rot. He looks gravely at Linden. The boy is already in shock. If the necrosis is too severe, there will be nothing they can do. He has to open him up to know for sure. He holds the scalpel ready. With a swift, steady hand, he makes the incision. Peering into the opening, a wave of relief washes over him. The intestine hasn't dug in too deep, and the tissue hasn't started to rot yet. They've avoided the worst-case scenario. The treatment, he explains, is simple in concept. He just needs to pull the intestine back out. But with the tissue so swollen and fragile, it won't be easy. Even the smallest impact could cause it to burst. He clenches his bloodied fist. He can do this. He just has to be careful. Gentle. He takes a deep breath. He's a senior resident now. Activate surgeon's nimble hands. The system responds instantly. His sense stat jumps from 20 to 30. His passive skills kick in. Surgeon's experience manifests. His sense stat jumps again to 33. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple. His heart beats, steady and strong. He focuses entirely on the task at hand. One mistake and it's all over. The Heart of Steel skill activates, reinforcing his mental fortitude. He works diligently, gently moving the small intestine back where it belongs. Finally, he succeeds. Reduction is complete, he announces. Linden watches in awe. To treat this with a heal spell would require an immense amount of power, and Raymond did it so easily with just his hands. So this is what medical techniques are like. Linden asks if it's over. No, Raymond replies, his tone still tense. His eyes are sharp, serious. Now he has to decide whether or not to cut the boy's intestine. He managed to pull the intestine out, but if the inside is rotten, the boy will still die. There's only one solution. Cut away the rotting section before it spreads. The problem is he has no way of knowing if it's rotten or not. He could be cutting away a perfectly healthy intestine. In modern medicine, there would be tests, scopes, ways to be sure, but here in this room with nothing but his own two eyes, he is faced with an impossible choice. To cut or not to cut? Hansen senses his master's hesitation. He leans in, his voice soft with concern, asking if there's any other way. And just like that, an idea ignites in Raymond's mind. A spark of desperate hope. With a flash of determination in his eyes, he taps a holographic screen only he can see. "Open market," he commands internally. "Purchase skill." A faint smile touches his lips. He remembers seeing a particular skill for sale a while ago, a long shot that might just be exactly what he needs. He scrolls through the options, his heart pounding, and then he finds it. A bright blue notification flashes in his vision. He has purchased the magic skill, Eagle's Eye. The cost, 150 skill points. A massive gamble. The skill description appears. A support-type magic skill. It's a light element magic that allows the user to see small, narrow areas in extreme detail. It's perfect. He mutters to himself that the cost is steep, but with grim determination, he confirms the purchase. You better be worth it, he thinks. Taking a deep breath, he activates the skill. His eyes begin to glow with an ethereal blue light. The world shifts. His vision punches in, revealing details far beyond normal sight, a kind of spectral X-ray that lets him see the very tissues of the child's body. But almost immediately, urgent warnings flash. The skill's level far exceeds his mana reserves. His power is being consumed at a terrifying rate. And just as quickly, the final alert screams at him. He has consumed all of his mana. The special vision cuts off. A wave of dizziness hits him, and he stumbles. But it was enough. It was only for a second, but he saw it clearly. Faint traces of necrosis had already begun. Hansen calls out his name in concern, but Raymond quickly steadies himself, his resolve now absolute. "It's okay," he says firmly. "I'm continuing." With newfound certainty, he reaches for a scalpel. The decision has been made. He holds the blade steady. Now that he's confirmed the rot, he has to cut it away. There is no more hesitation. He knows the alternative. If he leaves it, the boy will die from severe blood poisoning. He's relieved he took the risk. An image of the child's smiling face flashes in his mind. If he had closed him up without knowing, they would never have seen that smile again. Hansen and Linden watch with absolute awe. Hansen marvels at the impossible sight of someone stitching an intestine back together. Lyndon is just stunned by Raymond's unwavering confidence in the face of such a terrifying procedure. With a soft click, Raymond places the last bloodied instrument on the tray. He lets out a quiet sigh, a single bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Then, he speaks the words everyone has been waiting to hear. The surgery is over. Instantly, the familiar blue glow of the system floods his vision. Quest complete. He's gained 2 bonus levels at once. The rewards continue. 20 skill points. And a golden notification confirms it. The unexpected luck benefit has been applied. Elsewhere, in a lavish room, sunlight streams through a large window. Baron Carlton sits comfortably, a smug, expectant look on his face. He asks his scarred attendant if everything went according to plan. The attendant mirrors his master's cruel smile. "Of course," he replies, relishing the thought. Raymond is about to become a quack doctor who killed his patient. His career will be destroyed. Carlton chuckles, imagining the newspaper headlines. The attendant assures him that news will be arriving soon. Footsteps approach. "It's showtime," Carlton says, leaning forward eagerly. A newsboy rushes in, stammering that the child survived. Baron Carlton's smug expression freezes. His attendant is equally stunned. "Huh? Is all the Baron can manage?" In a flash of pure denial, he slams his fist on the table. He demands to know if it's true. The terrified newsboy thrusts the paper forward, telling him to see for himself. Carlton's face darkens with fury as the truth sinks in. He seethes, grinding his teeth in rage. Raymond saved a child who was supposed to die. He whirls on the newsboy, grabbing his collar and screaming at him to stop the rumor from spreading. The boy trembles, explaining that he tried, but it was useless. The patient's father. The scene shifts to a town square where a man with kind eyes plays a harp, a heartfelt melody filling the air. His face is etched with exhaustion, but also a glimmer of hope. Later, with tears of gratitude streaming down his face, the father approaches Raymond, holding a small, heavy pouch. He offers the late treatment fee. Raymond is surprised. He hadn't expected to be paid. He asks where the money came from, remembering the man's earlier despair. The father explains with a touch of pride that he sold his harp. He's a bard. It was the only valuable thing he owned. Raymond is silent, visibly moved by the sacrifice. He firmly refuses the money. He knows the family will need every coin for the child's recovery. But then, a cunning glint appears in his eye. In return, he says with a mischievous smile, he has a small request. The father looks at him, intrigued. He tells Raymond he'll do anything. "It's nothing serious," Raymond assures him with an angelic smile. He clears his throat. "When you're working," he begins, "could you spread some good rumors about me?" He lays it on thick, speaking of the prejudice he faces, how he only wants to do his best for his patients. The father stares, completely captivated by Raymond's perceived humility. He bursts with enthusiasm, promising to do it. Later, the bard stands with his harp, his expression solemn. He had promised the heavens that if his son was saved, he would do kind deeds for the rest of his life. He caresses the strings of his instrument. "For the rest of my life," he vows, "I'll sing for Baronet Pennon." And so he does. People gather, listening intently as he tells the story of what happened. Elsewhere, a reporter takes notes. With what Raymond has done, people will soon be saying the illegitimate child is better than the prince's. The next day's paper features a prominent article, "A healer who lives for the sake of commoners, Majesty Raymond." Raymond holds the paper, a small, satisfied smile on his lips. "Is this the unexpected luck?" he muses as a cascade of system notifications appears. His reputation has increased, he's gained a new achievement, and 2 more bonus levels. And finally, a new benefit, a favorable impression among the commoners. His gamble has paid off spectacularly. The scene shifts to a luxurious, ornate room where a beautiful young woman with dark hair and striking blue eyes sips her tea. It's Christine Rayburn. She muses that Raymond's reputation continues to rise. She hasn't interfered yet, since no one seems to have suffered from his treatments. But as she looks at the newspaper article, a shadow of concern crosses her features. If she leaves him alone, she stands resolute. She is certain that his methods will eventually cause side effects that patients will suffer. Her blue eyes flash with determination. "I can't leave the Penning Clinic alone anymore," she declares. A new, formidable challenger is about to enter the field. A soft knock at the door breaks her concentration. Her maid informs her that it's time to prepare for breakfast with her father, the Duke. "Begin preparations," Christine instructs, her voice flat. A box of glittering jewels is opened, the adornments of a high noblewoman, a role she despises. Dressed in an elegant gown, she sits with weary resignation. She knows her father will bring up marriage again, pushing her towards the second prince for political gain. An image of the arrogant, smirking Prince Cairn flashes in her mind, and she shudders with disgust. She'd rather die than marry a psychopath like him. Later, in a grand hall filled with the chatter of high society, she is cornered. Her sisters approach with sickly, sweet smiles, asking when she's going to quit her work as a healer, reminding her how much she's mocked at banquets. Her brother joins in, smugly telling her to stop her substandard games, even sneering that her dedication to healing is an illness in itself. Christine forces a polite, cutting smile. "You must have all been so troubled by my thoughtless actions," she says, her voice dripping with sarcasm. She continues, her smile widening. "From now on, perhaps I'll just mindlessly attend banquets like you. Or," she adds, glancing at her brother, "should I get into gambling like you?" Her siblings are stunned into silence. Then, her voice drops its playful tone. "Let me just say one thing." Her eyes blaze with passion. "I'm fine with being laughed at, but do not speak down on the act of treating patients." She turns and walks away, leaving them speechless. Her brother stammers after her, but she doesn't stop. She glances back, a bright, determined smile on her face. "I'm going on a trip," she announces, her destination, the Penning Clinic. Inside, Raymond is reviewing his accounts. He allows himself a small, satisfied smile. Finally, he's starting to receive patients who can pay more than the cost of medicine. He's currently attending to a man with a bandaged leg, his demeanor professional and caring. A 5 peña profit. It's not much, but it's a start. Suddenly, a familiar blue window pops up, detecting rudeness level mediocre. Raymond sighs. "Is an asshole coming?" he mutters, before politely asking his patient to wait a moment. He glances toward the entrance and sees the silhouette of a woman of high rank. Then, as she steps into the light, he gasps. "It's Christine Rayburn." "Lady Christine?" he thinks, shocked. "Why is she at my clinic?" He knows a mediocre rudeness level usually means they're looking for a fight. He braces himself for a confrontation over his medical techniques. The system activates. An asshole has arrived. Method to handle assholes is engaged. He knows Christine is a woman of strong principles. Words alone won't convince her. He decides to try and send her off, hoping to avoid a scene. Hansen appears at the door. "Raymond, a guest has arrived." Without turning, Raymond says dismissively, "Tell her to wait." His voice takes on a firm, righteous tone. "Hansen, I am currently treating a patient. No guest is more important than that." Hansen's face lights up with pure admiration, completely misinterpreting Raymond's avoidance tactic as selfless dedication. He immediately turns to Lyndon to impart this valuable lesson on having the proper attitude. Raymond watches them, a small smile on his face. Maybe having a second apprentice isn't so bad. The system confirms he can now use a slightly lacking lesson and has one more apprentice slot available. Best of all, he can share experience points with them, always useful for leveling up. But then, reality hits. The issue is money. He shakes his head, returning to the problem at hand. Hopefully, she'll get tired of waiting and leave on her own. But in the waiting area, Christine sits patiently, her posture perfect, her gaze sharp. Hansen approaches, momentarily struck by her beauty. He quickly shakes it off, reminding himself that he is representing his master. He apologizes formally for the wait. He explains with pride that his master focuses wholly on his patients during treatment. Christine coolly asks if he is the baronet's apprentice. Hansen admits that he is, adding humbly that he is endlessly lacking compared to his master. He tries to find common ground, saying he's heard. She also cares deeply for her patients, just like Raymond. Christine is unmoved. No matter how many people praise him, she believes that causing harm to patients, even under the guise of treatment, is evil. Just then, Raymond appears in the doorway. He sighs. There's no escaping it. And right on cue, a quest appears. Give a genuine lesson. He has to make her submit to acknowledge his medical techniques. The reward, a bonus level, and skill points. The degree of her submission will depend on how he clears it. Shay 46051. Raymond takes a determined step forward. Heart of Steel activates, creating a synergy effect with his method to handle assholes. If she came here as a healer, not a lady, then he has no reason to feel inferior. He greets her formally. She gets straight to the point. She is concerned about his medical techniques. Concerned, she clarifies, that he is harming his patients. Raymond retorts, "Aren't you unaware of the kinds of treatments I'm giving?" An intense blue energy crackles around him as the system kicks into overdrive. Christine, however, remains perfectly composed. She makes her demand. Give her 3 days to observe his work firsthand. Raymond scoffs internally. Why would he let an asshole and Prince Kyrn's unofficial fiancée stay with him? "I refuse," he says aloud. "I'm busy." Instead, he offers a counterproposal. He will allow her, just once, to watch him treat a patient who can't be helped with a simple heal spell. Christine looks surprised, intrigued despite herself, but suddenly she gasps, clutching her chest as a sharp pain hits her. She trembles, a look of panic on her face. Why did her illness have to kick in now? Raymond notices her distress immediately. She tries to brush it off, saying she just needs to sit for a moment. She explains that it's her heart-pounding illness and that it will pass if she stays still. Heart-pounding illness? Raymond repeats, his medical mind instantly engaged. Arrhythmia, he diagnoses, likely atrial fibrillation or PSVT. Seeing as it's a recurring issue, it must be one of the two. He knows that even though she came to pick a fight, treating her comes first. And this is the perfect opportunity to prove himself. "I'll treat you," he declares. She looks surprised, grateful, but still wary. She tells him her condition can't be treated. "Not with heal," Raymond says confidently, "but with medical techniques it's possible." As Christine stares in shock, he gently takes her wrist. She flinches, alarmed by his touch. He calmly asks her to wait a moment as he takes her pulse. He closes his eyes, concentrating. Her heart rate is 180, the rhythm irregular. It's dangerously high. His eyes snap open, his diagnosis certain. This is paroxysmal supraventricular tachycardia. He instructs her to lean her head back. Confused and wary, she wonders what he's trying to do. He gently places his hand on her neck. He applies firm pressure to her carotid sinus. Her eyes fly open in alarm. Her first thought, is he trying to choke me? Her mind races in terror. Surely he wouldn't try to murder her just because she complained. But the fear is overwhelming. With a cry of outrage, she shoves him away. "How dare you!" she screams, slapping his hand from her neck as pure panic takes over. "Do you feel better now?" he asks. "What?" Christine is speechless, her mind trying to process the impossible. Flustered, she abruptly turns to leave, but Raymond calls after her. "You're 4707, he continues, his tone placid. "It's calmed down from earlier, Highness. You've forgotten something." She stops, turning back with, right? She pauses, tentatively touching her chest. Raymond grins, holding out his hand expectantly, 09, and she realizes with a jolt of disbelief that it has. The chaotic, painful, "You have to pay the treatment fee," he says cheerfully. "It's 500 pena. Rhythm is gone." "How?" He choked her, "and her illness got better?" She stares at him, silent. He wonders if he asked for too much. Raymond calmly explains that he put pressure on her carotid artery to revitalize the vagus nerve. But Christine is lost in thought. He treated an illness that Hilo 11. He flashes his signature charming smile. "This," he declares, "is the mysterious medical technique of magic couldn't fix." What exactly are medical techniques? Ancient times. Christine is speechless, her skepticism warring with the undeniable. She wants to watch him, to learn from him, but he's already refused her. She needs a new angle, proof. Flustered, she abruptly turns to leave. But Raymond, seeing her silence, Raymond firmly states that there are no refunds. But Christine calls after her. "Your Highness, you've forgotten something." She stops, turning back with a questioning look. Raymond grins, holding has an idea. "You said observing is difficult, right?" she asks, then declares. "Then let me be a temporary," out his hand expectantly. "The treatment fee," he says, his eyes sparkling. "It's 500 pena apprentice." Raymond is completely floored. "Are you being serious?" The system chimes in, asking if he will accept Christine as. Christine stares at him, a long silence hanging between them. Raymond, his apprentice. He considers it. She's a B+, wonders if he asked for too much. But Christine is lost in thought. He treated an illness that heal magic couldn't fix. Just what are these medical techniques? But Christine cuts off his thought 47018. She wants to watch him, to learn, but he already refused her. She with a firm, numb. "Why not?" she challenges. "I needs a new angle." She looks him in the eye. "No, you put an ad in the paper for an apprentice." Raymond sputters, thinking he never expected someone like her. "You said observing is difficult, right?" She confirms. Then, before he can react, she makes her move. To apply. He tries to dissuade her, insisting his medical techniques are. "Then let me be a temporary apprentice." Raymond is flabbergasted, not harmful. But Christine knows her own limits. Her B+, "Are you being serious?" The system chimes in. Christine rank is high, but there are still so many patients she can't treat with heal alone. He considers it. She 027. With a fiery passion, she declares her ambition to learn his techniques, become the best healers, a B+ rank healer, a true professional who cares for her patients. But she's also a lady on the continent and treat all patients. Raymond is stunned. The best healer on the continent, that's his goal too, though his reasons are more about wealth and honor of a ducal house. Christine anticipates his refusal and cuts him off. Christine says she wants to work with a healer who truly cares for their number. "Why not?" she challenges. "I know patience," assuming that's why his apprentices respect him so much. "You were looking for an apprentice." Raymond sputters that he wasn't expecting someone like her to apply. "Shh, 447025? He tries to dissuade her, assuring her that his medical techniques are not Raymond's size. He tries one last tactic, claiming his clinic is too poor to pay her well. "I don't care, harmful." But Christine stands her ground. She knows her own healing about money. She replies coolly. "Pardon?" Raymond asks, shocked. She counters. "If money is the issue, I can even pay you to educate me. Power is high, but there are still so many patients she can't treat with heal alone." She stands confidently, a shower of gold coins appearing in Raymond's mind 027. With a passion that stuns the room, she declares her ambition to learn his medical techniques and would 500 pena a month be enough? 5 become the best healer on the continent to treat all patients. Raymond stares. She has the same goal as him, although his own reasons are more tied to wealth and honor. Raymond strokes his chin. She's not pulling rank. And she tells him she wants to work with a healer who truly cares will bring her own patients. The scales in his mind begin to tip. Raymond, seeing him hesitate, she ups the ante. 600 peña, then 700. At size. He tries one last tactic, explaining that his clinic isn't well off financially. I don't care that. Raymond's eyes turn into literal gold coins. This is an offer he cannot refuse. Pardon? Raymond asks 036. He beams, taking her hand. Welcome to the Panine Clinic family. Sure, Osh4, shocked. She counters. If money is the issue, I can even pay you to educate me. 7037. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, Prime. She stands confidently, a shower of gold coins seeming to fall around her. Would 500 peña a month be enough? 500 peña, a minister Gaman reports to the king. They've caught the tail of the group behind the epidemic, and just as Baronet Pennon suspected, it was the work of the Drotten month. That's a profit of almost 1,000 peña when considering the salary he'd have to pay another healer. The king reflects that the earlier assassination attempt was likely their doing. Ash 47034. He strokes his chin. She's not pulling rank, and she has, well, if not for Raymond, who knows what disaster might have befallen them. For now, they must remain silent, her own patience. It's a good deal, seeing him gather more evidence. The king is resolute. If they stay still, they hesitate, she ups the ante. 600 peña. Then 700. At 700, enemy will act again. That's when they'll strike and send Grand Duke Barad into the sewers. Raymond's eyes turn into dollar signs. It's an offer he can't possibly refuse. Gaiman gravely warns that the Drotten kingdom is being controlled by a shadow XHO Toto 7036. He beams, taking her hand. Welcome to the Panine Clinic family, he figure behind their young king. They must prepare for war, he announces grandly. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, the mood is far more serious. Prime Minister Gaman reports to King Odin, smiles, noting that thanks to the baronet, they could confirm the enemy's identity. The king considers another reward, but Gaman advises it's too early. The king smiles. They've found the ones behind the plague. And, just as Raymond suspected, it was the work of the Drotten kingdom. The king reflects that the earlier assassination attempt was likely them as well. If it weren't for Raymond, the kingdom could be in 7045. After all, the king says, the baronet prefers rewards that benefit his patients. Ruins. For now, they must remain silent, gather more evidence. A few days later, the clinic is bustling with people. Inside, Raymond, they stay still. The king knows their enemies will act again. Then they will have their proof, and Grand Duke Barad will consult with a patient, the waiting room filled with many others. Finally face justice. Gaiman warns that the Drotten kingdom, he's practically giddy. I'll be rich soon, he thinks, glancing over at Christine. His true ruler is a shadowy figure pulling the strings of their young king. They must prepare for the worst. They must prepare for war, new paying apprentice. Hansen and Linden are slumped in chairs, completely exhausted. Gammon smiles. Thanks to the baronet, they know. Hansen marvels at how Raymond's smile never falters, while Linden wonders how he can ever achieve that kind, who their enemy is. The king muses about giving Raymond another reward, but Gaiman advises against it. The situation isn't of attitude. Ch447049. Christine watches Raymond, genuinely smiling as he interacts with and resolved yet. The king smiles back. However, a patient. She wonders how he can be so happy just looking at the sick. We can give an unofficial reward. Let's visit the Panine Clinic soon. He knows Raymond would prefer a reward that helps his patients. A few days later, the Panine Clinic is bustling with Tho 51. A competitive fire ignites within her. Raymond doesn't just care for his patients, he finds people. Inside, Raymond is consulting with a patient, the clinic busier joy in it. She will not lose to him, even if he is her master. He glances at Christine observing him, a gleeful thought in his mind. He's going to be rich. H52. Hansen watches them both, a puzzled look on his face. He mutters to himself, "Why do I feel like Sir Raymond is happy that he's earning ensign, and Linden are slumped in chairs, completely exhausted?" Hansen marvels at how Raymond's smile never falters. No money? He's starting to see through the noble facade. For matter how many patients he sees, Linden whispers that his master is completely different from them. 049. Christine watches Raymond, genuinely happy as he treats his patients. She wonders how he can find such. He levels up once, then twice. He grins, joy in his work. She reflects that his medical techniques have endless potential. With so many patients and a high-level apprentice, his progress is faster than ever. A competitive fire ignites within her. Raymond doesn't just care 057, he reviews his status. Level 50. All his main stats are rising. Stamina, 22. Senses, 23. Intelligence, 23-4CO52. Hansen watches the two of them, a puzzled expression on his face. He muses that he has no one to compare his stats to, Sulfur 7053. He mutters to himself, finally starting to catch on. Why does he get the feeling he has no idea what they really mean? But one thing still, Sir Raymond is just happy that he's earning money. For bothers him? That annoying title, dirty illegitimate child. Raymond, the experience points are rolling in, doubled thanks to his high-level apprentice. Feeve, he levels up. And then he levels up again. He sighs, hopeful. Well, it'll disappear, one grins. With so many patients, the experience is pouring in. Day, he thinks confidently. He wonders what will happen when he reaches level 100. Sure 7 his player's status shows he's now level 50, with a healthy amount of skill points and improved stats. But D064, the system answers, your class will rise. From resident to specialist, perhaps? Regardless, that one thing still remains. The title, Dirty Illegitimate Child. His good news. He grins, excited for the future, while Christine and Linden watch him. Completely baffled by his sudden mood stats are impressive, but that title. He muses that he has no one swing. Hansen, he exclaims happily, let to compare his stats to, so he has no idea how good they really are. Eat beef today. Linden sighs. Again? Hansen, he sighs, when will that horrible title finally disappear? The system reminds him, to clear it, he needs more fame. He ever the disciple, parrots. Raymond's teachings about beef improving stamina and immunity. Well, he thinks confidently, As his apprentices rush off to buy meat, Raymond laughs, enjoying this rare moment of peace. Shall disappear one day. He wonders what happens when his class advances, maybe at level 70 or even 100-47070, but his joyful expression freezes. A system alert flashes. A dangerous situation has activated a sudden quest. The system answers simply, your class will rise. A dangerous situation, he thinks, looking around. He wonders if that means he'll go from a resident to a specialist. Everything is perfect right now. The quest appears, protect your clinic. Regardless, it's good, very good. His disciples watch patient with a conspiracy has arrived. He must save them, find the mastermind, and get revenge. The bonus reward, him, completely unaware of his internal monologue. Hansen, Raymond. An opportunity to get revenge for his blood. He clutches his head, claims happily, let's eat beef today. Linden groans that they just had beef yesterday. He looks out at the crowded waiting room, a wave of dread washing over him. Among these patients, one of them is hiding a conspiracy. Trouble has found 7068, Hansen, ever the loyal disciple, parrots. Raymond's teachings about beef boosting stamina and immunity. As they all laugh, Lyndon and Christine volunteer to go buy the meat, rushing off together. But suddenly, Raymond's joyful expression freezes. A system alert flashes. A dangerous situation has activated a sudden quest. A dangerous situation? He thinks, looking around. Everything is perfect right now. What danger? Elsewhere, Baron Carlton's scarred attendant, Fjord, confirms their plan is in motion. He must have arrived by now. He smirks, confident in their scheme. As long as the actor begins, he's as good as finished. Carlton cuts into a juicy steak, not a care in the world. He trusts their chosen performer. After all, he's the greatest in the capital. The greatest swindling artist, that is. The plan was simple. The actor would pretend to suffer a huge side effect after receiving Raymond's treatment. But to make it believable, Carlton had given him a small vial. "Take this poison," he had instructed. The actor had stared at the murky green liquid, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Poison? Carlton had waved off his concerns, promising it wasn't severe and that the Maple Clinic would treat him if anything went wrong. A complete lie. Fjord asks his master now if he really plans on treating the actor. Carlton's face twists into a sinister sneer. "Isn't the answer obvious?" he replies, his voice dripping with malice. "He has to die. A dead actor," he muses, "would have a much more dramatic effect." Fjord nods, his own smile just as wicked. It would be perfect. No witness, no loose ends. Killing two birds with one stone. A bottle of champagne is uncorked. They plan to simply drink and wait for the good news. "Cheers," Carlton toasts, "to Raymond's downfall." He settles back in his chair, anticipating victory. He sips his champagne, certain that good news will arrive at any moment. Suddenly, a loud banging erupts at the door. Annoyed, Carlton sighs and tells them to come in. But it's not a messenger. Two royal guards in full armor step into the room. "Are you Baron Canton?" one asks. Carlton jumps to his feet, startled. "What is it?" he asks, trying to keep his voice steady. He insists they've come to the wrong residence, a cold sweat beading on his brow. But the guard's next words freeze him in place. "Baron Canton, you're under arrest for conspiracy to commit murder." Carlton explodes in denial, but his protests are cut short as the guards expertly move to apprehend him. "Whether it's absurd or not," one guard says coolly as the sound of handcuffs locks around Carlton's wrists. Then a new voice cuts in, calm and authoritative. "I'll reveal that. It's Raymond." Carlton stares, aghast. "You! What are you doing here?" The guard informs him that Baronet Pennon is here as a witness. "You're trying to frame me?" Carlton snarls. "Frame," Raymond repeats, his expression unreadable. Just then, the actor steps forward from behind the guards, pointing an accusing finger. "Baron Canton," he says, his voice shaking with rage. "Weren't you the one who ordered this conspiracy?" That night, at the Pennon Clinic, Raymond stands in his kitchen, arms crossed, replaying the events in his mind. He lets out a breath. That could have been trouble. To think that nice-looking man was the would-be assassin of his career. During the examination, the actor had been perfectly cooperative. But then his wife had burst in, screaming, creating the perfect diversion. She had collapsed dramatically onto her husband, feigning distress. And in that moment of chaos, the actor had groaned and collapsed, an empty vial rolling from his hand. Raymond had noticed immediately. The fever medicine he'd given him shouldn't cause difficulty breathing. Seeing the vial, his mind pieced it together instantly. These were signs of poisoning. He had sprung into action, skillfully administering the proper antidote. That's how he found him, the person hiding a conspiracy. And thanks to his S-rank knowledge of herbal medicine, he was able to detoxify the poison. Later, the actor recovered in one of the clinic's beds, shaken but alive. Once the man woke up, Raymond had a face-to-face talk with him and learned everything. He sighs in relief. If things had gone wrong, he would have been framed. The actor, realizing Carlton had intended for him to die, had grabbed Raymond's arm, crying out for revenge. Raymond had just smiled, a bright, innocent sparkle in his eye. "Revenge?" he had repeated, feigning surprise. Back in the present, the actor confronts Carlton, laying out the entire plot. Raymond thinks to himself that he's joined hands with the very culprit who felt betrayed. The actor plays his part perfectly now, stammering in mock confusion as Raymond sternly tells Carlton to get ready for prison food. Carlton yells that they're crazy to believe such unfounded claims, but one of the guards holds up the vial. They have evidence. Carlton's subordinate was tracked buying this very poison from the underworld. Carlton stares at Raymond. "How did you?" Raymond replies calmly. "There was an informant. That informant, of course, was also him." He explains coolly that the Underworld Guild operates in the Bay region, where many people are now willing to help him. Carlton struggles, screaming Raymond's name, calling him a bastard. Raymond looks down at him, his expression cold. "You should have lived nicely. I hope you live in prison," he says, his voice devoid of pity, repenting for the patience you preyed on. He knows Carlton has a long list of victims, people who have shed tears and blood because of his greed. That night, in an imposing prison, Carlton despairs. Life imprisonment. He sits dejectedly in a cold, dark cell. He fumes, thinking of Fjord, that spineless jerk who confessed to everything without even being interrogated. But his eyes narrow with cunning. He'll use the bribes he's given out over the years to reduce his sentence. It's not over yet. Back at the royal palace, the king reviews the case with Gammon. He instructs his prime minister to treat the Baron Canton case with the utmost seriousness. The sheer number of crimes the Maple Clinic has committed is staggering. Gammon apologizes for not dealing with it sooner. The king closes his eyes, saddened by the pain their tyranny must have caused the common people. Gammon holds up a document. If it weren't for Raymond, this monopoly of corruption would have continued. But now there's a new problem. With Maple Clinic gone, there won't be enough places for commoners to receive treatment. The king reassures him that new clinics will emerge. They just need to choose one and help it grow. Gammon asks if he means direct royal support. The king says no. With war looming, they have neither the funds nor the ability. He smiles slyly. "However," he says, "we can grant them a guarantee under the royal name." Gammon understands immediately. A royal guarantee is all the support a clinic would need to grow and thrive. The king asks if he has a place in mind. Gammon says he wants to avoid another greedy place like Maple Clinic. He wants to choose a clinic that is truly for the people. The king taps his desk decisively. He stands, grabbing his cloak with a flourish. "Prepare for a secret trip," he commands. "I'll choose after seeing them in person." It seems the Pennon Clinic is about to receive a royal inspection. The sun sets over the Bay region, where life is once again thriving. From a distance, two figures in simple clothing observe the bustling Pennon Clinic. It is King Odin and Prime Minister Gammon in disguise. The king notes that all they hear are compliments, and the clinic seems to be flourishing. Gammon agrees. The faces of the healers and the patients are all bright. The atmosphere is undeniably positive. Satisfied, the king decides they've seen enough. It's time to go. The scene shifts to the magnificent royal palace. Inside the throne room, nobles are pleading with the king, begging him to reconsider the suspension of the Maple Clinic. The king looks down at them, his expression cold. He mentions that Baron Canton kept a detailed ledger of all the bribes he gave out. He hasn't looked at it yet, he says, but if they keep insisting, his thoughts might change. A nervous murmur ripples through the crowd. With a resounding slam of his fist on the throne, the king silences them. "Make petitions that are for the people," he booms. "Understand?" As the chastened nobles retreat, Gammon approaches. The king looks weary, confessing his worries about what will happen after he's gone. He strokes his beard, a melancholic look in his eyes. Who knows how much time he has left? His coughing illness has improved, but his body is slowly getting worse. And when one of his remaining sons takes the throne, he's not sure if any of them will be able to withstand the vipers in his court. His ambitious, scheming sons, Chiron and Satil, have supporters, but they lack the ability to lead. His thoughts drift to his first son, Crown Prince Peyton, and his wife, both lost in an unexpected tragedy. A shame that still haunts him. Gaiman interrupts his somber thoughts, announcing that the accreditation plaque, the royal guarantee, is ready. 2 royal carriages travel down the road, carrying their important cargo. And soon, Prime Minister Gammon himself stands before Raymond holding a golden plaque. Raymond holds the magnificent crest, an official recognition from the king. It's a breathtaking honor. Gaiman asks him to thank His Highness and to continue working hard for the people. Raymond bows his head, deeply moved. He is completely overwhelmed, stunned into silence. Gaiman asks what's wrong. Raymond can only stammer that it's just such a great honor. He almost asks if there's more, but quickly catches himself. But inside, he's fuming. Is this it? Just honor? He needs a practical reward. Gaiman chuckles, sensing his unspoken desire. He apologizes that due to war preparations, the royal family's finances are tight. But there will be a small amount. Raymond quickly ducks into a back room. He emerges moments later holding the plaque and a tiny pouch of money, looking utterly deflated. This is it? He sighs. The kingdom is poor and preparing for war. It makes sense, but it doesn't help his situation. The 10,000 painier reward is nowhere near enough to improve the clinic's conditions. His clinic is sinking. It was built as a family house, and it can't handle the weight of all his new patients. And the rent in the capital is impossibly expensive. The floor is literally sloping beneath his feet. Gaiman had already told him that none of the official buildings in the capital could be used as a clinic. And to make matters worse, Christine, the apprentice he was counting on, she sheepishly explains that as the black sheep of her family, she has no money. She had intended to pay him with her earnings from other clinics. The shadowy hands of debt seemed to tighten around him. With tears streaming down his face, Raymond declares that she doesn't have to pay. In fact, he'll even pay her. He can't let a poor person work for free. But inside, he's cursing the greedy landlords of the capital. His expression hardens. With a halo of righteous light, he vows to become the best healer and buy his own building, so he'll never experience this sadness again. The system dings. His selfless declaration has unlocked a new achievement, a healer acknowledged by the royal family. And a bonus level up. The rewards continue. 20 skill points, and a significant boost to his fame. His fame has exceeded the threshold. A new title has been earned, the one who is liked by the commoners. The title gives him the favor and weak support of the commoners, though, for now, its effect is limited to the capital. He stares, bewildered. A new title? And as a bonus for achieving it, he levels up again. Another 20 bonus skill points. A new title and another level up? Fantastic. He's happy, but it's still not enough. He decides they should all eat meat. Just then, Rao Kaplan bursts in, looking panicked. "Sir Raymond!" Raymond greets him cheerfully, inviting him along. But Rao is frantic. "The problem isn't meat right now, sir." Raymond is puzzled. What's wrong? He muses that for someone who pretends not to like meat, Rao secretly enjoys it. Rao presents him with a letter sealed with a prominent red wax seal. He announces gravely that they've received an invitation from Solène. They all gather around the table to look at the ominous letter. Solène. Raymond recognizes the name immediately, the most evil loan shark in the capital, the very man he's indebted to. He trembles in terror. Why would Solène send him an invitation? The letter congratulates him on his clinic's prosperity and offers a business idea of great benefit. "You definitely won't face losses," it reads. "I assure you this, come at your convenience. Sincerely, from Solène." Christine's expression is grim. She warns that Solon is notorious for preying on the naive and taking all their money. She hesitates, then admits that her own family, the Rayburn Duchy, lost a fortune because of him. Her brother, the heir, fell for his schemes and lost a huge amount of money through gambling. She glares at the invitation, advising him to burn it immediately. Rao agrees, ready to throw the dangerous letter into the fire. But Raymond holds up a hand. Wait, a plan is already forming in his mind. Christine warns him that Solon is up to no good. Raymond muses that it wouldn't hurt to just hear him out. His circumstances are too dire to ignore any opportunity. He thinks of his meager funds. He has no choice. But Hansen, ever the loyal disciple, puffs out his chest proudly. He tells Christine she's misunderstanding. The master isn't going to meet Solon just for money. Raymond looks at him, a flicker of a smile on his face. Hansen declares, with shining eyes, that his master is going to meet Solon to get revenge for all the patients who have shed blood and tears because of him. Rao and Christine just stare blankly at him, completely unconvinced. Raymond is flabbergasted by Hansen's grand, heroic interpretation. What? He thinks, as an image of himself facing off against a devilish Solon appears in his mind. Rao begins to explain the grim reality. Solon is the most evil loan shark in the capital, preying on desperate patients who can't afford treatment, trapping them in a cycle of debt and despair. Raymond listens, a horrified understanding dawning on him. He's heard of this. Solon, Rao continues, was a known associate of Baron Canton, the two of them working together to exploit the sick and desperate. Raymond glances at Hansen, whose naive passion is almost painful to watch, but his apprentice is oblivious, continuing his passionate speech about how the master is going to resolve the suffering of Solon's victims. He clasps his hands, an image of an angelic Raymond appearing behind him. He truly believes his master wants to heal not just their bodies, but their very lives. Raymond sighs. What is he going to do with these idiots? But then a bright golden system window flashes before his eyes. A new quest has appeared. Wipe the tears of the patients. The quest is simple. Punish the villain Solon, bankrupt him, cancel his victims' debts, and restore their happiness. The rewards: 2 bonus level-ups, skill points, great fame, and all of Solon's assets. And to help him complete it, he can temporarily raise one of his skills to A rank. This quest, he thinks, is insane. Cancel their debts? He can't even pay off his own. But then another thought strikes him. If he succeeds, he'll be super rich. His eyes gleam with avarice. He has to do this quest, even if he has to put his life on the line. He places a firm hand on Hansen's shoulder. I can't just stand by and watch this happen, right, Hansen? He says, his voice filled with noble determination. Hansen beams. I knew you would say that. And just like that, his whole team is behind him, ready to take down the evil loan shark, completely unaware of their master's true, greedy motivations. Later, as his carriage travels towards his destination, Raymond thinks back to his farewell. Christine had given him a stern warning, telling him to be careful and not to talk to Solon if anything felt strange. You definitely cannot sign any weird contracts, she had insisted. He had agreed, though her intensity was a little overwhelming. But now, all he can think about is meat and whether Hansen will prepare the victory beef party properly. He arrives at Solon's mansion. It's ridiculously opulent, a monument to ill-gotten wealth. The interior is just as lavish. A magnificent feast is laid out on a long table, an ostentatious display of power. Raymond tries to appear composed, but his mouth is already watering. Solon, impeccably dressed and wearing his signature sunglasses, greets him with a broad smile, inviting him to talk while they eat. As he speaks, the system announces the quest has begun. Heart of Steel activates, granting him a sturdy, unwavering will. Raymond clenches his fist. If he just does well today, a life of luxury won't be a far-fetched dream. He has to get a grip. And just then, The system confirms it. His opponent is an asshole of the highest level. Raymond looks at the smiling loan shark, wondering if his heart is so corrupt that even the system classifies him as pure evil. Solon smoothly pours him a glass of wine, saying he called Raymond here to offer him something. He correctly guesses that Raymond is having financial difficulties operating his clinic. With a predatory glint in his eye, Solon makes his offer. He'll lend Raymond the money he needs, with an interest rate so low it's practically free. Raymond, playing the part of the naive healer, asks why he would do such a thing. Solon leans forward, his expression one of feigned sincerity. He claims to be touched by Raymond's noble actions, wanting to use his own hard-earned money for something good. He quickly agrees to lend Raymond 100,000 peña whenever he needs it. They toast to the Penin Clinic. But as Solon sips his wine, his thoughts are dark. He has no intention of just handing over the money. He plans to make Raymond penniless. "Since you've come all this way," he says aloud, "what do you think about having some fun in my casino?" "The casino?" Raymond feigns surprise. Solon assures him that everyone wears a mask, so his reputation will be safe. He holds up a theatrical mask, a predatory smile on his face. "What do you think?" The scene shifts to a glamorous, bustling casino filled with masked patrons. Solon speaks with his attendant. Raymond, he notes, is completely invested, clearly a first-timer. His orders are simple. They will take back the entire 100,000 peña they promised him tonight. The attendant worries that such a large amount might cause problems. "It's fine," Solon says coolly. "An illegitimate child like him won't be able to say a word when he goes broke from gambling." But at one of the tables, Raymond is wearing a confident smile. This is pretty easy, he thinks. He just keeps winning. He's already won 30,000 peña. Maybe he should have done this earlier, but then he spots her. A mysterious woman in an elaborate blue dress and mask, staring at him with an unsettling intensity. He feels a chill run down his spine, unnerved by her gaze. She is elegant, alluring, and her eyes, visible through the mask, are fixed on him. He tries to compose himself, flustered by her attention. He has to get a grip. He can't let himself get caught in Solon's trap. But then the woman approaches him. "Good day, Baronet," she says, her voice smooth as silk. Before he can respond, a casino guide interrupts, offering to take him to a VIP game with no betting limit. A game where, if he's lucky, he could multiply his earnings by 50 times. 50 times? Raymond is stunned. The guide continues. "Who knows? Luck might be on your side today, Baronet." Raymond grins, a thrill running through him. Very well. He follows the guide up a grand staircase to a more exclusive area of the casino. Solon is already there, waiting. "Welcome," he says smoothly. "We've been waiting." He tells his attendant to bring the tools. He gives the man a sinister grin, an unspoken command passing between them. Solon and Raymond sit opposite each other, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. These may look like normal cards, Solon thinks, a cruel smile on his face. But they will be your downfall. He laughs, spreading his hand invitingly. "How much would you like to bet?" Raymond considers for a moment. Then, with a broad, confident grin, he pushes forward a massive stack of chips. "All in," he declares. "I'll bet my entire fortune." Solon is stunned. "You're going all in?" he asks, needing to hear it again. "How stupid," he mutters to himself, certain that Raymond has just made the biggest mistake of his life. With a tight, confident smirk, he moves to reveal the cards. This is the moment. But just as he's about to flip them, a sharp voice cuts through the silence. "Wait." Everyone turns. It's Rao Kaplan, his expression stern, his presence completely unexpected. Rao points an accusing finger at Solon. He demands to know if the 50 times jackpot is real, and if Solon will pay 50 times the amount if he's caught cheating. The crowd begins to murmur as Solon starts to look uneasy. Raymond's eyes narrow. Something is wrong. Solon, now visibly flustered, tries to cover the cards on the table, a desperate move to hide the evidence. But Rao is faster. With a sharp slam, his hand shoots out, grabbing Solon's wrist and stopping him cold, forcing the crooked cards into view. "Everyone look!" Rao shouts, his voice echoing through the stunned casino. "They were committing fraud!" Solon cries out in denial as casino security tries to intervene, but it's too late. Rao easily overpowers the man, his authority absolute. Suddenly, more officials burst into the room. "Freeze! Don't move!" one of them commands. Rao declares that as a bureaucrat of the Houston Kingdom, he is seizing the scene. His colleagues move in, apprehending Solon and his associates as the casino is turned into a crime scene. The onlookers whisper amongst themselves, realizing they've just witnessed a major sting operation. Raymond lets out a small, satisfied smile. He doesn't have to worry about a thing now. The plan worked perfectly. Solon is reeling. Bureaucrats appearing the second his fraud was revealed. How? And more importantly, how did Raymond know the cards were rigged? Solon stares at Raymond, defeated and confused. Raymond just meets his gaze with a calm, knowing expression. Solon insists it's all a misunderstanding. But Raymond cuts through his lies. "Then what's the tacit crystal inside of this?" he asks, referring to the hidden cheating device. Solon sputters, claiming it's just a special coating. But Raymond smirks. He knows a liar when he sees one. Suddenly, Christine steps forward, her eyes blazing with fury. "So, you think we're stupid?" she demands. "The reason my father lost so much money at this casino, it wasn't unrelated to your fraud, was it?" She trembles with rage, telling him he should be thankful he's only going to jail. Raymond looks on, a little intimidated by her fury. The click of handcuffs seals Solon's fate. As he's led away, the crowd murmurs anxiously, wondering just how much money they've lost to his scams over the years. Raymond watches him go, a slight smile on his face. No one would believe Solon's excuses now, and right on cue, the system chimes in. Quest complete. The rewards flood his vision, a bonus level up not once, but twice, and 30 skill points. He stands, basking in the glow of his victory. For a glorious moment, he imagines himself swimming in gold coins, shouting that he's super rich now. But then, reality hits with a comical thud. "Solon is actually broke?" he exclaims, staring at a stack of papers in disbelief. Gaiman explains that the loan shark was all spin and no substance. His debts were so extreme, he had no real assets. Rao adds with a smug smile that Solon doesn't have cash, but he does have other assets. "Other assets?" Raymond asks, a glimmer of hope returning. Gaiman reveals the truth. They're all checks, old, high-interest debt bonds from commoners amounting to an astronomical sum. And according to the law, the right to reclaim these funds now belongs to him. The system asks if he would like to receive them. Soon, the taverns are filled with celebration. The news has spread. Baronet Pennon not only exposed the crooked loan shark, but he has also forgiven all of their debts. He's an angel sent from heaven. They no longer call him Baronet. Now they call him Your Majesty, a title of the highest honor, reserved only for the king and those who have earned the people's greatest respect. The system confirms it. His fame has greatly risen. He's acquired a new, powerful title, the one who washes away the tears of the weak. And because of his skyrocketing fame, his old title has been upgraded. He is no longer just liked by the commoners. He is loved by them. The new title grants him the love and strong support of the people of the capital, and with it, another bonus level up, and another 30 bonus points. But later, we see Raymond alone, his head in his hands, looking utterly dejected. "I must be crazy," he groans. "Why did I make such a decision? My money. My precious money," he cries as his apprentices try to console him, completely misinterpreting his noble sacrifice. But then he remembers. He didn't get the cash, but he did get the building. He took over Solon's casino. If he sells that, he slams his hands on the table, his expression hardening with determination. It's not time to act like this. A resolute smile spreads across his face. He's made a decision. He'll sell the casino and use the money to make the Pennon Clinic the best it can possibly be. He looks at an image of his humble clinic, a new fire in his eyes. He's ready to take the next step, much less someone from the royal family. The whispers grow bolder. Someone like that, they say, needs to take the throne. The rumors even reach private homes. Is it true he's an illegitimate child? Is there no way for him to rule? The topic is dangerous, but his impact is undeniable. The scene shifts to the royal castle, where two princes are discussing the very same rumors. "How surprising," second Prince Kyron says with a light laugh. His younger brother, the fiery-haired Satil, snaps at him. "That's not something you should be laughing about." But Kyron calmly replies that what the commoners are saying isn't entirely wrong. Raymond has done something incredible. He takes a calm sip of tea, letting the silence hang, clearly enjoying his brother's frustration. "Our puppy has really changed a lot," Kyron says, his tone dismissive yet intrigued. A sly, predatory grin spreads across his face. He used to be such an ugly pup. He finds Raymond's transformation deeply amusing. An aide watching them thinks that Kyron must be displeased by Raymond's rise. He assumes Kyron is bothered by the fact that Lady Christine, his potential bride, is now at the Pennon Clinic. But Kyron just smirks. "I'm different from him." The aide quickly realizes his mistake. He shouldn't have assumed. "As the one who will become king," Kyron declares smugly, "it's only right to compliment incredible vassals who make contributions." In his eyes, Raymond is nothing more than a useful tool. He turns to Satil with a pleasant smile, patting him on the shoulder. "Ah, you were here. Yeah, do your best." His words are empty, condescending. Satil seethes. Kyron only acts so proud because he has the powerful Rayburn Duchy on his side. But things aren't set in stone yet. Satil is not ready to give up. He is a scholar of strategy, after all. With the rival Draughten Kingdom growing more anxious, he knows war is coming, and war will be his opportunity to seize power. He'll regain his father's favor then. Kyron just watches him with that same infuriatingly calm, mocking smile. The royal throne, Satil thinks, his ambition burning, is obviously mine. They sit in a sunlit gazebo, a moment of deceptive peace. Kyron looks at his brother with a pitying smile. "Satil," he begins, "you might gain a new brother." He elaborates casually that Raymond might be acknowledged as an official member of the royal family. Satil leaps to his feet, trembling with rage. "The idea is unthinkable." "Don't talk nonsense," he explodes. Kyron continues to smile, completely unfazed. "He's been quite impressive these days. When he becomes your brother, you have to take care of him, okay?" He's deliberately twisting the knife. Satil can't take any more. Shouting that this isn't even worth listening to, he storms off. He stalks away, huffing with anger. Kyron has pushed every single one of his buttons. The aide asks Kyron why he's provoking his brother. He points out that for Raymond to become royalty, he'd need the approval of all the queens, which is impossible. Kyron simply asks, why? He lets the question hang in the air, his own motives a mystery. Finally, he answers, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Because it's fun." The aide is speechless, unnerved by the chilling simplicity of Kyron's reason. Kyron's eyes are sharp, calculating, filled with a cold amusement for the chaos he creates. He mentions the upcoming National Foundation Festival. "We'll be able to see our puppy," he says. "I'm curious what other great performances he'll show." He sees Raymond as little more than entertainment. The aide looks on, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. "Although giving in to our adorable youngest sibling's whims comes first, of course," Kyron adds, his words dripping with sarcasm. He is in control, patiently waiting for the right moment to make his move. The scene shifts to an empty, opulent room. Suddenly, the sound of shattering porcelain rips through the quiet, followed by a furious scream. Two maids tremble in fear. Sautiel has lost his temper again. He stands with his back to them, his hands clenched. "Take care of Raymond, that bug, as my brother?" He seethes. How absurd, he thinks, his rage making the air crackle. He knows it will never happen, but the fact that Chiron even said it infuriates him. "Call Uncle!" he screams. The room is a mess, a testament to his tantrum. A man with red hair tied back enters with a polite smile. "You called, Your Highness?" Sautiel turns to him. "He needs to discuss Raymond." The uncle smiles, a knowing look on his face. "I think I know what you're talking about. The discussion will be a serious one." The uncle reassures him not to worry. The glory Raymond has now is only temporary. "Think about it," his uncle advises. "The technique he uses is witchcraft, not heal." He continues, his smile turning cunning. "From the perspective of the healing tower, Raymond is very concerning, but in the end, he's not even worth worrying about." He holds up a document with a strange runic seal. Someone who uses fake witchcraft will never be able to last long. But Sautiel is not satisfied. "I want to stomp down on him more," he snarls. "So that he'll never think of crawling back up," he vows, his hatred for Raymond boiling over. The uncle gives a sly, understanding smile. "If that's what His Highness wants, then the healing tower will make him pay for his crimes of deceiving the people with pseudo-witchcraft." The healing tower, he explains, is a powerful international organization that supervises all affiliated healers. And that means even if the king tries to protect Raymond, he cannot block the healing tower's actions. They believe they have a foolproof way to get rid of him. The scene shifts. We are now inside the grand, bustling hall of Solon's former mansion. Raymond is absolutely beaming, completely overwhelmed by the luxury. This place is huge, and the floors are made of the highest quality materials. It's an impressive building in the middle of the capital, perfectly situated between the commoners' area, the slums, and the noble neighborhood. For a brief, greedy moment, he wails with comical tears. If only he could resell it, he'd be rich instantly. But he knows the nobles won't buy a place like this. The layout is that of a casino, and its location in the commoners' area makes it undesirable for the aristocracy. He sighs. Whether he likes it or not, he has to use this place as the clinic, but his expression firms with resolve. Whatever. It worked out, he thinks, clenching his fist. He declares his new, ambitious goal, to grow their clinic until this massive building isn't big enough to hold everyone. He looks up at the magnificent facade, now seeing it as the future Pennon Clinic. "So let's work hard," he declares, his voice full of hope and determination. A while later, Raymond stands before his new clinic, the grand mansion that once belonged to the loan shark Solon. "I made it!" he exclaims, basking in the luxury of his new room. He can't believe he gets to live in a place like this. But his excitement is short-lived. The sheer size of the place is overwhelming. He hadn't realized that a bigger building meant hiring more workers, more cleaning, more remodeling. He's utterly exhausted. And worse, he can't borrow any more money from those devil loan sharks. He's already in way too deep. The horrifying thought strikes him they might seize the building itself. "I need to protect my building," he declares with desperate determination, returning to his cleaning with renewed vigor. His apprentices watch him, completely misinterpreting his frantic cleaning as pure passion for his patients. Hansen, with stars in his eyes, sees it as the ultimate virtue of a healer. Inspired, he turns to Linden. "We are the apprentices of our respectable master," he exclaims, ready to follow his example. Christine, also motivated by Raymond's dedication, decides to go study, not wanting to fall behind. Hansen grabs Linden, and the two of them rush off to practice. They are all fired up, ready to work harder than ever. Raymond just pauses, his sweeping, completely unaware that his desperate attempt to save his building has just inspired a wave of diligent studying. Suddenly, a familiar blue notification pops up right in front of him. Experience points, a level up, even sweeping earns him progress. The speed at which I'm leveling up is faster than I thought, he muses with a smile. Nice, he cheers to himself. Let's go to level 70. All stats into stamina. He looks at his updated stats, a satisfied smirk on his face. Now I won't have any problem with stamina when dealing with patients, he declares triumphantly. But just as he's celebrating, his attention is caught by a visitor. A young man in modest white and blue robes stands before him. Good afternoon, he says politely. Here's an official document from the healing tower, the messenger states. This can't be good. Raymond takes the imposing parchment, a bead of sweat on his temple. An official document? The messenger explains the contents. It's a warning. If a healer harms a patient with non-standard methods, they will be held responsible. The healing tower is watching. Raymond listens silently, his expression serious. The weight of their threat settles upon him. He sees through their noble words. This isn't about protecting patients. This is about protecting their own power. He knows the healing tower has a long history of crushing innovation. It's how they've maintained their authority, by stomping down on anyone who dares to challenge them. They frame anything new as pseudo-healing, as witchcraft. Raymond stands resolute, a dark determination in his eyes. He understands the game they're playing. The purpose of this document is simple. They're telling him they're watching his every move. He knows he lacks the strength to fight them directly. Still, when asked for his answer, he gives the only one he can. I just want what's best for the patients. The messenger grips his shoulder, his polite facade cracking. How foolish, he says with disdain. Raymond just offers a strained smile, playing dumb while the tension hangs thick in the air. I hope you don't regret your decision, the messenger says as he leaves, a final, ominous warning. Raymond stands alone, troubled. He knows he needs a plan. He can't just let them prey on him. The scene shifts to the affluent streets of the capital. We see a sign for the Raoul Clinic. It's one of the most prestigious medical establishments in the kingdom, staffed only by the highest-ranking healers. Its director, Viscount Rand, is an A++ rank healer. Outside of the king's personal physician, it is the best clinic in the nation. Inside, a worried nobleman, Baron Smith, sits by a grand four-poster bed. He looks utterly distraught, his face a mask of fear. In the bed, his wife lies unconscious, her breathing shallow and labored. A young healer from the clinic turns to the Baron, his expression grave. I apologize, Baron, he says softly. I think you'll need to prepare yourself. Death is closing in. The Baron grabs his arm, desperate. Are there no other methods? I'll pay anything. Please, just save her. The healer explains that her condition has only worsened. She has green, fluid-filled sacs, cholecystitis, and a serious infection. His final words are a death sentence. There's nothing else I can do. The inflammation of her gallbladder is severe. The infection is just too serious. Even an A-rank heal would not be enough to save her now. Baron Smith gasps, his worst fears confirmed. He looks at his wife, thinking of how she suffered her whole life because of him. I can't just let you go, he thinks, his resolve hardening. He turns away from the bed, a determined look on his face. He's not giving up. His family had met ruin long ago. He had worked his entire life just to get by. And his wife had been there, supporting him devotedly through it all. He remembers her on their wedding day, radiant and happy. And now, just when they were finally in a position to be happy, fate had dealt them this cruel blow. He desperately asks about Viscount Rand, the director, but the Viscount is away, treating a lord in the countryside. He asks about Count Helien, the king's physician, but the count only treats the highest nobility. All the top healers are out of reach. Is Baronet Pennon the only one left? The young healer advises against it, calling his methods dangerous experiments. But the Baron cuts him off. He's heard Raymond simply uses peculiar methods to treat patients. He doesn't care what it is, as long as he can save her. He truly hopes that a miracle will happen there. Back at the Pennon Clinic, Raymond suddenly stops, a strange feeling washing over him. What's this strange feeling, he wonders, a shiver running down his spine. He didn't know it at that moment, but Baron Smith had already arrived. Before he could even think of a countermeasure against the healing tower, a great shroud of dark clouds was about to descend upon him. In the operating room, Raymond orders his team to inject a vasopressor, but there's no response. The patient is in a serious state of shock. The makeshift vasopressor he created from his knowledge of medical botany isn't effective enough. He needs epinephrine, adrenaline. He knows how to isolate it from animal hormones, but his alchemy proficiency isn't high enough. And if he performs surgery without raising her blood pressure, it will lead to table death. He's trapped, bound by the limits of his skills and the severity of her condition. And he knows if this noble wife dies during surgery, the healing tower will use it as an excuse to destroy him. What should I do, he wonders, the weight of the world on his shoulders. Suddenly, a familiar ping cuts through the panic as a new quest appears. It's a high-stakes mission: treat a critical patient. The system warns him she's in serious septic shock. The difficulty is high, but the rewards are huge. Multiple level-ups, skill points, and the fame that comes from saving a noble everyone else gave up on. The system emphasizes the danger one more time, reminding him just how dire her condition is. Raymond's face is grim. He knows this is a razor's edge. Then, something new appears. A message flashes in his vision. He can now purchase magic, regardless of his class or level. The system is throwing him a lifeline, but it's one he doesn't quite understand yet. Just then, the door to the operating room bursts open. It's Baron Smith, his face a mask of pure anxiety, unable to wait a moment longer. Hansen quickly moves to block his path, gently reminding him that he can't come inside. The Baron, looking small and flustered, apologizes, his voice trembling as he admits he was just so worried. Raymond steps forward, his expression calm despite the storm raging inside him. He's ready to be honest with the anxious husband. He tells the Baron plainly that her condition is grave and the surgery won't be easy. Hope drains from the Baron's face as he whispers in despair. However, Raymond pauses, and the Baron looks up, a flicker of hope reignited in his eyes. With his fists clenched in determination, Raymond makes a firm promise. I will do my best. It's a sliver of hope, but for the desperate husband, it's everything. Back inside, Raymond sees the situation in a new light. This isn't just a crisis, it's an opportunity. This is a patient that the prestigious Raoul Clinic had already abandoned. He realizes that succeeding here could be his one chance to push back against the healing tower's authority. For this patient, who everyone else had given up on, he is now her only hope. Raymond raises his hand, his finger hovering over the glowing blue interface of the system. It's time to take a risk and explore this new power. With narrowed eyes, he commands the system to open the market. He's hunting for a miracle. Suddenly, Hansen cries out, "Master! We have trouble!" Raymond whips around, his heart lurching. Hansen and Linden are at the patient's side, their faces pale. Her blood pressure is plummeting, and her pulse is fading fast. Raymond's worst fear hits him like a physical blow. Cardiac arrest. The steady beep of the heart monitor is about to flatline. But in that moment of sheer panic, an idea strikes him. He needs the effect of adrenaline, something to shock her system back to life. He frantically searches the market and finds it: berserker magic. It's a curse that grants a massive shot of adrenaline, a perfect substitute. But it's a rentable skill, costing him precious points for only 3 uses. The system initially blocks him, saying the skill's rank is too high for him to acquire permanently. But then, a new option appears: renting. He can borrow the power for a limited time. The system explains that he can rent high-grade skills he can't yet learn, but the cost is steep. 100 skill points are instantly deducted. A notification confirms his new temporary skill, Berserker Magic. He has 3 uses. The skill is advanced, but he has no idea how to control it. The description repeats its powerful effect, a massive surge of adrenaline and fighting power, and a final, stark warning flashes before him. 3 uses. That's all he gets. He hesitates. 100 points for a single use? And it's curse magic, with unknown side effects. But he's out of time and out of options. With a grim resolve, he makes the choice. Purchase Berserker Magic. He raises his hand over the patient and unleashes the magic. A vibrant purple energy flows from his palm into the Baroness, enveloping her in a shimmering light. The system pings with incredible news. Because she's in a coma, the curse's most dangerous side effect, delirium, has failed to activate. His gamble paid off. Hansen watches, his breath caught in his throat, wondering if it will be enough. The air is thick with anticipation. Suddenly, Linden gasps, his eyes wide with shock as he stares at the monitor. "Her blood pressure is rising," Linden shouts. Hansen confirms it, his voice filled with disbelief. "Her pulse is back in the 130s. A wave of relief washes over Raymond. It worked. The patient was so close to death that the curse's side effect never even had a chance to trigger. He now understands the true potential of this magic. In extreme cases of shock, when a patient is already unconscious, it can be a lifesaver. But he also knows it's a dangerous tool, a curse with unknown risks. He'll only use it as a last resort, a magical substitute for epinephrine. With the patient stable, Raymond's focus returns, sharp and clear. "I'll begin the emergency surgery." The team, Raymond, Hansen, Linden, and Christine, gathers around the table. The time for gambles is over. Now, only skill matters. Raymond is now in his element, the calm commander. Hansen, tilt the liver upwards. Secure a clear view. Hansen nods, his focus absolute. He then directs Christine to tilt the stomach. He explains the core problem. Her gallbladder is severely inflamed, a condition known as cholecystitis. The true issue, he explains, is a physical blockage. A gallstone is preventing bile from flowing, and no amount of healing magic could ever fix that. This is why the high-level heals fail. Unless the stone itself is removed, the patient will never recover. He activates his skills, surgeon's nimble hands and surgeon's experience, flooding his senses with insight and precision. Bathed in the blue light of his abilities, Raymond's focus becomes absolute. This is where he truly shines. "Linden, the iron forceps," he commands. Linden, though nervous, moves to hand him the instrument. A bead of sweat trickles down Linden's temple, but he nods, ready to play his part. Raymond reviews the next step in his mind. This is the most dangerous part of the operation. If he accidentally injures the bile duct while removing the stone, the leak could cause a fatal infection. The margin for error is 0. With breathtaking precision, he maneuvers the forceps. A few careful movements, and it's done. He steps back, letting out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. I removed it without an issue. The worst is over. The system immediately floods his vision with notifications. Surgery successful, a bonus level up. Then another, and 40 skill points on top. Raymond allows himself a faint, satisfied smile behind his mask as his team shares in the quiet relief. A final message praises his iron will for saving a patient on the brink of death. Hansen and Linden are beaming, proud of their master and what they've accomplished together. The rewards keep pouring in. Another bonus level up. This one surgery has propelled him forward immensely. And to top it all off, another 20 skill points. The high-risk, high-reward gamble has paid off spectacularly. Later, sunlight streams into the hallway outside the operating room. The crisis has passed. Baron Smith rushes toward Raymond, his eyes filled with tears, and grasps his hands tightly. His voice is choked with emotion as he repeats, "Thank you." He confesses that when he left the Raoul clinic, he was filled with nothing but despair. Raymond, ever humble, insists he was just doing his job as a healer. But the Baron is overwhelmed with gratitude, wondering how he could ever repay this debt. Raymond brushes it off with a smile, saying it's fine, though a tiny, hidden part of him is mentally cheering at the thought of a reward. He proudly declares that he's a healer. It's his purpose. The Baron looks at him with deep respect. "Being able to treat patients is enough to make me happy," he agrees, but then his expression darkens. However, these days he trails off, troubled. He tries to dismiss it, but Raymond senses his distress and gently prods, offering to help if he can. With a heavy sigh, the Baron gives in. He pulls out a familiar-looking envelope. It's the warning. He seethes with quiet rage, disgusted that the healing tower, who only care for money, would dare to shamelessly threaten someone like Raymond. He turns away for a moment, lost in thought, a dark aura swirling around him as he contemplates this injustice. Then he turns back, a new light of understanding in his eyes. He tells Raymond that he possesses a power that the others lack, a power that is far more valuable than wealth or status. As a golden aura surrounds the Baron, one word materializes in the air, glowing brightly: respect. He finally sees it. Raymond's genuine dedication is not a weakness, but his greatest and most powerful weapon. The news of Raymond's success has reached the kingdom's most prestigious scholarly institutions, sparking a firestorm of debate. Inside, scholars and students are buzzing around the notice boards. The hot topic is medicine science. While some still dismiss it as a kind of pseudo-witchcraft, others are starting to wonder if there's more to the story. The source of the commotion is a new paper published in the kingdom's most respected journal. Its author is the highly esteemed Professor Smithen, who poses a bold question: is this medicine science really witchcraft? Or is it a new blessing, a way to heal where traditional methods fail? Baron Smith has gone public, and he's chosen the perfect battlefield. Meanwhile, within the imposing walls of the healing tower, the mood is far from scholarly. Officials are gathered in a tense silence, each of them reading the professor's paper. The words on the page send a chill down their spines. One of them slams his fist on the table in a rage. This is absurd. Professor Smithen's defense of Raymond has completely undermined their authority. Another official shouts to release a counterstatement immediately, but it's no use. They've already tried, and their clumsy arguments only make the professor's words seem more brilliant by comparison. They have to admit defeat. Professor Smithen's writing is simply far superior to theirs. With a heavy sigh, they lament their own lack of talent. They are healers, not writers, and in the court of public opinion, they are being utterly outmaneuvered. In the nobles' salons, however, the conversation is more nuanced. An elegant noblewoman points out that new ideas are always criticized at first. But often, she says with a knowing smile, those very same things are what end up changing the world. But old fears die hard. Others in the salon are still skeptical, admitting they're scared of these new medical techniques and still believe traditional heals are better. Elsewhere, fourth Prince Saitil is absolutely furious. He storms towards his uncle, demanding to know how their plan went so wrong. This public praise for Raymond was the exact opposite of what they wanted. His uncle, however, remains perfectly calm. He smoothly reassures the prince that they already have countermeasures in place. He leans in, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "If we can't find a flaw," he whispers, "we can just make one." Their plan has just taken a much darker turn. A few days later, Raymond is at his desk, buried in paperwork and wrestling with the clinic's finances. He takes a deep breath, preparing himself for the worst as he checks the balance for the week. But, to his surprise, a hopeful smile spreads across his face. For the first time, there's actually a surplus. It's not much. Only 200 piña, but it's a start. It's profit. He can't help but cheer. They're finally in the black. He dreams of the day they'll be rolling in money if they can just endure a little longer. He's heard the whispers in the noble salons about his medical techniques. And even though no other nobles have come to him for treatment yet, piquing their interest is a good first step. He knows changing minds takes time, but he has to survive until then, and his most terrifying opponent, the crushing weight of his loans, is always lurking in the shadows. And then there's his second scariest opponent, the Healing Tower. He knows they haven't forgotten about him. Baron Smithen's article may have deflected their last attack, but Raymond is certain they won't just let it go. The thought of fighting them head-on is terrifying, but he has too much to lose now. All the money he's earned, this magnificent building that's become more important than his own soul. As his determination swells, a familiar notification flashes. His heart of steel skill has activated, fortifying his resolve. He stands, a fierce light in his eyes, ready to protect what's his. Just then, Hansen bursts into the room, panicked. "Master, there's trouble!" He gasps for breath, holding out an official document from the Healing Tower. Raymond's blood runs cold. He clutches his head, a sudden headache blooming from the stress. "What now?" Hansen's voice is trembling. "They said an inspector will come." Raymond forces himself to stay calm for Hansen's sake. "Don't worry," he says, his voice steadier than he feels. He straightens his back, his eyes glowing with cool determination. He won't be intimidated. He tells Hansen that they should focus on treating patients, just like always. Inspired by his master's confidence, Hansen nods, his anxiety easing. But inwardly, Raymond knows he has to be more careful than ever. He'll be so meticulous, so perfect, that the inspector won't find a single flaw to nitpick. The Penin Clinic has become a battlefield, and he can't afford a single mistake. Just then, a young commoner approaches them nervously, introducing himself as Ronald. Raymond sizes him up. The man looks incredibly anxious. "What's the problem?" he asks kindly. With trembling hands, Ronald holds out a small, heavy bag. He stammers that he's here to give his thanks. He explains that Raymond treated his relative, Mary, and that his family is finally able to repay the kindness. Raymond is about to protest, but the sight of the money makes his resolve falter. Ronald insists, shoving the bag into Raymond's hands. He says it's nothing compared to the baronet's kindness. Before Raymond can even process that he has no memory of a patient named Mary, Ronald turns and flees as if his life depends on it. The bag falls open, spilling a small pile of gold coins onto the table. It's a lot of money. Raymond stares at the coins, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. "This is strange, very strange." 300 penya is a fortune for a commoner. Something feels wrong. But, he rationalizes, the man gave it to him. It should be okay to keep it, right? A bead of sweat forms on his temple. His gut is telling him this is a bad idea. And just like that, the system chimes in with a new, sudden quest: receiving free money. He's been given a reward for accepting the cash, with the condition that he must use it wisely. Even getting paid has become complicated. Meanwhile, in a lavish mansion across town, Satiel's uncle confirms with Ronald that the money was delivered. Ronald trembles before him, bowing his head in subservient fear. He's trapped, forced to commit this heinous act, and can only apologize to the baronet in his heart. The uncle watches him with a cruel, satisfied smirk. He leans in, his voice a menacing whisper, reminding Ronald that his family's safety depends on his cooperation. His final command is simple: at dawn, go to the Healing Tower and testify. Defeated and terrified, Ronald can only agree. He nervously mutters the lines he's been forced to memorize. The scene is set at the Healing Tower. Ronald gives his false testimony, accusing Baronet Penin of demanding an unfair amount of money. The nobles present are in shock. Satiel's uncle feigns outrage, exclaiming how atrocious it is. The trap is working perfectly. As Ronald continues his coerced testimony, the crowd's anger boils over. They declare that they cannot let this stand. The uncle smirks, his plan unfolding just as he envisioned. He has successfully turned them all against Raymond. With a decisive gesture, he rallies the enraged crowd. "Let's go to Penning Clinic immediately. The trap is about to be sprung." Count Garrison strides down the street, flanked by two stone-faced officials from the healing tower. With the terrified Ronald in tow, they move with an air of absolute authority, their footsteps echoing on the cobblestones as they approach the Grand Penning Clinic. The Count grabs Ronald by the scruff of his neck, his eyes demanding confirmation. Ronald can only tremble in response. The sudden aggression shocks one of the officials, but he says nothing as the Count roughly manhandles their key witness. But when they arrive at the entrance, their triumphant march comes to a halt. A sign is posted on the door. The clinic is temporarily closed for a special event. Any emergency patients are to go to the old location on Kent Street. Count Garrison glares at the sign, his mind racing. "Did they know we were coming?" he snarls, suspecting Raymond has chosen to run and hide. Grabbing Ronald again, he lets out a sinister smirk. He won't be deterred that easily. "Let's go to Kent Street. It's not far," he continues, his eyes glowing with a menacing light. He's a predator closing in on his prey, and he won't be denied his prize. But when they arrive at Kent Street, they're not met with an empty, abandoned clinic. The place is alive with a bustling crowd, and Lyndon is cheerfully directing the lines. He holds up a sign that stops Count Garrison in his tracks: Ronald-sponsored free treatment. Lyndon calls out to the buzzing crowd that everything is free for the day. In one brilliant move, Raymond has turned their entire plot on its head. The Count and Ronald can only stare, completely bewildered. Raymond's apprentices are busy, happily treating the endless line of grateful commoners. And in the middle of it all stands Raymond. He calmly wipes his hands, his eyes sharp and focused as he spots his unwelcome guests. He was expecting them. He knew this was the healing tower's doing. He can't let them keep targeting him. And with his heart of steel skill already active from treating patients, he feels a cool resolve settle over him. But that's not all. As he meets their gaze, a familiar ping sounds in his mind. The system is giving him the tools he needs. A group of assholes has arrived, and his skill, method to handle assholes, has just been activated. He is more than ready for this. The two skills synergize, creating a powerful combination that shields his mind. A confident smile touches his lips. The fear is gone. Now he can face them. He turns to the crowd, his voice warm and welcoming as he asks how they're all doing. Then, with Count Garrison and his cronies watching, he begins to speak. He explains that this event is happening because a kind man named Ronald made a generous donation. As he speaks, his eloquence skill activates, making every word resonate with sincerity. He tells the crowd that he tried to return the money, but he couldn't find the man. With a bright smile, he looks directly at the now very uncomfortable Ronald. "So I decided to hold this event in his neighborhood instead." He turns back to the crowd, his voice ringing with conviction, as Ronald begins to realize the depth of the trap he's in. "Because this money," Raymond declares, placing a hand on his heart, "is not mine. He has painted himself as completely selfless, using their dirty money for the public good." Count Garrison is stunned. "What is he talking about?" he mutters, completely thrown off balance by Raymond's brilliant countermove. He glares at Ronald, his voice a low, menacing hiss. "Didn't you say he forced you to pay him?" He tries desperately to get his puppet back on script, but Ronald can only stammer, sweating and trembling with fear as the Count presses him to speak. As Ronald shuts his eyes, ready to confess, a cheerful voice calls out to the baronet. It's a young girl thanking Raymond for her treatment. Ronald and the Count look over, shocked. They recognize that voice. It's the girl from next door, the one who was always bedridden with a chronic illness. Now, she's standing there healthy and vibrant. The undeniable proof of Raymond's healing, of his kindness, is smiling right in front of them. In that moment, Ronald's world shatters. What am I doing? The weight of his actions comes crashing down on him. Suddenly, a firm but gentle hand rests on his shoulder. It's Raymond. He's smiling warmly at Ronald. I'm putting the money you donated to good use. He gestures to the happy, cheering crowd. They're hoisting Ronald onto their shoulders, laughing and celebrating him for a good deed he was forced to perform as part of a malicious plot. Count Garrison can only watch, seething in silent fury as his perfect plan completely unravels around him. But then, a man in the crowd shouts for silence. The festive mood vanishes in an instant. Count Garrison steps forward, his expression cold and hard. "Let me ask you, Ronald," he says, trying one last time to force the lie. "You said Baronet Panine forced you to pay him. Is that right?" The crowd murmurs, confused. They look from the noble to their healer, a seed of doubt planted. But their loyalty is strong. "There's no way," one says. "Something's weird," another adds. "They trust their healer." Losing his patience, the Count shoves Ronald to the ground. He'll handle this himself. He points an accusing finger at Raymond. "It's confirmed. Baronet Peenan, by the authority of the healing tower, I will—" "Enough nonsense," he bellows, his composure finally cracking. But the commoners immediately jump to Raymond's defense. They shout that it's a scheme, that they don't believe it, demanding Ronald tell the truth. Their roar of support is deafening. They won't believe it without proof. The system chimes in. The effect of his title, "the one who is loved by the commoners," has been activated. Their support is now his shield. Count Garrison is bewildered by the sudden turn. Just then, more footsteps approach. It's Raoul Kaplan and Christine Rayburn arriving coincidentally on the scene. They declare they can't just let this slide. Their timing is a little too perfect. The Count scoffs, dismissing it as a healing tower problem. But Raoul cuts him off, introducing himself as a high-ranking administrator of the kingdom. Christine follows, invoking the powerful name of the Rayburn Duchy. Together, they declare that this is no longer a matter for the healing tower. This is a matter for the kingdom's official investigators. Panic flashes in Count Garrison's eyes. If they take Ronald, if he confesses the entire scheme, it's all over. Not only will he be humiliated, but the prestige of the healing tower will be destroyed. He realizes with dawning horror that this might have been Raymond's plan all along. Desperate, he tries to wrest back control, insisting the healing tower will conduct its own, more rigorous investigation. "Bring Ronald," he barks at his men. But before they can move, a hand shoots out, stopping them in their tracks. One of Rao's guards now holds the official, warning the Count that if he doesn't back down, he'll call for a police escort. Ronald is trapped, caught between the two powerful factions, utterly defeated. But then, a memory flashes in his mind, the smiling face of the little girl, healthy and happy because of Raymond's kindness. And in that moment, something inside him snaps. He stands tall, pulling away from the Count's men. "I will not follow you," he declares, his voice firm and clear. "What?" the Count exclaims, shocked as Ronald forcefully breaks free. Turning to the crowd, with tears streaming down his face, Ronald finally shouts the truth. He tells them everything, that it was all a lie, that Count Garrison instigated the entire plot, promising him money to frame their beloved healer. He turns to Raymond, sobbing his apologies. Raymond simply places a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Thank you for telling the truth," he says gently. He then faces the Count, his expression now ice cold. "We can continue this later." Enraged, Garrison spits that Raymond is nothing but lowly trash. His eyes narrow with murderous intent. He has to silence Ronald now. For the crime of scorning a noble, he lunges, drawing a dagger and aiming it straight at Ronald's heart. You must be prepared to die, he snarls. Ronald can only stare in terror as the blade rushes toward him. His life now hangs by a single terrifying thread. He flinches back, throwing an arm up in a desperate, futile attempt to shield himself from the blow. But just as the dagger is about to strike, a flash of steel intercepts it with a sharp clang. Rao Kaplan stands between them, his own sword drawn. Unfortunately, he says coolly, that will be difficult. Rao holds his ground, a firm barrier between the enraged Count and the terrified man cowering behind him. This boy is an important witness, he declares, his gaze unwavering. So I'll be taking him, Count. Rage contorts Garrison's face. You bastard, he seethes, his voice cracking with fury. Rao remains completely unfazed. You should watch what you say, he retorts calmly. I am a high-ranking administrator for the kingdom from the prestigious Kalan family. Then his voice softens as he calls out to the man he's protecting, Ronald. Seizing the moment, Raymond extends a hand, his voice cutting through the tension. Come here. It's an offer of safety, a lifeline. With a trembling hand, Ronald reaches out, his voice thick with relief. Baronet! He collapses to his knees before Raymond, sobbing his apologies, vowing to pay for his mistakes even if it costs him his life. But Raymond looks down at him with calm understanding. It's okay, he says gently. Ronald looks up, stunned into silence. A soft light seems to envelop Raymond as he places a reassuring hand on Ronald's shoulder. I understand, he says, his voice filled with empathy. You had no other choice. As his heart of steel skill activates, Raymond continues to soothe the weeping man. But inwardly, his mind is already racing. What's important now is punishing the one who pulled the strings. You're a victim, he says aloud. What sin have you committed? The crowd erupts. They cry out in adoration, moved by his kindness. To them, Baronet Penin is nothing short of an angel sent from the heavens. The system chimes in. The effect of his title is strengthening. This public display of mercy is working perfectly. Count Garrison seethes as the crowd closes in, their support for Raymond forming a wall he can't break. He tries to threaten them, but his voice cracks. Raymond steps forward, calmly asking the citizens to stand down, adding with a knowing look that he's sure the healing tower will investigate. There must be a misunderstanding. Garrison glares, but Raymond meets his gaze with a predatory intensity. Don't you agree, Count Garrison? He asks, his voice dangerously smooth. Under the weight of that stare, the Count begins to sweat. Defeated, he stammers his agreement. Instantly, Raymond's expression flips to a wide, cheerful smile. He takes the Count's hand, exclaiming theatrically, I knew it! And here I was, worried the healing tower was trying to bury us on purpose. He leans in, his smile never wavering. That isn't the case, right? Flustered, Garrison forces a denial. As I thought, Raymond beams. Then his tone shifts, a hint of accusation lacing his cheerful words. Then, the terrible rank you gave me on my exam. 1. The official warning that arrived recently, and this little stunt you pulled with Ronald, he continues, his pleasant voice listing each transgression like hammer blows. It was all just a test, wasn't it? Raymond suggests, his smile unwavering. With no other choice, the Count weakly agrees. Raymond clasps his hands, earnestly asking if his sincerity has been recognized. Defeated, Garrison mutters that they know of his efforts. And with that, Count Garrison is forced to declare, his voice hollow, that Raymond is a proud member of the Healing Tower. The public humiliation is complete. Later, back at the clinic, Rao voices his concern. What if the Count tries to get revenge behind the scenes? Raymond sips his tea, completely confident. He won't be able to, he assures him. After the public disaster he just endured, Garrison will be too embarrassed to make a move for a long time. But Raymond knows this peace is temporary. He needs to gather more power, treat more patients, and become so influential that even the healing tower won't dare to touch him. His efforts are immediately rewarded. The system chimes in, quest accomplished, bonus level up, and a new title, I Am Generous. Forgiving Ronald has paid off, and with it, 20 skill points. The notification flashes again, confirming the reward, and another bonus level up on top of that. The system is being very kind today. He can't help but smile. 3 level ups in one go. At this rate, he'll be at level 70 in no time. His next goal is clear, the rank of Chief Rank. That is the power he's aiming for. For now, things will be quiet, which means he can finally focus on training his apprentices. But in the classroom, as he tries to explain infectious diseases, he groans internally. His teaching skill is low, and this is harder than any surgery. His method is simple, practice, and theory. During the day, they learn by treating patients. But when it comes to basic concepts in the classroom, his apprentices are completely lost. The problem, he admits to himself, is that he's trying to teach concepts that don't even exist in this world. Even with this world's surprisingly advanced basic science, when he starts talking about B cells and T cells, he's met with nothing but blank stares and floating question marks. He forces a smile, suggesting they take a break. He knows his own knowledge is superficial. He's just a resident, not a professor. If only he could explain it better, his apprentices gratefully agree, thanking him for his hard work. As they file out of the room to rest, Raymond waves them off with a slightly strained smile. The moment they're gone, his angel-like demeanor vanishes. His eyes gleam with a greedy light as he rubs his hands together. "Hurry up and grow, my apprentices," he thinks. "Earn money for me?" Then he catches himself. To do that, he really does need to explain things better. Suddenly, Hansen pokes his head back into the room. "Master!" Raymond jumps, startled mid-scheme. "We have a guest," Hansen announces. When Raymond asks who, the answer sends a jolt of pure panic through him. Lady Rose from the Viscounty. The name hits him like a physical blow. He dramatically spits his tea clear across the room, his eyes wide with terror. Lady Rose, a mysterious character whose real name and origins are a complete unknown. She appeared in the kingdom 4 years ago, starting several businesses seemingly out of nowhere. Raymond is panicking. Why? Why is she here? He stammers, sweat beading on his forehead. Rumors swirl around her that she's the daughter of a wealthy merchant, or the illegitimate child of a great noble house. But as she glides past his apprentices, the truth remains a mystery. Raymond, looking utterly terrified, manages a shaky, "Hello." His usual composure has completely shattered, because to him she is a truly scary person. Her striking eyes, one blue, one red, only add to her enigmatic aura. She smiles, a charming yet intimidating expression. "Hello, Baronet," she says. Her voice is smooth as silk. And finally, the reason for Raymond's terror is revealed. She is the CEO of Healer Loans, a creditor known to be scarier than the devil himself. His biggest fear has just walked through the door. In his office, Raymond found himself facing his greatest fear. Not a monster, not a plague, but Lady Rose, the CEO of Healer Loans. With a delicate smile, she eyed a plate of cookies on the table and asked if she could possibly have one. Raymond snapped on a painfully wide grin, practically shouting that she could have the whole plate. But inside, his mind was screaming. He had to keep it together. This polite, soft-spoken woman was more terrifying than the king himself. As she gracefully picked up a cookie, Raymond steeled his nerves. He couldn't be fooled by her harmless appearance. This was the woman who'd enslaved countless nobles with debt. Just then, a familiar blue window chimed in his vision. A new skill, Heart of Steel, had activated, granting him a surge of artificial courage. Sitting a little straighter, he finally asked, So, what brings you to my clinic? Lady Rose took a calm sip of her tea. I came to visit my customer, she replied smoothly. She explained that he'd become a VIP customer at Healer Loans, and with all the rumors flying around, she simply had to come and greet him herself. Raymond could only manage a stunned, "I am?" His mind flashed with images of debt collectors, but he pushed the fear down. When Rose brought up his low, charitable treatment fees, he saw an opening. Instead of cowering, he leaned back, trying to look relaxed. "It's just the early stages," he bluffed. "These are only baby steps towards the grand plan I have for this clinic." Intrigued, Rose asked about this grand plan. Seizing the moment, Raymond puffed out his chest and declared his ambition to create the best clinic on the entire continent. He gestured towards a map, explaining that he knew exactly what that meant. Houston was a crossroad of empires, the perfect place to build a medical legend. His bold declaration hung in the air. For the first time since she'd arrived, Lady Rose looked genuinely taken aback, her unique eyes wide with surprise. She slowly regained her composure, her gaze fixed on him, a new calculation dawning in her expression. "So you have such a goal," she murmured thoughtfully. Raymond held his confident smile. "The Pennon Clinic is just the start," he said aloud. Internally, however, a much smaller, panicked version of himself was on his knees, begging her to please wait a little longer for the debt payments. Lady Rose leaned back, a dark, swirling energy flickering behind her like a shadow. She found his goal a bit rash, she said, her tone probing. "Why aim so high?" With a saintly, sparkling expression, Raymond claimed it was all for the patients. He had to maintain his public image at all times, after all. A knowing, almost predatory smile crossed her lips. She thanked him, saying the visit had been worthwhile. As she stood to leave, she leaned in close. "Ah, and this is a secret," she whispered, a playful glint in her eyes. Surrounded by an illusory bloom of flowers, she smiled warmly. "I'm actually your fan, Baronet," she confessed. "And I've fallen for you even more now that we've met." Raymond was stunned. Was that why she'd been so generous with the loans? But her next words sent a chill down his spine. She offered to support his dream with more loans at a special low interest rate. As she leaned in, her expression intense, he realized the truth. Her promise to watch over him wasn't a comfort. It was a warning. And with that, Lady Rose turned and walked gracefully out of the clinic, her butler Carl's right behind her, leaving Raymond alone to process the terrifying encounter. Once outside, Carl's turned to his mistress. "What do you think of him?" he asked, his tone neutral. Lady Rose didn't answer directly, her unique eyes seeming to look far beyond the street in front of them. "What do you think?" she asked in return. Carl's was blunt. In his opinion, Raymond was an idealist with little chance of success and should be eliminated. But Rose simply popped a sweet into her mouth and gave a surprising command: raise Raymond's VIP customer rank to red. Carl's was visibly shocked. She continued, telling him to approve any future loan requests at a low interest rate. Completely perplexed, Carl's had to ask, "Did you see him with your devil's eye?" A faint smile played on her lips, showing a hint of fangs. "Yes," she said, "and from what I've seen, he's no stupid idealist." This was her secret ability, the devil's eye, which allowed her to see a person's true nature. She explained that, contrary to his angelic reputation, Raymond was brimming with ambition. What kind of ambition, exactly, she couldn't say. Her devil's eye could only give her a vague sense of a person, not read their mind. But she recalled the image she saw, Raymond with the faint regal outline of a kingly figure standing behind him. "He's more of a revolutionist," she concluded as they walked. "One that's trying to change the entirety of the continent for his patients. A goal so absurd," she admitted, "that the chances of failure were incredibly high." Her voice hardened. "We don't need an abnormal person such as Raymond. She clenched her fist. "Don't forget how we came to be banished to this countryside, Carls." Her butler bowed his head. "No, Sir Karlstein, I haven't forgotten, my lord." As he spoke, Lady Rose's red eye began to glow ominously. "If he still fails after we supported him," she said, her voice turning cold as ice, "then I'll throw him away." Back in his office, Raymond slumped over his desk, completely drained. The moment his creditor had left, he couldn't focus. His mind was consumed by one terrifying number, 70,000 piña. He had to repay his debts, and he needed to find a way to make that money fast. He shuddered, the memory of Lady Rose's intense gaze feeling like the unblinking stare of a hungry snake. He might have survived this time, but he knew he wouldn't be so lucky at their next meeting. Just then, the door clicked open. "Master!" It was Hansen. Hansen, with Linden at his side, held out an official document. Ancient ruins had been discovered in the Gear Mountains. After several adventurer parties had failed to explore them, the kingdom's knights were being sent in. Raymond's first thought was of cobwebs, ghosts, and spiders. It sounded terrifying. He immediately dismissed it as too dangerous. Safety first. He told Hansen to throw the document away, claiming they were far too busy with patients. But then, a thought stopped him cold. Ancient ruins meant treasure. His eyes practically turned into gold coins as he imagined a solution to all his financial problems. His mind raced. It was too risky for him to go, but maybe he could convince Hansen to participate, for the valuable experience, of course. He quickly praised Linden's patient-first attitude, hoping to cover his tracks. Hansen, however, looked on with a knowing, slightly exasperated expression, seeing right through his master's sudden change of heart. Meanwhile, in the foreboding Draughten Kingdom, within a gloomy, imposing castle, a voice confirmed the news from Houston. The Kingdom Knights were indeed heading for the ruin exploration. A cloaked figure stared into a glowing purple orb. "It's all according to plan," the figure said. A sinister voice echoed from the orb itself, gloating that no healer could overcome the evil spirit's curse hidden inside. Once the knights were massacred, the upcoming National Foundation Festival would be shrouded in despair. The figure continued to watch the orb by candlelight, the flickering flames casting eerie shadows across the room. The trap was set. A more commanding figure, Grand Duke Barad, adjusted his cravat as he gazed into the orb. "Is there any possibility they'll succeed?" he asked, his voice dripping with arrogance. The answer came back, sharp and absolute. "No matter how strong the knights are, once they meet the evil spirit, they're basically dead." A cruel, knowing smirk touched the Grand Duke's lips. How incredibly lucky to have discovered ruins hidden in the kingdom coincidentally before the war, he finished. This was Grand Duke Barad, the true power in Draughten and the mastermind behind the recent plague and the assassination attempt on King Odin. The cloaked figure confirmed the next part of the plan. Once chaos erupted, he would poison an envoy from a neighboring kingdom. But Barad reminded him that their real goal was much bigger than the lives of a few knights. Their ultimate objective was laid bare, to make the Houston Kingdom a complete train wreck before the war even began. The cloaked figure praised Barad's genius, but the Grand Duke looked frustrated. They'd had several opportunities to cripple Houston, he grumbled, but each time, things had gone wrong. A dark, furious aura erupted around him as an image of a laughing Raymond appeared in his mind. All because of that lowly bastard child. He spat, his voice filled with venom. "Baronet Pennon." His eyes narrowed dangerously as he stared into the orb. "Is that bastard Raymond attending the ruin exploration this time?" he demanded. The cloaked figure hesitated for a moment before replying, "No, he is not." A chilling, satisfied smirk spread across Barad's face. "It'd be better if he attended," he mused, his eyes glinting with malice, "so I can get rid of him along with them." The day of the ruin exploration began at a makeshift camp in the Gear Mountains. The moment Raymond arrived, a familiar blue window flashed before his eyes. A new quest. His mission: protect the lives of everyone participating in the exploration. The reward would depend on his achievement, but the quest came with a strange benefit, sometimes favor. Raymond's brow furrowed. The rewards would depend on his achievement? What did that even mean? The system then laid out the grim possibilities. If everyone returned safely, he'd get a huge reward. If the majority survived, the reward was smaller. But if the majority died, it was a complete failure, with no rewards at all. His expression darkened as the weight of the stakes settled in. What kind of ruins had a built-in body count? The quest title itself was terrifying. As his dread grew, another notification appeared. Due to the high difficulty, he was being given a bonus, unlimited use of a support skill for 24 hours. A bonus like this only meant one thing. The difficulty of this quest was off the charts. Lugging his pack, he walked toward the rest of the team. He'd come here looking for treasure, but a terrible feeling was already settling in his gut. Just then, he grunted as someone slammed right into him. "Ah, damn it," a man in similar healer's attire grumbled, not even bothering to look at who he'd bumped into. The man and his companion smirked down at Raymond. Mistaking him for a low-level porter, one of them sneered at his gear. Annoyed, Raymond corrected them. "I'm a healer." The man began to ask who he was affiliated with. Then his eyes widened in recognition. It was Mason, an A-rank healer from the royal family, here to provide support for the team. Raymond knew the name. Mason was famous in the healing community, a genuine A-rank talent. Mason flashed a condescending smile. He told Raymond to follow his commands, adding that he probably wouldn't be much help anyway. Then he whispered to his companion that they could just make Raymond carry their bags. Raymond's eyes narrowed. Because Mason didn't acknowledge his modern medical techniques, he was going to look down on him completely. He forced a slight, indifferent smile. Honestly, he was so used to this kind of mockery, it barely even stung anymore. In fact, he saw it as an opportunity. "Please officially apologize for insulting me," Raymond demanded coolly. "If you don't, I'll return." This was his ticket out. There was no way a high and mighty A-rank healer would ever apologize. He turned to leave, ready to be done with this whole mess. But just as he made his move, a group of stern-looking knights approached. "It seems you were in the wrong on this one, Healer Mason," their leader said firmly. "Baronet Penin came here for us, and you insulted him." Raymond feigned diplomacy, saying it was fine, but the knight leader cut him off. "No, apologize, Healer Mason." Mason just stared, completely speechless, his face twisted with rage and humiliation. Through gritted teeth, Mason forced out a single, furious word, "Sorry." As Mason glared, silently vowing to show Raymond his A-rank power in the ruins, Raymond was panicking. His brilliant escape plan had just crashed and burned. Now he had to go through with it. The team descended into the darkness, their footsteps echoing through the cold, stone-lined corridors of the ancient ruins. As they entered, Mason made a show of casting a light spell, his hand glowing with purple energy. Raymond played along, thanking Mason for making the entrance safe. Preening, Mason replied that for an A-rank healer, this was nothing. He continued to look at Raymond expectantly, practically begging for more praise. Raymond sighed internally. Did he really want another compliment? Flashing a bright smile, Raymond gave 2 enthusiastic thumbs up. "Good job," he exclaimed. The overly simple praise left Mason utterly bewildered, staring blankly while Raymond just looked back at him, unimpressed. The team pressed on, moving through a vast hall lined with imposing ancient statues. Raymond glanced back. Mason was still fuming, a dark, swirling aura of annoyance practically radiating off him. What was this guy's problem? He could feel Mason's intense glare boring into his back. The man was really holding a grudge. At this point, he was acting like a spoiled child throwing a tantrum, desperate to prove himself. It was almost amusing. But on the other hand, it was good to have a capable A-rank healer so eager to take the lead. It freed Raymond up to focus on his real goal. Now that he was stuck here, he was going to find some treasure. He strode confidently forward. Ancient ruins always followed one rule: there were traps and there was treasure. Only someone with the sharpest eyes could avoid one and find the other. And luckily for him, he actually had a skill called Eagle's Eye. He activated the skill, his vision sharpening, allowing him to see hidden details the others couldn't. Normally, his mana limited its use, but thanks to the quest bonus, he could use it for the next 24 hours straight. Scanning the floor, he noticed something. A faint outline and a tiny glint. A jewel, maybe? He reached for it, but a sharp thunk from the floor in front of him made him recoil. This wasn't a jewel. He stared in horror, his face pale and his teeth chattering in fear. A wall of sharp spikes had shot up from the floor right where he'd been about to step. It was a trap. Behind him, 2 knights gasped. "Baronet, how did you know? If it wasn't for you, we would have been in serious trouble." Still shaken, Raymond stammered, scrambling to come up with a plausible explanation. He cleared his throat. "Before coming here," he said with newfound confidence, "I studied these kinds of traps and was just checking." The knights looked at him with pure, unadulterated awe. One of them whispered that Raymond had even researched ruin traps for their sake. It proved he was telling the truth when he said he joined the exploration to help them. Raymond gave them a confident thumbs up. "The best victory is won without fighting," he declared wisely. "I investigated carefully so none of you would get hurt." Of course, it was a complete lie. The onlookers were deeply impressed, buzzing with admiration. He truly had changed from the forgotten, illegitimate child he once was. Raymond let out a quiet sigh of relief. But then his eyes widened. A dark, oppressive presence flooded the corridor ahead, and in the suffocating blackness, 2 red eyes began to glow. As he stared into the oppressive dark, a single, chilling question formed in his mind. "What's that?" Raymond stared into the oppressive darkness as the glowing red eyes of the unseen creature fixed on him. Shadowy tendrils of a menacing aura seemed to reach out, and the air grew thick with dread. The knight leader, Sir Balthan, drew his sword. "Knights, to the front," he commanded. "Healers, wait here." As the knights charged into the gloom, Raymond could only manage a quiet yes, his stomach twisting into a knot. He watched them go, a single bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Everything would be fine, right? But the ominous energy swirling around him screamed otherwise. Mason and his companion sidled up to him, a condescending smirk on Mason's face. "You must be afraid," he mocked. He continued his lecture, his tone smug. "Healers should learn to overcome their fear for their patients." Raymond just gave him a sidelong glance. Mason, completely oblivious, gestured towards the darkness. He assured Raymond that Sir Balthan, a talented sword expert from the Royal Knights, could handle anything. "Well, for you, who uses such trivial healing arts?" Mason's insult was cut short by a sickening cough from the darkness. Blood splattered, followed by the sharp clang of a dropped sword and the heavy thud of collapsing bodies. Mason and his companion stared in horror. "What the—" Further back, Raymond looked on, equally terrified as sweat dripped down his face. What was happening? "Healers, go and—" Mason faltered, his face a mask of disbelief. Seeing the entire vanguard collapse, Raymond urged him forward. "Healer Mason, we need to treat the knights. Let's go." Raymond tried to stop him. "Wait, we can't just rush in." But Mason, his own fear making him reckless, shoved his hand away. "If you're scared, you can stay behind." "Healer Mason," Raymond called out as the 2 healers rushed toward the fallen knights. Mason shouted back over his shoulder, "Hurry up and follow me." Trying to sound confident, Mason theorized it was either a poison or a curse, something that only his A-rank heals could treat. But his smirk was strained. Raymond saw right through it. The man was clearly terrified, his bravado just a thin mask for his anxiety. Raymond sighed. Why jump to poison or curses? But there was no stopping him now. He had no choice but to follow, hoping that Sir Balthan had at least put up a fight. The scene ahead was grim. Dropped swords and shields littered the stone floor in an eerie silence. The knights themselves were nowhere to be seen. Pulling up a makeshift mask, Raymond scanned the area. Sir Balthan couldn't handle a single beast? No, it was worse. Everyone, every single knight and healer was unconscious. Panic seized him. The glowing red eyes of the beast flashed in his mind. He didn't want to die. His first instinct was to run. But as he looked at the unconscious bodies of his companions, he hesitated. If he ran, they would all die. He clenched his fist, torn. With a surge of desperate resolve, he focused, activating his eagle's eye skill. He knelt beside a fallen knight, his mind racing. He had to assess the situation first, see if there was anything he could even do. If he determined their condition was beyond his abilities, he wouldn't throw his own life away. His survival instinct was still screaming at him. Examining Sir Balthan, he noticed something strange. Red, itchy welts covering his skin. Hives. His lips and eyes were swollen too. A thought began to form, a sudden, urgent possibility. He reached for his medical bag. Clutching the bag, his mind raced. He wasn't sure, but if he was right about this, he could save them all. Damn it, he was so scared. A monstrous screech echoed through the ruins, making him flinch. The beast was close. He quickly opened his medical kit, revealing several old-fashioned syringes and a small vial of clear liquid. With practiced hands, he drew the liquid into a syringe. A familiar blue window flashed. He was risking his life for his patients. Heart of Steels had activated, flooding him with a wave of calm, steely determination. Holding the syringe, he whispered a silent prayer. "Please," his eyes filled with intense focus. "Let this be what I'm thinking of." A few minutes ago, he too had felt it. He'd staggered, clutching his stomach as his own vision began to blur. He gasped for air. It wasn't a curse. His vision was fading, a sharp pain twisting in his gut. He couldn't breathe. The symptoms had escalated quickly, threatening to overwhelm him. It was in that moment of crisis that he pulled up his mask. He realized this was the reason everyone had fainted. Back in the present, he pulled his mask down slightly. The injection he'd given himself had worked. The pain, the hives, the trouble breathing. It was all gone. His diagnosis was confirmed. It was anaphylactic shock, a severe allergic reaction that could stop the heart. And the antidote was epinephrine. It was a super-emergency allergic reaction, caused by some kind of hypersensitive substance in the air, and he knew exactly where it was coming from. That beast was emitting the allergen. He remembered preparing for this exact scenario after treating Baroness Smithen. He had spent a fortune commissioning high-level alchemists to extract pure epinephrine for him. Holding his medical case, a wave of relief washed over him. The treatment was far easier than he'd feared. He looked at the pre-filled auto-injectors. All he had to do was inject it into a muscle, and the shock would reverse. "Just wait," he said to the fallen. He closed his medical case with a decisive snap. "I'll save you soon," he vowed. He moved swiftly, pressing an auto-injector firmly against a knight's armored leg. He went from one to the next, working quickly. "That's the last one." Raymond stood amidst the unconscious knights, used auto-injectors scattered at his feet. His work was done. He let out a sigh of relief. A moment later, Sir Balthan began to stir. "Ugh. What happened?" he groaned, dazed. Raymond smiled down at him. "You were a victim of the beast's toxins. I've already treated you, so you can get up now." His smile turned mischievous. "Now, get up and deal with that scary beast for us." As if on cue, the massive, griffin-like creature swooped down with a terrifying screech, its shadow falling over them. It was closer now, but Raymond wasn't worried about the patience anymore. He pointed an accusing finger at the monster. "You beast! I'll catch you, skin you, and sell your leather. Knights, get that evil beast." He turned to the knights, who were still groggy. "Excuse me, knights. Wakey, wakey." One of them groaned. "I don't have the strength yet. I'll get up soon." As the beast screeched again, Raymond's confident smile faltered. He had overlooked something. A stark realization hit him. It takes 20 to 30 minutes for the epinephrine to fully restore a patient's strength. He had saved them, but they were still in no condition to fight. The massive ruin beast loomed over Raymond, its shadow swallowing the dim light. Forcing a painfully wide, nervous smile, he clasped his hands together. Sir Evil Beast," he began, his voice trembling, "why don't we talk this out peacefully?" In his mind, he imagined a cute, friendly version of the creature, and he desperately tried to flatter it. "Your feathers are quite cool." But reality snapped back as the beast's eyes burned with fury. "Sir Evil Beast," Raymond stammered, his hope evaporating. The beast lunged with a terrifying screech. "Save me!" Raymond screamed, turning to flee for his life. "I don't want to die!" Sir Balthan, still groggy, shouted from behind. "Dodge it, Baronet!" But as Raymond scrambled away, he yelled back. "That's impossible!" he cried out as the beast's sharp beak narrowly missed him, the wind from its passage whipping at his clothes as he threw himself to the side. The knights stared in stunned disbelief. How did a healer just dodge that? Even the beast itself seemed surprised by the miss. As Raymond landed awkwardly, the beast already turning for another attack, a system window suddenly chimed. He was in a dangerous situation. A new skill, Healer's Self-Defense, had activated, instantly boosting his stamina and senses. "Healer's self-defense skill," he muttered, just as another notification popped up, warning him of his opponent's high power level. More windows appeared. A title he'd forgotten he had, the dwarf that defeated the giant, had also activated, making him slightly stronger. He remembered now. He'd gotten that title after defeating the tyrant Toms back in the Bay region. It gave him a power boost whenever he faced a much stronger opponent. Quickly calculating his new stats, he felt a sliver of grim determination. His stamina and senses were significantly higher than before. "Baronet, dodge!" a knight shouted again as the beast bore down on him, a terrifying blur of motion. It was too close. Its blood-red talons were reaching for him. There was no way he could dodge this one. Time seemed to slow down. So this is what it felt like when your life flashed before your eyes. Just then, Sir Balthan, having regained some strength, threw a heavy mace towards him. "Baronet, take this." As if in a daze, Raymond's hand shot out, and he caught the spinning mace perfectly. One thought echoed in his mind. How strange! He gripped the mace, a faint light glowing from his hand. Shouldn't he be seeing past memories right now? This feeling of time moving in slow motion, this wasn't what he expected. The beast was right on top of him, its massive form filling his entire vision. "Obviously," Raymond panted, his expression turning fierce, "I don't want to die just yet." He swung the mace with all his might. With a sickening thud, the mace connected with the beast's wing. It let out a pained screech and collapsed to the ground. Silence. The knights, now mostly recovered, stared in absolute dumbfounded shock. Even Mason was speechless. "How did he counterattack so quickly?" one of them whispered. "Was it just luck?" But Raymond simply stood there, looking calm and composed. Sir Balthan analyzed the moment. Countering an attack that fast required the skill of a seasoned mana user. But Raymond's form when he swung the mace had been clumsy, almost amateurish. It didn't make sense. He looked at Raymond with a mixture of confusion and newfound respect. But one thing was certain. As two knights cautiously approached the bewildered-looking healer, they grasped his hands, their faces shining with awe and gratitude. "The Baronet saved us all." "So," Raymond began, addressing the recovered knights with a newfound air of authority. "Since your bodies haven't fully recovered yet," he said with professional concern, "please rest a bit more." Sir Balthan immediately objected. The beast was caught, there was no more danger. But Raymond just looked at him, surprised. His expression softened. "I'm only thinking of my patients," he said gently, as his eloquent skill activated. Another system bonus kicked in, a synergy effect from his heart of steel. Bathed in an almost saintly glow, Raymond launched into a moving speech about how he couldn't abandon the brave royal knights. His heart would be ripped in two if they didn't rest. "Please," he begged, "trust me and leave it to me." He cut off Sir Balthan's weak protest with a firm, "Enough. Please rest," he insisted, his voice leaving no room for argument. Completely moved by his apparent selflessness, the knights bowed their heads in submission. How can we ever repay this favor, they wondered, their hearts filled with gratitude. Raymond quickly made his exit. Before the knights could recover and help him, he needed to find the treasure. His eyes gleamed with his true motive as he rushed off. Activating his eagle's eye skill, he scanned the ruins. There, hidden near a pillar, was a chest. He approached it, his face alight with pure joy. "I can finally become super rich," he thought, his hands eagerly reaching for his prize. He threw open the lid and found nothing. The chest was completely empty. Huh? He shook the empty chest in disbelief. Then he noticed a strange stain at the bottom. It wasn't blood, it was a magic circle, and it looked surprisingly fresh, too clear to be ancient. Something was wrong here. Just then, Sir Balthan and the knights arrived. "What's wrong, Baronet?" Raymond showed him the chest. "I found something weird." Sir Balthan's face grew grim as he examined the magic circle. "This is a summoning circle. It seems someone used this to summon that beast." Raymond was shocked. So someone purposely summoned an evil beast in these ruins? The implications were chilling. Sir Balthan nodded grimly. "Yes, and I have an idea as to who it might be." Later, in a grand hall of the royal palace, Raymond stood before the throne. A royal advisor announced the reasons for his commendation, for saving the knights, for leading the exploration to success, and for finding the clue about the mastermind behind the plot. For all these noble deeds, King Odin, his expression stern but with a hint of approval, made the declaration. "I, Odin de Houston, as a representative of the Royal Knights, give you this award." Kneeling before the king, one single exasperated thought screamed in Raymond's mind. Why? Why? Despite his internal frustration, he closed his eyes and respectfully said, "Thank you." But the moment he was alone, his true feelings erupted. A dark, resentful aura surrounded him as he seethed. Why again? Why didn't I get the treasures I was looking for? The single, frustrated thought echoed in Raymond's mind. Why? Kneeling before the king, he kept his eyes downcast, carefully masking his true feelings as he uttered a polite, "Thank you." But inwardly, a storm was raging. Why again? Why didn't he get the treasure he was looking for? A dark, resentful aura swirled around him, his forced smile a thin veil over his simmering anger. Count August presented him with a formal certificate of commendation. Raymond accepted the award, but his face was a mask of pure disappointment. Treasure would have been 100 times better than this piece of paper. To think he'd gone through all that for an empty box. Two nobles watched him walk away. "An award from the king himself, and he still looks dissatisfied," one remarked. "I wonder why." Sir Balthan overheard them and interjected. "It's because he's worried," he explained with utter conviction. "From what I've seen, Baronet Pennon only ever thinks of others. He's probably worrying about the coming war." The two nobles looked at each other, deeply impressed. So the rumors were true. He really was an angel sent from the heavens. Raymond's carefully crafted image was working overtime. As he walked away, a system window chimed in front of him, catching him by surprise. "Your fame has increased," it announced. His public actions, even when completely misinterpreted, continued to boost his reputation. Another notification followed. People were beginning to see him in a new light. But he clutched his award, still fuming about his lost treasures. Just then the king's voice called out, "Is there something you want to say?" Startled, Raymond almost blurted out, "Money!" He quickly rethought his approach. Prize money was one thing, but a strategic request was far more valuable. "We suspect someone planned this heinous act," he said aloud. "Please find the culprit and punish them." But his eyes glowed with greed as he thought, "Please find my real treasures and punish them for stealing them." King Odin looked at him, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. "Good work," he said simply. The king's internal thoughts, however, were warmer. He was truly grateful for Raymond's contributions to the kingdom. Raymond recalled the last time he'd done something major for the kingdom. Back then, the king had spoken to him personally, not just as a monarch. A hopeful, sly smile played on his lips. Maybe this time? King Odin simply stroked his beard, his expression stern and regal. Raymond's hope deflated instantly. Personal feelings? As if. The king just saw him as another subject who'd done a good job. He bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Your Highness." But as he walked away, a dark cloud of resentment followed him. This felt awful. The sound of his footsteps echoed as he walked away from the throne, the weight of his disappointment heavy on his shoulders. The grand palace corridor stretched before him, empty and silent. As he walked, he couldn't get the king out of his head. What did his father want from him? He knew their relationship was strained, so why did it still bother him so much? Suddenly, a cascade of system notifications erupted around him. He had completed the quest magnificently. Ranker rewards, bonus level-ups, 50 skill points, a new title, The Fearless Healer. More level-ups, more skill points, and another boost to his fame. He stared, utterly stunned. The rewards kept pouring in. A bonus for consecutive achievements, and now the Royal Knights held him in high favor. And there was more. A new item appeared, a skill proficiency increase, a one-time use item that could boost any skill to A rank for 24 hours. Raymond stared at the item, a look of pleasant surprise on his face. This was incredibly useful. He tallied his gains, 5 level-ups and 80 skill points, plus a bonus item. The rewards were good. Wait, that meant he was now level 73. He'd surpassed level 70, which meant a job rank up. From senior resident to chief. He looked down, a small, shocked smile on his face. A chief was the last stage of a resident's training. He clenched his fist, a spark of pride in his eyes. This was the stage where a doctor's practical experience and medical knowledge began to mold them into a true professional. An image of himself in a crisp, white doctor's coat flashed in his mind, the representative of the residents. A genuine, excited smile finally broke through his earlier frustration. "I've finally reached that stage," he exclaimed internally, a triumphant energy radiating from him. Back in the throne room, Count Auguste watched the king thoughtfully. King Odin turned to him. "Why did you say that?" Auguste just smiled. "What do you mean?" The count looked away, slightly flustered. "Please, forget what I said." He mused to himself, wondering how the king truly saw Raymond. Was he just the child he'd abandoned long ago? Or a complete stranger? King Odin broke the silence. "Isn't he quite amazing? Raymond, I mean." Count Auguste smiled faintly, agreeing. The king continued, his expression unreadable. "I can't help but be in awe of what Sir Balthan said. I've always thought Raymond isn't just amazing as a healer," Auguste added. But the king cut him off, turning to his prime minister. "Gaman!" His expression now stern and focused, the king commanded him to investigate the clue from the ruins. Find evidence that this was the work of the Drotten Kingdom. With the National Foundation Festival just days away, he needed to know if the envoys from the Peninsula Kingdom had departed yet. Gaiman confirmed they had. The king nodded. Be aware, this festival isn't just a ball. Its true purpose was far more critical. They needed to gain the Peninsula Kingdom's assistance for the war. The envoys coming for the festival were not just here to offer congratulations. Their visit was purely political. An important agreement needed to be reached. For 150 years, since Drayton had broken away, the two kingdoms had been locked in conflict. And while Houston's power was growing, it was still one of the smaller kingdoms, and critically, it was weak financially. The Drayton Kingdom was slightly stronger, and Houston simply lacked the funds for a large-scale war. The consequences of failure would be dire. If they could not secure financial support from the Peninsula Kingdom at this ball, the Houston Kingdom could very well fall. The weight of that responsibility was clear in King Odin's determined eyes. Prime Minister Gaiman brought up another concern. The Peninsula envoy, Count Helion Langham, was old and had a severe chronic disease. His personal AAA rank healer would be by his side, but any mistake could have disastrous consequences. The king affirmed that he would personally ensure the visit went smoothly. He stood, his regal cloak swirling. Gaiman, he said, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, this peace won't last for long. He walked towards a large screen overlooking his kingdom. Do you also see the clouds of war? Prime Minister Gaiman remained silent, his expression somber as he contemplated the king's words. If this war is unavoidable, the king declared, then there's only one path for me as the monarch, to bring victory to my kingdom. He stood silhouetted against a bright window, a solitary, determined figure. I rose to this throne after killing 3 of my brothers. A flashback to a younger, bloodied Odin. I need to atone for it by living for Houston for the rest of my life. That's why he clenched his fist. His final, solemn thought encapsulated his duty. My personal feelings are not what's important. In a grand room, 4th Prince Saitiel clutched his head, shouting in frustration. His uncle, Count Garrison, smirked beside him. Well, congratulations, Saitiel. At this rate, Raymond will officially be our brother. Just then, a smooth, mocking voice chimed in. Ah, isn't he older than you? As the younger brother, you should learn to treat him well. Saitiel exploded, screaming his half-brother's name, Limerton. He turned to face the second prince, Cairn, who was calmly sipping his tea, completely unfazed. Saitiel couldn't believe it. Was there truly no way out of this? His brother was enjoying every second of his misery. Cairn slowly placed his teacup down. A sly smile spread across his face. I have a good plan. The air grew thick with scheming energy. You know the approaching National Foundation Festival, right? Cairn asked smoothly. Saitiel, still annoyed but now intrigued, grunted in acknowledgement. What does that have to do with this? Saitiel asked, completely lost. Cairn sighed dramatically, then leaned in. I'm saying we should bury him during the festival. The words hit Saitiel like a ton of bricks. Cairn explained that since Raymond would be attending the banquet for the first time as a baronet, it was the perfect opportunity. He focused on Raymond's perceived weakness. His background is that of a poor, illegitimate child, he said with disdain. There's no way he learned proper banquet etiquette. Cairn smirked. It would be easy to drag him down from being a respected healer to a vulgar and crude bastard, he finished with a sneer. Saitiel's frustrated expression twisted into a wicked grin. I see, he chuckled. I'll take charge of embarrassing him. Cairn, sipping his tea again, looked thoroughly pleased. The spotlight of the banquet would be on Raymond, and they would make sure he crashed and burned. Saitiel was fully committed. I'll make it so you can never show your face in the capital again, he vowed silently. Meanwhile, miles away, Raymond looked out a window, lost in thought, completely unaware of the social ambush being planned for him. I need to prepare for the banquet, he thought with a determined look. But his mind wasn't on etiquette, it was on business. For him, the banquet was a massive advertising opportunity to attract VIP patients, gain fame, and boost sales. He reflected on his clinic's success. After starting in an old shack, he now had the most prominent clinic in the region, one that people were saying could rival the capital's top 3. But despite the fame, the clinic's sales were still poor. He knew he could raise prices like the other clinics, but the thought clearly conflicted him. He firmly rejected the idea. If he hadn't accepted patients who couldn't pay in the first place, he wouldn't be in this situation. It was a constant struggle between his desire for wealth and his inability to turn away those in need. He glanced outside at a group of happy, healthy commoners, likely former patients. A small, reluctant smile touched his lips. He couldn't bring himself to rip them off. He'd just ruin the reputation he'd worked so hard to build. So, he had a new strategy. He would simply price the nobles accordingly. He'd even bought expensive new clothes, investing in an elegant image to appeal to a wealthier clientele. Just as he was getting excited, his apprentices, Hansen and Christine, walked in. "I will ensure that I receive my blood-like investment back several times over today," he declared with a manic grin. They just stared at him, their expressions completely serious, stopping him in his tracks. Christine cut straight to the point. "Are you worried about the banquet?" she asked. Hansen added his own concern, wondering if Raymond was worried about a repeat of the incident at Princess Sophia's birthday. They were genuinely worried for their master. Raymond tried to sound nonchalant. "Nope, I'm just worrying about how to make business with the nobles." While Hansen seemed relieved, Christine just sighed. She knew he was an idiot, with eyes only for patients, but he needed to take care of himself. "People with goodwill for you aren't the only ones attending," she warned, trying to make him understand the social dangers he was about to face. It finally clicked. "Ah," he thought, "she means there will be people who'll look down on me because of my rank." Hansen added that, with his growing fame, some would surely be jealous. Raymond's expression turned serious. He needed to prepare. This banquet wasn't just a business opportunity, it was a social battlefield. He knew his business would never succeed if he, its creator, was looked down upon. The most important part of business was making others trust him, and as the symbolic figure of medical techniques, the moment others looked down on him, his entire enterprise would fail. A system window reminded him of his greatest handicap, the title, "Dirty, Illegitimate Child." It was a contemptful label that subjected him to the serious prejudice of others. To get rid of it, he needed even more fame. This title was a constant minus, a huge obstacle in the aristocratic society he was trying to navigate. He steeled his resolve. To succeed, he needed to be more perfect than everyone else. Christine offered to teach him social etiquette and dancing, knowing he had no experience. Hansen eagerly offered to be his dance partner. Overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, Raymond quickly made his escape, insisting he was fine. Alone, he put a hand to his head. "I have a plan," he thought with a wry smile, "but I feel bad for those two." He appreciated their loyalty, even if it was a bit much. Suddenly, a large system interface appeared. It was time for Raymond to tap into his unique advantage. He looked at the glowing blue screen with newfound confidence. Normally, he would have been terrified to go to a banquet without any social skills. But not anymore. The interface displayed his player status, ready to offer a solution to his new challenge. His job rank had upgraded to chief, and with it came a new requirement, learning the social interaction skill, essential for navigating high society. As a doctor, his work wasn't just limited to the clinic anymore. To become truly influential, he had to attend academies, make deals with companies, consult on policy, and meet with investors. Social interaction was no longer optional, it was necessary. But what kind of social interaction should he learn? The skill inventory offered several options. He needed something that would solve all his problems at once. He pointed decisively. The system highlighted his choice, a rare support skill called the banquet's man of good taste. The description was perfect. It would make him proficient in conversation, etiquette, and dance to the level of an average noble. The only catch, its activation was limited to banquets. This is it, he thought, but a moment of doubt crept in. There had to be a catch. And there it was. A side effect, wearing a tailcoat would greatly increase his charm, with a warning not to unintentionally seduce his target. The required points were cheap, considering the risk. It'll be fine, right? He thought, and pressed buy. The day of the banquet arrived. Carriages pulled up to a grand palace, the air buzzing with opulence and high society. Christine, looking elegant, turned to Rao Kaplan. "You're ready, right?" she asked grimly. "We need to protect our master." Rao nodded. They were prepared for the worst. Christine thought of Hansen, who couldn't attend. "Don't worry," she told him in her mind. "Sir Rao and I will sacrifice our bodies to protect him." A sharply dressed foot stepped out of a carriage. A voice apologized for being late. Hansen and Christine, who were braced for a fight, turned in surprise. "Master?" Hansen stammered. They stared in stunned silence. "Is that really you?" Hansen asked, his glasses askew. Raymond, looking incredibly dashing in his new tailcoat, touched his collar with a gloved hand. He was looking far more charming than he'd anticipated. A system notification popped up. Thanks to the proficiency-boosting item he'd received, his new skill had already jumped from D rank to A rank. Exuding an effortless charm, Raymond smiled warmly, surrounded by an aura of flowers. "Shall we head in?" he asked, every bit the sophisticated nobleman. Hansen and Christine followed, still in awe. "What just happened?" Hansen exclaimed. "You're glowing," Christine added. "Really?" Raymond thought, flustered but pleased. "Do I really look that different?" More system windows popped up. With the increased proficiency, the side effects had grown stronger. His attractiveness would increase even more, and he was warned that it might unexpectedly trigger romantic feelings in others. He smirked. This elegant aura, could he really fight with it? Just then, another chime. A quest had appeared. Protagonist of the banquet. The mission, become the star of the party, change people's preconceptions, and spread the fame of his medical techniques. The rewards were tempting, but one stood out, a readjustment of his title. He mused, "Does that mean I can get rid of my negative title?" A slow, hopeful smile spread across his face. This was his chance to finally shed the dirty, illegitimate child stigma. Raymond stood tall, a confident glint in his eyes. "Since it's come to this," he declared with determination, "let's become the protagonist of the banquet." Beneath a glittering night sky, a magnificent castle shone, brilliantly illuminated. This was the grand banquet for Houston's National Foundation Festival, the stage for tonight's events. Inside, the hall was alive with the murmur of high society. Ladies in elegant gowns chatted and laughed amidst lavish decorations, celebrating the nation's founding. "Is Baronet Pennon coming tonight?" a noblewoman whispered to her companion, a sly smile on her lips. "I look forward to seeing what kind of spectacle he'll make." The man scoffed. "Who knows if he'll even be properly dressed?" he sneered. "He won't just come in the same clothes he wears for the commoners, right?" Their expectations for Raymond couldn't have been lower. "Don't even joke about it," the woman said, tapping her fan dismissively. "I don't want to imagine something so disgusting." Just then, a brilliant flash of light filled the entrance, and there stood Raymond, radiating an impossible amount of polish and charm. The nobles who had just been mocking him fell silent. "Oh my, who is that handsome young man?" one exclaimed. "I've never seen him before," said another. They were visibly impressed, their earlier disdain completely forgotten. A loud, clear voice announced, "Entering Baronet Pennon." The gossiping couple stared, their faces frozen in disbelief. "Baronet Pennon?" they stammered, their jaws practically on the floor. Raymond stood calmly, exuding a quiet confidence. The female noble, recovering from her shock, thought with grudging respect, "I guess he's more familiar with etiquette than I thought." "He must have put a lot of effort into it," she concluded, completely unaware that his polish had nothing to do with hard work and everything to do with a little system magic. Raymond's eyes met Prince Satiel's. The prince, standing amidst a crowd of nobles, looked absolutely thunderstruck. "What the N?" he blurted out, his face contorting in rage. This was not the bumbling commoner he was expecting. Still reeling, Satiel dropped into a nearby seat. He stared as Raymond casually chatted with other nobles, looking completely at ease. Why does he look particularly handsome today, he wondered, biting his thumb in frustration. He slammed his fist down. Damn it! His initial plan to mock Raymond's appearance had failed spectacularly. But he quickly composed himself. There were still plenty of chances to embarrass him. As if on cue, the music changed. Satiel smirked. Good timing, he thought. There's no way there'll be a woman who'd want to dance with that bastard. He was sure no noble lady with a shred of honor would ever accept. His thought was cut short as his eyes widened in utter shock. Huh? He leaped to his feet, pointing dramatically. That's... he stammered, completely dumbfounded. Across the floor, Raymond was gracefully dancing with a beautiful young woman. Satiel recognized her immediately. That person is Lady Christine. The daughter of a duke was dancing with the very person he planned to ruin. And Christine was laughing, a look of genuine amusement on her face as she danced, radiant and happy. Why is the daughter of a duke? He simply could not comprehend it. A few minutes ago, Raymond had stood in the grand hall as the music began to play, feeling a little nervous. Has everyone started looking for a partner? A devil on one shoulder told him to forget dancing and focus on business. An angel on the other warned him that in high society not dancing brings great shame. He was caught in the middle, unsure of what to do. He sighed. I should ask Rao and Christine for help. He needed a plan, and fast. He scanned the room and spotted Rao, engaged in conversation with some colleagues, looking perfectly at ease. Then he found Christine, standing alone. Nearby, a group of noble women were sneering at some other ladies. "Doesn't it smell like a freak somewhere?" one said, "almost like a dirty commoner." Raymond watched, concerned. Weren't those Christine's relatives? Why wasn't she stopping them? He looked closer at Christine. Her eyes were shadowed, and she seemed to be completely ignoring the cruel behavior. Then he remembered. There were two rumors surrounding Christine. To the commoners, she was a kind lady who volunteered her time. But to her own family, she was the shame of the duchy. The nobles looked down on her, thinking her passion for healing was pathetic. Despite her high status, she was an outcast. Christine turned towards him, a gentle, almost hopeful smile on her face. Seeing her difficult position, Raymond made a decision. Okay. He extended a gloved hand in a classic invitation to dance. As they began to dance, he thought with a grin, let's advertise our clinic. Even now, his business instincts were kicking in. He smiled, enjoying the music, successfully navigating the social minefield thanks to his new skill. In the present, their dance ended gracefully. Onlookers were impressed. It's his first banquet, and he's so graceful, one whispered. Another marveled. Lady Christine is so elegant. Their dance was like that of a swan's. Raymond was beaming, thoroughly enjoying himself. This was the life. He felt so refreshed. In his mind, he could see Christine's relatives making disgusted faces, which only added to his satisfaction. Suddenly, his happy mood was shattered. A beautiful noblewoman with long blonde hair stood before him, her arms crossed. Raymond immediately bowed low. Baronet Payan greets the Supreme Princess. It was his half-sister, Sophia. She just stared at him. What now? He thought irritably. Then she spoke, her voice cool. Baronet, do you enjoy meditating in front of ladies? He looked up, completely bewildered. Pardon? Did she want to dance with him? Why? Was this some new kind of bullying? With me, Sophia snapped, a fierce growl in her voice. Do they teach you to talk like that these days? Raymond panicked. Was she asking him to ask again with proper etiquette? He was terrified of dancing with her. He gulped, forcing himself to speak. Will you? Summoning all the charm his skill could muster, he flashed a dazzling smile and extended his hand. Will you grant me the honor of dancing with you, Your Highness? A flawless performance. Sophia stared, then exploded. What are you doing? Do you think I have so much time that I came over to dance with you? She grabbed his collar, her face contorted in fury. I apologize, he squeaked. She let go, sighing. Whatever. I came because I have something to say. Excuse me for a moment. She gestured for him to follow. Turning to him, her expression serious, she delivered a stark warning. Leave the banquet hall immediately. Raymond stared at her, utterly shocked. Pardon? My troublemaker of a brother is targeting you, she said urgently. If you don't leave quickly, you may be in big trouble. If Sophia herself came to warn him, Raymond thought, it must be an incredibly evil plot. He closed his eyes, processing the information. If it was the troublemaker of the three princes, then it had to be Setil. The name flashed in his mind, along with an image of the prince brandishing a wicked-looking sword. Raymond's expression turned grim. Just what is he planning, he wondered. The threat was real, and he needed to figure it out before it was too late. As Princess Sophia started to walk away, Raymond took a step forward. 1 second, Your Highness, he called out. She paused, looking back at him, her expression still stern. Why are you telling me this? He asked, genuinely curious. Sophia replied coolly that it was none of her business what trouble he caused, but if someone who treated me got troubled, she admitted, I think it'd piss me off. Understanding her prickly way of showing concern, Raymond just said, I see. As she walked away, she added over her shoulder, Behave yourself wisely. Raymond stood there, completely perplexed. So how am I supposed to do that? He wondered in frustration. She could have at least told him the ideal response before leaving. He stood by a window, composing himself. No, I need to get a grip, he thought. He couldn't back down now. This banquet was too important an opportunity to advertise his medical techniques. A defiant glint appeared in his green eye. Yes, he thought, I'm a dirty, illegitimate child anyway. I can't fall any lower. His low status, paradoxically, gave him a strange kind of freedom to take risks. He clenched his fist, a burst of resolve surrounding him. Let's fight properly today, he declared internally. He was ready for whatever Setil had planned. He stood tall and confident, every bit the composed nobleman, ready for the challenge. Meanwhile, Prince Setil was having less luck. He approached a noblewoman, mocking an invitation to dance. My lady, will you dance with me? The lady recoiled. I hurt my leg a few days ago, she stammered, before quickly making an excuse and fleeing. Setil was left standing there, shocked and embarrassed. He tried again and again, but every lady had a convenient excuse. One claimed her father was too strict. Another said dancing so suddenly would put her at death's door. A third asked with pure disdain if this was a banquet or community service. Trembling with rage, Setil turned his glare on his own sister. Sophia, will you? But she cut him off with a sharp, Are you crazy? She informed him that the current trend was a soft, intellectual man, and he was none of those things. I'll pretend I didn't hear you, she said dismissively, leaving him fuming. Nearby, Raymond overheard the exchange and smirked to himself. A soft and intellectual man, he mused, amused by Setil's public humiliation. Just then, 2 young noblewomen approached Raymond, their eyes sparkling. You're so cool, one gushed. So different from the rumors. In the background, Setil's eyes burned with jealous rage. I'll embarrass you properly, he vowed silently, so you can't be so arrogant anymore. He wasn't giving up. A quiet hush fell over the hall as Prince Setil walked towards the center. Raymond sensed the shift in the atmosphere. Something was about to happen. He looked around, puzzled. The friendly atmosphere felt off. A subtle tension was building beneath the surface. Prince Saitiel cleared his throat loudly into a microphone. All eyes turned to him. "I, Saitiel, the fourth prince, greet you all," he began, "and thank you for celebrating with us." A noble commented off-screen that it must be time for the commemorative speech. A noblewoman turned to Raymond. "Do you know who will give the speech this time?" A commemorative speech, Raymond thought. His interest piqued. Saitiel continued, explaining that Houston Kingdom always chooses one young noble with high reputation and great potential to give the speech. He paused dramatically, then, with a malicious grin, announced, "Baronet Pennon, please come to the front." Raymond, who was just taking a sip of wine, nearly choked. "Me?" he stammered, completely caught off guard. Saitiel's voice dripped with false praise. "Aren't you the young noble with the highest reputation these days?" he purred. "I trust you'll be able to do it properly." Raymond panicked. He was completely unprepared. He glared at Saitiel, who was walking away with a triumphant smirk. Saitiel, this bastard, Raymond thought, realizing he'd been set up. This was the plan to humiliate him. Suddenly, a system window popped up. The opportunity to speak for his patients had come. His eloquence skill had been activated. Raymond smirked, a cunning glint in his eyes. "This is the perfect chance to advertise my medical techniques," he thought. As if on cue, a synergy effect with his Heart of Steel skill activated. Then his A-rank social interaction skill kicked in. Raymond stepped up to the microphone, his expression now confident. His natural charisma began influencing his eloquence. "I, Baronet Raymond de Pennon, greet you honored guests," he began, his voice smooth and articulate. King Odin and Count August watched from the side, their expressions attentive. Raymond continued, handling the situation with surprising grace. "I will begin the commemorative speech," he announced. He spoke of the kingdom's history, of its founding, and its great strides. Saitiel listened, his smug expression slowly turning to one of confusion. "But as I've traveled," Raymond's voice gained strength, "I have seen that there are still many who need help." His voice resonated through the hall. "Just as all the organs in our body have a role, so do we. If it's the people's task to work, it is our task to protect them and pledge allegiance to the king. Please remember one thing." He placed a hand over his heart, his voice filled with conviction. "Noblesse oblige. Formalities aren't important. What's important," he declared, "is our sincerity for the people and whether we give them practical help." The crowd murmured, his words clearly having an impact. One noble reflected on how selfishly he had lived. What a powerful speech, another thought, impressed by his knowledge and eloquence. Viscount Langham, the elderly envoy from the Peninsula Kingdom, tapped his foot almost imperceptibly, a soft ha-ha escaping his lips. He was clearly impressed. "What an incredible young man," he remarked to his companion. "I'm curious to know which family he belongs to." "Ah," the Viscount said, his eyes sharp. "Is that young man perhaps His Majesty's?" His companion gave a slight nod. "Yes, he is." The Viscount sighed, a profound look on his face. "This is why they say great men are lowered from the sky. Image SH6041. What a shame," he said wistfully, "that this young man was born in Houston." He was clearly contrasting Raymond's potential with the less impressive nobles of his own kingdom. The Peninsula Kingdom, the narration explained, had its own share of problems. While stronger than Houston, their royal family was caught in a bloody struggle for the throne. For years, they had sinned with no remorse. The royals had fought and killed each other endlessly. During a great bloodshed 30 years ago, 70% of the royal family had died. Noticing the Viscount's somber expression, his companion asked with concern, "Do you feel unwell, Viscount?" The Viscount was staring intently at Raymond, his focus sharp. He was looking at Raymond's striking emerald green eyes, the symbol of the royals of the Peninsula Kingdom. The Viscount quickly dismissed the thought. "No," he said, turning away. "It must be a coincidence." Back at the podium, Raymond concluded his speech. "That is all." He stood there, a bead of sweat on his face. "I did my best," he thought. He looked out at the silent crowd. "So why is it so quiet?" Suddenly, a single, loud clap broke the silence. The applause spread, echoing through the hall. Raymond stood on the balcony, relieved. His speech had been a success. Just as he was basking in the moment, an angry voice shouted, "Raymond de Penin!" Prince Sautil stood on a lower balcony, pointing directly at him. "I, Sautil, choose you as my dual partner." Raymond stared back, completely bewildered. He thought they were good now. He was still trying to process the sudden challenge. "Just choose me as your dual partner for the fighting tournament," Sautil repeated, his voice filled with rage. This was his ultimate plan, to force Raymond into a physical fight he was sure to lose. And with that, the first season of Dr. Player came to a close.